I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today? Did you have a happy New Year's party?
Oh, I had a wonderful New Year's party, and the man came all dressed up as Father Time.
You say the man came dressed as Father Time?
Yes, but he didn't fool me. He was my father.
Oh. And have you promised your father and your teacher and yourself that you're going to do everything better this new year?
Yes, I made lots of good New Year's revolutions.
Good revolutions. Oh, that's fine.
Yes.
Well, I think that's wonderful. And if everybody else does the same and keeps these promises, these revolutions, maybe we'll all be much happier this year.
Oh, I hope so. And now will you please read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, milady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has discovered that the man responsible for smuggling guns to the Indians so they could go on the warpath was Meeker, the head of the freight office in Pike's Landing. When the Indians attacked Pike's Landing, Meeker escaped from the freight office where Hoppy had trailed him. He ran to a river steamer docked at the wharf and has ordered the captain to get under way. As the steamer pulls off, Hoppy dashes down the street across the wharf and makes a leap and lands safely on the steamer. At that moment, last picture top row, inside the cabin, the captain of the steamer is saying, "Now, leaving port ahead of schedule's against company rules, Mr. Meeker." Meeker replies, "Well, it's our duty to protect the boat line's property from Indian raids, Captain. I'll take full responsibility." At that moment, the cabin door opens. First picture next row, and Hoppy says, "You'll take full responsibility for a lot of things, Meeker." Without a word, Meeker ducks out another door and disappears on deck. Hoppy dashes after him. As he comes through the door, Meeker hurls a bucket at Hoppy's head, and Hoppy falls to the deck unconscious. Quickly, Meeker drags Hoppy's body down the gangway to the cargo compartment, first picture bottom row, and there locks him in, leaving him unconscious on the floor. A moment later, second picture bottom row, Meeker enters the cabin and says to the captain, "Now set your course for Saber-Tooth Rapids." The captain replies, "Why, you're mad, Meeker. The rocks and rushing current will smash us to bits." Last picture, Meeker draws a gun, saying, "By that time, you won't be alive to see it, Captain, and I'll be free."
Oh, that's terrible. If Hoppy's locked in that room on the boat and the boat is smashed to bits on the rocks, then Hoppy will drown.
Yes, Hoppy's in a tight situation this time.
I wish the captain of the steamer would push Meeker into the river so that nothing would happen to Hoppy.
Well, maybe next week we'll find out something like that will happen, and that Hoppy will be rescued. Now?
Now let's turn over the page and see if Prince Valiant is there.
Very well, over the page we go, and here he is.
And I'm anxious to read this because there's going to be a battle.
Yes, the Danes have come to attack the land of Thule, which is Val's homeland.
And last week, you remember, the Danes had begun to burn some of the towns, and I'm anxious to find out what happens next.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. King Agwar, Val's father, hurries to maneuver his ships to meet the Danes. As the two fleets move slowly toward each other, last picture top row, Agwar has his ships draw close and chains them together so the Danish ships cannot get between them. In this way, the warriors of Thule can pass across their own decks from ship to ship to defend any danger spot. And then, last picture, second row, the two lines of ships crash together and the battle begins. Once again, Val's glittering, singing sword flashes in the thick of battle. Then, first picture, bottom row, the Danes set one of Val's ships afire. King Agwai orders the ship to be cut loose to keep the flames from spreading to the other ships near it.
Cut that ship loose!
The burning ship floats off by itself, leaving an opening between the ships chained together. And before the opening can be closed, the Danish boats slip through to attack from the rear. Last picture, King Agwai sees the Danes breaking through and exclaims,
I would that Boltar were here.
Oh, isn't that terrible? They had to take off the chains, and just the thing that they tried to stop has happened.
Yes, the wall of ships has been broken, and the Danes have separated some of Val's ships from the others. This is the time for Boltar to appear, if he ever will.
Yes, because he's such a strong, fighting man. Do you think he'll come in
Well,
time?
that's something we'll find out next week. Now, let's turn over the page.
Oh, look. Here's Donald Duck underneath the little king.
Well, I don't think you want to read that, do you?
Well, I do, too. You know I just love Donald.
Oh, very well, then. Excuse me. We'll read Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squilly, chicka chat. Let's have music to bend a quack, quack. Donald's nephews, Louie, Huey, and Dewey, have been reading a book on science. Huey says to Donald, second picture, top row,
Hey, Uncle Donald, it says here, Ben Franklin discovered lightning was electricity by using a kite and a key.
Donald replies,
That's right, boy. He did.
Dewey answers.
Oh, we don't believe it.
Donald looks out the window and says,
Well, fortunately, boys, we're about to have a storm. Run get a kite and your key.
Last picture, top row, Donald and his nephews come out of the house carrying a kite and a key. Huey slams the door behind him. Donald says,
Now, I'll show you how Ben did it. Now, notice, I'm wearing rubber gloves.
He ties the key to the end of the string and throws the kite into the air. Up, up it goes until it is way up in the sky. Donald says,
Now, watch. How's your head?
the boys see lightning traveling down the string into the key dangling at the end of it, and they see the key melt under the lightning's heat. Donald exclaims,
Wow, what a bolt. Melted the key.
Suddenly it begins to rain. They all run for the house. They try the door.
Uh-oh. Locked.
At last picture, there they stand, locked out in the pouring rain because the lightning ruined their key. Dewey says,
Why didn't you tell us it would melt?
and Louie wails,
We wouldn't have used the front door key.
and Donald goes,
Ah, shut up.
That was a good joke on Donald.
Why? Do you think it's funny to be locked out in the rain?
Oh, I don't mind. I love the rain. Donald looks so funny sitting there with his face in his hands.
Yes, he does.
Well, anyway, he showed his nephews how Benjamin Franklin learned about electricity.
Yes, he did. But I don't think that Benjamin Franklin's key melted.
I'm glad, because I saw a picture of Benjamin Franklin once, and he was wearing a very expensive suit. It was much too good to be locked out in the rain.
Yes, and what's more, Benjamin Franklin was a very famous man.
And I don't think that famous men should get caught in the rain.
You're a very nice girl. Now,
Now, could we please read Uncle Remus? He's so cute.
I think we can. Go across the page, past Perry Mason and the Lone Ranger. Turn over another page.
And look, there across the page is Uncle Remus.
Yes, and his tail's a Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Mammy Bammy, the rabbit witch, is always willing to help Brer Rabbit when it's for some good.
Brer Rabbit has a scheme. He's visiting Mammy Bammy, the rabbit witch, and she's saying to Brer Rabbit,
And whoever takes this honesty pill will do nothing but honest things for 11 hours.
she hands him a pill. Brer Rabbit says,
Well, I was thinking about myself, but I know somebody who needs it worse than I does.
A little later, Brer Rabbit is peeking through the window of Brer Fox's home. Brer Fox is surrounded by things he has stolen from all the critters in the community. And Brer Fox says gleefully,
The way I bamboozle them critters out of their belongings.
Brer Rabbit reaches through the window and drops the pill into a glass of sassafras juice that Brer Fox has in his hand. Brer Fox gobbles the drink.
Ah, that tastes good. Brr, I suddenly feel different.
That night, last picture top row, Brer Rabbit sees Brer Fox going down the road with a load of stolen stuff. And he hears Brer Fox say,
I was ashamed of myself for swiping things. Now I was going to give it all back.
Brer Rabbit hears this and exclaims,
The honesty pill is working.
An hour later, first picture bottom row, Brer Fox has made his last delivery. He's left a bathtub at Brer Coon's house. And Brer Rabbit hears him say,
Ah, at last I is an honest critter, and my conscience is as clean as a soap bubble.
7 hours later, the creatures in the community are showing each other the things that have been returned to them. Brer Coon points to his bathtub, saying,
Yeah, it just showed up out of nowhere.
and Brer Porcupine says,
It's a miracle.
and old Granddad Rabbit shakes his head and says,
Yeah, something's mighty strange.
11 hours later, Brer Rabbit peeks through Brer Fox's window. He sees a strange look come over Brer Fox's face, and he hears Brer Fox say,
I feels funny.
the honesty pill has worn off. And then Brer Fox looks around his room and exclaims,
Hey, what's happened? Why is everything?
he sees all the stuff he has stolen is gone, and he leaps to his feet, clenches his fist, and he howls,
Oh, I've been robbed.
and Uncle Remus says,
Sometimes honesty gets loose from the worst kind of folks.
Oh, that was a good joke on
Yeah.
Brer Fox. When he took the honesty pill, he gave back all the things he stole. And then when the medicine wore off and he sees everything is gone, he thinks he's been robbed. That's so funny.
yes, it is. I hope he never finds out Brer Rabbit did this to him.
Oh, if he does, that'll be terrible.
Well, maybe we'll see that next week. Now,
Oh, now let's go over the page and see who's there. You sometimes it's Dick's adventure.
and this is one of those sometimes. For here on the last page of the first section is Dick and his adventures. And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Dick's Adventures.
Magic words for the music, please.
Say them with me, please. Riggedy pack a zack a zick. That's that music for Adventurous Dick. It's the year 1804, the early days of America. And Dick, with Captains Lewis and Clark, is on his way up the Missouri River in a huge flatboat on a mission to explore the Northwest Territory. The longer the trip continues, the more wild the land becomes. They have met by Indians who have warned them not to go on because many dangers lie ahead. Dick, who has watched their faces as they talk, draws Captain Lewis and Clark aside, last picture top row, and says,
They want us here because they'd like to get hold of our supplies and rifles. I don't trust them for a minute.
Captains Lewis and Clark walk back to the Indians, and first picture next row listen as Chief Black Bull speaks.
Friend hearken, O my white brothers. The sun grows colder, and soon the river will fill with ice. Make your camp here among us.
Captains Lewis and Clark decide to accept the Indians' offer. They pay no attention to Dick's warnings, and the sly, smiling band of red men depart for their village. Next morning, last picture second row, Dick and Captain Lewis, out in the woods hunting for game, come on the village of their Indian friends. They approach cautiously and find that the village is deserted. Not an Indian's in sight. Then, second picture bottom row, in one of the lodges, they find a man tied to a post. Quickly, they release the unfortunate captive, who says,
Beware of their friendship. I am French-Canadian. They have kept me prisoner for 10 years.
Then he leads them to the sound of noise deep into the woods, brings them to the edge of a clearing, last picture. They peer through the leaves and see the Indians in a hot frenzy of a war dance. And the captive says,
Voila, mes amis. You see, they are preparing to welcome you as they welcome me.
There, you see, Dick was right.
Yes, he was right.
Well, now maybe Captain Lewis and Clark will listen to him and hurry and get away.
Yes, maybe they will, if they get back to their boat safely.
Oh, I never thought of that. You think they will?
Well, that's something you'll find out next week.
Oh, I certainly won't miss that. I just have to know whether Dick gets away safely.
So do I. Now look, underneath Dick's adventures, here's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And something's happening here that I'm worried about because there are 2 thieves who've come to Milestone Farm.
Yes, but Mr. Miles doesn't know they're thieves because one of them, Sir Percival, an Englishman, looks very respectable. He seems to be a very nice fellow.
Yes, and you remember last week some expensive things were brought to the farm from the bank, and Sir Percival is planning to steal them.
Well, let's read right now and see whether he does or not. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Sir Percival and his crony, the man named Nobby, who is pretending to be Sir Percival's chauffeur, are standing under the window of the room where Mr. Miles has been talking to the bank guard. As Rusty and Pete approach the house, they see Sir Percival and his chauffeur looking at the car. Pete asks,
Hey, what's the matter? Something wrong with your car?
Sir Percival replies,
Oh, yes. Perhaps you can help, boys. Ask Tex if he'll let you have a pinch bar and a coal chisel.
Rusty replies,
Oh, sure, Mr. Percival. Come on, Pete.
A few minutes later, first picture, bottom row, Rusty and Pete are back with the tools.
Here are the tools you asked for, Sir Percival. Pete and I are going to see if Mr. Miles will show us the horse show trophies.
Oh, yes. Thank you, my boy. Just put them down under the window here.
A moment later, Rusty and Pete come into the study just as the guard goes out the door. Rusty asks,
Well, excuse me, Mr. Miles. Could we see the trophies before you put them away?
Mr. Miles smiles,
Why, certainly, boys. There they are. The big one's very famous. It's worth over $5,000. Well, I'll have to put them in the safe now, as I am taking Sir Percival to the country club for dinner.
Last picture. Outside, under the window, Nobby looks at the tools lying under the window and says,
Hey, what was the big idea of sending those kids for these tools, Perce? What are you going to do with them?
He bends down to pick them up. Sir Percival stops him.
Now, hold it, Nobby. Don't touch them. A pinch bar and a cold chisel with a nice set of Rusty's fingerprints on them, lying under that window, will be very useful to us.
Oh, so that's his scheme. Why, that mean old thing. He's going to steal those trophies and then make it look like Rusty and Pete stole it.
Yes, that's a rotten thing to do, isn't it? Make it look as though 2 little boys are to blame for something that they didn't do.
Oh, I hope Tex finds out what they're up to and just fixes Sir Percival up good.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now,
Oh, here's Dagwood and Blondie on the first page of the second section.
so let's go with the first page of the second section and Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie, with a cheerful smile and that certain look in her eyes, says to Dagwood,
Dagwood, I saw the cutest new hat today.
Dagwood screeches, No, you can't have it. Whereupon Blondie breaks into tears.
Oh,
And crying won't make me change my mind. Somebody has to be firm around here. Blondie goes out of the room. Dagwood clenches his fist, clenches his teeth, clenches his brows, and says, last picture, top row, It's a husband's duty to put his foot down at a proper time. And thank goodness I'm strong-willed enough to mean no when I say no. First picture, second row, he hears Cookie saying to Blondie,
Don't cry, Mama. He'll give in.
and he hears Alexander.
Oh, Daddy doesn't stay cross long.
Dagwood gives a snort. They think I'll give in. Well, I'll show 'em I'm a man of steel with an inflexible character. That moment, the doorbell rings. Dagwood opens the door, last picture, second row. His neighbor, Herb Woodley, hands him a $10 bill, saying, Oh, Dagwood, we're expecting a COD package for $10, but we have to go out. Will you take it for us? Here's a 10. Okay, Herb, I'll do it for you. First picture, next row, Dagwood says, I'll put the $10 right here on the table for the delivery man. Cookie and Alexander see Dagwood put the $10 on the table and leave the room. They rush in, pick up the $10, rush into the next room, and Cookie yells,
Pop gave in. Yeah, he put $10 on the hall table for you to buy your hat, Mom.
Blondie exclaims,
Really?
and she grabs the $10. And a few seconds later, a cloud of dust whooshes down the street. It's Blondie after her new hat. First picture, bottom row, Alexander and Cookie come into Dagwood's room. And Cookie says,
Oh, look, Daddy. Mama wrote this note for you before she went down to get her new hat.
Hat! And he reads the note.
Darling Dagwood, you're the sweetest, most generous, kindest husband in the world. I knew you'd relent, and I love you more than ever. Blondie.
Tears trickle down Dagwood's cheeks. And he says,
Isn't she sweet?
moment later, Alexander sticks his head in the door and says, last picture,
Hey, there's a man at the door who wants $10 for a package, Pop.
Dagwood takes $10 out of his pocket and sighs. Oh, well, I guess husbands can't have a will of iron.
Oh, that was a good joke on Dagwood.
Yes.
He was going to be so tough and not give Blondie any money.
Yes, and he gets stuck anyway.
Yes, but the nice part of it is he was so nice about it in the end.
Yes, he was.
Oh, look, underneath Dagwood and Blondie, there's Roy Rogers.
And remember, Roy is after the cattle rustlers.
Yes, and he and his friend Dolphin Hawkins got locked in a train car.
Yes, the caboose. And then the rustlers pushed the car down the tracks which lead down a hill, sure that it would crash and kill Roy and Dolphin.
My, I hope that won't happen.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-hi-yo. The caboose rolls down the incline, going faster and faster. The rustler, Dude, says to his pal, Well, we'll take it easy, Rocky. I don't know what the big boss looks like, but he sent word he'd pay us off here for the last job. Meanwhile, inside the caboose, Roy tries his best to break out. He exclaims, Hey, these windows are barred, Dolphin. We gotta find another way out of this runaway caboose. Faster and faster the caboose goes. It whips down an incline on the edge of a high cliff, last picture, top row. Hey, we gotta try smashing the door before we jump the tracks. They grab some blocks of wood and hammer away at the door. And then finally the door breaks open. And none too soon. For first picture, bottom row, they see a sharp curve ahead. Jump, Dolphin! At that moment, a man on horseback comes around the bend and sees the caboose rolling down the cliff. He says, Well, an interesting sight. I hope Dude Dawson and Rocky are not inside that car. I don't want them dead before I have a chance to meet them. When the caboose has crashed to a stop at the bottom of the cliff, he continues up the trail. And last picture, he sees Dolphin stuck between two rocks where he had landed when he jumped. And he finds Roy trying to pull him loose. The man says,
Greetings, gentlemen. I believe I can assist in extricating your friend, sir. Step aside.
Oh, I'm so glad Roy got out of that caboose in time. He would have been killed for sure.
Yes, he would have been.
I wonder who that stranger is.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week, I hope.
Yes, and I hope next week we'll see Roy catch up with that dude, and I'll bet you he'll be sorry.
Yes, I'll bet you he will be, too. But now, let's go over the page and see what we shall see.
Oh, there's Flash Gordon. And you remember, he's been captured by Queen Menta, that cruel queen of the Martians.
Yes, and remember last week, she was going to test a new weapon on Link, Flash's friend.
And just as the man was going to press the button to do it, Flash jumped at him and turned the machine on the guards and on the queen.
Yes, he saved Link's life. Now let's see if Flash captures the queen. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. guards run for their lives as Flash swings the deathly machine toward them. Link and Dale capture the Queen. Suddenly, she stops struggling and tells them she's received a thought message. Tornadoes are sweeping an avalanche of desert sand toward the city. Last picture, top row, Flash dashes to the observation platform. He sees Mentor's alarm as no trick. The tornado is already engulfing the city's outskirts. Flash shouts, "Come on, Mentor. There's no time to lose." Mentor is about to order an evacuation of the city, first picture, bottom row. But Flash stops her. Hey, wait, Mentor, wait. Your city can be saved if we can smash the hurricane center with thermic blast. Last picture, Flash using the Martians' fantastic new weapons, hurls repeated volleys of atom beams and thermic bombs into the face of the onrushing tornado of sand. The vast power of even these super weapons seems puny when pitted against the titanic natural forces of a strange planet gone berserk.
Oh, isn't that a terrible storm? It looks like it could just blow the whole world away.
Yes, Flash is up against a powerful enemy this time.
Do you think that machine can ever save them?
Well, that's something we'll have to wait until next week to find out. It's a powerful machine. Now you'll be here?
Oh, I certainly will. I certainly will.
So will I. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Now, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, you look as though you've been outdoors today.
Yes, I have. And I've had a very exciting time. I've been out in the woods and I saw the most interesting thing.
What did you see?
Well, we were looking at birds' nests. And you know, you can see them so much easier now because the leaves are off the trees. And you know what we saw?
No, what did you see?
We saw a field mouse come out of the bird's nest.
Well, what do you know about that? When the birds go away, the field mice move in.
Yes, isn't that interesting?
It certainly is, and I'm glad you told me about it.
I thought you would like it. And now would you please tell me what's interesting in the funnies today?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will. I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the first section, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has learned that Meeker is the man who's been selling guns to the Indians, which is against the law. Hoppy has followed Meeker onto a steamboat, just as Meeker orders it down the river to make his escape. But Meeker tricked Hoppy, knocked him unconscious, and locked him in the cargo hold in the bottom of the boat. And then Meeker ordered the captain to proceed down the river into the rapids and rocks, where the boat crashed. Meeker gets away in a rowboat, sure that the rapids will destroy all trace of the boat and of Hoppy. Last picture top row, Hoppy, who has come to, realizes that the boat is sinking and that he's locked in the hold. He sees the machine weighing several tons tied to the center of the hold. First picture next row, Hoppy says, "Well, if this cargo is as heavy as it looks, I've got one chance." As the boat tips to one side, the ropes on the lower side become slack. Quickly, Hoppy starts to untie the ropes, saying, "I gotta untie this last one before we roll to the other side." He makes it just in time. Slowly, the boat begins to tip to the other side. The heavy machinery slides down the floor and crashes through the side of the boat. First picture bottom roll. The pressure of the water forces the boat back to its other side. As it comes up, Hoppy leaps out of the hole the machinery made in the wall, landing in the rushing waters. Last picture, the Marshal, California, and Lucky, who have gone down the river on horse trying to catch up with the steamer, stop as they hear something on the river. The Marshal says,
Hey, sounds like a rowboat heading this way.
California exclaims,
Yeah, but is it Hoppy or is it Meeker?
Oh, I'm glad that Hoppy escaped from the steamer, but how can he ever swim through those roaring rough waters?
especially with boots on. It'll take a strong man to swim safely through that.
I hope he makes it. I know that must be Meeker in that boat. I hope California catches him when he comes to shore.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now?
Oh, now let's turn over the page and see if Prince Valiant is there again.
Very well, over the page we go.
All right. See? I'm right. There he is on page 3. And you remember last week Val's father and the Danes were having a battle at sea.
Yes, and the Danes have set one of Val's ships afire. And now Val's ships have been separated from each other, and the Danes can attack from both sides.
Oh, now is the time when they need Boltar, who's a great fighter. I wish he'd stop sulking and come back.
Well, let's see whether Boltar will forget his quarrel with the king and come back and help. After all, he must know that Tillicum, the woman he loves, is on one of those ships, and that she'll be captured if the Danes win.
So quick, read, please.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. From the deck of his great dragon ship, King Agwar of Thule sees his line of ships broken, and the Danes surge through. He calls on his reserves to stop the gap, but the damage has been done. Straight for the rear of the right wing glide the fierce Danes. Here in other battles has raged Boltar, a tower of strength. And now, Alita and Prince Arn, a woman and a babe, are in command. Last picture top row, the king sees what's happening, and he mutters,
Oh, fool that I was to listen to a woman's advice. May good fortune be with them. For if we break our line to go to their aid, it will spell defeat.
But at that moment, on a ship far out at sea, Boltar sees the great sea battle. First picture next row. He sees the Danes have Val's ships outnumbered. And even though he has quarreled with the king and has been outlawed and is no longer the king's man, he still is not going to let the king enjoy all the good fighting. His booming voice urges his mariners on. Closer and closer move Boltar's ships toward the right wing, which was his place. And king or no king, he means to be there. For Boltar knows that somewhere in that awful battle is Tillicum. Hotter and hotter grows the battle. Val's singing sword flashes more and more swiftly. The king fights more and more furiously. For they are being pressed back by the Danes. Things begin to look bad for them. When suddenly, above the thunder of battle, the king hears the roar of Boltar's battle cry. The king returns first picture bottom row to the fight with renewed hope. More and more furious grows the battle. And then on the left wing, the Danes have won a foothold. And step by step, ship by ship, Prince Valiant and his warriors are being driven back. The great sea battle seems to be turning in favor of the Danes. When last picture, a great horn is heard. And the horn is sounding retreat.
Well, who's blowing that horn? Val's men or the kings or is it the Danes?
I'm not sure.
Well, I wish I knew because the loser is always the one who sounds retreat.
Well, let's certainly hope that Boltar, coming to their aid, has frightened the Danes so that they're the ones who have had enough. Well, we'll find that out next week.
Now I'm anxious to find out what happens next in Dick's adventures.
Very well, then. Let's turn over to the very last page of the very first section. Last page of the first section. And here's Dick.
And he's in the early days of America, and he's gone into the wilderness on an exploring expedition with Captain Lewis and Captain Clark.
And they came into the wilderness, and there they were met by Indians who warned them not to go any further.
And the Indians invited them to stay with them.
So Captain Lewis and Clark decided to do that.
And then the next morning, Dick and Captain Lewis went hunting, and they came to the Indian village, and it was all deserted. And in one of the lodges, they found a man all tied up.
Yes, it was a French-Canadian who was a prisoner of the Indians. He told them not to trust the Indians.
And then Dick and Captain Lewis untied that man, and he led them to the place where the Indians were having a war dance. And I'm anxious to know whether Dick and Captain Lewis got back to their ship before the Indians saw them.
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Dick's adventures. And say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, gazzack, gazzick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Peering through the forest, Dick and Lewis see the Indians in the frenzy of a war dance. Dick says, "Hey, let's get out of here quick, Captain." As they turn to make their way through the woods, they are seen by one of the Indian scouts. He gives a signal. Hi-yo! Hi-yo! Hey! And the chase of death begins. As they see the Indians closing in on them, Dick makes a torch and sets fire to the brush, last picture top row. And Dick says, "This bonfire might hold them up for a while." And on they run. The Indians set bonfires, too, forcing Dick, Lewis, and the French-Canadian to find a new way back. A short time later, Dick and Captain Lewis, who come by a roundabout way, emerge from the forest near the landing. And they see, last picture, second row, Indians attacking the men on their boat. A desperate struggle is taking place. Quickly, they slip onto the boat. And first picture, bottom row, swing their cannon around on the Indians. And then one shot from the cannon, which the Indians call Big Medicine, cures them of their treachery. And the Indians run for the woods. Last picture, the Lewis and Clark expedition is on its way again. The first skirmish with the Indians is won. But as they cross through the Dakotas, huge floats of ice grind away at their boat. And the men work hard with long poles, forcing their way through the ice. And always, lining the shores, are the Indians, waiting, armed and silent.
Ooh, that's terribly dangerous, isn't it? That ice can grind a hole in the boat and then they might sink.
Yes, and on shore are the Indians waiting to take them.
Well, I'm glad they got away from the Indians the first time.
So am I, but it looks like Dick will be living with adventure for quite a while.
Yes. I wonder what'll happen next week.
Well, I know how to find out.
So do I. I'll be here.
Hi. Now look underneath Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And I've been worried about this because last week, remember those crooks, Sir Percival and that man named Nobby that's pretending to be his chauffeur? They've come to the Milestone farm, and Mr. Miles trusts them.
Yes, and also the bank delivered some very expensive gold cups which were to be given in the horse show.
And that Sir Percival plans to steal those gold cups and then to put the blame on Rusty and that boy Pete. And that makes me so mad I could just... Well, I don't know just what I could do, but I could do it.
Well, let's read right now and see what happens next with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. After showing the boys the gold cups, Mr. Miles tells them he must put them away. And then he takes Sir Percival to dinner to the country club. Last picture, top row, they arrive at the club in Sir Percival's car with Nobby driving. As they get out, Sir Percival turns to Nobby, saying,
Oh, we'll be here an hour or so, Nobbs. You may go get some dinner if you like.
Nobby replies,
Oh, thanks, Sir Percival. But I ate before we came here. I'll just park the car and wait in it for you.
First picture, bottom row, they're having dinner in the club. Mr. Miles is saying to Sir Percival, do you think you can remain for our big charity horse show, Sir Percival? Sir Percival replies,
Oh, unfortunately, no. Nothing would give me more pleasure. But alas, other business presses. As a matter of fact, Nobbs and I have to leave tonight.
Meanwhile, outside the club, Nobbs, who has waited a while, parks his car, then says,
Now, to get back to Marstoon Farm in a hurry. I don't dare trick our car. I'll hail a taxi on the highway and stop about 2 blocks from the farm.
A little later, in Rusty's room at the Miles farm, he's awakened by Pete.
Hey, Rusty, come on, wake up. I think somebody's prowling around the driveway.
Rusty exclaims,
What's that? Oh, it's you, Pete. Hey, wait, I'll switch on the light.
Last picture, Pete says,
Hey, no, Rusty, don't turn on the light. Come on to my room. We can see the driveway from there.
Rusty replies,
Oh, sure. You go and watch, Pete. I'll join you as soon as I get some clothes on.
Oh, I'm glad that Pete and Rusty are awake because I'll bet you that what they hear is that crook Nobby just coming back to steal the gold cup.
That's exactly what they hear, I'm sure. He's doing it while Mr. Miles is at dinner with Sir Percival, so Mr. Miles will not think that Sir Percival or Nobbs could be the crooks.
And that's his scheme to try to blame Rusty for it. I wonder if it'll work.
Well, we'll find that out next week.
All right. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie, and here they are on the first page of the second section.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood's boss, Mr. Dithers, is having trouble with his wife again. She stopped in his office and is laying him out good.
I don't want to cause a scene here at the office, but just wait till you get home tonight.
Dithers nods his head in anguish.
Yes, dear. Yes, dear.
As soon as his wife leaves, Dithers begins to cry. Dagwood walks over and pats him on the shoulder. And Dithers sobs.
And you hear what I'm going to get when I get home tonight. Ah, Dagwood, nobody loves me.
Oh, don't say that, Mr. Dithers. And Dagwood begins to cry. And then, first picture next row, the office staff gathers around, and they begin to cry. The office boy sobs.
We love you, Mr. Dithers.
But Dithers pushes Dagwood away dramatically, saying,
No, it's no use. This is the end. It's the river for me.
Dagwood, on bended knees, grabs him by the foot, stopping him.
Oh, don't go, please. You have a home. My home is your home, Mr. Dithers. Come live with us.
Oh, you mean somebody cares whether I live or die?
Yes. We'll fix up the spare room for you at our house. You'll be one of the family.
Mr. Dithers stops crying, drops to his knees, kisses Dagwood's hand, and says,
I'm wanted.
First picture next row, Dagwood and Dithers come up the walk to the Bumstead house. Dagwood tells him,
We'll serve your meals to you in your own room, or you may eat at the table with us.
Dithers replies,
Oh, I want to eat with you, Dagwood. I want to feel as though I belong.
They open the door and enter the house. And they find it topsy-turvy, pictures on the floor, chairs turned upside down, rugs rolled up, the lamps disconnected. And Blondie tells them,
I'm house cleaning. You will have to climb over the furniture.
As they climb over the furniture to get to the kitchen, she tells them,
You will have to make your own supper. There's a can of beans and the can opener on the table.
First picture, bottom row, Dagwood, dressed in a ruffled apron, takes the food off the stove. A terrible smell comes up. Dagwood moans,
Oh, I burned the beans.
Dithers buries his face in his arms and moans.
Burned beans. Ugh.
Suddenly, there's a... It's Dithers tearing out of the Bumstead house. Dagwood yells, "Come back, Mr. Dithers! We love you! We want you!" Last picture, the door of Dithers' house opens. In he walks, a smile on his face, and he says,
Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
And waiting inside the door to the next room is his wife, a scowl on her face and a baseball bat in her hands. And you just know that this is going to happen.
Oh! Oh! Oh, no!
Oh, goodness gracious me. What a house.
Yes, a wife waiting for him with a bat in her hand.
Oh, isn't that Dithers funny? He'd rather be hit on the head by his wife than eat Dagwood's food.
Some people are very strange, aren't they?
Yes.
Well, now look under Dagwood and Blondie. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes. And you remember, Roy was trying to capture the castle rustlers, and they did a terrible thing.
Yes, they caught Roy and locked him and Doleful Hawkins in a caboose. That's a car of a train, and they pushed it down the track.
Yes, but Roy fooled them because he got out of the car before it went off the track.
Yes, and then a strange man came along up that trail and found Roy trying to get Doleful loose from some rocks that he got stuck between when he jumped.
I wonder who that stranger is.
Well, let's find out now. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. A-yip-I-O. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-I-O. The stranger gets off his horse, picks up a pole lying nearby, puts it under the rock, and pries it up.
Hey! Oh, no!
Roy drags Doleful out from under. The stranger says,
Now, you see how easy it is to extricate your friend, Rocky. You, Dawson. Matter of leverage, as discovered by the Greek scientist Archimedes.
Roy sees that the stranger thinks that they're the rustlers. He says nothing as the man, third picture, hands Roy a fistful of money, saying,
As you probably know, I'm Judson Mika, your employer. You did a good job rustling that trainload of cattle. But what happened to the old caboose hideout?
Roy replies, Well, it broke loose. We jumped off just in time. Last picture, top row, the stranger mounts his horse, saying,
Well, go back up the mountain and find your mounts, boys. I'll see you at my ranch tomorrow. You'll help rebrand the stolen cattle.
Sometime later, first picture, bottom row, Roy and Doleful, making their way back along the tracks, come upon a campfire and two men. Doleful exclaims,
Hey, Roy, there's Dude and Rocky, the real rustlers.
Roy sees Trigger and Doleful's horse a short distance away from where the men are standing, and he whispers, Yeah, after we grab our horses, we'll trail Meeker to his ranch. We gotta get the cattle back and break up this rustling gang. Roy starts to tiptoe toward Trigger. Trigger sees him and whinnies with joy. Rocky and Dude leap to their feet, grab for the guns. As Rocky goes for Doleful, Dude snaps at Roy. Get him up, cowboy, quick. Last picture, Roy and Doleful are in the rustler's hands again. Dude glares at Roy through slit eyes and says, Well, I've a hunch the boss, Judd Meeker, will be plumb glad to meet the two hombres who tried to ruin our last home. And Rocky grins,
Yeah, he sure will, Dude.
Oh, isn't it too bad the Trigger whinnied? Because that made the bandits look up.
Yes, but Roy, or Trigger, was so glad to see Roy, he just couldn't help himself.
But you can't blame a horse, especially when it's glad.
No, I should say not.
I wonder what'll happen next. Roy's had so much trouble.
Well, maybe next week we'll see that Roy will outfox Dude again.
Oh, I hope so.
Now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
All right.
Over we go.
Look, there's Flash Gordon, and he's really in great danger.
I should say so. First, he was captured by Menta, the cruel queen of the Martians, on a planet way up in the sky.
And then, just as he's escaped from her and captured her men, then a wild tornado came toward the city.
Yes, a tornado blowing a desert of sand at them. A tornado so wild that Menta was sure it would bury them all alive.
But Flash turned a machine at it and tried to stop it. I wonder whether he'll be able to.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Battling to keep a desert hurricane from smashing the capital city of Mars, Flash risks his life in a last desperate effort. He shoots a jet of burning hydroxium into the storm, setting fire to the hard-driven sand itself. Last picture, top row. For a frightful moment, it seems that Flash's daring experiment is backfiring on him. where the burning sands melt in a flood of liquid flame that threatens to engulf the handful of humans. But Flash is prepared. First picture bottom row, he aims his zero-ray projector at the flames and freezes the onrushing flame into strange and fantastic shapes. They are surrounded by a man-made wall of frozen sand and flames that protects the Martian city from the hurricane of sand behind it. With an almost human frenzy, the flames beat against the barrier, then finally subside in defeat. With the danger past, Flash gets a hero's reward from Dale, a kiss. And even the ruthless Queen Menta mutters her thanks to the Earthmen. But they are not to have peace for long. Menta receives another thought message that tells her the sandstorm has dammed the Great Canal and waters are beginning to flood the city. And last picture, they see a sky car coming to pick them up. Menta says to Flash that now they'll see if he can finish the job he started.
To stop that hurricane with those machines that Menta had?
You bet he was. That was positively brilliant.
Yes, but if the water's going to flood the city, well, how can he ever stop that? Because I've heard about floods and whole cities are covered with waters, and it runs in the stores and everything.
Well, that's something we'll find out about next week. Now, look across the page.
Oh, there's my favorite, Brer Rabbit.
And I know you don't want me to waste a second, so here we go with Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
if it has anything to do with honey, old Brer Bar can be counted on to be counted in.
Yes, if anybody steals honey, you can be sure that suspicion might point to old Brer Bar. Well, Brer Rabbit is down at the community store, standing in front of a sign which reads,
Wild honey, special, 11 cents.
And Brer Coon is telling Brer Rabbit that his honey's been disappearing.
Yeah, somebody's been snatching these honey jars from right out of my nose.
Brer Rabbit replies,
And I've got a rambling suspicion about who was doing it.
Brer Rabbit has an idea how he might trick the thief. He switches the labels on some of the jars. Brer Coon exclaims,
Yeah, but you was messing up everything.
Brer Rabbit replies,
Hey, you just let me do the messing, and I'll fix the mess.
A little later, Brer Bar approaches the store. Brer Rabbit, who is just finishing setting some jars with the label honey up on the counter, exclaims,
Uh-oh, here comes Brer Bar, quicker than I thunk.
Brer Bar comes into the store. Brer Rabbit and Brer Coon are nowhere in sight. So Brer Bar steals a jar of honey off the counter. Then Brer Rabbit and Brer Coon walk in. Brer Bar, holding the jar behind him, says,
Brer Coon, I was looking for a Japanese back scratcher. You got one?
Brer Coon says,
Just saw the last one 11 years ago.
So Brer Bar backs out the door, first picture bottom row, saying,
Well, guess I'll have to try someplace else.
And off he goes. Brer Coon says to Brer Rabbit,
Did you take one?
Brer Rabbit giggles.
Yeah, let's follow.
A little later, behind a board fence on the edge of the community, Brer Rabbit and Brer Coon see Brer Bar open the jar of honey, and they hear him say,
Yeah, no use looking for honey tree when Brer Coon puts it in jars for me.
And they watch as he drinks from the jar. And then they see him jump up and dash into town. And they hear him saying, As he comes into town, Brer Coon yells,
Hey, come quick, Doc Crane. Brer Bar can't open his mouth.
And Brer Rabbit, standing in front of the store, giggles.
Yeah, looks like he got stuck.
And last picture, as Doc Crane works on Brer Bar, Brer Coon asks,
Hey, how'd you do it, Brer Rabbit?
and Brer Rabbit replies,
Oh, I just switched the honey labels to the glue jars.
and Brer Bar says, Doc Crane pulls at the glue, saying, Hold still, Brer Bar. And Uncle Remus says,
The label don't count if the stuff ain't inside.
Oh, that was a good good joke on Bear Bear.
Yes.
Because Bear Rabbit put the honey label on the glue bottles, and then he put them on the counter.
And Brer Bar snitched what he thought was honey. But when he got it in his mouth, I'll bet he thought it was a strange kind of bee that made that stuff.
Yes. Oh, Bear Rabbit is so cute and so clever.
Yes, you bet he is. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. You know what I've been doing?
What have you been doing?
Well, it snowed last night, and when I looked out onto the lawn, I saw some pigeons all huddled up, standing in the snow, and they looked so hungry and so cold that I took them some breadcrumbs and some of my cereal, and I threw it in the snow and fed them.
Well, that was very kind of you.
Yeah, and their colors were so pretty in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how some birds always look just alike? Well, that is if they're the same kind of a bird. Well, you know, the pigeons all look different. All of them had different colors. Only a few looked alike sometimes.
Yes, that's the interesting thing about pigeons. If you have 40 pigeons, you're apt to have 40 different patterns of pigeon clothes.
Yes. Now can we read and see what interesting things are in the funnies today?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Mm-hmm.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. After sending the steamboat with Hoppy locked below into the rapids, Meeker had escaped and headed for shore in a rowboat, sure that Hoppy would be killed. But Hoppy fooled Meeker. He escaped when an engine crashed through the side of the steamer, opening a door to freedom. Meeker rode straight to shore, into the hands of California Lucky and the Marshal, who heard the sound of his oarlocks approaching. A little later, they saw Hoppy swimming to shore. And now Hoppy is safe, and Meeker is caught. Last picture top row, they mount their horses. As the Marshal says,
There's a cell waiting for him back at Pike's Landing. Better start. It's a long ride.
As they head for Pike's Landing, they pass through a thick part of the woods. Suddenly, Meeker, who is riding on the same horse as the Marshal, seated behind him, grabs hold of a low-hanging branch, pulls himself up, kicks the Marshal in the back of the head, and drops to the ground and disappears into the brush before the others have time to act. Last picture, second row, Hoppy shouts,
Meeker's escaping! Stop him! Stop him!
First picture, bottom row, short time later, Meeker stumbles out of the underbrush into an opening where he sees Iron Claw, the Indian chief, and some of his braves. They have fled here after the battle at Pike's Landing. Only a few are left, and these are wounded and sick at heart. Meeker gasps,
Iron Claw, Marshall and Cassidy's crowd are after me. You've got to help me. Shoot 'em down.
Iron Claw replies,
That not bring back dead braves. Cavalry come to Pike Landing. Destroy Iron Claw tribe, because Meeker is false brother who gave evil counsel. Rifles, bad medicine. Will you agree to the bargain? What more do you want of me?
Hours later, Hoppy and the others come out of the woods. They see a body lying in the clearing. California says,
Yeah, it's him, all right.
Marshall, seeing an arrow in the body, says,
Hey, why the arrow instead of a rifle?
Hoppy says, last picture, You'll never find him, Marshall. They left that arrow as a symbol of another kind of justice that finally caught up with Meeker.
Oh, I'm glad that Happy escaped from the rough waters of the rapids, and now he's safe and sound.
Yes, he didn't drown in the river as you thought he would.
No, and now the end of the long trail, and they've got Meeker at last.
Yes.
I wonder what'll happen next.
Well, maybe this story isn't over yet. And if you're here next week, you'll find out for sure.
Oh, I'll be here.
Fine. Now?
Oh, now let's turn over the page, because I'm sure Prince Valiant's on page 3.
All right, over the page we go.
See? See, I'm right. Oh, and there was a terrible battle between the Danes who were attacking the kingdom of Prince Val.
Yes, and things are beginning to look bad for Val and his father.
And then Boltar came just in time, and he fought so fiercely.
And then the horn sounded retreat.
I wonder who's blowing the horn, the Danes or Prince Val's men.
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Prince Valiant to the days of King Arthur. Eckert, Breckert, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. King Aguar, Val's father, has tied his ships together, forming a wall of ships. The sails are set, and the wind has been blowing their ships toward the shore. The Danes have been slowly forced backward during the fight, until the rocky shore is now at their backs. Big picture, top row. King Aguar's strategy is working. The Danes see their ships will be forced on the rocks, where they'll be crushed. And first picture, next row, horns sound the retreat. One by one, the Danish ships leave the battle and race for the shelter of the nearest fjord. Next morning, first picture, bottom row, when dawn comes, Val looks to the fjord where the Danish fleet had gone. It's empty. During the night, the Danes had slipped away. The fight is over. But though they have been stopped this time, the Danes are undefeated and will return stronger than ever. Last picture, King Aguar gathers his household together on the deck of his great dragon ship. Then he calls for the outlawed Boltar. As Tillicum and Alita watch, Boltar steps forward, a defiant look on his fierce face.
Oh, I wonder what King Aguar will say to Boltar now.
Yes, will he punish or reward him for helping in this fierce battle?
Oh, I'm sure he'll do something nice, but he'll do it in a clever way, because King Aguar's played cute little tricks on people before.
Well, I hope you're right. Next week we'll find out. Now?
Oh, now, let's just turn over the page and see who's there.
All right, over the page we go.
Oh, look, there's Donald Duck.
Yes, and look across the page. There's Uncle Remus.
Oh, both my favorites. What's Donald doing today?
Well, Donald's in his car on his way to see his girlfriend, Daisy. And he gets lost and can't find the right street. Then, when he thinks he's found the right place, he comes to a dead-end street. Finally, he tells a taxi driver to take him to the house. The driver says,
Check 62628 Muddy Lane. Okay, hop in.
and Donald replies last picture,
Oh, I don't want to ride. Just lead the way, and I'll follow.
and the driver goes,
That's That's funny. He pays the taxi driver to go ahead of him and show him the way.
Yes, no wonder the driver was surprised.
Now please read me Uncle Remus.
Very well. Across the page to page 5 we go with Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Yes, sir. Brer Rabbit has got the knack of skinning folks who tries to skin him.
Yes, Brer Rabbit has decided he's so tired of the tricks that Brer Fox has been playing on him that it's time to play a trick on Brer Fox. He sees Brer Fox and Brer Bar lurking in the bushes outside his window. So Brer Rabbit holds up a box of diamonds for Brer Fox to see and says, loud enough for him to hear,
I scared to keep all my diamonds around the house. I think I'll hide them out in the cornfield where nobody will suspect.
At this, Brer Fox's eyes spin around in his head. A little later, Brer Rabbit is out in his cornfield, still holding the box of diamonds. And he says, loud enough for Brer Fox and Brer Bar to hear,
I'll put the diamonds in different ears all over the field, and nobody will ever find them.
And Brer Fox's eyes spin around again at sight of the diamonds. And he says softly to Brer Bar,
Yeah, nobody but us.
That night, when the moonlight comes up, last picture top row, Brer Fox and Brer Bar are in Brer Rabbit's cornfield, jerking the corn ears off the stalks and husking them, looking for the diamonds. Finally, Brer Bar says,
I ain't found nothing yet. Is you?
Brer Fox replies,
Hey, keep looking.
First picture bottom row, hours later, Brer Bar nears the end of his row and he exclaims angrily,
Then what you suppose has done happened to them diamonds?
Brer Fox snarls,
Keep 'em pulling.
Finally, they've picked all the corn, cleaned the ears, and thrown them to the ground. And they're all worn out, but they haven't found one diamond. And Brer Bar moans,
But we both see them put the stuff in the corn.
and Brer Fox answers,
And now he's all out here.
After a while in town, Brer Fox and Brer Bar, in front of the general store, all tired out from their night's work, see Brer Rabbit coming down the street pulling a load of corn. Brer Rabbit greets everyone.
Morning, gentlemen. Nice day we've got.
Brer Coon, who had seen Brer Rabbit's corn unpicked the day before, asks,
Hey, how'd you get all your corn picked so soon, Brer Rabbit?
and Brer Rabbit replies, last picture.
Oh, I's got secret agents working for me.
Whereupon Brer Fox and Brer Bar stalk angrily out of town because they realized Rabbit had tricked them into picking the corn for him. And Uncle Remus says,
Yeah, there's more'n one way to skin a cat if you is got the cat.
That was a good joke on Brer Fox.
Yeah.
He thinks he's so smart. He thought he was going to steal Brer Rabbit's diamonds.
and instead learns that Brer Rabbit has tricked him into picking his corn for him, which is a lot of hard work.
He certainly is mad, isn't he?
Yes, and I think he's madder at himself for being fooled than he is at Brer Rabbit.
Yes.
Well, now...
Oh, now I like to read Dagwood and Blondie.
Well, then, let's pick up the first page of the second section. And here we go with Blondie and Dagwood. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. It's raining. Dagwood says, I love a rainy day. It creates a mood. And he settles down on the sofa and sighs, I like to just lie on my back and listen to the pitter-patter of the raindrops and meditate. And then the door opens. And Herb Woodley, his neighbor, steps in, last picture top row. And Herb shouts, Hey, Bumstead, I want the umbrella you borrowed from me last August. I returned that umbrella months ago. You did not. Whereupon, I said I did to return that umbrella. You did not. Blondie dashes in.
Boys, stop arguing.
Well, he's got my
Stop
umbrella.
arguing now.
She stops the fight and gives Herb his umbrella. And as he goes to the door with a smile on his face, she tells Dagwood,
We'll just put those idle hands to work so they won't have time to get in trouble.
Last picture, second row. Dagwood's on the ladder with a pail and a mop and a frown on his face. Blondie tells him,
You can listen to the pitter-patter of the raindrops while you wash the woodwork.
Short time later, the door opens. And in come all the kids in the neighborhood. They rush into the room, knock over Dagwood's ladder, and as he falls to the floor, first picture bottom row, he shouts, It's the A-bomb! And the kids shout,
Hey, let's play he's the bad guy and tie him up with a rope, okay, huh? Yeah, let's play he's the bad guy and tie him up, okay.
A moment later, there's a... It's Dagwood dashing out of the house, pulling on his coat. And last picture, he sits in a park bench between two hobos, an umbrella over his head in the pouring rain. And he snarls, I hate rain. And the hobo answers, Yeah, me too.
Oh, poor Dagwood. He was going to have a nice, lazy day at home because he loves the rain. And here he is in the last picture saying he hates the rain because he has to be out in it.
Well, he's right about one thing.
What's that?
He said that rain creates a mood, and it sure did.
Yes, the look on his face shows he's in a bad mood.
Yeah, you bet he is. Now?
Oh, look, here's Roy Rogers right underneath Dagwood and Blondie.
And I'll read that in just a moment, but first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy and Dolfo Hawkins had been locked in a caboose which the rustlers, Dude and Rocky, had sent plunging down the tracks. But Roy and Dolfo escaped as they went over the cliff. And then were met by Judd Meeker, leader of the rustlers, who had come riding along. Meeker, who had never met Dude and Rocky, thought Roy and Dolfo were the unknown rustlers. He had paid them off and then told them to be at his ranch that afternoon. Later, Roy and Dolfo came upon Dude and Rocky's camp when they were trying to get their horses back again. And they were captured by Dude and Rocky. And now, their hands bound behind them, they are being taken to Meeker's ranch. As the horses come onto a wooden bridge, suddenly Roy shouts, Now, Dolfo! And Roy and Dolfo turn their horses on Dude and Rocky and crowd them off the bridge into the water below. Then they gallop for Meeker's ranch. First picture, next row. They come to Meeker's ranch and see the corral below with the stolen cattle inside. As they ride into the camp, they are greeted by Meeker, second picture, bottom row. Well, great Scott. It's my new employees, Dude and Rocky. What happened, gentlemen? Roy replies, Untie us quick, will you, boss? We just escaped from two law dogs. Hey, how many steers you got here? As Meeker unties them, Roy looks at the cattle, whose original brands have been covered by Meeker's. Roy exclaims, Hey, what kind of brand blotting do you call that? Meeker replies, You're asking a lot of questions, Dude Dawson. You should know I use stencils and acid instead of irons. Hey, who's this coming? It's Dude and Rocky, the real rustlers. Dude says, That creek Duncan ruined this new set of duds. I'd like to get my hands on Rogers. Last picture, Rocky replies, Well, you're going to get your wish, Dude. I see both Rogers and Hawkins down there with a board.
Will Meeker really believe that Roy is the rustler, or will he believe Dude when he tells him that Roy is Roy?
Well, that really is something that we'll find out next week, I am positive and sure.
Well, I can hardly wait to find out, because if Meeker really believes Dude, well, then Roy and Dolfo will surely be in danger, because they're all surrounded by rustlers.
Yes, you bet they'll be in danger, but we'll know about that next week. Now
let's turn over the page.
All right, over we go. Oh, and look, here's Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, and he's on the planet Mars. And you remember last week he stopped a terrific hurricane that looked like it was going to kill everybody.
But by quick thinking and using the powerful machines of the Martians, Flash had saved the city by first setting the sandstorm afire, then freezing the flames into huge walls that the hurricane couldn't blow through.
But then they learned that the walls had dammed up the river and that the city was going to be flooded.
Well, let's see whether Flash can stop this new danger. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. In the Martian Queen's bubble-like scout ship, propelled by electron beams, Flash surveys the flood that is engulfing the planet's capital. The canal is hopelessly dammed by miles of storm-drifted, frozen desert dunes. It appears that the great city is doomed to complete destruction. Last picture, top row. Suddenly, Flash gets an idea for a bold plan that may turn the dread floodwaters into a boon for Mars. With a super bomb blast, we can form a crater that'll serve as a huge reservoir on the edge of the city. First picture, next row. As the scout ship poises on its repulsor beams near the levee, Flash dives into the storm-tossed canal with his small but deadly load, a directional hydrocarbon torpedo bomb. He disappears under the water. To the anxious Dale, it seems that Flash has been under the turbulent water for hours. Finally, she utters a cry of joy as she sees Flash emerge after having planted the mighty charge. He shouts,
The time fuse is set to go off in 5 minutes.
But now Queen Menta shows herself to be cruel and ruthless. She refuses to risk her life for Flash, even though he's saved her city. She orders the pilot to move away at full speed, saying the tiny fuse might explode while they are picking Flash up. That even if Flash may be killed, the Queen of Mars will not be. And Flash, last picture, is horrified to see the ship moving away.
Oh, isn't she terrible?
She's worse than terrible. She's cruel.
How will Flash ever escape if they go away and leave him there?
Well, that's something I couldn't figure out.
I hope Dale can do something so Flash will be saved.
Well, we'll discover that next week. Now I think it's time for Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that.
Very well, turn to the last page, the very last page, and there he is.
And this is so exciting, too, because Dick is in the early days of America with Captain Lewis and Captain Clark on a thrilling expedition into the Wild West.
Yes, last week they escaped from the Indians, and now they're making their way up the Missouri River, which has been frozen over.
And they're breaking ice with long poles, and that is very dangerous because those ice chunks are sharp, and they could cut holes in their boats.
And there's another danger. The Indians on shore, silently waiting. But now let's see what happens with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Captain Lewis stands in the prow of the boat, watching the huge ice chunks grind away. He says,
It's a devil's choice, Dick, between being ground up by the icy Missouri or attacked by the strange Indians.
Dick replies, Well, I'd rather face the Indians, sir. And so it's decided to move into shore, where the Indians stand silently watching. Tied to shore, last picture, top row, they meet the Indians, who prove friendly. More than that, the gigantic chief, known to the French trappers as Le Borgne, the One-Eyed, provides a winter campsite under the high bluffs by the river's edge. The men go to work at once, building log cabins, which will be homes for them during the coming winter. And then the completed blockhouse is christened Fort Mandan. The Indians come bringing gifts of deer, wild fowl, and buffalo meat, and a joyful party is held in the wilderness. And the Indians and the white men teach one another dance steps. But then, a few weeks later, without reason, the Indian friendship ceases. They refuse to accept the gifts that Dick offers to Le Borgne and his people. And last picture, to find out the cause of this dissatisfaction, Lewis and Clark call a council of the chiefs. And they come through the snow, silent and sullen, led by Leborn.
That's very, very strange. I was so glad when they landed and found the Indians were going to be friendly because I thought then their troubles would be over for the winter anyway.
Yes, I felt the very same way, too.
I wonder why the Indians have changed. Why aren't they nice anymore?
Well, maybe we'll learn the reason next week at the console that Captain Lewis has called.
Oh, I hope so.
So do I. But now...
Oh, look, underneath it, here's Rusty Riley.
Yes.
And you remember the two Englishmen, Sir Percival and Nobby? They're crooks, and they're visiting Mr. Miles' farm.
And Mr. Miles trusts them. He doesn't know that they're crooks. And what's more, he's taken Sir Percival to dinner at the country club.
And then Nobby, he's pretending to be Sir Percival's chauffeur. And he has driven them there. And then when they went inside to eat, he came back to the Milestone farm, and Rusty and Pete had heard him in the driveway.
Yes, so the boys have decided to investigate.
And I was so worried. Those two little boys going to investigate when a cruel crook is around.
Well, let's read right now and find out what they discover. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. The boys peek through the window, and they see that the window to Mr. Miles' study is open. So they decide to go down into the driveway where they can see better. A few minutes later, as they hide behind some bushes, they see a man coming out of the window carrying a bundle. They see him go down the driveway, last picture top row. Rusty exclaims, "Hey, golly, Pete, he looks like Sir Percival's man, Nobbs." Pete whispers,
Yeah, he's going out to the main road. Hey, let's tell Tex.
First picture bottom row, they discover that Tex isn't there, and no one else is around either. Pete exclaims,
Hey, good night, Rusty. We gotta do something. And as I see it, there's only one thing left. Get out my jalopy and follow him.
Rusty exclaims,
Well, golly, Pete, we can't do that. You gave your word that you wouldn't drive it till after you're old enough for a license. Meanwhile, at the country club, last picture, Mr. Miles and Sir Percival have finished their dinner. As they leave their table, Sir Percival is saying,
I say, Mr. Miles, been really topping of you to have me as a guest at Milestone. But now I really must be on my way. Nobbs has my luggage, so I won't go back to the farm.
Mr. Miles replies, Well, I'm sorry to have you leave us, Sir Percival, but I trust that you'll pay us a return visit in the near future.
Oh, isn't that a shame? Mr. Miles says that Percival has to leave, and he says they're not even going to go back to the farm at all.
Yes, and just think that Nobbs has already stolen the valuable cups and is already on his way there to the place. And if he gets in the car and Mr. Miles lets them get away, you'll never know. Maybe they'll never be caught.
No, maybe they won't. Maybe nobody will ever catch him.
There's only one chance.
What?
And that chance is Pete and Rusty come to the country club and tell Mr. Miles what's happened.
Oh, that'd be a good thing, and I do hope they will get there in time.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Tommy Bigley Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just wonderful.
Are you still keeping your New Year's resolutions?
Yes, I think so. I'm still doing all the things I said I would do better, but I almost slipped once.
Oh, how's that?
Well, I found out where my mother kept the candy that she got for Christmas, so I was going to take a piece. But I remembered just in time, and I didn't.
Was it hard to put the box back without eating a piece?
Yes, it was. But I promised myself I wasn't going to take anything unless I asked. So I didn't. So I asked instead.
And did your mother give you the candy?
Yes, she gave me 2 pieces. Only one to eat then, not to spoil my appetite, and one to eat later after I'd eaten. You know, whenever I wanted to.
Well, that just shows, doesn't it, that honesty is sometimes rewarded.
Yes, it does.
And now I'm going to reward you by reading the funnies.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy. Magic words for the music, here we go. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy and his pals, California and Lucky, have discovered a herd of cattle in a canyon. And then they come upon one of the herd that had wandered out of the canyon. They notice that the brand on the stray has been freshly changed from a quarter circle Y to a circle M. California exclaims,
Hey, it looks like a clear case of rustling. Well, what are we going to do about it, Hoppy?
Last picture, second row, Hoppy mounts Topper and says, let's move in on that herd. First picture, bottom row, they ride right into the canyon, on the lookout for the lustlers. Hoppy says, hey, appears like the cattle were driven into that box canyon. California replies,
Hey, then we got them rustlers cornered.
but as they ride through the herd, not a sign can be seen of the rustlers. Lucky says, I guess they skipped. California exclaims,
Well, then we got this stolen beef all to ourselves.
but last picture, behind the cattle, at the end of the canyon, waiting for Hoppy and his pals to come closer, are 3 rustlers, guns in hand.
Oh, gracious. Hoppy and his pals are riding right into a trap. Look at those rustlers. They're kneeling to aim.
Yes, it looks that way.
Oh, I wish Hoppy would turn around and go back. I'm afraid they'll shoot him dead.
Oh, I hope not, but we'll find that out next week. Now,
Oh, now let's turn over to page 3 because I'm sure this is where we'll find Prince Valiant.
very well, over the page we go.
All right. Yes, there he is.
Yes, there he is, on his boat at sea with his father, King Agwar. And the battle with the Danes is over.
Yes, because Boltar, who's a wonderful fighter, came at the time when things looked bad for Val.
Yes, and he came even though he had defied the king's orders before and knew that the king might punish him.
Yes, but another reason he came was because King Agwar had made little Arn the captain in Boltar's place, and Tillicum, Arn's nurse, had come along too, and Boltar loves Tillicum.
Yes, that was Alita's idea. She hoped that Bolter would come to rescue Tillicum, and the idea worked.
Yes, now let's see whether King Agwar punishes Boltar or is nice to him.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Second picture, Boltar stands defiantly before his king. There's anger in his eyes and a great love in his heart. A love for his king, just in peace, mighty in battle. The only man he'd ever acknowledge as his captain. Last picture, top row, King Agwar says,
Well, old grumbler, Why did you return when you knew punishment awaited you?
First picture, next row, Boltar replies.
Because you did not know how strong the Danes had become. And how they have planned revenge for years. Well, you invited defeat when you put a child in my place.
And then he steals a glance at Tillicum and says,
And you placed a woman in danger.
last picture, second row, King Agwar says thoughtfully,
Well, after the hardy way you fought, I can hardly have you hung, as I intended. Instead, you will be imprisoned for life. Unless there is someone who will stand responsible for your future conduct.
First picture, bottom row, Tillicum stands to Boltar's side and says, my life and body will be his bond. For a moment, Boltar stares at the woman he thought he had lost. And then, with a roar, his pent-up emotions explode.
Oh, Tillicum!
He clasps her in his arms with a roar of happiness. Tillicum struggles free, and she places a firm brown hand in her future husband's great paw, stating to King Agwar that Boltar never again will defy the king's laws. And as the king looks into her fierce, dark eyes, the king is sure he won't.
Oh, Alita's plan worked.
Yes.
Boltar came back and helped them beat the Danes because he was so worried about Tillicum.
Yes, and he's been rewarded in a very nice way.
Yes, at last Tillicum's going to marry him. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, isn't that wonderful? And next week we'll see the beginning of Boltar and Tillicum's new life. But now let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, there's Flash Gordon on page 5, and I'm anxious to read this because Flash is on the planet Mars.
Yes, and he had saved the city where Queen Menta lives from being destroyed by a hurricane.
And the city was being flooded, and Flash dived out of the airship he was in under the water to put a bomb there.
That's right, and the bomb was to explode at a certain spot and blast open a channel for the waters to escape so that the city wouldn't be flooded.
And when flood came up again, Queen Menta wouldn't wait for him to get in the ship, but began to sail away so she'll be safe. And I'm so afraid that Flash will be killed when the explosion goes off.
Well, let's read now and see if Flash can find a way to save himself. Here we go with Flash Gordon. A-rega-rega-doon-doons, ask-him-a-tash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Emerging from the floodwaters after planting the time bomb that'll blast out a new channel and save the Martian city, Flash is dismayed to find that Queen Menta has cold-bloodedly ordered her scout ship to abandon him to his fate. Inside the scout ship, Dale and Link plead with Queen Menta to turn back. Link begs, the time bomb will go off any moment. You gotta save Flash. But the cruel Menta calmly aims a rocket pistol at Link. Pulls the trigger, paralyzing him with a neutral beam, while the pilot holds Dale. Last picture, top row. Incredulous, Flash watches as his hope of rescue fades away. The scout ship speeds off into the sky. But perilous as his own flight is, Flash is even more fearful for Dale, and he mutters, "He's completely in the power of that ruthless woman." Then first picture, bottom row. Making an almost hopeless attempt to save himself, Flash dives into the icy canal and gropes blindly in the murky waters, seeking the time bomb. His only chance is to shut off the fuse, and there are but seconds left. But Flash's panicky underwater search is in vain. Last picture with a tremendous roar. The hydrocarbon bomb blows out the levee, spewing dirt and water high in the Martian skies. And even the fleeing scout ship is rocked by the mighty air blast.
Oh, he didn't make it in time. And look at all those things flying in the air because of the explosion.
Yes.
My, that explosion can even make Menta's rocket ship bounce around way up in the air. Well, how can Flash escape when he's right down in the water.
Well, Flash has been in some mighty dangerous spots, but none of them as bad as this.
Do you think he will escape?
Well, we'll find that out next week. But now let's turn over the page and see what we'll see.
Right.
Well, here's Jungle Jim and the Lone Ranger.
Oh, and here's Donald Duck. You know what to do.
And I'll do it right away. Here we go with Donald Duck. And say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squilly chicka-jack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald and his girlfriend Daisy are going out duck hunting. So they've gotten up early in the morning before the sun has risen and are out on the lake. And they're climbing into a boat. Donald says to Daisy,
Hurry up, get in, it's almost dawn.
Daisy climbs on the boat, and Donald says,
We don't want to be messing around the lake when the ducks start flying.
They row out on the lake a little distance. Donald drops the anchor. And he says to Daisy,
Now, in a few minutes they'll start flying.
Daisy shudders and says,
I think I'm having a chill.
Half an hour later, and a half an hour colder, Daisy says,
Doesn't it seem to be getting cold, Eagle?
Donald replies,
Quiet. We'll have action in a minute.
Last picture, top row. Half an hour later, and a half an hour colder, Daisy says,
Look, we've been here an hour and we haven't seen a duck, and it is getting cold.
Donald says,
Oh, it's your imagination. It's warm as toast.
First picture, bottom row. An hour later, and an hour colder, Donald's still waiting for the ducks to fly, and Daisy shivers so that her bill rattles.
We've been here 2 hours, and it's gotten colder every minute. So let's go.
Donald replies,
Oh, it's not cold.
Daisy snaps at him.
If you weren't so interested in hunting, you'd know it's gotten cold. Now take me home.
Donald snaps back.
If you think I'm going to give up and row you home because you've got an imaginary chill, think again.
Whereupon Daisy says,
Okay, you don't have to row me home. I'll walk.
and she gets out of the boat and walks to shore. Donald's hat pops off. And he looks down and sees that the lake has frozen solid.
Wasn't that funny? Donald says this isn't cold at all. And all the time the lower lake was just freezing over.
And he didn't see it because he was looking up in the air for the ducks that never flew by.
Oh, that Donald, he's so funny.
Yes. Well, now let's turn over the page and see what's there.
Oh, it's Dick's Adventures.
On the last page of the first section. And I'll read that in just a minute. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Dick's Adventures.
And Dick is with his friends Lewis and Clark on an expedition into the Wild West.
That's right. And they met some friendly Indians and set up a camp where they expected to spend the winter because there was so much snow and so much cold that it was impossible to travel.
But then the Indians became unfriendly, and that was very strange because the Indians were so nice at first.
Yes, and to find out the reason for their unfriendliness, Lewis and Clark have asked the Indian chief, led by LeBorn, the one-eyed one, to come to a council.
And they have come to the council, and I wonder what we'll find out.
Well, we'll find out right now. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. The one-eyed Indian chief, LeBorn, faces Lewis and Clark and says angrily,
You have come up the Missouri to open the way for white men's bullets.
Dick protests. No. Our captains have come to bring the Indians trade and to bring you tools. LeBorn glares at Dick, then raises his hand and beckons. And last picture, top row, 3 French-Canadian trappers approach. They stop beside the Indians. In their faces, Dick sees fierce jealousy. First picture, second row, one of them says to Captain Lewis,
You come first. Then your armies will come next.
Dick realizes the trappers will say anything to destroy the chances of the Americans to deal with the Indians. And the trapper is successful, for suddenly LeBorn utters a war cry. Hello! And the blockhouse swarms with armed warriors. At this instant, a young Indian woman rushes in. First picture, bottom row. Dick can hardly believe his eyes. Neither Lewis nor Clark nor Dick nor anyone else has ever seen this young squaw before. And yet she cries, Behold, LeBorn, these are my brothers. Hearken, LeBorn, these men are my friends. And Dick hears a mysterious click on his wrist. And then the woman quickly bares his arm and says, See the sacred tokens they wear, given to them by my tribe. In silence, LeBorn looks at the bracelets the Indian maid had secretly slipped on Dick and Lewis and Clark's wrists. Dick wonders, will the trick work? And then LeBorn nods his head. He beckons to his tribe, and they go away in peace. Last picture, alone at last. Lewis and Clark and Dick stare in bewilderment. Who is this woman?
Oh, my. I wonder who she is, too.
Well, it was wonderful that she came at the last minute.
Yes, it was wonderful because she saved them. Those trappers were mean men telling lies like that to make the Indians hate the Americans.
Yes, they were. And I'll bet you'd like to know why.
Why?
Well, the trappers don't want the Americans to be friends with the Indians because, you see, the trappers would buy skins from the Indians, besides trapping furs themselves, you see, and they would buy these skins, which are expensive furs, from the Indians for just a few beads, and these beads would only cost a few cents. And then they would sell these skins for a lot of money to people in the cities back east.
Well, that was very selfish
I
of
bet
them.
it was. And you see, that's why they don't want honest men like Dick and Lewis and Clark around, you see, because they might tell the Indians the furs are worth more money.
Oh, I see.
Well, maybe next week we'll find out who the Indian maid is. Now, let's look underneath. Here's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And do you remember at the Milestone Farm, Rusty and Pete saw that Englishman named Nobs coming out of the window?
Yes, and this is the man who's pretending to be friendly to Mr. Miles. And he's stolen the trophies from Mr. Miles' safe. And he's done this while Sir Percival is at the country club having dinner with Mr. Miles.
Oh, I hope Nobs doesn't see the boys, though, or he might hurt them.
Yes. Well, let's read right now and see what happens. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mr. Miles has told Pete that he mustn't drive his car because he's too young to have a license. But Rusty and Pete decide it's better to go against Mr. Miles' wishes than to let Nobs get away. So last picture, top row, they get the car out of the garage and roll it slowly, quietly down the driveway. They see Nobs getting into a taxi a short distance down the road. Pete exclaims,
Hey, golly, Rusty, that's funny. He hasn't got Sir Percival's car. He's taken a taxi.
First picture, bottom row. They follow the taxi that Nobs has taken. Pete says,
Hey, look. The taxi's turning in at the country club. Hey, didn't Mr. Miles take Sir Percival there for dinner?
They decide to pull in to the side of the road and to wait in the shade of some trees. They were right, for a short while later they see a car come out of the country club drive. The car comes toward them and then passes. From behind the tree, Rusty exclaims,
Hey, there's Sir Percival's car, Pete.
and Pete replies,
Yeah, and only Sir Percival and his man Nobs are in it, not Mr. Miles.
And in the car, Sir Percival says to Nobs,
Well, head for a safe place to stash the loot, Nobbs. Not too far now. We must return this hired car. We don't want the cops picking us up for driving a hot car.
Later, in Mr. Miles' study, when he returns from the country club, he sees his wall safe broken open. He exclaims, last picture,
Good gracious. What on earth has happened here? Why, there's been a burglary.
Oh, my, those men got away, didn't they?
it certainly looks that way.
Unless Rusty and Pete trail them and see where they hide the trophies that they stole.
Well, I hope they do.
And then they could bring them back to Mr. Miles and they will be heroes.
Yes, let's hope it works out that way so they can be heroes. And now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
And here they are on the first page, second section.
And here we go on the first page, second section, with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie is telling Dagwood.
I'm taking the children to a piano recital. You may have the evening off, dear.
Really?
Sure. Have a nice supper in a restaurant and then have some fun with the boys.
Honestly?
Yes, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Blondie and the children go out the door. And in a second, last picture, top row, Dagwood's upstairs in the bathroom shaving. And he says,
Oh, boy, how wonderful. A night out. I feel as free as the breeze. Now, let me see. What can I do that'll be real exciting?
First picture next row, he's at Herb Woodley's house, all dressed up for a night out. And he says,
Hey, I'm on my own. I'm on my own tonight, Herb. Come on, we'll do the town, huh?
and Herb replies, Hey, gee, that sounds good. Wait till I ask my wife. When Herb's wife whooshes in, and she grabs Herb by the ear and says,
Dagwood, Bumstead, you get out of here and stop putting ideas into my Herbert's head.
Last picture, second row, Dagwood is at another friend's house.
Hey, hi there, Gus. How about getting the boys together for a little game tonight, huh?
Yeah, good. Come on in. We'll phone them. First picture, third row, Gus's wife appears in the door.
No, you don't. You go about your business and let my husband alone. Hey!
Dagwood goes down the street saying,
Oh, well, there's always a nice bunch of single fellows in the bowling alley. That'll make a nice evening.
Last picture, third row, as Dagwood comes into the bowling alley, the attendant says, No bowling tonight, Dagwood. The alleys have been rented by a private club. None of your friends are around.
Oh, well, all right, I'll go over to the pool parlor. They're probably over there.
First picture, bottom row, at the pool room, Dagwood's told,
The pool room's closed tonight for repairs. Open tomorrow. Oh, well, I'll go to a nice restaurant and I'll have a good supper and maybe something will turn up.
As Dagwood comes into the restaurant, he sees Mr. Dithers and he exclaims,
Oh, the boss.
And he's about to sneak out when Mr. Dithers shouts,
Dagwood, dear boy, how good to see you. I'm working at the office tonight, and you can help me.
And last picture, Dagwood's at the office slaving over a hot desk. Mr. Dithers comes in with another stack of papers and flops them on the desk and says,
And here's some more, Dagwood, when you finish those.
And Dagwood groans,
Oh, my first night out in a year.
Oh, poor Dagwood. Poor Dagwood. He has to work instead of having fun.
Yes, what a disappointment.
Yes, that wasn't fair.
No, it wasn't.
It's a shame the other wives were not as nice as Blondie was.
Yes, but you see, some women won't let their husbands go out alone. Maybe it's because they're afraid that they'll get lost and not come home dragging their tails behind them like little Bo Peep sheep. Well, now look at the bottom of the page. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, and you remember last week Roy and Dolpho Hawkins had gone to the ranch where the cattle rustlers were, and they pretended to be two of the rustlers.
And they were pretending to be Dude Dawson and Rocky Hill. And while they were there, the real rustlers, Dude Dawson and Rocky Hill, came to the ranch.
Oh, and I know that Roy's going to be in trouble now because they're surrounded by bad men. I wonder what'll happen to him.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-hi-yo. Roy hears Rocky Hill say to Mr. Meeker,
Yeah, those hombres are Doleful Hawkins, the train guard, and his pal, Roy Rogers.
Quickly, Roy and Doleful run toward a couple of the rustlers. Last picture, top row, they grab up the rustlers' rifles and say,
Hey, those two lawmen with the boss, they're after us.
The bewildered rustlers watch as Roy and Doleful run for a shack and lock themselves in. And they are safe for a moment, but only for a moment. For first picture, bottom row, Meeker, leader of the rustlers, says,
Dude, keep them in that shack. You others, open the corrals and stampede the steers toward the shack. I'll fix them for trying to hoodwink Judson Meeker.
As shots rip through the shack, Doleful says,
We can't get out of this blasted shack, Roy. We're trapped.
Roy exclaims, Hey, great guns. They're stampeding the herd this way. Last picture, the cattle head straight for the shack. Into it they run, and over it, rushing it to the ground.
Oh, look. The cattle ran right over the shack and they crushed it to pieces. How will Roy come out alive?
Well, that's something I don't know. Maybe we'll find that out, though, next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. It's already February.
Well, just think. Do you like February?
Oh, I like February. Many interesting things happen in February.
What things, for instance?
Well, there's Valentine's Day and Abraham Lincoln's birthday and George Washington's birthday.
That's right. Say, this is a busy month. Which birthday do you like the best?
I like them all, but I like Valentine's the best because on that day you can have a party, and I just love to go to parties.
Yes, but some days you have a whole holiday from school. On Washington's birthday, for instance.
Oh, yes, I like days like that, too. But one day I like the best of all.
What day is that?
This day, because this is the day you always read me the funnies.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. So please read the funnies now.
Very well, I'll read them in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on the first page, Hopalong, Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy and his pals, California and Lucky, have come upon a herd of stolen cattle in a canyon. After a brush with the rustlers have ridden off. The leader, in a horse and buggy, is trying to escape. Hoppy hightails after him. California shouts to Lucky.
Hey, we better get this stolen herd to the bar 20 before them rustlers decide to come back.
Lucky, seeing Hoppy close in on the man in the buggy, replies, "Yeah, maybe we'll learn where they came from if Hoppy catches that one." Last picture, top row, Hoppy closes in on the escaping buggy. He leaps to the swaying rig. Now, mister. First picture, second row, holding a gun on the man in the buggy, he says, "Keep driving. We're a long way from where you're going." The man keeps driving without saying a word. Hoppy, who's facing the man, his back in the direction where they're going, sees 3 horsemen following them. But what he doesn't see is that the road leads under a low-hanging limb. Suddenly, Hoppy's captive veers the carriage to one side and drives Hoppy into the limb. Oh! Hoppy is knocked unconscious, and as he falls to the floor of the buggy, last picture, second row, the rustler reins in and stops. Quickly, he frisks Hoppy, looking for identification papers. And first picture, bottom row, the other rustlers ride up, and one of them says,
Hey, you handle that galoot right smart, boss. Who is he?
Boss replies,
Well, according to his papers, his name's Cassidy. Works for the bar 20.
Suddenly, the boss gives the horse hitch to the buggy a slap.
Get up there.
As the buggy with Hoppy lying unconscious goes wildly down the trail, one of the rustlers exclaims,
Hey, what's the idea? We should have finished him off.
The boss replies,
Yeah, he's finished now. That runaway horse follows the right-hand fork. Cassidy will land in the buckskin jail for stealing the rig. And the left fork will drop him off Suicide Summit.
Oh, poor Hoppy. That was a terrible hit he got on the head. You'd think he'd be killed dead.
You certainly would have.
I hope that horse takes the turn to town and not over the cliff.
So do I. Maybe Hoppy can explain to the people in town what has happened to him.
Yes, maybe they'd believe that he didn't steal the buggy.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now...
Well, now let's go over the page and see if Prince Valiant is there.
Very well. Over the page we go to page 3.
And see? I'm right. See? There they are. And you remember last week King Aguar was good to Boltar because he told Boltar that he and Telecom could be married.
Yes, so let's read now and see how the newlyweds are making out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Last picture, top row, Boltar brings his bride home to his high-beamed hall. A raised stone fireplace runs down the center of the room for cooking and heating, the smoke escaping through the open gables overhead. Along the wall, curtained stalls provide sleeping quarters. Carved benches and tables make up the simple furnishing. The life of Boltar's household is a simple one, as we see, first picture, next row. At mealtime, the women serve their hearty menfolk, making endless trips to the ale cellar and bakery or the storehouse for salted fish or smoked meats. Then, as we see, last picture, second row, the women sit down for a leisurely meal and gossip. Boltar's mother is the head of the household, according to custom. All this is familiar to Tillicum, for it's also the custom of her faraway tribe. And the older woman, Boltar's mother, looking keenly at Tillicum, the newcomer, nods in approval. Here, indeed, she thinks, is a fitting mate for her warrior son. Finally, the time comes when Boltar's restless spirit drives him to sea again. And then Tillicum returns to the palace of Prince Val, and to take care of her young charge, Prince Arn. First picture, bottom row, Prince Valiant, who has also been quiet for a long while, content to play with his children and worship his fair lady, gets restless too. And last picture, he goes to the study and calls his young friend Arf from his work copying papers and says, All right, get ready to travel. We go to overlook our borders and perhaps to do a little hunting.
Oh, I'm glad that that Boltar and Tillicum are married. Now everyone is happy.
Yes, everyone's happy.
But my goodness, don't they eat big meals?
Oh, yes, they were heavy eaters in those days. You see, when you're out of doors, it's good to eat, and in those days, they were out of doors most of the time.
Yes, and isn't it too bad that Boltar has to go to sea because Tillicum won't like being lonesome?
Yes, she'll miss Boltar, but maybe she's used to it by now.
Yes, maybe she is. I wonder what kind of hunting trip the Prince Valiant is going on.
We'll find that out next week. But now...
Oh, now let's go over the page and just see what's there.
Very well, over the page we go.
Oh, look, Donald Duck, my favorite.
Well, if he's a favorite, we'll favor you with Donald Duck right now. Say the magic words. Squeeze 'em, squilly chicka chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald's looking through his bookshelf for a good book to read. He picks out one and exclaims,
Oh, doggone. I borrowed this from Daisy last summer.
he checks another one.
Well. This one seems to be hers, too. Daisy's again. And another. Well, what do you know?
And a moment later, Donald comes out of his house carrying an armful of books.
My. I didn't realize I'd borrowed so many books from Daisy.
Last picture, top row, Daisy sees Donald coming up the walk with an armful of book, and she says,
Well, here comes Mr. Book Borrower.
and she opens the door, and first picture, bottom row, Donald says,
Hi, Daisy. I ran across a few of your books at my house.
Well, how nice. Come in.
Donald walks right over to her bookshelf and drops the books he's brought on a chair. Then looks at her bookshelf, saying,
I see you have some new ones here. Ah, the bestseller.
Daisy sniffs and replies,
Yes, I buy a book once in a while.
Suddenly he pulls out a book.
Oh, boy. There's a new mystery. You mind if I borrow a few of these?
No, not at all. Help yourself.
And by the time you go, Donald's at home with another armful of Daisy's books. He plops himself in a chair, opens one of the books, and says,
Aha. A note is pasted on the inside. What does it say? Daisy's rental library, rate 10 cents a day.
Donald's eyes pop together, and he groans,
10 cents. Oh, no.
That was a good joke on Donald.
Yes, Daisy thinks Donald's a cheapskate.
Yes, Daisy thinks Donald's a cheapskate.
That's because he only borrows a book. He never buys them.
Yes, that's because he only borrows a book. He never buys it.
You have this all figured out.
Oh, it's easy to figure out because it's right in front of your eyes.
Yes, that's right.
I just love Donald. He's so cute.
Mm-hmm, me too.
Yeah, you're cute, but not as cute as
No,
Donald.
I didn't mean I was cute. I mean I love Donald.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, I excuse you because you are cute.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, how would you like to see what Donald, or rather Dagwood, is doing?
Oh, I love to see what Dagwood is doing.
Very well, then let's see what Dagwood's doing.
And here he is on the first page of the second section.
And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood and Herb Woodley, his neighbor, are on their way home from work, and Dagwood is saying,
You know, if we'd help each other with the work around our houses, it'd make it a lot easier.
and Herb replies, yeah, that's a good idea. Short time later, Dagwood explained the idea to Blondie. Knowing Dagwood from experience, she has a questioning look in her eye. Dagwood finishes by saying,
You see, we figure working together, we can get a lot more done. Teamwork.
Half hour later, Blondie finds Herb and Dagwood, first picture, second row, in the kitchen, tackling a big lunch. She exclaims,
Haven't you started yet?
Dagwood replies cheerfully,
Oh, first we got to eat. You know, you can't work on an empty stomach, dear.
Finally, the boys are ready to begin work. Dagwood's on a ladder, ready to plaster the ceiling. Herb standing beside him, holding the plaster. Dagwood says,
Hey, let's sing something. It makes work seem lighter.
yeah, good idea. What's some song we both know? And they begin to sing.
A little later, in walks Blondie with a cop. She screeches,
Quiet! The neighbors are complaining.
Dagwood says,
Oh, okay, officer. We'll go quietly. To work, I mean.
Half hour later, Blondie comes into the living room and finds the boys playing cards. And she exclaims,
Cards.
and Dagwood replies cheerfully,
Well, sure. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, you know.
she grabs the broom and goes after them, saying,
Get to work.
In the other room, Blondie hears hammering and sawing, and she's pleased to know that the boys are working. Suddenly she hears,
Hey, you're not doing your share of the work.
What's that? What do you mean I'm not doing my share, you lazy loaf?
Don't you call me a lazy, you loafer, you.
Blondie rushes into the room, last picture, third row.
Stop it. Stop it. Do you hear? Stop it. You should be ashamed of yourself. Now, work in peace.
First picture, bottom row. Blondie, working in the kitchen, hears a noise coming from the other room, and she says,
I hear them sawing something. Thank goodness, at last they've gone to work.
So she peeks into the room to see what they're doing, and sees Dagwood and Herb on the sofa, sound asleep.
Well,
There is a... That's Dagwood falling to the floor. And then there's a... That's Herb grabbed by the ear. And then... That's Blondie taking Herb home. Herb calls back,
Hey, don't forget, Dagwood. You gotta come over and help me now.
and Dagwood answers in bewilderment,
Okay, Herb.
Those fellows do the silliest things.
Yes.
One nice thing, though, they're always funny, and I love to laugh at them.
So do I. Well, now look at the bottom of the page.
Oh, Roy Rogers, read that, please.
I will in just a moment, but first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, under Dagwood and Blondie, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-bi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-bi-yo. Roy and his friend, Doleful Hawkins, have been trapped in a shack. The rustlers drive a herd of stolen cattle at the shack, sure that Roy will be killed when the cattle stampede over it. First picture, Dude exclaims,
Well, that takes care of Rogers and Hawkins, boss.
the rustlers turn away. Then, a trapdoor where the shack stood is slowly lifted. Roy and Doleful's heads appear. They are safe. Doleful exclaims,
Hey, Roy, the shack's gone. The cellar saved us.
Suddenly, Roy exclaims, Hey, close the trapdoor, Doleful. Quick, those spook steers are coming back. They pull their heads back and close the trapdoor. And none too soon, for the herd is swayed around and is coming straight back, running pell-mell for Meeker, Dude, and Rocky. Rocky shouts,
Hey, ride for your lives! The herd stampeding back from the other end of the canyon!
The three outlaws ride for the boathouse anchored at the river, and they make it just in time. First picture, bottom row, the cattle dash to the edge of the water, mill around, and finally stop. The outlaws are safe. And then suddenly, Dude exclaims,
Hey, look! Here come Rogers and Hawkins alive, and us with our guns and ammo all wet.
Roy on shore, holding rifles, and the three outlaws shouts, All right, Meeker, pull back to shore. We got you covered. And Doleful shouts,
And surrounded, too, by gosh. Here comes the sheriff.
Sure enough, it's the sheriff, his deputy, and the engineer from the train. The train the cattle rustlers had stolen. The engineer, seeing what's going on ahead, says,
Hey, Sheriff, there's Rogers and Hawkins who went after the rustlers, just like I said.
And the deputy says,
Yeah, neat rustling trick, stealing a train load of steers and transporting them downriver by flatboat so they'd leave no trail.
A short time later, the rustlers are in the hands of the law. And last picture, the sheriff says,
Well, thanks, Rogers. We lost a train, but we got its load of steers back, and the men who rustled them, too.
And Doleful adds,
And don't forget I help, boss.
the engineer says,
Oh, Roy, I almost forgot. The telegrapher at South Gap has got a message for you. He says it's important.
Oh, hooray, hooray, Roy did it again. He captured the
Yes, sir. Now they'll be sorry they met Roy Rogers.
Yes, they'll be sorry they met Roy Rogers because he's a hero.
And he is.
Oh, I wonder what that message is about.
Well, I have a hunch it's the beginning of a new adventure, but we'll find that out next week. Now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, on page 3, Flash Gordon. And do you remember a terrible thing happened last week? He's on the planet Mars.
And he was captured by Queen Menta, a very cruel woman.
And Flash did a wonderful thing for her. He saved her city from the tornado.
And then a flood began to sweep over the city, and Flash, Dale, and his friend Link, and Menta had been picked up by a rocket ship and taken to the place where the flood was.
And Flash dived out of the ship to set an explosion that he said would stop the flood from destroying the city.
And then when he came to the surface, he saw Menta was flying away. She wasn't waiting to save Flash.
No, she was only thinking of herself, the selfish, cruel thing. And when the explosion went off, I'm afraid Flash might have been killed by it. Will you please read and we'll find out?
I certainly will. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash's plan has worked. The explosion floods the channel for the onrushing water to escape into, and the city is saved. But in the explosion, Flash was thrown into the air and has fallen unconscious back into the onrushing waters, where he's tossed about like a piece of driftwood. To make sure she'll have no trouble from Dale and Link, Queen Menta had paralyzed Link with a freeze gun. He lies as if in a deep sleep. Dale is held tightly by the pilot. She's so crushed by what's happened to Flash that Menta decides she's no longer a threat. The Queen tells the pilot to let Dale go and to get back at the controls. He releases her. Suddenly, last picture top row, with strength born of desperation, Dale snatches the paralyzing neutral beam from Menta's hands and then orders the frightened pilot to dive down to the canal, saying that they're going to rescue Flash. The pilot obeys. They hang over the water, searching for Flash. Anxiously, Dale looks at the flooded plain, but sees no sign of him. Menta tells Dale it's useless, that she can't fight a whole planet single-handed. Meanwhile, last picture, deep in the icy waters, Flash's battered and unconscious form drifts helplessly. His air helmet saves him from drowning, but it offers no protection from another imminent peril, the talons of a hungry whipped shark that's circling warily around its prey.
Oh, isn't that terrible? Just when Dale could have saved him, Flash couldn't be seen.
Yes, isn't that awful?
And worse than that, look at that big shark. Will he eat him up?
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. But now I think it's time for Dick's Adventure.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that.
All right, let's turn over to the very last page, the last page of all.
You're right. Here it is. You remember last week Dick is on an expedition with Lewis and Clark, and they're out in the wilderness in the freezing winter.
Yes, and they've stopped to make camp with some Indians who have become unfriendly.
And they were just going to attack Dick and his friends when all of a sudden an Indian maid put bracelets on Dick and Lewis and Clark's wrists secretly, and then he told the Indian chief that they were friends of hers.
And when the chief saw the bracelets, he ordered peace and then turned and left the white men alone.
I wonder who this Indian maiden is.
Well, let's read and see if we can find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. The Indian maid has stayed with Dick and his friends. Dick asks her, first picture, "Why did you save our lives? Who are you?" She tells them, "I am Sakagawa. They call me the Bird Woman. Someday, perhaps, you will return a favor to me." All that winter at Fort Mandan, near what is now Bismarck, North Dakota, Dick and Captain Lewis set to work preparing and mapping the next and hardest part of the journey. Quietly, the Bird Woman makes herself helpful. And then, spring in the year 1805. Once more, the mighty Missouri is clear of ice. The 2,000-mile drive to the Pacific is ready to start on the morrow, and the Bird Woman watches without speaking. First picture next row, the men busy themselves packing their supplies and loading them on the boat. That night, Captain Lewis and Captain Clark hold a final conference. Lewis states, "We're entirely in God's hands, for we have no human guide to show us the way up the Missouri." The maid says, last picture, second row, "The time has now come for your favor to me, O white brothers. My home is in the mountains where the great muddy river is born. Take me and my husband for your guides." First picture, bottom row, Dick startled at Captain Lewis's sharp reply, "No, we have no place for a woman." But Sakagawa simply smiled. Last picture, at dawn, she's at the riverside with her husband and another passenger, a little papoose strapped to her back. Dick looks at the tiny face in amazement, wondering how can they ever dare to take care of a little baby like this on such a wild trip.
Oh, a little baby papoose. I just love babies, especially when they're papooses.
Do you?
Yes, don't you?
Well, I never had much experience with papooses.
Well, neither have I. I have not seen them except in the movies, but I love them anyway.
Well, it looks like you're going to see the little papoose for quite a while, if they're going to go with Lewis and Clark.
We'll find that out next week.
Yes, you bet we will. Now, look underneath Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read that because those two Englishmen who'd been visiting Mr. Miles stole those gold cups worth loads and loads of money, and they have escaped.
Yes, but Rusty and Pete, the two boys, saw what happened, and they had trailed the burglars in Pete's car.
And they went in Pete's car, even though Mr. Miles told him not to drive because he was too young and he didn't have a license.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if anything has happened to Rusty and Pete.
Well, let's read right now and find out whether those crooks got away with his robbery. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mr. Miles sees the empty safe in his study and quietly goes to the phone. Oh, Tex.
Hello, Tex. Oh, I'm glad you haven't gone to bed yet. Come to my study, and quick.
A moment later, Tex joins Mr. Miles.
Hey, what's up, boss? I just got back from town just as you called.
This room's been ransacked. Look at the wall safe.
Great guns, pried right off on its hinges. Any valuables in it?
Well, I should say so. All the charity horse show trophies which were entrusted to my care.
Last picture, top row, Tex says,
Hey, now, wait a minute, Mr. Miles. You better not touch anything. This is a matter for the cops, and there may be fingerprints.
Oh, yes, you're right, of course, Tex. I'll call them immediately.
A little later, first picture, bottom row, the police are talking with Mr. Miles. A plainclothesman says,
Well, Mr. Miles, we've examined the premises. Pretty evident that the burglar entered by the window. The safe, if you want to call it that, was pried open with a wrecking bar.
An officer in uniform says,
Yeah, we found the bar and a cold chisel in the ground outside the window. Some clear fingerprints on them. And we also found some footprints.
The detective says,
Now, Mr. Miles, we must check on who was here on the farm. I'd like to see them all.
Mr. Miles tells Tex.
Oh, wake up Rusty and young Peters, will you, Tex, and anybody else who's here?
Tex goes after Rusty and Pete. The detective says,
Now, just one more question, sir. I understand you had a house guest, a Sir Percival Inglebrook.
Oh, yes, Inspector, but you can forget him. Sir Percival was with me at the country club all evening, and his man Nobbs was there also.
A moment later, Tex comes back, last picture, and he says,
Oh, boss, here's Jimmy, the stable boy. He was asleep, but Rusty and Pete are gone. And I hate to say it, Mr. Miles, but that car of Pete's is gone, too.
What? Rusty and young Peters gone?
The detective exclaims,
Well, now we seem to have a starting place.
Oh, no. They're not going to think that Rusty and Pete could ever do a thing like that.
Well, I'm sure that Tex and Mr. Miles won't think that. But you see, the point of it is, those officers don't know Rusty and Pete. But what's worse, the fingerprints they'll find on the chisel on the window, of course, will be Rusty and Pete.
Well, that mean Mr. Percival fixed it that way. He told Rusty to bring the chisel in the bar and leave it under the window.
Yes, and that's what those people might think, that the window was opened by them and it because Rusty fingerprints are on the bar. And with Pete's car gone, when he shouldn't have taken it, it looks bad. Oh, I hope they won't think that they stole the trophy.
My, I hope not.
Now, don't be unhappy. I'm sure something will work out to prove they're innocent. We'll find that out next week.
Oh, I hope so.
Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go
All
now.
right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just wonderful.
And I know why.
Why?
Because this is an exciting week. Lincoln's birthday and St. Valentine's Day comes this week.
That's right.
And I don't blame you for being excited.
And you know something? My girlfriend, Diane, has a birthday on Valentine's Day. I'll bet you she's excited.
Yes, I'll bet you she is.
You know, people send Valentines to each other on Valentine's Day. Be my Valentine because I love you. How did that get started?
Well, long ago, people set Valentine's Day aside as a special day when you should tell the person you were in love with that you love them.
Isn't that nice?
So that's how it all started, I guess.
Isn't that nice?
And so today we send Valentines to people we like, too, so we can let them know we're thinking of them, even though they aren't the ones we love the most.
Isn't that nice?
Yes, it is nice. Now you know what I'm going to do.
Read me the funny?
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
That's nice, too.
Yes, Puck the Comic Weekly. And I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Well, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy and his pals, California and Lucky, had come upon a herd of stolen cattle in a canyon. And then they had a brush with the cattle thieves. And while Lucky and California delivered the herd of cattle to the Bar 20 ranch, Hoppy had gone off in pursuit of the leader of the rustlers. Hoppy was knocked unconscious when driven into a limb of a tree, and his unconscious body was left in a runaway rig, which was brought him into town safely. Now, he's come to see his friend Buckskin, who's in bed. Last picture, top row, Buckskin says,
Hey, sounds like you had a run-in with a chameleon.
Hoppy replies, Now, a chameleon's a lizard that can change color to match its surroundings. Buckskin continues,
Yep, and this two-legged lizard hides behind 1,000 disguises. No witness has ever described him the same way twice. All started shortly after you went away.
And he tells Hoppy that one day a flashily dressed passenger held up a bank messenger aboard an inbound stage. A little later, an old-timer with battered clothes held up Ma Spriggs' general store. 2 nights later, a tall stranger set fire to a neighbor's barns and made off with 50 head of first-prize horses. And Buckskin goes on, first picture bottom row.
Well, Things got so bad, a Citizens Protective League was formed by a newcomer named Simon Grief to safeguard folks. Well, some of us didn't feel like paying for protection that the law owes us. And then last week, I was shot in the leg while bringing in the Bar 20 payroll. It'll delay my trip to Wyoming for a spell.
Hoppy nods and says, well, the next slug may permanently delay it, Buck. That moment, last picture, a bullet crashes through the window and plows into the bedboard just an inch above Buckskin's head.
Goodness gracious me. Hoppy was awfully close to being right. If that shot had hit Buckskin, he would not have gone to Wyoming.
I should say not.
My, it's so dark outside. I don't see how they can find out who shot it.
No, that shot is as mysterious as all of the holdups that Buckskin has been telling Hoppy about.
Well, I hope that Hoppy finds out who the chameleon is pretty soon if he goes around shooting through windows.
Yes. Well, now...
Oh, now can we go over the page where we'll find Prince Valiant, I betcha?
We certainly can, I betcha.
See? I win.
Yes.
I was right. Here he is. And today, Prince Valiant's going hunting. And he's going to take Arf along. Arf's that nice young boy who's so faithful to Valiant.
Yes, and now let's see what kind of a hunting trip they have. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Val, Arf, and a servant leading a pack horse are heading into the hills for the farther borders of Thule. Last picture top row, he comes to the distant outpost, the wall that guards the country. And there at the watchtower, they're greeted by the guards, who are grateful that their prince would come and share their lonely watch. And then they continue on their way. Rain begins to fall. All day it falls. They ride through hills that are filled with mist. And as the rain bears down, the streams are filled to overflowing, and the waters rush more rapidly to the sea. The hunters come to a river which they must cross. First picture, second row. Val knows the danger of rising water, and he approaches a ford cautiously, probing the bottom of the stream with his staff, making sure it's not too deep to cross safely. And then they begin to make the crossing. When they're in midstream, suddenly they see a huge tree carried swiftly at them by the rushing waters. Last picture, second row, the guide shouts a warning. A useless warning, for the horses, belly deep in the turgid flood, cannot leap away from the approaching doom. And in a second, the tree crashes into them. Last picture, the guide, who was last in the water and closest to shore, escapes and crawls ashore in time to see Prince Valiant and Arf and the animals being swept to the edge of a waterfall. And he stares horrified as he sees them disappear in the awful tumult.
Ooh, who would have thought that such a thing as a hunting trip could be so dangerous?
Yes, who would have thought it? It just goes to show that sometimes the worst enemy of all is nature, the wind and the rain and the storms.
And that's something people can't fight at all when it becomes real
I
hard.
should say not. When nature goes on the rampage, it's worse than wild animals or wild men.
Yes, and Val's certainly finding that out. I hope he doesn't get carried over that waterfall because there are rocks below and they might get killed on them.
I hope he doesn't either, but we'll find that out next week. Now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
All right? Oh, here on page 5 is Flash Gordon.
Yes, sir, Flash Gordon, and he's having trouble fighting nature, too.
Yes, he's trying to save the chief city of Mars from a flood. He had dived out of the rocket ship into the water to set an explosion so he could blow open
A channel for the
yes.
water to escape.
Yes, that's right.
But then Queen Menta refuses to pick Flash up, and she left him in the water to die.
But then Dale was awfully smart, and she got the Queen's gun away from her, and she's making them bring the ship back to save Flash because he's unconscious in the water.
Yes, but what's worse, Flash is being attacked by a whip shark, a fish almost as big as a whale.
So let's read, please, and we'll see if Dale saves Flash.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. While Dale anxiously cruises above the Martian floodwater searching for Flash, Flash is suddenly jolted back to consciousness by the powerful lunge of an attacking whip shark. Though still dazed, Flash instinctively fights for his life. Last picture, top row, Dale sees Flash. She orders the pilot to fly down and rescue him. But first picture, bottom row, in her concern over Flash's plight, Dale relaxes her vigilance against the enemies that are back. Suddenly, the ruthless queen springs forward, and Dale is hurled bodily out of the cockpit, straight toward the whip shark's flashing tentacles. Manta sees her chance for a complete triumph over the hated intruders from the Earth. Taking over the steering controls, she issues a terse order to the pilot to throw the other Earthmen to the shark, too. But young Link is rapidly shaking off the effects of the neutral ray shock. And last picture, mustering all his strength, Link springs into furious action in a desperate effort to rescue his friends. As Link and the pilot fight savagely within the cramped quarters of the scout ship, they shatter the instrument panels, short-circuiting the power beams. There is a shower of sparks, and the craft begins a sickening plunge toward the waters below.
Careful. She was just about to rescue Flash when Queen Menda pushed her out of the ship. Why wasn't she more careful?
I feel the same way. Now things are in a terrible state.
Yes, now the ship's been broken and it's falling to the water. How will they escape if it's destroyed?
Well, that's something we'll have to wait until next week to find out. But now let's turn over the page and see if we can find something to take your worries away from Flash and Dale.
Oh, look, here's Donald Duck. That can make me stop worrying. That's funny.
Very well, then we'll read this funny. Here we go with Donald Duck, and say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, chicka chat. Let's have music to pit and quack, quack. Today, Donald's nephews, Louie, Huey, and Dewey, are trying to make up their minds about what to do. Louie says,
Hey, let's go skating.
Dewey, who's reading a comic book, replies,
No, I don't feel like skating.
Huey, who's dashing around the floor a bit shadowboxing, with a fierce look in his face, says,
Hey, you know what I feel like? Fighting.
Louie says cheerfully,
Hey, now that you mention it, so do I.
Dewey puts down his comic book and says twice as cheerfully,
Me too.
Huey says,
Okay, let's go.
Down the street they go, fierce looks on their faces and their fists all doubled up. They head for the Kelly's house, as Huey says,
Lefty Kelly is always ready to fight.
and Louie replies,
Yeah, good old Lefty. He's dependable.
Last picture, top row, they hammer on the Kelly door so hard they knock it open. Lefty's mother runs to the door, and Huey snarls.
Is Lefty in?
Lefty's mother answers,
I'm sorry, boys, but Lefty has the measles.
What do you know? Yeah, the sissy giving in to the measles. Come on, let's go.
And down the street they go, heading for little tough Mike's. But Mike's gone to visit his grandmother. So, down the street they go, heading for Patty Jones.
Oh, he's not home. It's his dancing lesson today.
The traitor.
So, they go looking for Sammy Bremer. But he's at a Boy Scout meeting. So, fourth picture, bottom row. As the boys go down the street, Huey frowns at Louie and says,
Well, I guess you know what this means.
Louie replies,
Yeah, we know.
Louie hits Dewey. Huey hits Dewey. Dewey hits Huey. And the feathers really fly.
Wasn't that funny? They couldn't find any tough boys to fight, so they had to fight themselves.
Yes. Oh, wait until Donald sees their torn clothes.
Oh, only then they won't be able to fight back.
Nope, they'll just have to take it and like it.
Oh, they'll take it, but they won't like it.
Well, if they don't mind getting hurt when they're fighting, why should they mind if they're paddled?
I don't know why, but it's just not the same.
Yes, I think I know what you mean. But now let's go past the Lone Ranger, turn over the page to the very last page of the first section.
Oh, look, it's Dick's Adventure.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Dick's Adventures.
Magic words for the music, please.
And say them with me, please. Rickety-pack, a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventure to stick.
Dick is on an expedition into the wilderness in the early days of America with Captains Lewis and Clark. After spending the winter on the edge of the Missouri River near what is now Bismarck, North Dakota, they're preparing to continue their journey up the wild river. The Indian maiden, who had saved the lives of Dick and his friends by stopping the Indian braves from attacking the white men, wants Captains Lewis and Clark to take her and her husband and a little papoose along with them. But Captain Lewis doesn't want to take them along. However, as the men get aboard their boat, Dick sees the Indian maiden with the papoose strapped to her back coming to the boat. Instantly, Dick is in love with the little papoose, the tiny Indian baby. And he goes over to the two captains.
Hey, Captain Lewis, Captain Clark, the bird woman insists on trailing along with us, and she claims she knows this country all the way up to the Rockies.
Captain sees the eager look in Dick's face, and he shrugs.
Well, all right. Let her come along, Dick. But how can she travel with that papoose of hers? We got 1,000 miles of wilderness ahead of us.
The long journey begins. Last picture, top row, we find them underway, carried forward by the wind which fills their sails, and by the men who push their boat forward with long pulls. And day after day, mile after mile, the party continues up the Missouri, which grows wilder and more turbulent as they cross the border into what will one day be the state of Montana. Several weeks later, on a sunny afternoon, as the men relax in the camp they make alongside the river, Dick is entertaining the little papoose, when suddenly a bear walks into camp. Instantly, the men seize their rifles and fire at it. Last picture, second row, the gigantic bear is pumped full of lead, but still it charges, maddened with pain and rage. First picture, bottom row, it comes straight at Dick, who is holding the papoose in his arms. There is no time for guns to be reloaded. Dick takes the fastest way out, over the cliff. He pauses 1 second and leaps into the air, plunging straight down as the men stare in horror. He lands in soft mud and water at the edge of the river and is safe. A minute later, the Indian maiden and Captain Lewis come toward them. And Dick says, last picture,
Well, I guess we made it, kid. Well, you can smile now. Here comes your mommy.
Ooh, that was a wonderful high jump. And you have to be very brave to jump from that high.
yes, you do. That was quick thinking on Dick's part.
Yes, I love Dick's adventures. So many exciting things happen.
Yes, many exciting things happened to the pioneers who explored and settled this country. But now look below Dick's adventures.
Oh, yes, Rusty Riley. Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Sir Percival and Nobbs, two crooked Englishmen, who have pretended to be respectable persons, had been visiting at the Milestone farm. While Mr. Miles took Sir Percival to dinner at the country club, Nobbs slipped back to the farm and stole the valuable trophies from Mr. Miles' safe. The two boys, Rusty and Pete, had seen Nobbs and trailed him in Pete's car, which he wasn't supposed to drive because he's too young to have a license. Detectives have been called in on the case, and they have found the tools under the library window where Sir Percival had told Rusty to leave them. And then Tex tells Mr. Miles that Rusty and Pete are gone. The detective looks at Mr. Miles and says,
Well, Mr. Miles, I guess that about wraps it up. The way that wall safe was pried open with that wrecking bar looks like an amateur job. And those two kids taking it on the lam in their car. Well, that's it.
and the officer in uniform adds,
Yeah, all we got to do now is to put out a general alarm to pick 'em up. They can't get far.
Mr. Miles shakes his head, saying, I can't believe it, Inspector. I feel that it is merely a coincidence that the boys are gone. The officer says,
I know how you feel, sir, but I'm afraid it's just wishful thinking on your part. Anyhow, the lab's report on the fingerprints on the cold chisel and pinch bar will cinch it.
Well, I'll have to have positive proof, gentlemen.
However, the boys should be picked up. I forbade young Peters to take that car out on the highway.
A little later, last picture top row, in Tex's room, Mr. Miles and Tex are talking things over. Mr. Miles says,
Tex, if this matter concerned Rusty alone, nothing in the world would convince me he'd steal. But young Peters, after all, how well do we know him?
Hey, boss, that youngster was a spoiled brat when he came here, but he's like a new lad since he's had Rusty for a pal. But don't worry, we'll soon have him back.
Meanwhile, first picture bottom row, on the highway, Nobbs and Sir Percival approach an old abandoned house. The car slows down as Nobbs says,
Here's the place I had in mind, Puss, this old deserted house.
Sir Percival replies,
Oh, excellent, Nobby. We can hide the loot there, then return this rented car to the owners.
They turn off the road and slowly approach the old house. Some distance back on the highway, Pete and Rusty in Pete's car are still trailing Sir Percival. Rusty exclaims,
Hey, hold it, Pete. They turned into the driveway of that old house.
Pete says,
Okay, I'll hide this car behind that barn, and then we'll follow.
A little later, Pete and Rusty have hidden their car behind a lean-to. Rusty, standing behind the shed, has been watching. He says,
They took that bundle in the old house, and now they're coming out. Keep in the shadows, Pete.
About this time, in the police lab last picture in town, the detective asked the fingerprint expert,
Anything to report on the prints on that pinch bar and cold chisel?
The expert replies,
Oh, yes, Inspector. Good, clear prints on both of them. And they match the prints on the brush and comb taken from Rusty Riley's room. Guess he's your pigeon.
Oh, that Sir Percival. I could choke him. It's all his fault that they think Rusty Riley's to blame because he told Rusty to put the tools under the window, and then he wouldn't let Nobbs touch those tools. You remember?
I remember very well, and you haven't forgotten a thing.
Oh, how could I forget when a grown man tries to make it look like a nice little boy would steal something? That's the meanest thing I know.
I think you're right.
I hope Rusty comes back home soon and tells Tex and Mr. Miles where the thieves have hidden their stolen stuff. And then Tex will just fix everyone good.
Well, we'll find that out next week. And now let's go to the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
I have it right here on the front page. Dagwood and Bundy. They're so funny.
Yes, and now here we go on the second section of the first page with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zim Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie.
You took my brush. I didn't know. It's mine. Now you get
Blondie rushes in and tells Dagwood.
Our children are quarreling again. It goes on all the time.
Dagwood shakes his head.
How can we teach them that brothers and sisters should love each other and not quarrel?
Last picture top row, Blondie is struck by a wonderful idea.
Let's you and I act as though we're having a fight.
A good idea. And then we'll see what a horrible thing it is for members of the family to fight.
First picture, second row, Blondie says.
Now remember, dear, we're just doing this for our children, and that I love you.
Oh, I understand. Now, don't hold back. We want this to look real.
Just then, Cookie comes into the room. Dagwood, seeing her, gives Blondie a shove and yells,
So, you used my fountain pen again, huh?
Don't you dare shove me.
Use my fountain pen. I will push you.
Last
so you won't
picture,
forget.
second row, Cookie dashes into the kitchen where Alexander is making a sandwich.
Hey, quick, Alexander. Mom and Papa are having a terrible fight. Oh, I can't believe it. Not our mother and father. They love each other.
Both the kids come into the living room where Blondie is beating up on Dagwood. They hear Blondie say,
Take that, and don't you dare ever push me. For once I'll give you something to make you remember it.
and then they see Blondie take a chair and break it over Dagwood's head. Cookie yells, Stop, Mama, stop! And as Cookie, her Blondie, stands above the unconscious body of Dagwood, first picture bottom row, Alexander says,
And you and Daddy shouldn't fight, Mama. It's not right.
Daddy and I weren't really fighting. We just pretended so you could see how terrible fighting really is.
And Alexander drops to his knees and says,
I promise you I'll always be real sweet to my sister.
And Cookie drops to her knees and says, "Now we've learned our lesson, Mama." And last picture, they carry poor beaten-up Dagwood to the sofa. And Blondie says,
I'll get some bandages.
and Alexander says admiringly, "Gee, Mom, you got a peach of a right." And Dagwood groans, "I'd hate to get in a real fight with her."
My goodness, look at Dagwood. He's almost broken to pieces.
Yes, Blondie certainly does have a good right. The way she hit Dagwood on the jaw, you'd think she learned to fight from Joe Louis.
Yes, didn't they look awful fighting like that?
They did. And I hope Alexander and Cookie remember the lesson they just learned.
So do I. It's not nice to fight.
Well, I'm glad to know that you don't think it is.
No, I don't like to fight. When I see children fighting, it just makes me so mad I could spank them off.
Mm-hmm. Well, now look underneath Roy Rogers.
Oh, let's read that because Roy's a wonderful fighter, too.
I thought you don't like to see people fight.
Oh, well, it's different with Roy's fights. He only fights bad men.
Yes, that's different. Roy received a message last week, so let's find out what that message was about. Here we go with Roy Rogers. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy has received a message to come to the Bunyan logging camp. He stops on a hill and sees in the valley below some shacks, and he says, "Well, I reckon that's the Bunyan logging camp, Trigger. We better get down there and find Wildwood O'Dowd." Suddenly, there's a shot, and the twig Roy is holding between his teeth is cut in two. Roy turns around and sees a girl stepping from behind a tree. Roy shakes his head and says, "I should have known that was your shooting, Wildwood. Hey, where'd you pop from?" Last picture, top row. As they start walking down the hill together, Roy asks, "And what are you doing up here in the timber country?" Wildwood tells Roy she's working for her aunt, who runs the logging camp, and that there have been a lot of accidents lately. So many accidents that her aunt can't deliver logs to the sawmill. And poor Wildwood guesses that means that she can't make enough money. And then they hear the sound of an axe. And ahead of them, they see a man chopping a tree. And then they see Wildwood's aunt come up to the man, take the axe away, and swing at the tree herself. And then they hear her say, "You blasted bluebirds are all alike, slow as black-strap molasses. I'll show you how to fell this big one." And then the tree begins to fall. It falls directly toward where Roy and Wildwood are. Roy leaps in the saddle, grabs Wildwood, yelling, "Hey, come on, Trigger, move!" Last picture, Pauline yells, "Hey, watch out, you two! It's a sidewinder! You'll get mashed or pulled!"
Oh, that's terribly dangerous. That tree is falling right towards them.
Right for them, and it's almost on top of them.
Do you think they'll ever get away in time?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find that out.
Why do they always do this to me? If they'd only draw one more picture we could see.
Yes, isn't that too bad? But don't worry too much. Remember that Trigger is a very, very fast horse, and maybe he'll jump away just in time. Now, that's all the time I have, but before I go, here's that fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Pup the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Just fine, just fine. And the most wonderful thing has happened.
To you?
No, not to me exactly. It's really to a friend of mine.
Well, what's his name?
Hank Founds. And he has a new baby at his house.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Where'd he get it?
At the hospital.
Is that so?
Yes, Mrs. Founds went to the hospital one night, and then the next day she came home with the baby.
Well, why did she have to stay at the hospital overnight?
To see if the baby liked him enough to want to go home with him. That's only fair to the baby, you know.
Yes, it is. And did the baby like him?
Oh, yes, she loved Mrs. Founds.
And how about Hank?
Oh, she loved him, too.
Oh, that's wonderful. What's the baby's name?
It's Lisa Dale, but she can't pronounce it yet. But she's so sweet.
Well, that certainly is something wonderful.
Yes. Now can we read the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. A series of crimes has occurred around the town of Buckskin. Hoppy has learned that they've been committed by a mysterious person who changes his disguise with every crime. This person is called by the citizens the Chameleon. While investigating these crimes, Hoppy has been caught in the freight office standing over a dead man, holding a gun in his hand. He's been turned over to the Texas Rangers. Today, the leader of the Protective League in Buckskin, Mr. Grief, formed by the citizens of Buckskin, is talking to one of the men who is saying, "Hey, with Cassidy under arrest and out of the way, perhaps a bit more persuasion may force the Bar 20 and others to join our Protective League, Mr. Grief." Mr. Grief replies, "Well, that can wait. The morning stage will be leaving with 40,000 in banknotes aboard. Shouldn't wonder if the Chameleon was aboard." Last picture, top row. Hoppy, with a group of Rangers, is returning to Buckskin. The Rangers have believed Hoppy's story, and they've worked out a scheme to work together to catch the Chameleon. The leader of the Rangers is saying, "Now you still have time to back out, Cassidy. We can clear you of that fake Ranger shooting and forget the plan. After all, it is pretty risky." Hoppy says, "Now let's leave it the way it is." The leader goes on, first picture, next row. "Well, the Texas Rangers need an outsider to pose as an outlaw, but it means deserting your friends." And another one adds, "Yeah, and giving up your good name and reputation till you nail the Chameleon, or he nails you." That moment, they come into town. They see the stagecoach is about to leave. Grief is getting into the coach. The Ranger says to Hoppy, last picture, second row, "All right, the stage is just pulling out. Chameleon or some of his henchmen could be among that crowd. Now's your chance, Cassidy. Make it look good." As the coach pulls out, suddenly Hoppy spurs Topper forward. The Rangers yell, "Cassidy's escaping!" They fire over Hoppy's head. Last picture, down the road, Hoppy comes after the stagecoach with the Rangers after him. The driver of the coach yells, "Tight, straight! Hold tight, Mr. Grief!"
Ooh, that's a dangerous scheme, because maybe Mr. Grief or the driver of the stagecoach will shoot at Hoppy if he wants to get on the coach.
Yes, and with all that money on that coach, Hoppy wants to make sure no one holds it up.
Do you think the scheme will work?
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now?
Well, now let's turn over the page to page 3, because I know Prince Valiant will be there.
Very well, over the page we go. And you were right. Here's Prince Valiant.
You remember he'd gone off on a hunting trip with Arf last week, the young boy who's so smart.
And they had trouble as they were crossing the flooded river. A tree crashed into them, knocking their horses over, and Val and Arf barely escaped with their lives.
But their horses were killed dead, and the guard that was with them thought they were dead, too, and he's gone home. But Prince Val found Arf was safe, and so he built a fire so they wouldn't be cold during the night. I wonder what they'll do now.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Eckert, Breakett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. dawn comes clear and bright. Arf is all right, though still weak from his battle with the raging water. Prince Val says, "Well, let's see how much of our gear the river's left us, for there are 200 leagues between us and home." Below the cascade, they find the bodies of their animals and salvage a few things the river has not claimed. They find Val's bows and arrows, blankets, hatchet, and their hunting gear. Last picture, top row. While their few possessions are drying, Val fixes Arf a fishing line, fashioning a lure from a clamshell with which Arf attracts some inquisitive trout within reach of Val's spear. One big trout comes close. Val sends his spear home and draws out of the river food for breakfast. Later in the day, first picture next row, well fed and rested, they begin the climb to the higher ridges where traveling is easier. The long way home is going to be difficult for Val with his 2 good legs, but for one-legged Arf, it will be impossible. The last picture, second row, Val leads the way back to the river. He says, "Now, Arf, you may have the pleasure of skinning the horses and removing their bladders while I go into the pine-scented forest for wood. We are going to build a boat." First picture, bottom row, Val scours the nearby woods for the proper materials. Dry cedars, green saplings, strips of tough inner bark, roots for binding, balsam for glue. While Arf sets the bladders out to dry and cuts the waste bit of hide into thongs. When night falls, all the materials have been assembled and shaped. On the morrow, they will become boat builders. And they settle down around their campfire, preparing dinner with the happiness of 2 friends who are confident that they are equal to any problem that will face them.
They do look happy there around the campfire making their supper.
Yes, don't they? You know, no food tastes better than food cooked over a campfire after a hard day's work in the fresh air.
Yes, that does give you an appetite, doesn't it?
You bet it does. And it makes you feel good, too.
Val and Arf look like they feel so good that they aren't afraid anymore.
I don't think they are either. But we'll find out next week how they make out with their boat.
Last week, Donald Duck came after Prince Valiant. Does he this week?
Well, let's find out. Turn over the page, go past Perry Mason and the Lone Ranger. Turn over that page, go past Little Iodine, and there on page 7 is Donald Duck.
Oh, I'm so glad. Donald Duck.
So here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka chack. Let's have music to better quack quack. Donald's girlfriend, Daisy, is talking to him on the phone.
Guess what? I'm remodeling my entire house.
Donald hears this. He says to himself,
Uh-oh. You got work in mind for me.
and he says into the phone.
Swell, Toots. What gives?
Daisy answers,
Oh, a spare bedroom and refacing with stone and brick. And, would you like to help by painting the den floor?
Donald replies,
Well, sure, if it won't take too long. I don't want to miss the big fight tonight, though. Oh, it won't take long.
Last picture, top row. Daisy opens the door. There stands Donald with paintbrush and paint in his hand.
Okay, Toots, let's get started.
Oh, good. It's in the first room on the left.
And in a moment, Donald's in the first room on the left, on his knees, painting the floors.
Ah, you went right. I'll be out of here in 30 minutes.
Half hour later, the floor is all painted, except for a little patch in front of the door.
Ah, practically done.
He opens the door and sees the door opens against a brick wall. The new brick wall Daisy had built when the new bedroom was made. Last picture, Daisy pops her head in the room and says,
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you about that door.
Oh, besides, it'll be dry in only 12 hours.
Donald slides down and leans against the brick wall. He doesn't say a thing, but inside he feels just like this.
Oh, poor Donald. and paint to the door he came in, and then he could get out without being cornered in.
Yes, but if he'd done that, it wouldn't have been a funny paper.
Yes.
Now let's turn over the page.
Oh, and we're at the end of the first part.
So pick up the second section then, and there on the first page of the second section is Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and I just love that because that Dagwood does such silly things.
Now let's find out what silly thing he's doing today. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie, conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood goes to the drugstore today, taking the pups along for a walk. As he comes into the drugstore, he sees a scale.
Oh, I haven't weighed myself in a long time. I wonder what I weigh.
He steps on the scale, but he's so busy looking at the needle, he doesn't see that 3 of the dogs are sitting on the scale with him. Last picture, top row, the needle stops.
Great Scott, 210 pounds. I'm 50 pounds overweight.
He tears out of the drugstore. First picture, next row, he charges into the kitchen at home.
Blondie! Blondie! No food for me tonight. None at all.
Goes into the living room and lies down. Later, as they're eating their dinner, Cookie looks at Dagwood's empty chair and says,
How can Daddy live if he doesn't eat?
Blondie shakes her head and says,
I'm terribly worried about Daddy.
Alexander says thoughtfully as he gobbles half a loaf of bread,
How long will the human body last without nourishment, Mom?
Whereupon Blondie picks up her salad and goes into the living room. She says to Dagwood, lying on the sofa,
Won't you even have salad and crackers?
No, take it away, take it away. Not another bite of food until my weight's back to normal.
After Blondie has finished her dinner, she's still worried, so she goes into the living room with a cup of tea. Dagwood jumps out of the window, holds onto the windowsill. Blondie holds the tea out the window and says,
Please, Dagwood, drink this tea to sustain life overnight.
No, take it away. I'm never going to eat again. Never.
A little later, Cookie says,
I wonder how many pounds Daddy lost by not eating supper.
Blondie says,
Get the bathroom scales for me and we'll see.
Cookie dashes into the bathroom, picks up the scale, dashes back into the living room, sets the scale down. Dagwood steps on it, waits until the needle stops.
Hey, I'm back to 160 pounds.
Good heavens, you lost 50 pounds by not eating your supper.
Whereupon Dagwood keels over on the floor. Alexander and Blondie pick him up. Blondie says,
Quick, into the kitchen. Daddy's wasting away to nothing.
So they hurry into the kitchen with him. Alexander says,
He'll be nothing but skin and bones.
They set him at the table. They open the refrigerator, get out the steak, macaroni, peas, liverwurst, gooseberries, goose pimples, and they start shoving them down Dagwood's throat.
Eat this quick. And this. And this. And this.
Last picture, he's lying on the sofa again. Blondie, Cookie, Alexander, and the dogs looking at him. And Blondie says,
The crisis is over. He'll live.
and Dagwood sighs contentedly.
Now, will somebody please bring me a toothpick?
Oh, that Dagwood. He's so funny.
Yes, nobody could lose 50 pounds in an hour. Now look underneath Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, right at you.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy has come to Pauline Bunyan's logging camp at the request of her niece, Wildwood Dowd. Wildwood has told Roy that a series of strange accidents have been preventing Aunt Pauline from getting her lumber delivered to market on time. As they're talking, one of the men tells them that Cosmo, an old-timer who hates the loggers and who loves the forest, is up on the ledge where the timber is stacked. Roy gallops up the hill to stop Cosmo from doing any mischief. As he nears the top of the hill, Cosmo releases a stack of logs that come tumbling down toward Roy. Roy turns Trigger around, gallops down the hill, the logs hot on his heels. Run, Trigger! The old man cut loose the whole pile of logs! Down the hill Roy comes, the logs close behind. He heads straight for an engine shed made of heavy logs. He gallops under the cover of the porch, yelling,
Timber slide! Old Cosmo's on the rampage again! The logs thunder against the building and come over the top, knocking over the chimney and the furnace. Sparks set fire to the chips and slash. The engineer shouts last picture top row. Hey, it's time Pauline put a halter on that old loon who loves trees and hates loggers. Hey, lend a hand. The chips and slash caught on fire. Yeah, right. Here comes the Pauline Bunyan, and Wild Riddle help now. Meanwhile, second picture bottom row, old Cosmo, the man responsible for the trouble, is riding along on his mule, talking to her.
I see the beautiful trees, Fern. They'll know I'll protect him against the thieving timbermen who chop him down.
Suddenly, a lasso flips out from behind a tree, over Cosmo's head, pinning his arms to him, and jerks him off his mule.
Hey, what's here?
Cosmo looks up, and he sees a burly man at the end of the rope.
Ed Sneed, a timber cruiser. Stay away from me. Ah, shut up, you old fool. I won't hurt you. I kind of like the idea of blaming you for all these accidents. Leaves me in the clear.
Last picture, Cosmo says,
You mean you ain't going to turn me in, Etch? Not if you do as I say, old Cosmo. I want that cowboy who's investigating the accidents for Pauline destroyed. But we do it my way, savvy?
Ooh, I was so afraid Roy wasn't ever going to get away from those logs in time.
yes, it was a lucky break that no one was killed.
But it was too bad that the building was set on fire.
Yes, it was.
I wonder what that scheme is that man named Sneed once told Cosmo to work with him on. He says he wants to destroy Roy.
He's up to no good, but we'll find out more about this next week. Now, let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, here's Flash Gordon. And you remember, he's on the planet Mars where he was a prisoner of Queen Menta, a very bad, cruel, mean woman.
And Manta came to a bad end because of her cruelty. She was pulled beneath the waters and killed by a whip shark during the Great Flood.
Yes, and then Flash and Dale and Link and the pilot of the rocket ship, they're safe for a while anyway.
Yes, and they're standing on a pile in the midst of the flood, and they see a rocket ship coming toward them.
And I wonder if the rocket ship will be friends or enemies.
Let's find out right now. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. As the Martian canal plane alights alongside the castaways, Queen Menta's pilot calls out,
And beware of these Earth people, Prince Savvy. They stood idly by while your sister drowned.
But the new ruler of Mars makes no hostile move. He says,
I was thought talking with Menta till the end.
Flash and his friends are taken aboard the ship, and they head for Prince Savvy's palace. Prince Savvy says to Flash,
The accident was Menta's fault. I've always opposed her mad scheme to conquer the Earth.
Flash is happy to find that Prince Savvy is friendly, and he eagerly begins to talk to him about a treaty of interplanetary friendship of the people of Mars and the Earth with them as leaders. Prince Savvy is completely cooperative, and it looks as though Flash has met a man who has the same good wishes for all good people as Flash does. Last picture top row, at Prince Savvy's castle, Flash immediately begins work with the leading Martian scientists, thought recording the most useful non-military inventions of the two planets' civilizations. Flash is elated by the surprising turn of events. He knows that the Earth will benefit greatly by this unity with Mars. And then, first picture bottom row, their labors finished, Prince Savvy gives Flash his fastest space rocket to return to Earth with a Martian envoy and a group of scientists. Link, remaining on Mars as Earth's temporary ambassador, waves a lonely farewell. The great ship speeds serenely through the trackless heavens. To pass the time, Flash tunes in on the space scanner, and he gasps at what he sees. Good Lord! He exclaims, something's terribly wrong. Last picture, Dale and the Martian envoy hurry to his side. Flash points to the scanner screen, saying, look at that Earth image. Why, it's incredible. Solid ice over most of North America and Europe.
Oh, isn't that terrible? The Earth's covered with ice. What can that mean? What can that mean?
Well, I'm certain it means more than it's a cold winter. This is something very mysterious. Why, this can be like years ago when icebergs came down from the North Pole.
Oh, I hope that isn't what he finds.
Well, we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. Now it's time, though, for Dick's Adventures, and today we'll find Dick on the very last page. So just turn over now to the very last page, and here he is.
Remember, Dick is in the early days of America on an exploring expedition into the Wild West.
Yes, sir, they have reached the Rocky Mountains where the Missouri River on which they've been traveling begins.
Yes, it begins with a waterfall, and now they can't travel by boat. They'll have to carry everything around the waterfall.
Yes, and in front of them are mountains and forests, almost so thick you can hardly get through. But they have to go on ahead.
How will they ever do it?
Well, let's read now and see. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. At the spot which is now Great Falls, Montana, the Lewis and Clark expedition is stopped dead by 16 miles of Missouri River rapids and whirlpools. Dick muses, hey, we got to navigate our boats over dry land, but how are we going to get out of this little fix? Crude wagons are made by cutting down thick trees, then slicing through the trees platters of wood a foot thick. These are used for wheels, and when the wagons have been made, the boats are loaded on them. The men make horses of themselves and pull the crude wagons up the mountainside, forward by aching inches. The work is hard. As the men stop to rest, completely exhausted, Dick, who's looking at the boat, feels the wind against his cheek. Second row, Dick suddenly says, hey, the boat's on wheels and a strong wind blowing. Hey, I think I got something. Quickly, he tells Lewis and Clark of his idea. And in a short time, a mast and sails have been put on the boats. The men think the idea is crazy. And then, second picture, bottom row, an unbelievable thing happens. The wind fills the huge sails, and with the men pulling, the crude wagons begin to move over an incredible sea of rocks and trees. Last picture, in a narrow, high-walled gully, dry under the summer sun, the flotilla winds upward. Dick says, only one more mile to go. And then suddenly the wind dies. The air turns freezing cold, and ominously the sky blackens.
Oh, weren't they lucky to have Dick along?
Yes.
Those poor men would have been all worn out pulling those boats up the mountain.
Not only that, but it would have taken them months moving an inch at a time.
But now if the wind has died down, how will they go the other mile that is left?
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now look underneath Dick's Adventures.
Oh, Rusty Riley. And this is so mysterious because Rusty has trailed the thieves who stole the trophies from Mr. Miles' safe. He's trailed them to the old spooky house.
Yes, and Rusty and Pete have slipped into the house and are searching for the place where the valuables are hidden.
But a terrible thing happened. One of the crooks is still there, and he's found the car that Rusty and Pete came in. Oh, I hope he doesn't catch Rusty and Pete, because he's cruel.
Well, let's read now and see what happens with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty and Pete move cautiously around the spooky house. Rusty exclaims,
Cheapers, what a tumble-down mess this place is. He must have been empty for years.
Pete replies,
Yeah, wherever they hid those trophies, they can't be far. They were in here only a few minutes. You know, I got a hunch they had a hiding place all picked out beforehand. Hey, watch your step, Rusty. Look out for broken floorboards. Yeah.
Rusty replies,
You know, I kind of think they did too. Hey, wait.
and he sees last picture top row.
Say, I'll bet you that under one of these loose floorboards it make a swell hiding place. Hey, by Jiminy, Rusty, you're right. Hey, come on, let's start looking.
Then they go through a door, down some steps to a room below. Rusty says,
We've looked everywhere in the upper floors. Now for the basement. Yeah. I thought sure we'd find the trophies up there.
In the dim light of the cellar, they move around. Suddenly, Pete exclaims,
Oh, boy, we're on the right track now. Look, Rusty, fresh earth. Somebody's been digging here. Yeah, and here's the shovel.
and they begin to dig. And then Rusty's shovel strikes something. Pete drops to his knees and draws the earth back with his hands, and then exclaims,
Hey, we hit the jackpot, Rusty. Here's the stuff.
Suddenly, Rusty whispers,
Hey, hold it, Pete. I think I heard somebody upstairs.
At the sound of a door slam, Rusty runs up the stairs and tries the knob. He exclaims,
Hey, gosh, Pete. They bolted this door from the other side. We're trapped.
Oh, I was afraid of that. That man Nobbs found them in the house, and he just knew what they were doing, and he caught them. Now what'll happen? They're all locked up.
I don't know. And what makes it worse is that the detective has told Mr. Miles that Rusty and Pete were the ones who stole the trophies.
This is terrible, and the detectives are looking around everywhere for them. Oh, wouldn't it be awful if they found them in the basement?
Yes, because with the trophies down there in the basement and Rusty and Pete there, why, it would look as though Rusty and Pete had come there to hide them. And I'm sure that that's what Nobbs would tell the detective, and they might believe them. But then again, I'm sure Tex will find a way to straighten things out.
Oh, I certainly hope so.
Well, we'll find out that out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Bigly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello.
Hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine.
And how's your friend Bob?
Just fine. You know what?
What?
I think he's kind of dumb.
Why?
Because I asked him a riddle and he didn't know the answer.
Oh, that's terrible. What was the riddle?
Well, what comes with the train, goes with the train, is no use to a train, but a train can't go without it.
Oh, that's easy.
Have you heard it before?
No, I just figured it out now.
What is it?
Oh, that Bobby certainly is a dumb one.
What is it?
Oh, I wouldn't want to take the honor away from you for answering such a hard riddle as that.
All right, I'll tell you. It's noise.
Yes, noise. Oh, that Bobby sure is a dumb one.
Are you sure you had figured it out?
Why, of course I did. Oh, that Bobby certainly is.
Are you sure you knew?
Don't you think it's time to read the funnies?
Oh, yes, please.
Puck the Comic Weekly, all right? I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man.
Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. There's been an outburst of robberies around the town of Buckskin. The ringleader is a man called the Chameleon because he always changes his disguise. Hoppy is working with the Rangers to try to catch the man who is called the Chameleon. The stagecoach has left the town of Buckskin with a strong box of gold. Thinking that the Chameleon may be on this stagecoach, Hoppy has ridden after it. He's jumped off Topper and onto the stagecoach. In it, he finds a man with a patch over one eye who gives him some trouble. Hoppy knocks him out. At the sound of shots, Hoppy looks out the window to see a group of men trying to hold up the coach. Last picture, top row, he says, "Well, if this meddlesome passenger I slugged is the Chameleon, his friends aren't giving me a chance to see who's behind his disguise." Quickly, Hoppy opens the door of the coach, climbs up on top. Second picture, second row, he sees the box containing the gold and exclaims, "Ah, strong box. This is what they're after." The driver turns around. Hoppy says, "I don't mind me. Keep your hands on those reins." Last picture, top row, is the stage rounds a bend. Out of sight of the pursuing horseman, Hoppy, with a strong box in his hand, leaps off the coach. And none too soon, for a moment later, the band of horsemen ride by. Overtake the coach and stop it. "Pull up there! Pull up there, will you?" One of the riders yells, "Now, where's that strong box you're hauling? We'll take it off your hands." The driver answers, "Somebody already beat you to it." Then the passenger, with a black patch over his eye, appears in the door of the stagecoach. "He's telling the truth, boys. Cassidy slugged me before I could get to it, and he probably jumped off, taking the loot with him." One of the horsemen says, "Well, he can't have gone far." The passenger orders last picture, "Double back and find him." And Hoppy, lying behind a tree a short distance away, sees the men turn around and head back in his direction.
Oh, look. Hoppy's lying there behind that tree. He doesn't have a horse. They'll surely find him.
Yes, that many men searching the neighborhood. I don't know how they can miss finding Hoppy.
Oh, I'm afraid what they'll do to him because that passenger with that black patch over his eye looks awfully mean.
Yes, he does. Well, we'll find out what happens next week. Now?
Oh, now can we go over the page? Because I'm sure Prince Valiant is there.
Well, you've been right so many times, I'm sure you're sure now. So over the page we go. And here we are, Prince Valiant on page 3.
And you remember Prince Valiant and Arf were on a hunting trip, and as they were crossing a river that was flooded, a tree knocked their horses over, and their horses were drowned.
And Prince Valiant and Arf can't walk back home because the long walk would be impossible for Arf, who lost one of his legs in an accident and now has a wooden leg.
No, so they're making a boat, and Val made a fire by striking 2 stones together like the Boy Scouts do. And then he got food from the river by spearing fish.
Yes. Now let's see how they make out with their boat. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Beckett, Breckett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Val and Arf have spent their second night in the wilderness. And when morning comes, Arf arises to find Prince Valiant already up and standing in the shallows among the spawning salmon, spearing the day's supply of food. After breakfast, big picture top row, the boat building begins, and Arf sees the reason for yesterday's hard work. With all the materials assembled, trimmed, and shaped, the frame of the craft takes form quickly. Slender but sturdy branches are worked into the shape of a canoe. Then they're tied together by the thongs that Arf has cut out of the horse's skin. And first picture next row, nimble fingers and the ingenuity of men trained in self-reliance soon have the frame ready for covering. Then, into a seamless container of bark, Val puts spruce gum and balsam. Powdered charcoal is added as a binder. Next, a hot stone is dropped in. And soon they have a boiling, sticky liquid to serve for glue. Then the hides of the horses are spread over the frame and sewed into place. While they're sealing the seams with the liquid they have made, the wind dies away, and out from the marshy places come hundreds of mosquitoes.
Oh, these mosquitoes eat you up, Bill.
Last picture, second row, two very unhappy people finish the canoe. Finally, first picture, bottom row, the canoe is finished. Val has hung the salmon over the fire to cure, so they'll have food to take along on their trip. He and I run to the fire and stand in the smoke of the fire, their eyes smarting. And here they wait until the chilling night winds shall drive the mosquitoes away. Next morning after breakfast, the canoe is launched, and Val and his crippled squire commit themselves to the unknown river, and they head for home. They are wagering their lives that their skill can offset all the dangers the thundering waters can present.
Ooh, wasn't that wonderful? How they built that canoe out of trees, out of the things they found out there in the forest?
Yes, it just goes to show you how helpful it is to know about trees and nature.
Yes, it certainly is. I wonder if they'll get home safely. After all, there are many waterfalls on the river, and after all, it was in the river that they had all the trouble in the first place.
Well, we'll find out more about this next week. Now let's turn over the page.
All right. Oh, look, there's Flash Gordon.
Yes, Flash Gordon. And remember last week he was saved from the flood and made friends with Prince Savvy, who was the new ruler of Mars.
And Prince Savvy and Flash decided to work together so they could have peace, which I think is very sensible.
Yes, it is. And then Flash started back toward Earth in a rocket ship.
But when he was looking into that machine that he could see everything in, then he saw that the Earth was all covered with ice.
Yes, the Earth was entirely covered with ice. So let's find out now what Flash finds next. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Firing his brake rockets for a landing on Earth, Flash is amazed to find that all North America is deep in snow and ice. Workers at the rocket port have managed to clear a small landing place. It's a tight squeeze, but Flash jockeys his giant ship in safely. As they get out of the ship, they can't believe their eyes. They see snowdrifts as high as skyscrapers, and they wonder what could have happened. Last picture, top row, port director says, "All right, come with me. I'll explain later." Flash is taken to a meeting of top-level scientists where he's shown telepictures of the strange calamity that has befallen the Earth. First picture, bottom row, the famous explorer-scientist, Icy Stark, explains that a new electronic force in the upper air spreading down from the Arctic is shutting off the heat of sunlight. And he boasts, "Other research jets and rockets have crashed, but my polar expedition will find the answer." Over Stark's bitter protests, the group assigns Flash to the project. Stark agrees grudgingly. "Okay, I'll take Gordon and the girl if they can get ready in time. We leave in an hour." Flash's reply is terse. "We're ready now." Last picture, heavily loaded with supplies and apparatus. The expedition roars north into the flaring Aurora Borealis. Flash tells Stark, "You know, this change of the northern lights is too sudden for a freak of nature. I've got a hunch it's some interplanetary attack." Stark's reply is a contemptuous sneer of disbelief. But Dale is sure that Flash is right.
My goodness, does Flash mean that it's possible for someone who is making war on the Earth to change the air and to shut off the sunlight?
That's exactly what Flash is saying.
Well, just think. Flash had come back to Earth to work for peace, and now he's found out that someone's doing this. Isn't that terrible?
Yes, it is.
Well, I hope that man Stark doesn't cause Flash too much trouble.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now, how'd you like to see what Dick is doing?
Oh, yes, please. Dick's adventures are so exciting.
You bet they are. So let's go to the very last page of the first section. The very last page of the first section, and here's Dick's adventures.
And you remember that Dick is in the early days of America on an expedition into the Wild West with Captain Lewis and Captain Price.
Yes, and they've worked their way up the Missouri River to where it begins, in the Rocky Mountains.
And that was where there were some waterfalls, and they had to travel on land for 16 miles around the waterfalls. And they put sails on their boats, which are on wagons. Wasn't that funny?
Yes, but it worked. They were moving steadily through a ravine, helped by the wind, which was pulling their wagons along. Ships on land.
And then the wind died down and the wagons were too heavy for the men to pull. What'll happen now?
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, a zack, a zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. As the wind dies down, the heavy wagons come to a stop. The men are wondering what to do. On a cliff above, 3 mysterious white men are watching the Lewis and Clark expedition below. Suddenly, the sky darkens. And a moment later, last picture top row, a storm of frightful intensity bursts down on the Americans. Torrents of water fill the ravine, and they're bombarded with hailstones the size of rocks. The Americans are caught in the flood, which sweeps down on them. First picture next row, for a few minutes longer, the 3 strangers watch the Americans struggling frantically to escape from the ravine, now turned into a raging flood. One of the men says,
Let them drown. That's what we want, no?
But the leader shouts angrily,
Yes, they are our enemies, but it is murder to let men die like this. Anyway, I have a better plan.
He leads the way, and the 3 strangers quickly go to work, throwing lines to the men struggling in the flooded ravine. Last picture, second row, to Dick and his comrades, the sudden appearance of help by 3 strange men is nothing short of a miracle. One by one, the men are saved from the rushing waters. And then, first picture, bottom row, the 3 strangers work like men of mercy, doing everything possible to give aid to the bruised, half-drowned Americans, even saving most of their stores and equipment. When the storm is over, the men dry themselves out of the fire. Captain Lewis turns to the leader of the 3 men and says,
Gentlemen, we owe you our lives. The United States government shall learn of your heroism. I shall report it myself to Mr. Jefferson when, God willing, we reach the Pacific and return. But who are you?
And then, last picture, the miracle abruptly ends. In cold, harsh tones, the leader speaks.
We want no recognition from the United States government. We are soldiers of Spain. You will never be allowed to reach the Pacific.
And then tells them he's their enemy, that he's going to do everything he can to stop the Americans from getting to the Pacific.
Yes, that is strange behavior.
Yes. Well, what if the Americans want to fight them? Then that man will kill them. I just don't understand him.
Well, maybe we'll find out something next week to make you understand this. Now look below Dick's Adventures.
Oh, look, Rusty Riley.
And I'll read that in just a moment, but first here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty and Pete have followed the 2 crooks, Sir Percival and Nobbs, to the old abandoned house where they had hidden the valuables they've stolen from Mr. Miles's safe. Thinking that Nobbs and Sir Percival have gone back to town in the car, they've slipped into the old house to search for the valuables. Just as they found the loot in the basement, they heard a door slam on them. Rusty exclaims,
Hey, gosh, Pete, somebody bolted the door to this cellar. We're trapped down here.
Pete replies,
Hey, good night. Sir Percival and his man Nobbs must have come back. Yeah, gee willikins, if they know we found where they hid the horseshoe trophies, there's no telling what they'll do to us. Yeah, you're right. We better put them back quick.
Last picture, top row. As Pete starts to lower the loot in the hole where they found it, Rusty says,
Hey, wait a second, Pete. I got an idea. Let's try to find a new hiding place for the stuff, and then fill the hole they've dug as if we hadn't discovered it at all. Yeah, swell. If they think we're not wise to them, they may let us go.
So quickly, they look around for a place to hide the stuff. First picture, bottom row, Pete says,
Hey, Rusty. Hey, look what's under this rubbish. A shallow cistern still has water in it. Hey, and water won't hurt the trophies. Let's drop them in quick and put the rubbish back.
Meanwhile, second picture, bottom row. Outside the old house, Nobbs, who has been standing guard after locking the boys in, hears footsteps coming up the path, and then sees Sir Percival in the moonlight. Percival says,
Well, I returned the car to the rental service, Nobbs, and caught a bus out here right away. Is everything all right?
Yeah, we got a couple of visitors, Perce. Them kids followed us through that awful hall. The kids are locked in the cellar, and the jalopy is behind the barn.
I say, Nobby, why the long face? Fortune still smiles on us. Now we have a car. Let the boys out, one at a time, so we can tie 'em up. There's plenty of sash cord in these old windows.
All right, Perce. But you gotta help. There ain't no babies in there.
Last picture, Nobbs comes out of the house with Rusty and Pete. Sir Percival says,
Now, my dear young friends, your interest in our activities has become a trifle embarrassing. Consequently, we are about to enjoy a ride in your remarkable car. It'll be a bit crowded, but we'll manage. Get the car, Nobby.
Pete answers,
You won't get away with this, you big phony.
Why are they going to take the boys away with them?
I don't know.
You don't think they will hurt the boys, do you?
I can't answer that either. That Percival, you never can tell what's going on in his mind. He's a clever creature.
Oh, I wish the detectives will find them before they leave.
Well, maybe they will. Well, they haven't gotten away yet.
I hope they get them.
Well, let's stop worrying now, though, and read Dagwood and Blondie.
All right, here they are on the first page of the second section.
And we won't tarry a second. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Say the magic words with me, please. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Come to me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood sees a letter lying on the table. He picks it up and says to his daughter, Cookie, you forgot to mail this letter for me.
No, I didn't, Daddy. I was so busy playing I didn't have time to mail it.
Dagwood gets so angry he burns. And he exclaims, Excuses! All I get around here is excuses! Then he turns to Alexander, last picture top row. And I thought I asked you to pick up my shoes at the shoe repair shop.
Well, I was going to do it tomorrow, Pop.
Dagwood gets so angry he boils. He goes into the kitchen, first picture next row. He sees Blondie warming up a can of soup on the stove. He says, And you promised me this morning we'd have corned beef and cabbage for supper. Blondie replies,
I'm sorry, dear. Mrs. Woodley dropped in for a chat, and I didn't get a chance to go to the market for corned beef.
And Dagwood's so angry he howls, More excuses! Everybody has an excuse for not doing what they're supposed to do. And he goes into the living room and settles down in a chair yelling, I'm the only one around here who can be depended on. I wish you'd all learn to be reliable like I am. Short time later, Blondie decides to put up the draperies. She says to the children, first picture next row,
The ladder is broken. Would you please hold it for me while I put up these drapes?
Oh, sure, Mom. So Alexander holds one side of the ladder and Cookie the other side. And Blondie climbs up the ladder to hang the drapes. Up she goes. When suddenly the ladder starts to slip.
Hey, it's slipping, Mom. I can't hold it.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Dagwood, help!
Dagwood leaps to his feet. Last picture, third row. His legs begin to quiver. He takes one step, first picture, bottom row.
Hurry, Dagwood, hurry!
Suddenly his feet collapse, and he crumbles to the floor. And he hears... Last picture, he crawls into the dining room and sees Blondie and the children lying in a heap around the ladder. And he says, My foot was asleep. And Blondie, who's steaming with rage, replies,
That's the worst excuse I ever heard. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
After saying that he's the only person they can depend upon around here, then he can't get out of his chair to go to the other room to stop the ladder from falling down.
As he spoke a little too soon.
Yes. Sometimes I think he shouldn't brag at all.
Well, maybe we'd all be better off if we never bragged.
Yes, maybe we would.
Well, now look underneath Dagwood and Blondie. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read that because you remember last week when Roy had gone to the lumber camp to help some friends who were having lots of trouble?
Yes, and old Cosmo, who loves trees and hates people who chop them down, sent a pile of logs rolling down after Roy. And the logs crashed into the engine house and set it on fire.
And then another man up in the mountains captured that old man named Cosmo, and he told him he wanted old Cosmo to help him destroy Roy. I wonder what his scheme is.
Let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo.
fire's been put out and the donkey engine has been repaired. Roy and Wildwood ride off to search for old Cosmo to settle the score. Aunt Pauline has warned them to be careful because she's not sure that Cosmo's the only one responsible for all the accidents in her camp. Third picture top row, they come upon Etch Sneed. Wildwood asks him if he's seen anything of Cosmo. He tells them,
Well, I saw his moth-eaten burro over by the river skidway, Wildwood.
and as they ride off, last picture top row, he says to himself,
It worked. If old Cosmo's ready, Rogers is a dead timber duck. And I'm back in the log pirating business.
First picture bottom row, they come to the top of a hill overlooking the river skidway, which is a chute leading from the top of the hill down to the river below, on which the logs are slid down into the water. Roy says,
All right, now you wait here and keep your eyes scanned, Wildwood. I'll sneak up quiet like.
As Roy approaches the skidway, old Cosmo hears his steps approaching. Cosmo crouches behind the logs at the head of the skidway. He's holding a log hook in his hands, and he says to himself,
Rogers at last. And Etch says if I do away with him, he won't turn me in to Pauline Bunyan for tormenting her timberman.
As Roy steps to the edge of the chute, Cosmo stands up and clubs him. Roy tumbles headlong down the chute.
Now you'll pay for helping those ornery loggers destroy the poor trees in the forest.
Last picture as Roy tries to get to his feet, Cosmo yells,
So long, mister. Now see if you can slide down the grease skidway before the next log overtakes you.
Oh, look. Roy's lying on his back sliding down that chute, and there's that great big log that's going to be dropped down on it, too.
and if that log crashes down on Roy, I don't see how he'll ever escape.
Neither do I. Do you think Roy will ever escape from this?
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now,
Oh, now, could we read Uncle Remus?
I think we could. Let's turn over the page. Go past little Iodine, past the little king, turn over another page, and there's Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
When Brer Rabbit starts out to prove something, he generally makes a mighty good argument.
Brer Rabbit sees a yellowhammer. That's a bird flying around in the air. He points to it and says,
Well, look yonder at old Brer Yellowhammer flying in his sleep.
Brer Coon replies,
Hey, what you mean? Birds don't fly in their sleep. Why, of course birds fly in their sleep, same as folks walk in their sleep. Why, you always losing the head, Brer Rabbit. I don't believe it.
Whereupon Brer Rabbit takes Brer Coon by the arm, third picture top row, and leads him down the road, saying,
All right, come on then. I'll prove it to you by Brer Buzzard.
They come to Brer Buzzard lying sound asleep at the foot of a tree. Last picture top row. Brer Rabbit says,
Now you watch, Brer Coon.
and he leans down and says in Brer Buzzard's ear,
Brer Buzzard, there's a cloud up yonder with a silver lining. Start flying.
Brer Buzzard hears him in his sleep, and he raises up and starts to flap his wings. Brer Rabbit says, first picture bottom row,
You can use some of that silver lining, Brer Buzzard. Get going.
and Brer Buzzard starts flying around. Brer Rabbit says,
There, you see? He's flying. Yeah, but how do you know he's flying in his sleep?
Suddenly, Brer Buzzard flies straight into a tree. And he drops to the ground unconscious. And there he lays with a different kind of snore. Brer Rabbit says,
Well, now what does you say, Brer Coon?
Brer Coon throws up his hands and replies,
Well, anyways, Brer Buzzard sure is sleeping now.
and Uncle Remus says,
Yeah, seeing's believing, and sometimes deceiving.
Wasn't that funny? Imagine a thing like that. Birds flying in their sleep.
Well, it makes as much sense as people walking in their sleep.
Well, I suppose it does. But anyway, Brer Rabbit proved it with the Brer Buzzard, didn't he?
Yeah, he certainly did. Well, now that's all the time I have.
But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, and I know a riddle.
I'm just fine, too. What is it?
Excuse me, I should have asked how you are. How are you today?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
I'm fine, thank you.
Well, that's just fine.
You're welcome.
Now, you say you know a riddle.
Oh, yes. What is the meanest tree in the world?
The meanest tree in the world? Well, now, that's a strange riddle. I don't think I can figure that out. What is the meanest tree in the world?
A crab tree.
Oh, that's very, very good. I know a riddle, too.
Goody, tell me.
Many think it's tasty. It is used the world around. It is not made of earth, but it is always ground.
Oh, that's tricky, and it's longer, too.
Yes.
And that's harder, too.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that.
It's not made of earth, but it always is ground. I give up.
It's coffee.
Huh? Oh, that's very good.
Yeah.
Oh, coffee is ground in the coffee grinder.
Yes.
Yes, now please read me the funnies.
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I will, and I'll read it in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy is on the trail of the chameleon, a robber who has changed his disguise every time he commits a new crime. After a fight with him on the stagecoach, Hoppy had jumped off with a strong box full of gold, which the stagecoach was carrying. Hoppy had hid the gold before the outlaws could get to him. And then Hoppy went in search of the chameleon, trailing him into the desert. But what Hoppy doesn't know is that the outlaws have worked out a scheme, hoping to trick Hoppy. Hoppy has followed the trail of the chameleon's horse, which leads him to a waterhole in the desert. Hoppy sees the horse, dismounts, and goes to the waterhole, saying, "Ah, the chameleon's horse. Well, he must be around here somewhere." But Hoppy finds the horse is alone. The chameleon is not around. When Hoppy turns around, last picture top row, he sees his horse, Topper, has disappeared. Quickly, he goes back where Topper was. But he's nowhere in sight. And then he looks back at the waterhole and sees the other horse has disappeared. First picture bottom row, he exclaims, "I've been tricked. Now the chameleon's mount is gone. Hey, what's that? Hoofbeats." He runs around a little hummock at the edge of the waterhole and sees prints of several horses going away, and in the distance, a cloud of dust. Standing there alone in the desert under the hot sun, he says,
Stranded. I can't stay here. My only chance is to follow that trail of fresh prints. Mile after mile, Hoppy trudges through the vast desert wasteland, his throat parched from the searing heat. Suddenly, he spots an object lying in the sand. A water canteen. He picks up the canteen and starts to drink, and then exclaims, first picture next row, salted. They're trying to torture me. Worn out, exhausted, dizzy from the hot sun, he collapses. A short time later, horsemen appear over a rise. It's the chameleon and his men coming toward Topper. They stop beside Hoppy, last picture. The chameleon looks at Hoppy lying on the ground and says,
Well, the sun's done its job. Get him out of here. By the time he recovers, he'll be delirious enough to babble where he's hidden that strong box.
Oh, those cruel men to have tricked Hoppy that way. That's cruel, leaving that canteen of salted water when he was so thirsty.
Yes, but men like that'll do anything.
They hope that he may talk when he's sick and tell where the strong box is. Do you think he will?
No, I don't think he will.
But maybe they'll torture him. Do you think they will?
Well, I certainly hope not, but we'll find that out next week. Now?
Well, now let's turn over to page 3 and see if Prince Valiant is there.
You guessed right. Here he is, Prince Valiant.
And I'm anxious to read that because Val and his friend Arf had gone hunting in the wilderness.
And they got caught in a storm, and the horses were killed. And Val and Arf had to find food and make themselves shelter and build themselves a canoe out of the things in the forest.
Just like the Girl Scouts do.
Yes.
And now they've started for home, but the river is dangerous and wild in places. I'm anxious to see if they got home safe.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant and the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Breckett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Val and Arf head for home through the forest, down long, smooth stretches, around curves, and at times they speed along through rough and roaring rapids. And at times they have to carry their canoe around the waterfalls, as we see them, first picture, second row. And, of course, they stop to get food. They live on fish from the river, and for dessert, they stop to pick berries. And once, last picture, second row, they come face to face with an angry mother bear with her 2 cubs in a blueberry patch. For a moment, the bears are silent. And then they go away, and Val and Arf are safe. And then, first picture, bottom row, late one day, the river carries them into a narrow canyon. Too late, they hear the ominous roar of tumbling waters, and in a second, they are swept around a curve into wilder, rough waters. No canoe could stay afloat in such a maelstrom, but Val and Arf cling desperately to theirs, for the bladders at each end keep it from sinking. And finally, last picture, they drag themselves ashore. Night has fallen. They build themselves a fire. And in the morning, they will be able to tell whether or not their frail boat is damaged beyond repair.
Oh, isn't that terrible? After all the trouble to build that canoe, it got smashed on the rocks again.
Yes, that was certainly tough luck, but maybe it didn't get smashed entirely. Maybe it only needs to be patched up.
I hope so. But even so, I feel sorry because they worked so hard and so long to build that canoe. It was so dangerous traveling on the river in those days.
Yes, maybe next week things will be a little easier for them.
I hope so.
Now let's turn over the page and go past Jungle Jim, turn over another page, go past the Lone Ranger, and look there on page 7.
Oh, Donald Duck, my favorite.
Don't say it, I'll read it right away. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy chicka chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Today, Donald comes home leading a new, huge dog. He's a bloodhound. And he says to his nephew, Huey,
Meet my new dog, Sniffy, Champion Cracker. He doesn't look very bright to me. You want to bet he can't track you down? Yeah. All right. I'll give you a 10-minute start. And don't try the old walking in water trick. Why? Because we'll simply cover both banks till we find where you came out. My. Very interesting.
And off Huey runs. Last picture, top row. Out in the country, Huey comes to a creek, and he does exactly what Donald says he shouldn't try. He walks in the water. First picture, bottom row. Donald and his hound have tracked Huey out into the country. The trail, of course, ends at the water. As the dog runs around trying to find Huey's scent again, Donald exclaims,
Wow. Well, we did try the water trick. Well, come on. We'll cover this bank first, Snippy.
and on that side of the bank they go, looking for the tracks where they are sure Huey will come out of the water. Meanwhile, way down the bend, Huey has come to a bridge in the middle of the stream. He catches onto the props, pulls himself up, and shinnies up the pole. Pulls himself on top of the bridge just as a truck approaches. Huey waves to the truck, and it stops. The man in the truck says,
"Hop right in, son. I'm on my way to town."
Oh, thanks, mister.
and the truck drives off. Hours later, last picture, at home, Huey is sitting in a chair reading the Comic Weekly when the door opens, and in walks Donald, carrying his dog, who's all worn out from trying to find Huey. Huey looks up and says cheerfully,
Have a nice walk.
Donald looks at Huey and goes, and the dog goes.
Wasn't that funny? The dog didn't find Huey, and he looked for him so long he got dog-tired.
Yeah, dog tired. That's very funny. And Huey pulled a smart trick on the dog by climbing out of the water onto the bridge.
Yes, by getting out on the bridge, he didn't put his feet on shore.
And, of course, then the dog couldn't pick up Huey's scent, and he must have had some very crazy time trying to figure out what had happened.
Yes.
Well, now let's turn over the page and see what's there.
All right. Oh, look, Dick's Adventures. And I'm anxious to read that because Dick is in the early days of America on an expedition into the Wild West with Captain Lewis and Captain Clark.
Yes, they were caught in the middle of a storm in the Rocky Mountains, and the water came rushing down the gully where they were. And just when they were about to drown, 3 Spanish men threw ropes to them and saved their lives.
And then a very strange thing happened. Instead of being friends, as everybody thought, the Spanish captain told Captain Lewis that the Americans could not go in the direction where they were going, and he told them to turn around and go back, or he will fight them.
Yes, after saving their lives, he's willing to fight them to the death if the Americans don't turn back.
Do you think they will?
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. For hundreds of miles through wilderness, Dick has pushed westward with the Lewis and Clark expedition. And now, above Great Falls on the Missouri, a party of men calling themselves Spanish soldiers orders them to turn back. Captain Lewis asks, Well, why? The Spanish leader roars,
The land ahead is Spanish territory. It belongs to the King of Spain.
Captain Lewis roars back,
It's anybody's territory.
For a moment, it looks as if bullets are about to take the place of words, and then the Spanish captain growls,
Perhaps you Yankees are right. But to have a claim on this territory, you must be the first to enter it. Very well. Let us see who will be the first. And death to the loser.
And so the race and the destiny of 2 nations begins. Across the Rockies, through canyons and towering passes. Groaning under the weight of supplies and boats, Dick and his companions make the incredible portage across the roof of America from the headwaters of the Missouri to the source of a new river hurling itself westward called the Columbia. Finally, the boats are put in the water. Last picture, second row, down with the current in raging waters alive with leaping salmon. Ever closer to the great Pacific they go. But nowhere are their rivals seen until Dick lets out a yell of terror, pointing. On shore, they see the Spaniards' camp, and beside it, Spanish men lying dead, killed by wolves. For their valiant rivals, the race is done, and the wolves slink away, first picture bottom row, leaving an inglorious victory over men who were too starved, too worn with exhaustion to fight them on.
Americans continue down the river. And at last, days later, a great shout goes up. There before them lies the mighty Pacific, and the historic cross-continental trip is finished. The Northwest Territory is claimed for the Americans by Captain Lewis and Clark. Dick wakes up the next morning and tells his dad the dream he had. And his dad says, "Yes, Dick, that was quite a dream you had. The Lewis and Clark expedition was the first key that really opened up the West."
Oh, I'm glad that the Americans got there first, but I feel sorry that those Spanish men were killed by the wolves.
Yes. Well, now look below Dick's adventures. Rusty Riley.
Oh, I'm anxious to read that.
Very well, I'll read it in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Two Englishmen who have been visiting the Milestone farm had stolen some valuable trophies from Mr. Miles' safe and have hidden them in an abandoned house. Rusty and his friend Pete trailed the crooks to the house one night and were caught there by the crooks. The crooks have taken Rusty and Pete in Pete's car and are escaping in the car with Rusty and Pete as prisoners. Nobbs, who's dressed as Sir Percival's chauffeur, is saying,
Hey, Posh, don't forget I ain't had breakfast, not even a cup of java.
Sir Percival replies,
Okay, Nobby. There's a little town ahead. We'll stop there and get some chow and some gas.
Meanwhile, at the Milestone farm, Mr. Miles and Tex are talking over the detective's report. The detectives think that Rusty and Pete are the thieves because Rusty's fingerprints were on the coal chisel found under the library window, and also because the boys have disappeared. Miles is saying,
Tex, if Rusty and young Peter stole those trophies, as the police believe, then Rusty was led by Peters. It was never his idea.
Tex replies,
Well, now, boys, I ain't ready to believe it of either of 'em. All the cops are going on is Rusty's fingerprints and a coal chisel and a pinch bar.
Mr. Miles goes on, last picture, top row.
Yes, that's true, Tex, but the fingerprints and the fact that they've run away. It's a pretty strong case.
Well, boss, there's a couple of things that don't add up. First, I don't think that pinch bar could have opened that wall safe without bending. And second, there should have been a hammer if that coal chisel was used.
First picture, bottom row, Nobbs comes out of the filling station after getting gas. He gets in the car saying,
Hey, Puss, we gotta scram. I just heard a radio announcement in that store. There's a general alert out for these kids and for this car. Okay, Nobby. Take that dirt road to the right. We aren't apt to meet a cop there.
As they round a curve, they see a sign that reads, Take next left turn for Colossal Caverns. Sir Percival says,
By Jove, Nobby. There's our answer. Head for the caverns.
They arrive in the caverns. Sir Percival looks around and says cheerfully,
Well, now, we've made it without being seen. These caverns are closed to the public until spring, so it'll be nice and private for you kids.
Rusty replies,
Hey, good night. You don't mean you're going to lock us in here, do you?
They push Rusty and Pete in a room nearby, last picture, and lock them in.
Only temporarily, my dear young friends. And when we have collected certain goods from the old house, the police will receive an anonymous call, and you will be released.
Oh, isn't that awful? Just think, locking the boys in that spooky, dark place. Are they going to leave them there?
That's exactly what they're going to do.
Oh, I hope they get out of this place before Sir Percival comes back.
Yes, he may come back. We'll find that out next week. Now let's pick up the second section.
I already have, and here they are. Dagwood and Blondie.
And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Say the magic words with me. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zumby. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is awakened in the middle of the night by a terrific thunderstorm. He sees the lightning through the window and he says, Well, I hope that thunderstorm doesn't frighten the children. And Blondie says,
It's awfully loud.
Then an extra big crash shakes the house, and then another. And last picture, top row, the children and the dogs dash into Dagwood's room, leap into his bed, and they lie there trembling.
Dagwood says,
No. You shouldn't be afraid of thunder. It's just a lot of noise. Noise won't hurt you.
the kids and dogs get out of bed and stand up looking a little uncertain. Dagwood says,
No, be brave and go back to bed. Remember, that storm is far off in the sky.
Cookie smiles,
We're not afraid now, Pop.
and Alexander smiles,
Good night, Pop.
and even the dogs smile, and they trot back to their rooms. Dagwood looks at them proudly and says,
I knew you'd be brave if I explained it to you.
Dagwood looks at them trotting off, and then that old feeling comes on him again. It's his stomach. He begins to growl. And by the time you can say chocolate nut sundae with marshmallow, maraschino cherries topped with a banana split, Dagwood's in the kitchen.
I'm wide awake now. I might as well fix myself a sandwich.
So he makes himself a sandwich out of bread, ham, egg, spaghetti, ketchup, bacon, tomatoes, mustard, chicken.
Oh, I forgot, butter.
And he looks at it proudly and says,
That's a beautiful sandwich. I'll eat it in the living room so as not to disturb the family anymore.
and he starts for the living room. A thunder splits the air. Ah! He dashes upstairs.
Move over, here I come.
And he leaps into bed. Blondie looks at him in disgust for being so afraid. So Dagwood sits up sheepishly, and he says,
I had a sandwich. Where did it go?
and by the time you can say, I like a ham sandwich with chicken, spaghetti, onions, tomatoes, and mustard on it because Dagwood's in the living room, last picture, bottom row. And he's sweeping his sandwich off the rug. And Blondie and the kids look at it scattered around on the furniture, the chairs, and every place. And Blondie exclaims,
And get that egg off the mantelpiece. Wasn't that silly? As you're telling the children that thunder is nothing to be afraid of. Then Dagwood gets scared worse than they did.
Yes, they only jumped from one room into Dagwood's bed. He jumped from downstairs up to his bed.
He certainly did. He looked like a diver trying to win a medal.
Yes, he certainly did.
Oh, that Dagwood is some character.
And now look underneath Dagwood and Blondie. Roy Rogers.
Oh, and a terrible thing has happened to Roy. As he and Wildwood O'Dowd went to investigate and try to capture that old man named Cosmo who caused them so much trouble in the lumber camp.
Yes, and when he came to the skidway where the logs are slid from the top of the hill to the river below, Cosmo stepped up behind him and hit him on the head. And Roy started to slide to the water below.
And there was a big log ready to slide down that skidway. And if it goes down the hill, it will crash into Roy and will kill him if he's subconscious. So please read. I want to see if he gets away.
Very well, here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. And say the magic words with me. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy, dazed by the blow Cosmo gave him, slides down the skidway as old Cosmo laughs.
I flung Rogers under the grease skidway. That's one less timberman left to destroy the forest. He'll be crushed by the next log.
At that moment, Wildwood O'Dowd sees the operator of the donkey engine reach for the lever to drop a log into the skidway. She knows he can't see what's happened to Roy. As he jockeys the log around to lower it on the skidway, Wildwood pulls up her rifle, aims at the rope, hoping to cut it in two with the shot so the log will drop to the ground. But she's a second too late. Instead, the log falls onto the skidway, straddling it, and starts to bump its way down slowly. At that moment, Roy hits the water, last picture top row. As he comes up, first picture bottom row, he exclaims, Holy cats! A log slipping into the skidway. I'll never get away in time. He realizes his only chance is to dive down to the bottom of the river, which he does, hoping the pressure of the water above him will prevent the log from plunging on him. Down, 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 down comes the log and hits the water with a splash. Last picture, old Cosmo looks at the river below and, seeing no sign of Roy, says to his mule,
Hey, let's go, Fern. That Sneed'll be glad to know I got rid of that timber detective, Rogers. I wonder why Itch also hates the same logging camp which hires him as timber cruiser.
Oh, do you think that log did hit Roy after all?
Well, if he were far enough at the bottom, the force of the log from the top could be broken by the water that's above Roy.
But we don't see Roy come up. I hope he wasn't knocked subconscious.
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find that out.
Wait. Always wait.
Well, that's life, I guess.
Life.
Now, don't be too unhappy. After all, next week does come around.
Yes. And I know I will be here.
Well, that's fine. And I will be, too. So let us turn over the page.
Here's Flash Gordon.
Fine. And Flash is beginning a new expedition, remember?
Yes. With when he got back to Earth, he found it completely covered with snow and ice, and a man named Icy Stark is going to find out what the reason was for this, and Flash is going along.
Yes, but Stark didn't want Flash to go with him, but he has to take him. And Flash has an idea that some enemies of the Earth have stopped the sun's rays from reaching the Earth.
And when the sun doesn't shine on the Earth, it becomes cold and icy like in the winter.
Yes, and that's exactly what Flash thinks.
But Icy doesn't believe that Flash is right, though.
Well, let's read now and find out who is right. Rega-dega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. As Icy Stark's expedition flies into the Arctic to track down the mysterious force that is cooling the sun's rays, the northern lights build up a furious electronic storm. The rocket lurches wildly in the turbulent air, but Flash and Stark manage to keep their ship under control as they search for a landing. Suddenly, a clear patch of ice looms below, and the giant ship is set down safely. Stark orders,
All hands outside to make tests.
but Flash finds that he is left standing idly by with no task assigned to him. As Stark and the others go off to investigate, last picture top row, realizing that Stark still resents his presence, Flash decides to reconnoiter on his own. He and Dale have hardly left the main party when they sense a threat. Flash whispers,
I'm sure we're being watched, Dale. Wait here.
First picture bottom row, Flash moves along, strolling forward with feigned casualness. Then suddenly he whirls. Behind him loom two giant figures, men from another world. Swiftly, the two strangers reach for their weapons. A shower of fiery sparks grazes Flash as he whips his own neutron gun into action. And the two giants topple to the ice. But they're only stunned by the rays which would have killed an Earthman. Last picture, the ray blasts bring help on the run. From a distance, Stark fears that Flash has clashed with Eskimo natives who might have helped the expedition. But as he starts to berate Flash, he spots a strange symbol on the chest of one of the giants. Flash says grimly, I believe your Eskimos came from the planet Saturn.
Oh, he thinks they've come from the planet Saturn, and I've heard of the planet Saturn. That's something like Mars.
Yes, it is. A great big planet far away in the sky. And these mysterious men come from there. Gracious, you're smart to know this.
Yes, I am, aren't I?
You bet you are. Now maybe Stark will realize when he sees that Flash is right about this Eskimo coming, this giant. Maybe he'll realize that Flash is smarter than he thinks he is.
But I almost wish that Flash wasn't, because if Flash is right, well, then it means more trouble for them. And these men are giants, and here Flash and the others are in a strange land.
Yes, it could mean lots of trouble for Flash. Well, we'll find this out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm just fine, too.
Well, that's nice.
Tell me, how is the new baby?
Oh, you mean my friend Mr. Hank Founds?
Yes.
Oh, the baby's just fine. She's very happy, and she's a good baby.
Can she pronounce her name yet?
No, she can't pronounce it yet. I made a little rhyme up about the baby.
You did? Well, let's hear it.
All right. There was a baby, and it was small. The father was Hank, and he was tall. The doctor said the baby was Hank's, so he turned to his wife and said to her, thanks.
Well, that's a very good little poem, and it's very funny, too.
Yes, thank you. Now, would you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Mhm.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. There's been an outburst of robberies, holdups, and crimes around the town of Buckskin. They've all been committed by a man called the Chameleon because he changes his disguise for each holdup. Hoppy had trailed the Chameleon into the desert where his horse was stolen from him at a waterhole. After hours under the sun with nothing to drink, Hoppy has fallen unconscious where he was found by the gang of outlaws. He was taken to a place called Terrestre Verde. There he escaped from a place where he was locked up. While investigating, he slipped into a room of the hotel there from the balcony, where a beautiful girl holds a knife at his back. At that moment, the door opens and a waiter steps in. He says, "Hey, Chiquita, the patrons grow impatient for your songs." "Ah, who is this hombre?" She tells him how she caught Hoppy when he slipped in from the balcony. Last picture, top row, the waiter, whose name is Manuel, searches Hoppy. Hoppy says, "Now look, I'm only trying to escape from enemies who found me unconscious in the desert and brought me to Terrestre Verde." Manuel finds a strange coin on Hoppy. Holding it up, first picture, second row, he says, "Hey, this ancient Aztec coin. Where did you get it, huh?" "Why, the Texas Rangers think somebody called the Chameleon knows something about it. Maybe I've come to return it to him." "Ah, it is a symbol of evil. Those who carry it are not welcome here. Take your coin and get out." "Yeah, but why? I don't understand." Chiquita's face hardens. She tells Hoppy the door is behind him and to get out. There's nothing else to do. Hoppy shrugs, turns, and goes out. As he crosses the balcony, last picture, second row, he hears voices.
Hey, look! That's Cassidy! Hey, after him, boys! After him!
Men from the gang of outlaws dash up the steps of the balcony after him, first picture, bottom row. Quickly, Hoppy dives over the balcony for the chandelier below, catches it, and as it swishes through the air under the impact of his body, the candles go out, and Hoppy drops to the floor and heads for the door. In the semi-darkness, someone grabs his arm and leads him outside. Outside, last picture, Hoppy looks at his unknown friend and exclaims, "Chiquita." Quickly, Chiquita whispers that Hoppy's enemies are hers, and that their enemy works for the Chameleon. And then she adds, "Follow me, and I will show you the way to his hideout."
Hoppy escaped.
Yes, Hoppy escaped.
Wasn't it strange that that girl first told him to get out of her room, and now she's going to help him?
Well, that was because she didn't trust anybody at that place.
Oh, she's smart, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
How do you think Hoppy will catch the Chameleon?
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now?
Oh, and now could we please turn over the page, because I'm sure Prince Valiant is there.
All right, over the page we go. And you're right. He's surely here.
And remember last week when they were lost in the wilderness? They started on their way home.
And as they came around a bend in the river, they were swept into wild waters and lost their supplies and were finally thrown up on shore in a very badly damaged canoe.
Isn't that terrible after all that hard work?
Yes, you bet it is. Well, let's see how they make out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant and Arp awake to a stormy dawn and find they've come ashore on an island where the river widens into a lake. Their boat has been badly damaged and will need much repairing. As Val inspects the canoe, Arp takes a spear, climbs on a rock in the river to try to spear breakfast.
The water's so rough that Arf cannot lure a fish within reach of his spear. He makes his way to shore without any luck and sits down to rest. There he drops to the ground. Val cheers him by saying, "Well, I was getting rather tired of fish, Arf. And after 2 days of nothing but berries and green nuts, I'd welcome some nice trout. Well, worst comes to worst, I might even try a roast of young squire." On the third day, the storm passes. In the sunset calm, first picture, second row, Val waits near a sheltered cove where the breeze is offshore. Soon a deer comes down to feed on the lush water weeds. Last picture, second row, Val slips into the water. With infinite caution, he glides forward while the animal has its head in the water feeding. Then, first picture, bottom row, Val slips forward, only a few steps at a time, for he must pause before his prey raises its head to gaze about, so there'll be no telltale ripples to warn of danger. And then, when he is near enough, carefully he grasps the bow in the hunter's grip, nocks an arrow, and takes the bowstring in what is known as the Turkish release. And when next the deer lowers its head, he surges forward quickly to point-blank range. And that night, last picture, Val and Arf dine on meat for the first time in many days. They sit comfortably beside the warm fire, enjoying a delicious meal together, thanks to a passing deer.
Ooh, wasn't that interesting? How Val slipped so quietly into the water with the rushes on his head, so he looked like something growing in the water, and he was so quiet.
Yes, he certainly is a wonderful hunter.
Yes, he certainly is a wonderful hunter.
Well, now that they have more food and the canoe is repaired and the storm has gone down, I'm sure he'll start for home next week.
I hope he doesn't have any more trouble.
So do I. Now I'm sure that you want to read Donald Duck.
Oh, you were never so sure of anything in your life.
Very well, turn over the page, and there on page 5 is Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Today, Donald's nephews, Louie, Dewey, and Huey, are up in the attic tying 3 bicycles to a rope. They lower them to the ground and then climb on. Huey, Louie, and then Dewey's in the saddle.
All right, let's go, fellas. We haven't much time.
And away they go down the road. Last picture, top row, Dewey says,
Boy, they sure seem sturdy.
First picture, bottom row, they grind up a hill. Dewey says,
Hey, not bad on hills.
they start going down the other side. Huey yells,
Hey, how's your coaster brake? I don't know yet. I'm only doing 50.
A short time later, they arrive back home. There they stop. They tie the ropes to the bicycles,
Okay, hoist away.
and they haul the bicycles up to the attic again. And next day, last picture, as they come down for breakfast, Donald stands proudly in the living room beside the 3 bicycles which he has bought for his nephew's birthday present. The boys look at the bikes, which are the very ones, of course, they've been riding the day before, and they say,
Wow! Hey, what a keen surprise! Yeah, bicycles for our birthday.
Isn't that funny?
Yes.
Donald looks so proud, as though he's doing something very unusual.
yes, and the boys pretended they didn't know anything at all about the bicycles.
And here they knew all about it, and they had already tried them out by sneaking them out of the attic.
yes. Oh, those kids, they are a caution.
Oh, and they are funny, too.
Well, now let's go over the page to the very last page of the first section. The last page of the first section, because I'm sure you want to see what happens to Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. Rusty was locked up by those crooks, And since Dick isn't in any danger today, I'll read him by myself later.
All right.
I'm anxious to see if Rusty gets free.
Good. Now, remember the crooks had kidnapped Rusty and Pete.
Yes, and that was because the boys had trailed him to that old abandoned house.
And now Rusty and Pete are locked in an old cave while the crooks go back to get their loot.
Well, I hope the boys will get out because you remember they'd found the valuables and then they hid them in a different place in the cellar. And if the crooks don't find that stuff, they're sure to know that Rusty and Pete did find the stuff, and they might come back and hurt the boys.
Yes, that's right. Well, let's read right now and see what happens. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Locked in the cave, the boys try to figure out how they might escape. Rusty says,
Hey, golly, Pete, they've really locked us in this cave. You think we could crash through the door with your car?
Pete replies,
No, not a chance, Rusty. The doors are oak. They're 2 inches thick, and a steel bar across both of them. But believe me, I don't intend to sit here and wait for somebody to let us out. Maybe nobody will come around here till spring. Yeah, but Rusty, those crooks said they'd tell the police we're here after they go back and get the horse show trophies.
Rusty says, last picture top row.
Well, I know they said that, Pete, but don't forget, we dropped the trophies in that old cistern. They won't give us a thought till they find them. No, we got to find a way out ourselves. Well, that isn't going to be too easy, Rusty. There's a little light right at this spot on account of the ventilator over the entrance, but it'll be pitch black further in.
First picture, bottom row. Rusty thinks. And then he says,
Yeah, I suppose in summer when these caverns are open to tourists, they have electric lights, but, well, they'd be shut off now. Oh, sure, Rusty. Most likely there's a master switch out in that office shack outside where... Hey, wait a minute. The electric lights. That gives me an idea.
Pete jumps to his feet and opens the hood of his car.
Hey, come on, Rusty. Help me get the battery out of this car. We'll take off one headlight, and we'll have a portable light plant. Hey, jeepers, Pete. That's a swell idea.
Meanwhile, at police headquarters, Tex enters.
Oh, howdy, Inspector. I just dropped in to see if you turned up anything on the missing boys.
The detective replies, Oh, good morning, Tex. No, not a trace. But they must be holed up somewhere in the county because we have men on every highway and they haven't seen hide nor harm. Last picture, Tex looks at a folder that has just been handed to the detective.
Hey, what's that notice the sergeant just gave you? Is it about the boys?
Oh, no, Tex. Sorry, it's just an FBI flyer about a couple of swindlers known as the Duke and Limey Joe. They're supposed to be operating in this territory.
A picture of those two crooks because the Duke and Limey Joe are Sir Percival and Nobbs, and they're the same men that locked Rusty and Pete out.
I'll bet you're right, and if there is a picture of them, Tex will recognize them all right.
And then they'll catch those crooks and make them tell where Rusty and Pete are, and then the boys will be safe again.
Well, we'll find out about this next week. Now let's pick up the first page of the second section.
Oh, there's Dagwood and Blondie.
And I'll read that in just a moment, but first here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Today, Dagwood and an errand boy come in the house carrying several cartons of groceries. They drop them on the floor. Dagwood says,
Hey, look, dear. I got all these canned goods at wholesale price. Peaches, tomatoes, peas, and corn.
Blondie clasps her hands in joy and exclaims,
Oh, how wonderful. Enough to last us for months and months.
And last picture top row, she begins to examine them.
Oh, let's see. String beans, sauerkraut, mushrooms, apricots, pears, beans, beef.
I'll put some extra shelves in the cellar to store all these cans.
First picture, second row. Dagwood and Blondie are in the basement getting some lumber out. Dagwood looks at a blank wall and says,
Yeah, this is a good place for shelves. Well, that's the doorbell. You better go up and see who's at it.
It's a friend of Blondie's who has 2 little children. As she settles herself in a chair, Blondie's friend says,
Well, I was just in the neighborhood with the children, so I thought I'd drop in for a chat.
Oh, well, I'll see if I can find something to amuse the children while we chat.
So Blondie takes the children in the other room and hands them some of the cans. Last picture, second row.
Now, here's just the thing for you to play with. You can build a beautiful castle with all these cans.
Then she goes into the other room for a nice visit. The kids start playing with the cans. One says, first picture, third row.
Hey, the castle will look better if we take all the labels off.
So they start to rip the labels off the cans. A little later, Blondie dashes down to the basement and shrieks.
Dagwood, come up quick. Something terrible's happened.
Dagwood drops the hammer, and the two of them shoot upstairs. Last picture, third row, Blondie points at the kids in the kitchen surrounded by shining cans.
They tore all the labels off the cans. How can we tell what's in them?
Dagwood goes. Blondie picks up one can and shakes it. First picture, bottom row.
You can't tell what's in them by shaking them.
Dagwood lights a candle, holds it on the other side of the can. I'm trying to x-ray them, but you can't see through the tin. And then Blondie and Dagwood drop to the floor and start to cry.
No, we won't know what we're going to eat for the next 6 months.
Last picture, Blondie's friend goes out of the house, leading her two children.
Come, darlings, let's go. I can't stand to see grown-ups cry.
Well, I don't think that woman was very nice because her children caused all that trouble. And then she says when she's going away, she can't stand grown-ups crying.
Yes, I think that's a very funny family.
I would say they are a strange family. Dagwood's is the funny family.
Yes, you're so right.
Oh, now, look under Dagwood and Blondie. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, and believe me, Roy has got himself in a mess of trouble with the crooks at the lumber camp.
You remember last week he was knocked on the head and then he fell on the skidway into the river.
Yes, Roy disappeared under the water just before the log hit. Let's read now and see if Roy's escaped. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. A-yip-I-O. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-I-O. The log goes down the skidway and hits the water with a terrific splash. For a moment, the water churns about. The log comes to the surface, and then Roy comes up, shakes his head. Oh, that was a narrow escape. If I hadn't gone to the bottom before that log hit the water, I could have torn my head off. He grabs onto the end of the log. I'll rest a minute before striking out for shore. At the end of the log, he sees a strange marking. Hey, that's funny. A diamond brand. At that moment, Aunt Pauline, the owner of the logging camp, gallops up. She sees Wildwood throwing a rope to Roy. Wildwood quickly tells her what happened as they draw Roy to shore. Last picture, top row. As Pauline grumbles at Roy for the trouble he got himself into, Roy points out the brand at the end of the log. First picture, bottom row, he says, well, in my business, if a triangle brand is worked over to look like a diamond, it means rustlers. And Pauline exclaims,
Yeah, in my business, it means log pirates. Mount up. We got to find that old tree worshiper Cosmo and make him talk.
Meanwhile, old Cosmo, the old-timer who caused Roy all the trouble, is on his way to report to Ed Sneed, who put him up to his dirty work.
Ed Sneed's trail leads to this deserted logging camp, Fern. I hate all loggers for destroying the forest, but I am afraid of that timber cruiser. And we got to be careful.
He sees Etch working over some logs, making a diamond brand out of a triangle brand with a log mark.
Howdy, Etch. I obeyed your orders. I got rid of Rogers. Hey, you're changing the brand on them logs, ain't you? Hey, that's pirating.
Etch slowly stands up and snarls.
You got sharp eyes and a big mouth, Cosmo.
Last picture, Cosmo says,
So this is how you hornswoggle the Bunyan outfit.
Suddenly, Etch leaps at him.
Well, you ain't the first to find out, but you won't tell anybody about it. I'll see to that. Nah.
Oh, that Ed Sneed is cruel. Is he going to kill Cosmo?
He says he's going to fix it so old Cosmo can't tell anyone that he just saw Etch changing the brand on those logs.
Well, and what he just saw is the very thing that Pauline and Roy want to question him about.
That's right. And if Etch Sneed kills Cosmo, then Pauline and Roy can't question Cosmo. And then they won't find out that Etch is the man behind all the trouble.
And just think, Ed Sneed is working for Aunt Pauline, and she trusts him.
Which means he'll be in the position to continue his dirty work without being suspected.
Unless Roy, who's very smart, finds out about it.
Yeah, maybe. But we'll find out more about that next week. Now let's go over the page.
All right. Oh, look, Flash Gordon. And remember, a very strange thing has happened to the Earth. It's completely covered with snow and ice.
Yes, that's because the sun's rays have been cut off from the Earth. And when the sun doesn't shine, the world becomes cold and covered with ice.
And Flash thinks someone has been causing this to happen.
And he's gone on an expedition with Icy Stark, who doesn't want him to discover this.
And they landed someplace like the North Pole, and they met some huge men, and just when they were about to shoot Flash, Flash fired first, and I'm anxious to find out who they are.
All right, let's read now and see. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Orega-rega-doon-doons, ask-a-mataz. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. The giants are only stunned by Flash's shot, but by the time they recover consciousness, Flash has them bound hand and foot. Quizzing his captives by sign language and symbols drawn in the Arctic snow, Flash learns that the giants came from Rhea, Saturn's fifth moon. Flash knows that Rhea is bitterly cold, and he quickly guesses that its inhabitants are creating this new ice age so they can colonize the Earth. Setting out on a swift scouting trip, Flash finds a hidden jet sled. He tells Dale, "Listen, Dale, we've got to locate their main camp. I'll hide in the sled while you go back and let one Saturnian escape. He'll head for his camp, and I'll tell you by mini radio how to follow." Following Flash's orders, Dale frees one of the Saturnians. But when she tells Icy Stark, last picture top row, what she's done, the expedition chief is furious. "You and Gordon are a pair of blundering meddlers. Your friend got himself into this jam. Now let him get himself out of it. We're blasting off at once to make tests at the magnetic pole." First picture bottom row, just as Flash expected, the escaped Saturnian hurries to his jet sled and takes off, unaware that an Earthman is stowed away aboard. The giant heads his craft straight for the Saturnian headquarters in the Arctic. As the snow car speeds over the ice packs, Flash whispers instructions into the mini radio. He has no inkling of his peril now that Dale and Stark have rocketed beyond the range of his tiny transmitter. And last picture, plunging into a vast cavern at the base of a glacier. The jet sled reaches the hidden power plant where men from Saturn use their secret electronic science to turn Earth into an icy wasteland in which only they can survive.
Ooh, what will happen to Flash now? He's alone among all those giants, especially if they find him.
Well, he'll certainly be in trouble.
And it's going to be hard for him to be hidden all the time. He'll get hungry sometimes.
You think of everything, don't you?
Well, I worry.
And I don't blame you. That Icy Stark certainly causes Flash plenty of trouble.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if Flash destroyed that machine that's causing the Earth to be cold?
It certainly would. Well, we'll find that out next week. Now, look across the page.
Oh, my favorite, Uncle Remus.
And his tale's a Brer Rabbit, so say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says, "Sometimes Brer Rabbit is hard-headed, and sometimes not hard-headed enough." Brer Rabbit has gone for a walk. He comes to a fence where he sees several signs. One of them reads, "Keep out. Private property. No trespassing." He climbs over the fence and he starts to pick flowers. Now, Brer Ram, who owns the property, comes along. He sees Brer Rabbit and says, Brer Rabbit, can't you read signs?"
Who believes in signs, Brer Ram?
Brer Ram lowers his head and he bleats, "When I says something, I means what I says." And Brer Rabbit whirls out of the patch and lands with a right in front of the sign, "Keep out." Last picture top row, Brer Rabbit's at home. He's emptying his coal bucket. And he says,
I is going to show Brer Ram I can use my head, too.
First picture bottom row, he's at Brer Ram's property again. He looks at the sign which reads, keep out. And he says to the sign,
Yes.
And he puts the coal bucket over his head and climbs over the fence saying,
I is going to knock some common sense into a biggity head.
Brer Ram sees him coming and lowers his head. Brer Rabbit lowers his head with a coal bucket helmet on it, and they gallop for each other. And somebody sails over the fence and lands in front of a sign. Keep out. It's Brer Rabbit with his head aching, and his coal bucket helmet has been busted to pieces. Brer Ram looks at him and he asks, "You believe in signs now, Brer Rabbit?" And Brer Rabbit sighs.
I concede the argument, Brer Ram.
And Uncle Remus says,
If at first you don't succeed, try something else.
Oh, dear. That was one time Brer Rabbit wasn't as bright as he usually is.
"No, sometimes when we get some stubbornness, we crowd all the brightness out of our brains."
It certainly happened to Brer Rabbit, and I'm sorry to say Brer Rabbit was wrong.
Yes, he had no business picking Brer Ram's flowers without asking if he could.
No. Well, I'm sure he won't do a thing like that again because he's really nice.
Yes, he's really nice. Well, now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I know the most... Oh, excuse me. How are you?
Oh, I'm just fine. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
That's fine, too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know the most wonderful thing.
What is it?
Well, maybe it isn't wonderful, but it is interesting.
What is it?
Hummingbirds are the only birds that can fly backwards.
Well, that is very wonderful. How did you happen to think about that?
I was just humming, and it came into my mind.
Well, I think that's a very wonderful thing.
Especially when hummingbirds are the only birds that can do it.
Yes. Oh, I wish there was something that I could do, that I was the only one that could do it.
There is.
What's that?
No one can read the funnies the way you do.
Well, thank you.
Now, will you please read them?
I should say I will. Puck the Comic Weekly.
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has been on the trail of a crook called the Chameleon, who always changes his disguise when committing one of his crimes. A girl named Chiquita has led Hoppy to an old Aztec temple, telling him that he'll find the chameleon there. And then she runs away. Hoppy moves cautiously toward it.
Last picture, top row, high above at the top of the temple, a silent watcher rises from the darkness and brings a rifle to bear on the figure below. Hoppy falls to the ground, first picture, second row. Eagerly, the sniper descends from the temple ruins to learn the results of his marksmanship. He sees Hoppy lying motionless at the bottom. A smile of triumph comes on his face. He moves closer to Hoppy and bends over him. Suddenly, Hoppy springs into action, drives one blow to the man's midrib, pulls him over, and then knocks him out. Quickly, Hoppy frisks him. Last picture, second row. He finds a strange coin in one of the pockets. Hoppy exclaims, "Why, he's carrying an Aztec coin just like the one given me by the Texas Rangers. I only knew what it's for." And then Hoppy begins a search of the old ruins. After searching the ruins for some time, first picture, bottom row, something in the wall catches his eye. He exclaims, "Why, that's odd. A square metal rod protruding from the rock." And then he remembers the Aztec coin he took from the man he had just knocked out had an open square in the center. Hoppy tries the square in the coin against the metal rod. Well, the coin seems to fit it like a key. Curiously, Hoppy turns the coin in a clockwise motion. Suddenly, a section of the wall begins to move slowly. It swings inward. And Hoppy sees before him a secret entrance to the interior of the temple. Slowly, he walks in. He finds himself in a giant room and sees several men pointing guns at him. And in the center of the room, last picture, a man whom Hoppy recognizes. He exclaims, "Simon Grief, what are you doing here?" Simon Grief, the man who had been arousing the citizens of Buckskin to catch the chameleon, says,
"Surprised, Mr. Cassidy? You see, I happen to be the chameleon."
The chameleon? Oh, and Hoppy is alone against those men.
And inside that temple, and no one knows the secret entrance.
If they shoot him, then no one would know. Oh, I wish those Texas Rangers would come.
Well, let's hope they may be here next week. Now?
Oh, now let's turn over the page and see if Prince Valiant is there again today.
Very well, over the page we go to page 3.
See? I'm right.
Oh, you're always right, you bright thing, you.
Thank you. I'm anxious to read that because Val and Arthur have started back home again from their hunting trip, and they've had so many accidents.
Yes, you bet they have. They really had tough luck. Their canoe was swept into swift rapids and has been badly damaged.
Yes, and after all the trouble they went through to build it. Well, I wonder if they'll get started home today.
Well, let's read and find out right now. Here we go with Prince Valiant and the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brechet, Grey Mulkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. After repairing their canoe, Val and Arf are once again on their way home. They've rigged up a little sail this time, and driven by the wind, float along a lake, big picture, top row. There's neither clock nor calendar to worry them with the urgency of time, so they traverse river and lake in a leisurely manner, alert for danger, but ready to enjoy each passing day. But almost at this moment, the guide who had escaped from the accident in the river arrives at the castle. He's taken before King Agwar, Val's father, and Alita, Val's wife, and he tells them the story of the accident and finishes by telling them that Val is dead. His words are as a cloth that wipes the color from Alita's cheek, and the king's face becomes a white mask. When he is finished, Alita smiles and bids a servant see that he is fed and cared for. And then she turns to Val's father, first picture, bottom row, and sees the sorrow written on his face, and she says, "Have faith, sire. Did not your son survive the siege of Andalkrag and steal me from 200 warrior suitors? Did he not stand alone before the gates of Samarand and vow to conquer it? And did. And did he not follow me to strange lands across unknown seas and bring me home? Have faith." And then she goes to her room. She sees little Prince Arn sitting quietly, as if his heart would break, and she comforts him by telling him that nothing could happen to his father. And then she goes through the day, cheering others, assuring them that nothing could happen to Val. But that night, in the quietness of her own room, although she has given courage to others, she has little left for herself. And worry for the man she loves drives the courage from her heart, and her tears wet the pillow. as she weeps with fear that she might never see her Val again.
Oh, isn't that too bad? I'm glad the guard was safe and got home, but it's too bad he got home before Val did, because now everyone will believe that Val is dead, and they'll all be so sad.
Yes, that is too bad. And there's Val and Art floating along, taking it easy in their canoe.
Oh, I think I'm angry at them. I wish they'd hurry home so the other people won't be so sad.
Well, maybe he will. Maybe with that sail in his canoe, he'll be home sooner than we think. Now, how would you like to read Donald Duck?
Oh, that's one question you never need to ask me. You know I'd always want to read Donald Duck.
All right, then. Let's go over the page, past Perry Mason and the Lone Ranger, turn over another page.
There's Donald Duckle.
Yes, sir, Donald Duckle, good for a chuckle. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, tick-a-chack. Let's have music, it's a quack, quack. Donald's girlfriend, Daisy, is visiting him. She finds Donald stretched out in a chair, all worn out, hardly able to hold his head up. And Daisy exclaims,
Heavens, what's wrong?
Donald replies,
Nothing. Just tired, I guess. Well, you need pep vitamins. I'll have some sent out.
Donald replies,
Okay. Okay.
A short time later, Daisy sends over a can of pep vitamins. Donald opens the can, takes out a handful of vitamins, and drops them down his gullet. And then washes them down with a glass of water. 2 hours later, he takes another dose. 2 hours later, another. And another. And another. Next morning, fourth picture, top row, he wakes up, opens his eyes, leaps out of bed, and calls Daisy.
Oh, hello, Daisy. Wow. I'm a new man. Peppy as a coat. Thanks a million. Well, Phil, I'll drop in to see you this afternoon.
After a hearty breakfast, Donald is busy vacuuming the rug.
I should have vacuumed this joint 2 weeks ago.
First picture next row, he's washing windows.
Nothing I hate worse than dirty windows.
Next, he scrubs the kitchen floor. Then he cleans out the basement. Then he cleans out the attic. Short time later, Daisy comes up the walk. She says to herself,
My, I bet he'd be like a new man.
She opens the door and walks in, and stops surprised. For there is Donald, last picture, lying in a chair, hardly able to hold up his head. And he says wearily,
Guess I overdid it a bit, Toots. I'm exhausted.
Oh, that Donald. Just because he takes a few pills, he thinks he can do everything at once.
Yes. If he were sensible, he'd do a little bit each day. Then he wouldn't be worn out to smile at Daisy.
Of course, anybody knows that.
Anybody except Donald.
Oh, he's so cute. I love him.
So do I. Well, now, how would you like to read Dick's Adventures?
Oh, I'd love to read Dick's Adventures. Let's see if I can guess where he is. The last page of the first section?
You are right. Dick's Adventures is on the last page of the first section.
So today, Dick is starting a new adventure, so please, quick read.
So, all right, here we go with Dick's Adventures in Dreamland. So say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, Zack is it. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick and his dad have been talking about the early days of American history and about the Indian chief Tecumseh. Dick, who is in bed, half dozing, murmurs,
In Annapolis, the midshipmen have a statue of old Chief Tecumseh. Who was he? What did he do, Dad? Gee, I wish I knew.
And back he goes in his dreams. He finds himself, in his dream, in a covered wagon, dressed in the clothes of an early settler. His dad is driving a team of horses. Dick is saying,
Gosh, Dad, now I remember. Tecumseh was a terrific character. He ruled over a big Indian settlement in Indiana on the banks of the Wabash near Tippecanoe River Creek. It was around 1810. Hey, Jeepers, what are we doing in this covered wagon?
Last picture, top row, his dad shows surprise. Why, we're lighting out for New Northwest Territory, Dick. Maybe on the Wabash.
Lots of settlers are heading out from the east. They'll be needing a good blacksmith and a gunsmith like you and me, Dick.
Proceeding a few miles farther, Dick and his dad are halted by a soldier who tells them first picture, second row.
Bit of Injun trouble ahead, folks. Keep your guns handy.
Finally, they arrive at a settlement on the edge of the Wabash River. There they see a crowd of people. And last picture, second row, on a landing near the water's edge, a loud quarrel between two men is taking place. It's Governor William Henry Harrison and the Injun chief, Tecumseh. And Tecumseh is saying, last picture,
Our white father speaks of fair treatment to his red children, yet he claims our land more and more and more. We are no longer children. We are now men. We think ourselves capable of defending our country. Listen to my warning. No white man shall cross this river.
Looks like there's going to be trouble. That Indian looks really angry.
and Governor Harrison doesn't look as though he's very afraid.
And if the white people cross the river, then the Indians are going to attack them. Is that what he's saying?
That's exactly what he means.
I wonder what'll happen. I wonder if the white men will cross.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now look underneath Dick's adventures.
Oh, Rusty Riley. I'm anxious to read that.
And I'll read it in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty and Pete have been locked up as prisoners in the old caverns by two crooks who have robbed the Milestone farm. The crooks have gone back to get their loot where they had hidden it in an old abandoned house. Meanwhile, Tex has stopped in at headquarters to ask the detectives if they have any news of Rusty and Pete. While he's there, the detective has given a notice about a couple of crooks that are wanted by the FBI. Tex is curious about it. The detective explains to him, saying,
No, this is just a flyer sent out by the FBI, Tex. The kind you see in post offices. It's about a couple of swindlers known as Limey Joe and the Duke. Here, take a look.
Would it be possible to lend me this notice for, say, an hour, maybe?
Why, sure, Tex. You may keep it. They always send a couple of spares. But why?
Oh, just a hunch. I might meet up with him sometime.
A little later at the farm, Tex is carefully looking at the notice. He says thoughtfully,
I ain't exactly what you'd call an artist, but I think I can do a little retouching on these here faces.
Meanwhile, last picture top row, in the caverns, Rusty and Pete have rigged up a light for the battery of the car. They turn it on, and it lights up the caverns. Rusty says,
Hey, this was a neat idea of yours to take the battery out of your car and hook it up to one of the headlights, Pete. Yeah, it'll give us plenty of light as long as it lasts. It's a new battery, so it ought to give us a few hours steady use, Rusty. Okay, let's get going.
First picture, bottom row. The boys are still searching the caverns, trying to find a way out. But so far, they've had no luck. Pete says,
Hey, gosh, Rusty, we've come a heck of a long way looking for another way out. I begin to think we should have stayed put till Sir Percival sends somebody to let us out. Hey, listen, Pete, if those crooks find those trophies where we hid them, well, we'll never hear from them again. And if they don't, and they come back here, you can bet it won't be to let us go. Hey, Rusty, I think we've used up about half the charge in this battery. We better turn back or we'll be caught in the dark. Okay, Pete. I hate to give up, but I guess you're right.
The boys turn around to start back. And then they see two tunnels. Rusty exclaims,
Hey, gee willikins, Pete. Which one of those tunnels do we come through? Why, Well, I think... Gosh, Rusty, I don't know.
At this moment, last picture, in Mr. Miles' study, Tex is handing him a notice that he has gotten from the detective. Tex is saying,
Hey, boss, just take a look at that FBI flyer. I've been doing a little retouching with a lead pencil. Don't they look kind of familiar?
Mr. Miles looks at it and exclaims,
By George, Tex, is it possible? Sir Percival and his man, Nobbs.
Oh, goody, Cassidy, Tex was smart. He knew that Limey Joe and the Duke were those two Englishmen who stayed at the Milestone Farm.
Yes, you bet he did. He drew the mustache on the Duke's face, and that told him the whole story.
Well, I hope they hurry to the detectives and that they can catch the crooks and make them tell where the boys are.
Yes, because if he doesn't, the boys are apt to get lost in those caverns, and it might take a long, long time to find them.
Yes.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
And here they are on the first page of the second section.
And we'll read that right away. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafood, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood's enjoying his paper at home when suddenly his daughter rushes in and shrieks,
Daddy, quick, a dog catcher just picked up Daisy.
Dagwood leaps to his feet and flies out of the house like a man shot out of a cannon. He tackles the dog catcher.
Stop! That's unconstitutional. You can't do that to a taxpayer.
Last picture, top row, the dog catcher sits up and says,
Well, if she's a taxpayer, where's the tag on her collar?
Well, she has one. It must have fallen off around her house.
and Dagwood starts for the house to look for the dog tag. The dog catcher puts Daisy in the truck, first picture, second row, saying,
I'll wait here till you get back.
Dagwood calls,
Be calm, Daisy. I'll find your dog tag, and I'll be right back.
and into the house he goes, searching for Daisy's dog tag. He looks under the chairs, under the table, under the sofa cushions, and Blondie sobs.
Oh, our darling Daisy being carried off in a wagon like a common crook.
Now, Blondie, I'll get her a lawyer. Come on, help me find her license tag. And the hunting continues. Upstairs, downstairs, side stairs, kitchen, dining room, living room, back porch, front porch, basement.
I found it, Dagwood. It came off while she was getting her bath.
First picture, third row, Dagwood dashes out of the house yelling,
We found it, Daisy. You're a citizen in good standing again.
and he stops in front of the truck full of dogs. But no dog catcher. Dagwood asks the passing man,
Hey, where's the dog catcher?
Oh, he went in that restaurant there for his lunch.
Dagwood turns to the truck, last picture of the row, opens the door saying,
We can't wait for him. Come on, Daisy. I'll take you right home.
and he leans into the truck, trying to get hold of Daisy, who is buried under a lot of other dogs. Suddenly, he slips in, and the door snaps shut and locks behind him. And first picture, bottom row, Dagwood is in the dog truck with all the dogs, and he says,
Oh, there's a snap lock on the outside. We can't get out.
and the dog catcher, who comes out of the restaurant, sees Dagwood in the truck with all the dogs, and the dogs and the man laugh and laugh and laugh. Short time later, the phone rings at the Bumstead house. Cookie answers it,
Hello? Yeah? Just a minute, please.
and then she turns to Blondie and says,
It's a city dog pound, Mama. They want you to come right down there and claim your husband.
Blondie goes. Last picture, Blondie is down at the dog pound. She stops in front of the cage in which there are 42 dogs looking very unhappy, and a man who looks very much like a lion. He also looks very much like Dagwood. And the dogs go, and Dagwood goes. And Blondie turns to the keeper and barks,
Since when do husbands need dog licenses? Isn't that funny, the way Dagwood fell in the dog catcher's truck and got locked up?
Yeah. And he looks mighty unhappy in that cage down at the dog pound, too.
Oh, that Dagwood, he's so funny, I just love him.
I love funny people, too. But now look at the bottom of the page. Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, and there has been a lot of trouble down at the logging camp. And last week, he discovered something very important.
Yes, Roy discovered that somebody has been changing the brands on logs belonging to Pauline Bunyan.
Isn't that queer, putting brands on logs just like they do with cattle out west?
Well, you know why that is? That's because all of the logging camps send their logs down to the mill by way of the river, and the logs are all apt to get mixed up in the river, you see.
Oh, I see. And then when the logs go to the mill and they take them out of the river, then they can tell whose logs they are by the brand on the logs.
How did you ever guess that?
I just figured it out.
Oh, but you're smart.
Yes, I am, aren't I?
Mm-hmm. Well, now let's see whether Roy finds out that Etch Sneed is the man who's been changing the brand and stealing Pauline's logs. Here we go with Roy Rogers, king of the cowboys. A-yip-I-O. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-I-O. Things are beginning to move quickly. Roy discovers piles and piles of logs, all with diamond brand stamped over Pauline's triangle mark. Pauline remembers that the diamond symbol was used by a camp that is some distance behind hers some time ago. Pauline's niece, Wildwood, suggests they should try to find old Cosmo, that he might know something about the log thieves. So The last picture, top row. As they ride up to the foreman's shed, a man there calls,
Hey, Pauline, spring fresh has started. The river's rising.
Pauline tells Wildwood to tell the foreman to round up a new crew of rivermen for the big drive. Roy says, Hey, log handle's out of my line, Miss Bunyan. I'm going after old Cosmo. First picture, bottom row, Roy has picked up old Cosmo's trail. Old Cosmo's burrow trail leads south, Trigger. Maybe the abandoned logging camp Pauline mentioned is the log pirates' headquarters. Meanwhile, old Cosmo had caught Etch Sneed in the act of changing the brand on Pauline's logs. Etch had told him he would never live to tell anybody about it. And now Etch and his men are carrying Cosmo to the top of a hill to throw him over a cliff. One of the men says,
Yeah, when he found out about our log pirate, and he wrote his death warrant, Etch?
And Etch growls,
Yeah. It's tough work tooting Cosmo up here. By tossing him over, it'll look like an accident.
At that moment, last picture, Roy at the foot of the cliff approaches. Suddenly, he sees a body fall to the ground before his eyes. Hey, what? That's old Cosmo.
Oh, isn't it terrible of those men to have thrown old Cosmo over the cliff?
Yes, and now that old Cosmo's dead, there's no one to testify that Etch Sneed is the crook.
Well, if Roy hurries, maybe he'll see who threw Cosmo over the cliff, and then he'll be smart enough to know that they're the ones who've been changing the log brand.
We'll find that out next week. Now, let's go over the page.
Oh, look, Flash Gordon.
Yes, Flash Gordon.
And a strange thing has happened to the Earth. It's covered completely with ice and snow because the sun isn't shining on it.
And Flash suspected that someone who wants to conquer the Earth has shut the sun's rays away from the Earth to make it cold.
And so Flash has gone on an expedition to investigate.
And Flash has discovered that the people responsible for this are giants from another planet. And Flash hid on a jet sled of one of the giants, and when the giant returned to his headquarters on the moon Rhea, Flash had come along too.
And now Flash is all alone among these giants, and that's terribly dangerous because if they see him, he will never escape.
Well, let's read now and find out what happens next with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, sask-a-matash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Inside an Arctic glacier, the invaders from Saturn's moon Rhea are using their secret science to freeze the Earth into a gigantic snowball on which only Saturnians can survive. Nothing stands between them and success but Flash Gordon, alone in the enemy stronghold. Moving cautiously down an icy corridor, Flash leaps for cover and holds his breath as a busy Saturnian nearly runs into him. Last picture, top row, at the end of the corridor, Flash comes upon a vast cavern that houses the Saturnians' ionic ray generator. He discovers that they're using the Earth's magnetic field and the northern lights to blanket our planet with an electronic screen, shutting off the sun's heat rays. But sudden disaster overtakes Flash one-man raid when a Saturnian engineer spots the Earthman and shouts an alarm. Clamor brings a swarm of weirdly armed giants rushing into the cavern. Flash realizes he's hopelessly outnumbered, so instead of firing futilely at the attacking horde, he empties his neutron beam gun into the ionic ray power plant. And last picture, with an earth-shaking roar, the generators explode upwards, shattering the glacier into a million fragments and scattering the Saturnian machines over the Arctic ice. Although partly shielded, Flash is stunned and hurled skyward.
It's blowing the place apart.
Not only that, if that's the machines that's controlling the sun's rays, it means that now it has been destroyed.
Oh, my, that's terrible. I wonder what'll happen to Flash. Do you think he will be killed in that explosion?
Well, we'll find out all these things next week in the adventures of Flash Gordon. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Well, that's strange. She's always been here before. Okay, I'll try just once more. Hello, hello, hello. Well, too bad she's not here. I might just as well go.
April Fool, here I am.
Oh, I forgot this is April Fool. You tricked me.
Yes, I tricked you. Did you really think I wasn't here?
Yes, I did, and I was very, very sad.
I really fooled you then, didn't I?
Oh, you did. And have you got a lot of April Fool tricks up your sleeve for everyone else?
Oh, yes. I've got a good one for my father.
What's that?
Well, I helped my mother bake a cake today, and I made a little cake for him. And instead of frosting, I put toothpaste on top.
I would love to see his face when he bites into that cake.
Well, why don't you come to dinner tomorrow?
Oh, I'm afraid you might put the sugar in my salt and the salt in the sugar, and I might not enjoy my dinner.
Oh, I wouldn't do that to you.
You promise?
I promise.
Uncross your fingers.
All right. See, my fingers are uncrossed. I promise.
Very well, I'll come.
Now will you read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has trailed the outlaw called the Chameleon to an old Aztec temple. The Chameleon turns out to be Mr. Grief, a citizen of Buckskin. Hoppy had discovered the secret entrance to the Indian temple, but when he got inside, he found himself surrounded by the Chameleon and his gang. To stall for time, Hoppy tells the Chameleon he's willing to join up with his gang of outlaws. And then Hoppy's pals, Lucky and California, follow him to the temple. But Hoppy tells them he doesn't want to have anything to do with them, that the citizens of Buckskin believe he's a killer and that he's going to continue to be an outlaw. Lucky stares at Hoppy in amazement and says, first picture, "Hey, don't you know us, Hoppy? You're no escape killer, and no matter what they say in Buckskin, we followed you here to get you out of this mess." Hoppy replies, "Save your breath. I've quit you and the Bar 20 to join up with the Chameleon's outfit." Last picture, top row, the Chameleon holds out a gun to Hoppy, saying,
I don't think they believe you. Show them how good you are, Cassidy. Once their bodies are dropped into this ancient shaft, they'll never be found.
Hoppy disregards the gun. Instead, suddenly dives at Lucky and California, first picture, second row, and the three of them topple into the pit and plunge into the water at the bottom. Later, last picture, second row. After a long swim in the dark, they see an opening, and a moment later emerge under the sky. Ah, fresh air. California exclaims, "Hey, jumping horned toads, I was beginning to think this tunnel was endless." First picture, bottom row, they climb out of the river. Lucky says, "Hey, you saved our lives, Hoppy." Hoppy replies, "Well, it was a long shot. Grieve told me that Aztec temple was built over an underground spring that flows into these swamps. When you ordered you shot, I took the only way out." California asks, "Well, where does he fit into this?" Now, there's no time to exclaim, California. Your showing up here almost ruined everything. Now, get to your horses and ride for Buckskin as fast as you can make it. Locate the Texas Rangers and tell them to head for Echo Canyon with every man they can muster. I'm going to try to bring in the Chameleon and his gang. Last picture, California clutches his fist in admiration and says, "Now you're talking like the real Hopalong."
Oh, that was quick thinking, the way Hoppy saved California and Lucky.
You bet it was. If he had taken Grief's gun, he'd have had to shoot him.
Yes, and this way, when he fell in the pit with them, he had a chance to tell them what he was doing.
And to tell them how they could help him.
I can't wait until the Texas Rangers come.
Well, let's hope they get there next week.
I'm anxious to see what happens when Hoppy sees the chameleon again.
So am I.
We'll find that out next week. Now
can we go over the page? Because I'm sure Prince Valiant is on page 3.
all right, over the page we go. And you were right. Here he is, Prince Valiant.
And you remember last week, a very sad thing happened. The guide who'd been on the hunting trip with Val and Arf and who had thought they had been killed in the accident in the river had reached home, and he told Val's father and wife that Val and Arf were dead. And they were so sad.
And all the time, Val and Arf were floating along a lake having a pleasant time for themselves.
I hope that Val and Arf get home today so those people won't be sad any longer.
Well, let's see if he does. Here we go with Prince Valiant and the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. There is great activity in the courtyard. An expedition is getting ready for the long journey across the mountains to find some news of Prince Valiant and Arf, or to bring back their bodies. But meanwhile, at the edge of the mountains leading to a plain, Val and Arf are making their way down a river. The very same stream that had tried so hard to take their lives now leads them to a larger river. Val says, "Hey, this looks familiar. Why, it's the one that runs by our home." Last picture, top row. On the brink of a great waterfall, they beach their frail skiff. Below them, a smiling plain stretches away to the encircling hills. And there stands Viking's home, its strong walls and soaring tower aglow in the summer sun. Inside the castle, where all is silent and sad, King Aguar and Alita, who have been listening to the sound of the searching preparations, suddenly hear a distant hail. Hey! Hey! And then they hear a shout go up. They go to the window and look out and see Val and Arf entering the courtyard. And a moment later, last picture, second row, Val enters the room, boisterous as an autumn breeze, so fearless, so confident in his youth and strength that it never occurs to him that others might grieve terribly when he is in peril. He laughs. "Well, I'm 3 weeks late for supper. Sorry to keep you waiting." A short time later, first picture bottom row, Val is seated on the floor telling the story of his adventure to young Arn. Arn listens wide-eyed to the tale of how a raging torrent tried to best his sire, and how a boat was built, and how they battled the foaming river all the way home. And then it is night. Time to retire. Val goes in to take one last look at the baby twins before tucking them in. As he kneels beside them, Alita looks at him and thinks of the anxiety she has just gone through. Looks at Val, thinking how all her life she must smile as he goes laughing into danger. Never will he avoid the most deadly peril. But she must wait. Wait and hide the agony in her heart. For he's a warrior, a prince, and he must never know the bitter anxiety he causes his loved ones, lest it quell his ardor in battle or dim his calm self-confidence. And as he stands up, she throws her arms around him, last picture, holding him tight and putting her head close to his shoulder so he won't see the tears in her eyes.
Oh, he got home safely so they didn't have to worry too long.
Oh, I'm glad. Little Prince Arn certainly enjoyed Val's stories of his adventure, didn't he?
Yes, but Val doesn't care a bit that Alita was worried about him.
Yeah, I'm afraid men don't realize how women worry sometimes.
Well, they should, because you're unhappy when you worry, and it isn't fair that a man should make a woman unhappy with worry.
You're so right about so many things.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, now let's turn over the page. And there's Uncle Remus.
Oh, yes, and he's tailed the bear rabbit. Let's read them quick.
All right, here we go with Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Somebody's been snatching Brer Rabbit's firewood, and he's getting mighty tired of waiting to find out who.
Yes, Brer Rabbit has a scheme to catch the thief who's stealing his firewood. He rolls a wheelbarrow full of firewood up to his porch, and then starts to drill a hole in the ends of each stick.
I is a patient critter, but I is got limits.
When a hole has been drilled in the end of each piece of firewood, he pours gunpowder in the hole.
I don't know who's doing the taking, but a little gunpowder might tell me.
And then, last picture, top row, he puts a cork in the hole.
Well, now this here stick of wood looks as innocent as a jaybird egg.
First picture, bottom row, he leaves the wood stacked up on his porch and goes in the house.
Well, I guess I'll get to bed early. From here on, the firewood will take care of itself.
In the middle of the night, he looks out on his porch. The wood is gone.
Yes, sir, just like I thunk. Somebody done stole my firewood again.
And he sits down on the wheelbarrow and looks off at Brer Fox's house.
I expect I'll just sit here a while and unhitch my curiosity.
Suddenly, off on a hill, there is a sound. And Brer Fox's house is blown apart. And Brer Rabbit says,
Well. So it was old Red Fox who was stealing my firewood.
and Uncle Remus says,
Patience is a mighty fine deteckative.
Oh, that was a very good trick.
Yes.
He put the gunpowder inside the firewood, and then when Bear Fox had stolen the wood and put it in his stove, it exploded and blew his stove and house apart.
yes, it'll be a long time before Brer Fox steals Brer Rabbit's firewood.
Oh, that Brer Rabbit is a cute one.
Yes, you bet. Now look across the page. Flash Gordon.
I'm anxious to read about Flash because you remember last week Flash was on an expedition to find out why the sun wasn't shining on the Earth anymore.
That's right. He and Dale went on an expedition with Icy Stark, the great explorer, and discovered that giants from the planet Saturn were cutting off the sun's rays.
And Flash hid on a jet sled belonging to a great big giant, and he got to the giant's headquarters that way.
And he had told Dale to have Icy Stark follow them later.
But Icy Stark has told Dale that he won't go to help Flash, and Flash needs help because the giants discovered him.
Yes, and Flash, instead of trying to save himself, had aimed his rocket pistol at the machine that was stopping the rays from shining on the Earth and destroyed it.
So quick, let's read and see what happened to Flash next.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. The generators go off in a huge explosion. Flash is thrown in the air. He falls to the ground, stunned by the blast that he had touched off to destroy the ray generators, which have been turning the Earth into a giant glacier. But Flash is not the only survivor of the Holocaust. 2 giant Saturnians crawl from the wrecked caverns and come upon the unconscious Earthman. One of the invaders from Saturn picks Flash up and listens for his heartbeat.
He's alive. I want to question him.
Last picture, top row. Unable to repair their smashed generators, the Saturnians hurriedly prepare to rocket home for a new power plant to complete their conquest of the Earth. Flash's limp form is flung across the giant's shoulders, a prisoner of interplanetary war. He's taken aboard the rocket ship, and a second later, they take off. First picture, bottom row. As the invader's rocket takes off for Saturn, Dale and her companions of the Stark expedition approach the scene, attracted by the strange explosion that turned the dark Arctic skies into a fiery red. Stark quickly brings his ship to a halt. And then Dale scrambles out. It takes about a moment to realize that Flash is gone. And she gasps, "He's in that rocket. We must save him somehow." Last picture, frantically, Dale pleads with Stark, begging him to pursue the enemy rocket. She tells him that if the giants get back to Saturn, they'll return in force, and Stark's expedition will all be wiped out. But Stark is grimly stubborn, and he growls,
It's a wild goose chase. Your precious Flash will have to fend for himself.
Oh, that Icy Stark is cruel. He doesn't care about anyone but himself.
no, he'd rather Flash be killed by those giants than help him.
Oh, well, I think he's jealous of Flash.
You're absolutely right.
I wonder what'll happen to Flash now that he's in the clutches of the giants.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now,
Well, now, let's read Dick's adventure.
I'll read that in just a moment, but first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on the last page of the first section, Dick's Adventures.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Say them with me, please. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. The early days of America, the year 1810. Dick finds himself in a dream with his father at the Tippecanoe River, in country that will later be called Indiana. Tecumseh, an Indian leader of great power, has drawn up his force along the river to stop the white settlers from going across. The settlers prepare to cross the river anyway, and then Dick hears a voice of authority which tells them to halt. Dick looks up and sees Governor William H. Harrison, who will one day be President of the United States, ordering them to stop.
Halt!
Harrison says,
The Indians themselves sold us this territory by treaty. Tecumseh now objects, but there's no sense of anybody getting killed yet. I'll have another parley with him. No one is to cross.
For weeks, the parleys drag on, with Tecumseh defying the United States Army and making bids with the British to join him in war. Meanwhile, Dick and his dad settle down to work and to wait. They open up a shop and put up a sign out front which reads, Gunsmith and Ironwork, first picture next row. Then, one night quite late, an unbidden visitor comes. Dick looks up to see an Indian in the door. It's Tecumseh, and then several other Indians behind silently enter. And Dick and his father are made prisoners. Through the dark night, they are taken to the Indian camp. And first picture, bottom row, they are brought into an Indian hut. Tecumseh goes to a stack of rifles and, holding one out to them, says,
I want nothing but your knowledge for my people. Not to take, but to share. You will instruct my men how to repair these weapons.
Dick and his father answer, No. They are thrown to the ground and left prisoners in the hut to think matters over.
Well, if he wants Dick to teach them how to repair their guns, well, that just proves that Tecumseh's lying because he wants to make war against the white people.
You are so right.
I wonder what'll happen next. I wonder if anyone will come to help Dick and his father.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now look underneath Dick's adventures.
Oh, Rusty Riley. And Rusty and Peter locked in a cavern and lost in it.
Yes, and maybe something good will happen today. Remember, the Tex had gone to the detective and he'd seen a notice on his desk on which were printed two pictures of Limey Joe and the Duke, two crooks.
And Tex thought that the pictures looked like somebody he knew, so he took them home with him, and he drew a mustache on one of them, and it looks just like Sir Percival, who got Rusty and Peter into all this trouble.
Yes, and now he's telling Mr. Miles what he's discovered. So let's read and find out what happens next to Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex is showing Mr. Miles the FBI notice that he'd received from the detective.
I ain't exactly an artist, boss, but I sort of penciled in a mustache in the one they call the Duke, and then I painted out them specks in the one that they call Limey Joe. Yeah, you see what I mean?
Mr. Miles looks at the pictures carefully.
By Joe, Tex, no doubt about it. These two criminals are Sir Percival and his man Nobbs. Right, boss. And to my way of thinking, it kind of puts a new light on the matter of them stolen trophies. Well, now, Tex, if you mean that these men might have taken them, why, that's impossible. Sir Percival, or the Duke, was with me at the country club, and his man was outside in their car. His man, that would be Limey Joe. Did anybody see him waiting outside in that car?
Meanwhile, in the cave, last picture top row, Rusty and Pete have rigged up a light with the battery of the car. They've been examining the caves. Finally, they decide to go back to their car and suddenly see themselves faced by three openings. Rusty exclaims,
Hey, one of these three tunnels is the way back, but which one?
Pete shakes his head, saying,
Hey, golly, Rusty, I don't know, but we got to take a chance on one of them. This battery won't last much longer. It's getting dim now.
First picture bottom row, Rusty sees an iron handrail that extends into one of the tunnels.
Hey, this iron handrail's a pretty good guide. How about saving the battery by feeling our way along, Pete? Yeah, that makes sense, Rusty. All right, let's try it.
Pete turns his light out, and holding onto the iron rail, they make their way into the tunnel, hoping it'll turn out to be the way back. A short time later, they round a bend in the tunnel, and Rusty exclaims,
Hey, look, Pete, golly, there's a faint light way up ahead. Yeah, you're right, Rusty. Must be from that ventilator near the entrance. We must have chosen the right tunnel.
They move forward a little faster. They come upon an underground river. Pete exclaims,
Hey, jeepers, Rusty, this isn't the way we came. We didn't see any water. Hey, Pete, the light's coming up from the water. Yeah, I've heard of something like this. A place they call the Blue Grotto in the Mediterranean.
Meanwhile, last picture in a tavern, not far from the abandoned house. Nobbs and Sir Percival, the two crooks, are having lunch. And Nobbs is saying,
I don't mind saying I'll be glad when we picked up them trophies where we buried them and get on our way.
Sir Percival nods and replies,
Now, patience, Nob, eh? We'll go over to the old house as soon as it gets dark enough.
Oh, wait until Tex and Mr. Miles tell the detective what they've discovered. Tex will go after Sir Percival, I'll bet you.
Yes, he will, I'll bet you.
But I hope they catch him soon. Rusty and Peter in the tunnel, and they may get lost and they may starve or something.
Well, let's hope not. Well, now it's time, though, for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, so quick read and see what silly thing Dagwood does today.
Very well, here we go with Dagwood and Blondie on the first page of the second section. Say the magic words with me. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie smells a horrible odor coming from the basement. When she tells Dagwood about it, Dagwood says, Friend of mine, give me a recipe for cooking Hassenpfeffer. What's Hassenpfeffer? Well, you soak a rabbit for 3 days in vinegar, then cook it in all kinds of fancy spices and stuff. Then last picture top row, Dagwood tells Blondie, It's ready to be cooked now. I was going to surprise you with it. He takes the lid off the Hassenpfeffer and dumps it in a pan on the stove. And the room is filled with the most awful odor. The odor is so terrible that first picture next row, Blondie, the children, and the dogs run out of the house. But Dagwood just puts a clothespin over his nose, and as the tears run out of his eyes, he smiles cheerfully. Well, I admit it is a little strong, but good. And he begins to put in spices and make his beloved Hassenpfeffer. A little later, as the fumes pour out of the windows and doors in dark clouds, a fire engine pulls up to the door. The firemen rush for the house. Come on, men, in there fast! They step into the door, they stop. Ooh! Courage, men! Forward! The men start in. Suddenly, one drops to the floor unconscious. First picture next row, the chief yells, Take them out in the air and bring us gas masks. One of the men bravely yells, Here, I'll throw open all the windows. A couple of the firemen wearing gas masks dash into the kitchen. They see Dagwood lying on the floor with a clothespin on his nose. Oh, this must be the husband. Hey, get him outside quick. And you, take that stuff off the stove and bury it outside. Last picture, third row. The firemen have dug a hole. One of them pours the Hassenpfeffer in. The chief yells, Be sure you bury that stuff deep. Well, I dug a hole 6 feet. Another one says,
Hey, I wonder what it is.
First picture, bottom row, Alexander is pumping fresh air into Dagwood to the bicycle pump, while Blondie puts cold packs on his forehead.
Hey, Pop, I'll be all right. His color is coming back.
Suddenly, Dagwood sits up, sees where he is, and yells, My Hassenpfeffer! What happened to my Hassenpfeffer? Last picture, Dagwood is in the living room, tied to a chair, hand and foot, while Blondie quietly sits by knitting. Everyone looks happy. But Dagwood, who growls, The only reason wives cook better than husbands is because wives don't let them practice.
Wasn't that funny? Dagwood is tied to a chair so he can't go out in the kitchen and make a big smell again.
Yes. I'm worried about one thing, though.
What's that?
I wonder if the grass will grow in the spot where they buried the Hassenpfeffer.
That's funny, because if the smell was so terrible the firemen had to wear masks, maybe the grass won't grow.
Well, we'll have to wait a few weeks to find that out. Now look underneath Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, Roy Ratchet.
Yes, Roy Rogers.
Remember, Roy's been trying to find out who's been changing the brand on the logs which belonged to Pauline Bunyan.
And old Cosmo had discovered that Etchneed was the man who was doing it in order to steal the logs for himself.
And to make sure that old Cosmo wasn't going to tell on him, Etchneed and his men threw old Cosmo over a cliff to kill him.
And old Cosmo fell to the bottom of the cliff just as Roy happened to be passing by.
Let's quick read and see what happens.
Very well. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. A-yip-I-O. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-I-O. Roy leaps off Trigger and kneels beside old Cosmo. Hey, Cosmo, wake up. Hey, what happened? How'd you fall down here?
I stumbled on Etchneed in old logging camp, stealing Bunyan logs. Said he was going to kill me, like the others who learned his secret. Get him before he gets you.
So Pauline Bunyan's own timber cruiser was her mysterious enemy, huh? Okay, Cosmo, I'll send help. I'm going after Sneed.
Well, he's getting ready for the big log drive, so hurry.
Meanwhile, last picture top row, Etch Sneed and his men are busy pulling their stolen logs down the river. Etch yells,
Hurry! The water's rising. Gotta pole these pirated logs to the main river so they'll mix in with the Bunyan drive.
Suddenly, one of Etch's men exclaims, Hey, Etch, that's Roy Rogers coming.
Ah, I see him. That timber dick's a greenhorn, but we can't take chances. Well, I'll fix him. You keep driving the logs to the sawmill.
Carrying his timber pike, a long pole with a steel tip on it, Etch rushes for shore and toward Roy. Roy yells, All right, hold it there, Etch Sneed. You're through brand blotting Bunyan logs and killing men to get wise to your pirating.
So you found out, eh, Rogers? Well, that's too bad.
And he raises his pike to throw it at Roy. Just then, Wildwood O'Dowd steps out from behind a pile of logs. Roy yells, Wildwood, get back! Duck!
Oh, I wonder if Wildwood will duck in time. That spear could kill her.
Yes, you bet it could.
But Roy can't shoot because Wildwood's right in front of him. I wonder what'll happen.
Well, we'll find out more about this next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Wiggly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, too, thank you.
I know a riddle today.
Is it a good riddle?
I think that's a very good riddle.
Well, what is it?
If you don't get the answer, will you think it's a good riddle?
I certainly will.
All right. Who is bigger, Mr. Bigger or Mr. Bigger's baby?
Oh, Mr. Bigger, of course.
You are wrong. Mr. Bigger's baby, because he is a little bigger.
Oh, you stuck me. You caught me. You hung me on a hook. You are shaming and laughing at me right in front of everyone. What can I do to make up for my stupidity?
Read me the comics.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on top of the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has discovered that the chameleon, the leader of an outlaw gang, is Mr. Grief, one of the citizens of Buckskin. Hoppy has joined the outlaws in order to keep an eye on them until the Texas Rangers arrive to help him capture the gang. He has led the outlaws to Echo Canyon, which is on the United States side of the border, telling them that he has hid $40,000 which he has stolen there. They arrive at Echo Canyon. Grief says,
All right. This is Echo Canyon. Now show me where you hid that 40,000 you stole, Cassidy.
Hoppy points to some tall crags and says, Well, it should be behind one of those crags, Grief. They all seem to look alike, though. Suddenly, a galloping rider comes toward them. The men clamp their hands to their guns. Grief says,
Hey, wait. It's Cabot, my bookkeeper from the Buckskin office.
First picture, second row, Cabot tells them,
Hey, there's a party of Texas Rangers headed this way. 2 bar 20 hands tipped them off where to find you.
Hey, that's Cassidy's doings. He tricked us into crossing to the U.S. side of the border so the law could grab us.
Grief glares at Hoppy with eyes of steel.
You should have known you couldn't outsmart me that easily, Cassidy. Finish him, boys.
The men reach for their guns. Hoppy beats them to the draw and hurls himself down an incline. The men fire wildly at him. Last picture, second row. First picture, bottom row, Hoppy takes shelter behind a huge boulder. The outlaws scatter for shelter themselves. Directly behind Hoppy, there's a huge overhanging ledge. Grief sees some rocks beginning to fall behind Hoppy, and he shouts,
Keep firing. The sound vibrations are loosening those rocks.
Hoppy hears the rocks dropping behind him. He looks back over his shoulder, and he sees the ledge behind him beginning to crumble. Hey, they got me trapped. That overhang is weakening. If it ever lets go. Oh, what's keeping those Rangers?
Oh, I wish those Texas Rangers would hurry and get there. If they don't, I'm afraid that cliff will fall on Hoppy.
Yes, he's right underneath it.
I wonder if the Rangers will get there in time to save Hoppy.
Well, I'm sure we'll find that out next week. Now...
Oh, now can we go over the page and meet Prince Valiant?
We certainly can, and I'm sure that Prince Valiant will be there.
I'm right, he is there.
Yes, Ella's home again, and everyone is happy to know that he wasn't killed or hurt on his hunting trip.
I wonder what he'll do now.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. With Prince Valiant's return, peace settles once again over Viking's home. Arf returns to his books, Alita to the care of her brood, happy to have her adventurous husband once again at her apron strings. One day, Val goes in search of Alita to reassure himself that she's really as lovely as she thinks she is. And he sees her training a new hawk. Now, in those days, one of the forms of sports the people liked to enjoy themselves with was falconry. They would train a falcon, which is a bird of the hawk family. The bird was trained to capture other birds and bring them to their master. Big, heavy gloves would have to be worn, for a hawk would sit on your wrist, and those sharp claws would cut you. Then, when you would release the hawk, he'd capture the bird in the air in his claws and bring it back to you. When Val sees Alita training a new hawk, he teases her last picture, top row. Well, what'll be there, my pet? Is it a thrush with which to catch butterflies? Alita laughs and tells him that it's a merlin that she has trained. And she challenges Val to see if he can do better. Val laughs and accepts her challenge. And then he sees an impish gleam in Alita's eyes. And he remembers it's a poor time of the year to catch hawks. Nevertheless, last picture, second row, Val is out by the marshes, searching the blue skies for a falcon. At last he sees a pair of gyfalcons. Quickly, he sets up a gossamer net on 2 slender poles, then stakes out a bird behind it, first picture, bottom row. The hawks don't see the net set up in front of the bird that's tied behind it. And then one of the hawks dives for the bird and is caught in the net. Val looks at the hawk and sees that it is in summer molt, probably still nesting. Not the best bird for his purposes. But he adjusts the hood, the leash, and the swivel by which he will prepare to train it. And then he goes to work, trying to make a first-class hunter out of it. When he comes home with the bird, Alita looks at the poor ragged thing and laughs and asks Val, is it something the dogs have worried? Or do you plan to have it for supper? Val grins and vows that he'll make this ragged bird into a falcon that can defeat Alita's lovely Merlin.
Oh, that was very interesting, training the bird to catch other birds.
Isn't it, though?
Once I saw a movie of a little boy who trained a falcon. It was very interesting.
And it'll be interesting to see if Val is a better trainer of his bird than Alita's of hers.
Yes, that'll be one to see.
You bet. Now, how would you like to read Donald Duck?
Oh, of course I will.
All right, then, let's turn over the page. And there he is, Donald Duckle, good for a chuckle. Say the magic words with me. Squeege-em, squeege-em, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Donald is going downtown shopping, and he tells his nephew Dewey,
I'll call you every 5 minutes. After all this time, I couldn't bear to miss it. Okay, Uncle Donald.
Downtown, Donald goes in the store to shop, and he calls Dewey on the phone. But Dewey tells him,
Nothing doing yet, Uncle Donald. Okay, I'll call you from the hardware store.
He calls from the hardware store.
Nope, nothing yet, Uncle Donald. Okay, I'll call you from the drugstore.
Last picture, top row, he calls him from the drugstore.
Nope, no action yet, Uncle Donald. Okay, I'll call you from the cleaners.
First picture, bottom row, he calls from the cleaners.
Hey, it just started, Uncle Donald. Hurry!
Donald dashes to his car. Dashes out of the car into his house. Last picture, second row, Dewey points to a bird nest on a tree outside the window. And Donald sees one little bird shaking off an eggshell. And Dewey says,
You made it, Uncle Donald. There's still 3 eggs to hatch.
and Donald says,
Bye, bye, bye.
and the bird says,
Oh, isn't that sweet? A little birdie coming out of his egg right outside Donald's window.
Yes, it is wonderful. And maybe if you look in the trees outside your window, you might see the very same thing happen yourself.
Oh, I'd love to watch a little birdie push his way out of a shell.
Oh, it's wonderful. First you see his little beak coming through, then you see his head come through, next comes the shoulders, and then she'll give a great big shake and split the shell open, and there she is, a newcomer to the world.
My, no wonder Donald kept calling him.
Yes, no wonder. Well, now,
Oh, look, across the page there's Uncle Remus and his tails of Bear Rabbit.
and we'll read that right away. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Next time Brer Rabbit tells Brer Buzzard something, Brer Buzzard is going to think about something else.
yeah, Brer Rabbit is telling Brer Buzzard a ghost story.
It was like I said. This critter flings flour all over himself, and then he goes around making folks believe he was a ghost.
Brer Buzzard's eyes pop out as he says,
And he scared them so they all run and hid, eh? Yeah. The folks, they left the houses and the stores wide open. So old Brer Ghost, he just walk in and he help himself.
a crafty look comes into Brer Buzzard's eyes.
Yeah. Well, I just gotta be getting home to bed. Well, take care, Brer Buzzard. There's a storm coming up.
Not too much later, last picture top row, Brer Buzzard is pouring flour over himself.
This is going to be easy. I just scares them off, and then I walks in and I grabs the caboodle.
And then he walks down the road, thinking how he looks like a white ghost. And how the people will be frightened. And how their stores and the houses will be opened. And how he will steal everything. First picture bottom row, he exclaims,
Hey, Ray, I is getting wet.
and then a strange thing happens to him. The rain turns the flour into sticky glue and runs into his nose, his eyes, and his mouth. And he runs for Brer Rabbit's house. And he says to Brer Rabbit, and Brer Rabbit catches on to what's happened, and he giggles as he closes the door.
Hey, Brer Buzzard, you is a mess. I just gotta bake this stuff off.
And Brer Buzzard replies, Last picture, Brer Buzzard stands in front of the fire, waiting for the flour to bake so they can break it off. And Brer Rabbit giggles.
Brer Buzzard, you look more like a corn pone than anything I can think of.
And Brer Buzzard opens his baked jaw and replies. And Uncle Remus says.
It ain't so much what you hear. It's what you try to do about it.
That was a good thing that happened to Brer Buzzard. He was going to steal, and he got just what he deserved.
Yes, I think you're right, and I feel like laughing like Brer Rabbit does.
Yes, so do I.
Well, now how would you like to laugh some more? Dagwood and Blondie.
You know I'd love to read Blondie because Dagwood does such funny things.
Well, then, let's turn over to the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly. And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood's neighbors, the Woodleys, are having a problem. Tootsie says to her husband, Herb,
Herbert, my vacuum is broken. Will you repair it for me?
well, I don't know if I can. He looks at her vacuum, scratches his head.
No, it's no use, Tootsie. I don't know one wheel from another.
How did I ever happen to marry such a dumbbell?
Last picture, top row, Tootsie tells Blondie.
My vacuum's broken, and Herbert's too stupid to repair it.
Blondie tells her that Dagwood is very good at repairing things, to bring it over to their house, and he'll be sure to fix it. First picture, second row, Dagwood is busy taking the vacuum apart, and he says cheerfully, now first we take it apart to see what the trouble is. Tootsie looks at him, smiles, then scowls at Herb, saying,
Look how intelligently he goes about it.
A few minutes later, Dagwood says, I found the trouble. It's just a matter of putting it back together. Tootsie scowls twice as furiously at Herb.
Why aren't you smart like that?
And then Dagwood hands the vacuum cleaner to Tootsie. Last picture, second row. There, I think you'll find it better than new. Tootsie smiles at Dagwood.
Dagwood, you're a positive genius. Thank you so much.
And then glares at Herb, who slinks off to home in disgrace. First picture, third row, Tootsie wheels the vacuum cleaner into the living room.
Now I can get my cleaning done. Thanks to Dagwood.
She turns on the vacuum cleaner. But it's become a wild animal.
Herbert, quick, pull out the plug. It's acting queer and I can't turn it off.
Herbert steps in the doorway and grins. He sees the vacuum chasing Tootsie around the room. He sees it catch her, grab hold of her dress, and begin to pull it off. And a big grin comes on his face as Tootsie yells.
Oh, Herbert, don't just stand there. It's swallowing my dress.
And then it gobbles her dress.
Oh!
First picture, bottom row, the vacuum bag begins to swell up like a balloon. Tootsie yells.
Look out! It's going to explode.
Around the room they go, the bag swelling up, up, up.
Oh, Herb, help!
But Herb just leans back and sucks on his pipe with a big grin. And then... Last picture, Dagwood and Blondie appear in the doorway. They see Tootsie lying on the floor without her dress. The room is covered with a mess. The vacuum cleaner is blown to 1,000 pieces. Herb is laughing his head off. And Dagwood stares in amazement and says, Hey, what's going on over here? And Herb just roars.
Pardon me while I die laughing.
Oh, shame on that Herb for laughing when that terrible thing happened to his poor wife.
Well, you can't blame him in a way. She kept telling him Dagwood was so wonderful and he was no good.
I guess she did speak a little too soon, didn't she?
Yes, I'm afraid she did.
And look at her funny look on Dagwood's face. He certainly looks surprised.
Yes, he certainly does. Now, look, here's Roy Rogers under Dagwood and Blondie. And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy, who has been doing some investigation at the lumber camp, has discovered at last that Etch Sneed is the man who has been stealing Pauline Bunyan's log. The log drive has begun. The river is filled with logs being carried to the mill downstream. Etch knows he must get rid of Roy, or else his scheme of stealing the logs will fail. He's gone after Roy with a woodsman's pike, a long spear with a sharp point on the edge. As he throws the pike at Roy, Wildwood Down steps into the path of the pike.
There's a quick shot from Roy, stopping the pole in midair, and Wildwood is saved. Etch runs for the river, leaping from log to log, sure that Roy can never catch him among the logs. Roy goes for a rowboat, first picture bottom row, and heads after him. He calls to Wildwood. Find Pauline Bunyan. Tell her Etch Sneed's men are moving her stolen logs to the sawmill. I'm going after Sneed. Carefully, Roy guides his boat near the log where Etch is balancing himself. He stands up with a lariat in his hand, second picture bottom row. I'm bringing you back alive, Etch. There's murder and log pirating charged to your account.
Yeah? You'll die trying, Rogers. Your boat'll be crushed by floating timber.
Roy flips his rope, and... got it. And then he sees Etch tumble into the river, and then feels his boat being swung around. Uh-oh. The current's got my boat. A moment later, last picture, Wildwood gallops up to her Aunt Pauline, tells her Roy is caught in the middle of the drive. Pauline exclaims, "Yeah, there's a big log jam around the bend. They'll be ground to bits when they reach it."
Oh, if the boat is crushed by the logs, well, then Roy is up to be crushed by the logs, too.
Yes, Roy's in about the most dangerous spot he's ever been in.
Etch knows how to balance himself, and he has heavy shoes with nails in them, but what'll happen to Roy?
We'll find out more about this next week. Now let's turn over the page. And here's Flash Gordon, who has been captured by the giants from the planet Saturn.
And they're taking him back a prisoner with them, and I'm anxious to find out what happens to him. Will they kill him?
Well, let's read right now. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-dega-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. As the Saturnian spaceship hurtles back to its home port on the moon Rhea, Flash slowly recovers consciousness, and he discovers he's a captive. Like an echo from afar comes the sound of the captain's voice as he orders,
Open the valves. We gotta get rid of this thin earth air and restore our normal atmosphere.
Normal atmosphere to the giant Rheans is a mixture of ammonia and methane gases. The Rheans breathe this air with gusto, but it's deadly poison to Flash. Last picture top row choking and coughing as he fights for breath. Flash hears Captain Rube bark a sharp command.
Keep the prisoner alive. I want to question him about the Earth's weapons. After that, we can get rid of him.
First picture, second row, one of Rube's men goes to Flash's aid at once. A few whiffs from an odd-looking canister labeled Medigas, and the choking Earthman begins to breathe easier. Flash recognizes his benefactor as Rube's son, Sami. The Medigas seems to have a lasting effect. Somehow its almost magical properties enable Flash to breathe this new air, which a few moments before had been poison to him. The rocket coasts toward a landing on Saturn's satellite. Although only half the size of our moon, Rhea, the satellite, is a teeming, crowded planet, the home of a strange science, and a ruthless group of conquerors who have already covered half the Earth with ice.
Oh, isn't that terrible? Flash is all alone with those big, huge giants, and one says he's getting rid of Flash after he questions him. He's going to kill him later, isn't he?
I'm afraid he's going to try.
My, and that mean Icy Stark, who's with Dale, won't do anything to help Flash.
Well, let's hope that Dale can find a way.
Oh, that Icy Stark, though, he's dumb, because if he doesn't help, he'll be in danger, too.
Yes, you bet he will. Well, we'll find out more about this next week. Now, should we read Dick's adventures?
Oh, yes, please. Dick is in the early days of America, and he's been captured by Tecumseh, an Indian chief.
Yes, and there's trouble between the Indians and the white settlers. So, let's turn to the very last page, the last page of all, and we'll find out more about this with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Tecumseh had captured Dick and his father, who are expert gunsmiths and ironworkers. Tecumseh had asked them to teach his Indian braves how to repair their guns. But Dick and his dad had refused because they knew if they taught the Indians how to repair their guns, those same guns would be turned against the white settlers, Dick and Dad's friends. So now they're being kept prisoners. Tecumseh has Dick and his dad brought before him.
Be without fear. I mean no harm to either of you. You are free to go. But listen to me first.
And he goes on to tell them,
I want my people farmers, not wanderers and hunters. I will make them soldiers, not warriors. You can teach us much, but I can only ask you. I cannot force you. Yet let me propose a bargain.
And he goes on, last picture, second row.
You are blacksmiths as well as gunsmiths. Let us forget guns. Instruct my people in the use of the forge and the anvil, that we may learn to make the tools of agriculture and peace.
And so, first picture, bottom row. On Tecumseh's solemn word that none of this new knowledge shall be used in war against the white settlers, Dick and his dad share their know-how. They teach the Indians how to fashion iron tools. But that night, last picture, as Dick is watching the stars, he sees other instructors come to the Indians, red-coated officers, the British, who slip quietly into the Indian town on the Wabash near the mouth of the Tippecanoe and enter Tecumseh's lodge.
Oh, the British. They're the enemies of the Americans.
Yes, in those days they were.
Well, if Tecumseh is being friendly with the enemies of the Americans, then maybe he was lying to Dick and his dad.
That is mighty good detective work. Where did you learn to be such a good detective?
From Nick Carter, my favorite detective.
Well, that's wonderful. But we'll find out next week if you're right. Now, look underneath Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
I was waiting to get to this because Rusty and his friend Pete were locked up in a big cave by those two crooks.
Yes, and they had lost their way in the caverns while trying to find a way out.
And then they came to a river in the caverns, and they saw a strange blue light. I wonder what that is.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. As the boys look at the water with the blue glow coming out of it, Pete says,
Hey, what do you suppose makes all that light come up out of the water, Rusty? Well, gee, Pete, it's the same as that blue grotto in the Mediterranean. It's because that stream runs out of the cave right here, and sunlight is shining on it a few feet from here. What? Well, listen, Rusty. If this stream runs out of the cave, why couldn't we swim underwater and get out that way? Yeah, Pete, I was just thinking the same thing. I'm game if you are.
A few minutes later, last picture, top row, they come out into the open air. Rusty climbs out on shore. Pete exclaims,
Hey, we made it, Rusty. Golly, what is this? A quarry? No, it's sort of a canyon. Here, give me your hand, Pete. I'll help you up.
He helps Pete climb out, first picture, bottom row.
Hey, jeepers, Pete. We're lucky we found that light spot in the cave, and we did. It's nearly sundown now.
Pete looks around at the tall walls surrounding them on every side.
Yeah, we better be looking for the way out while we can still see.
Meanwhile, in a tavern near the abandoned house, Sir Percival and Nobbs, the thieves that stole the trophies from Mr. Miles's library, leave the restaurant where they've been waiting. They go across the street, up the road to the old abandoned house. By now it is dark. They enter the house and go to the basement. And last picture, Sir Percival stops and says,
Well, here's the spot where we bury the stuff. Hand me the shovel, Nobbs.
Nobbs exclaims,
Holy smoke, Pass. Did we leave all that loose dirt lying around? It's as good as a sign saying treasure buried here.
Ooh, and now they will dig for the treasure, and then they'll find out it isn't there because Rusty and Pete found it and they hid it in another place.
yes, and when the crooks don't find it, they'll be furious and go looking for Rusty and Pete.
I hope the boys find a way out, and I hope the text tells the detective what he found out, and then they come and rescue the boys.
Well, we'll find out more about this next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information.
Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you, happy boys and honey. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, this jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you, happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. And I'm still laughing whenever I think of the look on your face when I tricked you with that riddle about Mr. Bigger's baby.
Yes. And I've been spending the whole week thinking of that myself. And I am going to trick you today.
You are?
I am. Here's a riddle for you.
Uh-oh.
What coat is always wet when you put it on?
Oh, a raincoat when you're out in the woods.
But this coat is wet when you put it on in the house.
Oh. All right. I give up. What kind of a coat is always wet when you put it on?
A coat of paint.
Oh, you fooled me. You tricked me. You hung me on a hook.
You bet I did. Just the way you did to me last week.
I don't mind, though, if you laugh at me, because I just love riddles.
Oh, you are a very good sport.
Thank you. Now will you read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy, who had been posing as an outlaw, has tricked the chameleon and his gang of outlaws by leading them into Echo Canyon, where he has said he had hidden $40,000 in loot. While they are there, the Texas Rangers sweep into the canyon. And before the outlaws know it, they're surrounded, and they surrender. As the outlaws come out from behind the rocks like worms into the sunlight, the leader of the Rangers says, "Well, the chameleon and his gang have staged their last raid, Cassidy. I'll help the boys round up the strays." Hoppy looks around at the crew of outlaws and then exclaims, "Hey, Grief's mount is gone. Those are fresh tracks leading out of here." First picture, second row, Grief, who's the chameleon, looks back over his shoulder, sees a cloud of dust following his trail. He turns off into a clump of trees, reins in, and waits. As the horseman gallops by, he exclaims,
Cassidy, headed for Buckskin. Well, that town won't be healthy for Simon Grief.
He dismounts and starts to open his blanket roll.
One more disguise ought to get me out of the country.
That night, after dark, a stranger rides unnoticed into Buckskin. A stranger wearing tattered clothes and a gray beard. Last picture, second row, he slips into Grief's office. He hurries to this office safe. First picture, bottom row. Unlocks it and swiftly empties it, stuffing wads of bills into a sack. Then he hurries to the door.
stops on the landing in surprise. For facing him are a group of local citizens carrying guns, and one of them says,
The masquerade's over, Chameleon. We were tipped off that you'd be showing up in one form or another. You made the mistake of heading for this office.
Last picture, Hoppy steps forward and says,
You better open that sack and start returning the money you stole from these folks, Grief. This time it's your turn to pay for protection till the Texas Rangers get here.
Oh, they caught him at last, and I'm glad because he tried to blame Hoppy for the robberies, and he would have made Hoppy be hanged.
Yes, he would have. Well, now the end of the trail has come for Grief and his outlaws.
And I'm glad because I love to see justice triumph in the end.
So do I.
Oh, and next week is Hoppy going to start a new adventure, huh?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised,
I can hardly wait.
but you will have to wait. Now,
Well, now, let's turn over to page 3 because Prince Valiant's always there.
very well then, over the page we go to page 3, and you are right.
Oh, look, he's still trying to train that hawk he caught last week.
Yes, Val and Alita are interested in the form of sport that was very popular in the days long ago, a sport called falconry.
Yes, that was when they would catch a hawk or a falcon and train it to catch other birds and bring them back to their master.
Yes, that's right. Well, let's see what happens next in the training of these hawks. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant wagers he can train a hawk better than Alita. Too late, though, he finds she's training a young bird from the nest, while he must catch and train a hawk that is nesting and in summer molt, which means his bird is more nervous and very difficult to train. Day after day, Val carries the great falcon on his wrist, a hood over its eyes so it can't see where it is. Always he caresses it with gentle hand and voice, feeding it by hand. Then the hood is removed, but the leash is still tied to its leg, so it must always fly back to Val's hand for its food. Then, last picture, top row, at last comes the anxious day when the leash is removed and the hawk is flown free at the elusive lure. Every time it is allowed to strike, a morsel of meat is the reward. Hope of this reward will bring the bird back to its master whenever Val whirls the lure. A lure is a group of feathers that looks like a small bird on the end of a whip. And when Val wants the hawk to strike, he whirls the whip around in the air, and the hawk, which is sailing through the air, dives for it, seeking to catch it in his claws. One day, as Val is returning to the castle, first picture, next row, happy that his stolen hawk is behaving so well, he encounters the king, a golden eagle upon his padded glove. Well, can it be, sire, that you're practicing in order to edge into our wager? Last picture, second row, the king answers,
My son, I would consider it unsporting to wager against a husband so silly that a clever wife could delude him into making a stupid bet.
First picture, bottom row, Val shouts, I'll wager that even now my falcon can bring down more game than that flea-haunted buzzard of yours. Last picture, at dinner that evening, Alita announces to Val and Queen Aguar what the contest will be. She says, at tomorrow's dawn we go a-hawking, and at evening each will dine only on what game he brings to bag. And may the worst hawk bring in a woods kitty.
What is a woods kitty?
A woods kitty is a skunk.
Oh, you mean if the hawk catches a skunk, that person will have to eat it?
Yep, that's Alita's joke.
Well, I think that's a funny contest. Whatever the bird catches, they'll have to eat.
Yes.
My, I'm anxious to see what happens next week.
So am I. Now, would you like to see what crazy thing Dagwood does today?
Oh, you know I will.
All right, let's go to the first page of the second section. And there's Dagwood and Blondie. Say the magic words with me. Ramapoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure music for Dagwood and Blondie. Busy day down at the office. Mr. Dithers sees Dagwood coming toward his office and exclaims,
Uh-oh. Here comes Bumstead. And he looks like he's going to ask me for a raise. Oh, I've got to outwit him.
In walks Dagwood with a big smile on his face. Well, good morning, Mr. Dithers. How are you? Dithers shakes his head sadly, leans back in his chair.
Oh, terrible, terrible. Didn't sleep a wink all night. My sciatica, you know.
The smile drops from Dagwood's face.
Gee, I didn't know you had that.
Dithers, pretending to be very sick, sighs, last picture top row.
Oh, it's nothing compared to my rheumatism and my ulcers.
A tear comes to Dagwood's eye and drops to the floor. He helps Mr. Dithers over to the sofa.
Gee, you are in a bad way. Hey, you better lie down, boss.
Oh, it's the insomnia, though, that really gets me. From business worries, you know.
Yeah, sure. Well, you just rest, boss.
Dagwood gives Mr. Dithers a pat on the head.
Now, are you comfy?
Dithers nods his head, closes his eyes, and Dagwood tiptoes out. Dithers thinks,
That did it. I got rid of him. He's scared to ask me for a raise now that he thinks I'm dying.
Just as Dagwood gets to the door, he meets a salesman who is about to come in. Last picture, second row. Dagwood stops him.
Wait, stop. You can't see Mr. Dithers today. He's a very sick man.
The salesman exclaims,
Wow, sick, huh? Say, that's interesting. What's the matter with him?
Dagwood enumerates first picture, third row.
He's got sciatica, rheumatism, ulcers, insomnia, high and low blood pressure, neurotis, and phlebitis.
Well, I'm glad to hear this. And the salesman walks toward the elevators. Suddenly, Mr. Dithers leaps out of his office, knocks Dagwood on the head.
Bumstead, you nitwits! That was the insurance examiner. Now they'll refuse me my new policy.
The salesman hears the commotion and hurries back. First picture, bottom row, he sees Dithers beating up on Dagwood.
Idiot! Numbskull!
The salesman shouts,
Wonderful, magnificent.
Dithers, who's choking Dagwood, looks up as the salesman beams.
Such vitality, such vigor. Why, you're in perfect health, Mr. Dithers. I'm going to grant you the policy.
A few minutes later, Mr. Dithers is back in his office, a big smile on his face, happy that he's got the insurance policy. And then in walked Dagwood.
Mr. Dithers, I'd like to talk to you about a raise.
Smile drops from Mr. Dithers' face. And he groans.
Now I'm really sick.
Well, I don't see why Mr. Dithers should be unhappy. After all, Dagwood, in a way, helped him get the insurance policy when Mr. Dithers beat up on Dagwood.
Yes, and that proved he was in good health.
And you'd have to be healthy to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, now look underneath Dagwood and Blondie. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read that because Roy knows that X. Sneed is the crook who's been stealing Pauline Bunyan's logs.
Yep. Sneed has tried to escape from Roy by running out on the logs that are being sent down the river.
But Roy went after Sneed in a rowboat and lassoed him.
And then the river current caught the boat and is carrying it right into the path of the log.
And if the logs hit the boat, they'll crush it. And then maybe Roy will be drowned dead.
Yes, well, let's read now and see what happens to Roy Rogers, king of the cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. As Roy lassoes him, Etch falls in the river in the path of the logs.
Hey, help! Help! Wet!
Quickly, Roy pulls on the rope and hauls Etch into the boat.
There, Sneed.
Saved you to answer for pirating $5,000 worth of Pauline Bunyan's timber.
Yeah, you saved me from drowning, Roger. But we'll both be smashed to a pulp. We're caught between the Bunyan River Drive and that.
Roy looks up and sees a log jam at the river's bend where several of the logs have locked together to form a big dam. And if the jam breaks, the logs will plunge down on Roy, and his life won't be worth a cent. At this very moment, on the other side of the jam, Etch's men are setting an explosion to break the jam so the logs will flow on down the river. And then in the boat, last picture, top row, Etch exclaims,
Hey, Rogers, a log busted the oar. The boat's turning sideways. We're done for.
At that moment, Roy sees Trigger on shore and shouts, Come on, Trigger! Trigger gallops down to the river. Roy flips a rope over his neck, and just in time, because... First picture, bottom row, the explosion set by Etch's men goes off, and the logs leap forward at the boat.
Go, Trigger, go!
Trigger turns and trots away, and in a moment, Sneed and Roy are safe on shore. A little later, Roy's tying up Etch. The girl, Wildwood, rides up, and Aunt Pauline comes along carrying Etch's two men, one under each arm. And she exclaims,
I found these two hiding in the timber. Thanks to their blast, my logs will reach the sawmill in time.
And Roy says to Aunt Pauline, Yeah, and here's the head of the gang all ready to turn over to the sheriff. later, Roy's on his way back home. As he rides along under the open sky, he says, "Yes, sir, it's sure nice to get back to the peace and quiet of the range, Trigger." But around the bend, behind a bush, a man with a gun in hand waits.
Oh, that was really exciting, the way Roy captured that snake.
Yes, Roy's quite a hero.
Yes. But I wonder who that man is waiting for Roy with the gun in his hand.
We'll find out more about him next week. Now, would you like me to read Flash Gordon?
Oh, yes, please.
All right, I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rega-dega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. The sun's rays have been cut off from the earth, and an ice cap covers it. Flash is on an expedition to discover the cause. He's learned that the giants from the planet Saturn are seeking to conquer the world. Flash is captured by the giants after he had destroyed the generator that shut off the sun's rays. Now he's been taken to the moon Rhea. Returning to the Saturnian moon of Rhea, after invading Earth, the giant Rug is welcomed by his daughter Kara, first picture. Rug orders her and his son Sami to guard Flash and teach him to speak Rhean. The Saturnian giant's plan is to force Flash to disclose vital information about the Earth's defenses. Kara stares curiously at the Earthman as she bids him to go with her and Sami to their home. She explains the Rhean words with simple gestures. Flash follows her, last picture top row. Due to the moon's very light gravity, the huge Rheans lope along with 50-foot leaps. Flash manages to keep up with them, but his gasping lungs burn with cold fire in the ammonia-filled air. Surprisingly, it is Sami who collapses, first picture bottom row, as they approach the fantastic ice castle, which is his home. Flash eases his bursting lungs with a whiff of medigas while he studies the sick and shaken giant. Kara's torrent of words is merely gibberish to Flash, but her tone shows that she is frightened by her brother's seizure. Flash examines Sami, and a quick glance at Sami's contorted features reveals to Flash that Kara has real cause for concern. The Rhean giant has caught smallpox, probably from an Eskimo back on Earth. Alarmed at the speed with which the illness seems to be taking effect, Flash hoists Sami to his shoulder and carries him into the ice castle, last picture. Kara's cold glare makes it plain that she blames Flash for her brother's plight, and Flash senses that if the Rhean giant dies, his own life will be forfeit.
Oh, I hope he won't blame Flash for this, because it isn't his fault it's the near got sick.
No, it wasn't, but sometimes people blame others just because they want to have someone to blame.
Yes, I know that's true. They say it's your fault when it isn't.
You're so right. Well, we'll find out what happens to Flash inside the castle next week. Now, how would you like to read Uncle Remus?
Oh, yes, and there he is right across the page.
So here we go with Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says, Brer Fox and Brer Weasel was holding a confab about Brer Rabbit, who was always a silent partner. Yes, Brer Fox and Brer Weasel are thinking of a scheme of how to get rid of Brer Rabbit forever. They're out in the woods behind some bushes discussing a plan. Brer Rabbit, who is on his way home in the woods with a pail of axle grease, stops behind a tree, and he hears,
Brer Weasel, we is got to eliminate Brer Rabbit once and forever.
And he hears Brer Weasel say,
Seconds the motion, Brer Fox.
Brer Rabbit grins, and a scheme of his own pops in his mind. He goes to the creek nearby, where a path of stones shows above the water. Brer Rabbit crosses the stones and then starts backing up across them, smearing the stones with axle grease. And he says,
First I crosses over, and then I backs up while I sets my little trap.
Short time later, Brer Fox and Brer Weasel are coming down the road, when suddenly, from out of the bushes, pops Brer Rabbit. He dances around saying,
Yeah, I double dares you.
Brer Fox screeches.
After him!
Brer Rabbit disappears down the road like a streak of lightning.
When he reaches the creek's edge, he makes a quick turn to the left. Disappears into some bushes. And then, over the top of the hill, last picture top row, comes Brer Fox and Brer Weasel.
Come on! We'll catch him at the creek!
Brer Weasel yelps, "Yeah, he's trapped!" Down the hill, they come straight for the creek. Of course, they don't see Brer Rabbit hiding in the bushes. First picture bottom row, Brer Fox yelps.
He must have crossed the creek!
Brer Weasel leaps for the rock, yelling, "After him!" Suddenly, their feet slip out from under them.
Hey, I wet my foot, sir!
Up in the air they go, and land with a crash on the rocks. And as they lie in the creek, last picture, half conscious, Brer Rabbit comes out of his bushes and goes down the road.
Well, now that the meeting is adjourned, I'll be sashaying along with what's left of my axle grease.
And Uncle Remus says,
The stepping stones to learning is slippery.
Wasn't that a good trick that Brer Rabbit played on that old fox and that old weasel?
It certainly was. Painting the stones slippery so that when they jumped to the stones, they'd fall down.
He's a cute trickster.
You bet he is. Well, now I'll bet you'd like to read Dick's Adventures.
You bet right.
Very well, then, let's go over to the last page of the second section. Last page of the second section.
Yes, and here he is. And you remember Dick was captured by the Indian chief Tecumseh.
Yes, and that was in the early days of America. Tecumseh wants Dick and his dad, who are expert gunsmiths and iron workers, to show his Indian braves how to repair guns.
And Dick and his dad said that they wouldn't.
So then Tecumseh asked if they would teach his braves to make tools for agriculture so they could live peaceably.
And Dick and his dad promised to teach the Indians how to do that.
Yes, they did. But then one night, Dick saw some British officers going into Tecumseh's hut.
But the British were enemies of the Americans at that time, and I wonder if Tecumseh's going to join the British.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Dick sees the red-coated British officers go into Tecumseh's hut. He has a good idea that the British are trying to turn the Indians against the Americans. And he's right, because last picture top row, a British officer is saying to Tecumseh, "Gather together, you young men, Tecumseh. The king will give his loyal children guns and ammunition to drive back the Americans, whose only wish is to take away your ancient lands." First picture next row, Dick and his dad look at Tecumseh's hut. His dad is saying, "Hey, Tecumseh's no fool, Dick. He ought to know the king's promises mean nothing. We went through all that in 1776. Suddenly, Tecumseh is standing before them.
Are my friends saying anything I should hear?
Dick sees the British officers leaving the place. Last picture, second row. He exclaims, "Tecumseh, don't believe the king's men. They'll promise anything. Come on our side. The country's growing. It's for all people, all colors, all religions. We're all Americans, and we want you to live and work with us." Tecumseh listens in silence and then says,
We still believe in the king.
"But Tecumseh, there'll be a battle here in Tippecanoe. You're going to lose. I know. And Dick continues to plead, "Tecumseh, listen. And then the figure of Tecumseh fades. And before Dick's eyes, another face slowly becomes clear. It's his dad, wearing the clothes of today. And Dick is awake again in his own room. His dad leans over him, last picture, saying, Here. It's no use shouting, Tecumseh, Dick. He's been dead nearly a century and a half. You've been dreaming again."
Yes, but that dream that Dick had, that really happened.
You bet it did. And Tecumseh wouldn't listen to Dick.
And Dick didn't want them to fight because he knew the people would be killed, and he wanted the Indians to be friends of the Americans.
Yes, well, we'll find out more about that next week. Maybe Dick will have another dream about Tecumseh.
I hope so.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now, look underneath Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, and Rusty and his friend Pete had escaped from the cave where those thieves had locked them up.
That's right. And at the same time that they had escaped, Sir Percival and Nobbs had reached the abandoned house where they'd hidden the trophies that they'd stolen from Mr. Miles' safe.
And I'll bet you they'll learn in a minute that those trophies aren't where they hid them. Oh, this is getting so exciting.
Well, let's read now. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty.
Rusty and Pete found an underground river that leads them out into the open. They still aren't free, though. They find themselves in a canyon. Tall walls rise on the sides of them. The only escape is to climb. They make their way up. Rusty says,
Now, careful now, Pete. Don't slip. This is no cinch, but it's the only way out, and it's going to be real dark soon. Yeah, I'm watching my step, Rusty. There are only about 40 feet more to go.
Finally, they make it. Reach the top and find themselves on level land. Rusty looks around and points.
Hey, there's the farm over there. Let's head for it. They might have a phone.
Meanwhile, last picture top row. In the abandoned house, Sir Percival has been digging in the spot where he'd buried the trophies. Finally, he stops and exclaims with a sigh,
Here, Nobby. You dig for a while. We must have buried those trophies deeper than I thought.
Nobbs takes the shovel.
Okay, boss. But it seems to me we're in such a hurry that we buried them pretty shallow.
He prods around the hole a bit, then says first picture next row.
Now, it's no use, Parse. Them two kids must have found him while we had him trapped down here. They had plenty of time.
Sir Percival grunts.
Yes, maybe, Nobby. But they didn't take him out of here, so they must have simply hid him somewhere else. There's nothing to do but start searching.
Meanwhile, Rusty and Pete are on the road leading to the farm. A car approaches. Pete says,
Hey, here comes a car. Maybe we can hitch a ride to that farm. Yeah, it isn't far, but the sooner we get to a phone, the better.
The car pulls up beside him. A man leans out and calls,
Hey, want to ride, boys? Hop in. How far are you going?
Oh, we just want to get to a telephone in a hurry.
Last picture, the man replies,
Telephone, huh? Hey, wait a second. Sure, hop right in. You'll get to the telephone all right. At the police station. I'm a deputy sheriff, and there's a statewide alarm out for two youngsters just like you.
Pete exclaims,
You mean we're arrested?
Oh, the man is going to arrest them and take them to jail.
Yes, he will. And now Mr. Miles and Tex will know where the boys are at last.
Oh, yes, and Tex will come and help them, and then Rusty will tell him where the trophies are hidden, and then they'll rush out to the old house and catch Sir Percival and Nobbs before they leave.
Well, let's hope so. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And the date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honey. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. I haven't been able neither forget what Alita said to Prince Valiant.
Oh, you mean about the falconry contest?
Yes, she said that whatever their birds caught, they would have to eat it for dinner that night.
Yes, even if the birds caught a skunk.
Do you think that any of their birds will catch a skunk?
Well, that's something we'll find out today. Maybe Val's bird won't catch anything. That means he'd be skunked.
Oh, yes. That's what my brother always says when he gets beaten in a game.
Yes, I think that's what all boys say. I even know a boy once who couldn't give a single answer on an examination that he had in school. And when the teacher read his examination paper, you know what was on it?
No.
A little poem. The poem read, "I have sat here for an hour, and I've thunked and thunked and thunked. I couldn't answer anything, and so I guess I'm skunked."
Oh, that's very funny.
Yes, I thought so, too. I even thought it was very, very, very funny.
So did I. Now would you please read the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy's pal, Buck Peters, is leaving the Bar 20 ranch, moving to Wyoming. As California and Lucky help him pack up, California asks,
Hey, what'll we do for a foreman after you and Rose leave the Bar 20 to settle down in Wyoming, Buck?
Buck replies,
Well, Hoppy's taking over. I wish he'd get back from the post office, though. Gotta have that deed before I leave for Rimfire.
Meanwhile, in town, last picture top row, Hoppy has inquired at the post office for the deed. A deed is a piece of paper which is proof to anybody that you own a certain piece of property. Hoppy learns that someone has gotten away with the deed. He rides up to the depot just as the train pulls out. He says to the ticket agent,
Hey, somebody got away with a letter addressed to Buck Peters. They headed this way. Any strangers board that train?
Why, yeah, sure. 2 of them bought tickets for Rimfire, Wyoming.
Hoppy goes after the train. Faster and faster he gallops. He catches up to it just outside of town. He reaches over, grabs onto the handrail, and throws himself onto the train. Through the door, he sees 2 strangers. One has the deed in his hand. Last picture, second row, he hears the stranger saying,
Well, now that we outfoxed that Bar 20 hand, we can get rid of that deed.
Yeah, I'll toss it in the stove. What Buck Peters never receives can't hurt us.
First picture, bottom row, Hoppy opens the door. I'll take that letter. And snatches the letter out of the startled man's hand. The man leaps at Hoppy, jamming his finger in Hoppy's eye. They fall backward through the door. And last picture, topple off the platform of the speeding train.
Oh, wasn't that man cruel, jamming his finger into Hoppy's eye?
Yes, some people fight dirty, and that man is one of them.
Well, I just hope that he gets knocked subconscious when they hit the ground, and I just hope that Hoppy can take him into jail.
So do I.
You think now that everything will be all right with Mr. Peters' ranch now that Hoppy has that deed?
Well, that's something else we'll find out next week. Now?
Oh, and now can we turn over to page 3 because I'm sure Prince Valiant will be there.
All right, over the page we go. And you are right.
See? Oh, look, here, today is the day of the contest between Val and Alita and King Agua.
Yes, today is the day of the falconry contest, and everyone is excited. They're leaving the castle to go out in the fields. Alita with her merlin, a swift, beautiful bird. Val with his falcon that is a little older than it should be. And King Agua with his eagle. Each of them has trained his bird to hunt other birds. And the bird that makes the best catch wins the contest for his master.
Oh, I wonder who's going to win the contest.
Well, now let's read and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Molken, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. The king, Prince Valiant, and Alita ride forth one golden summer morn to put their skill as Ostringers, which means bird trainers, to the test. The wager is that tonight each will feast or hunger on the results of the day's hunt. contest begins. Men are sent out into the fields to beat through the grass to startle any birds that may be nesting there. When the bird flies up, the hunter bird goes after it. Alita is the first to turn her Merlin loose and see what happens. Suddenly, last picture, top row, the beaters flush a partridge, and Alita flies her Merlin. Straight and true darts the fierce little killer, and in an explosion of feathers brings to grass a bird twice as large as herself. And Alita cries, "Meat on the table!" First picture, second row. In the distance, a black speck resolves itself into a widgeon winging its way to the marsh. Val plucks the hood from his sullen falcon, grasps the neck and leg straps, turns his hand over until the hawk is horizontal, then launches it as he would a javelin. But unlike the straight flying Merlin, a falcon dives from above. Gaining altitude for the strike gives the panic-stricken duck that the falcon is going after just time enough to plummet into the marsh. And last picture, second row, the falcon soars to the nearest tree to sulk. First picture, bottom row, Val coaxes with voice and lure, but the falcon won't come down. And then from miles around come the noisy crows, unable to resist their favorite sport of teasing a bird of prey. Itching with molt, confused by the lure and the noise, the hawk sails out from the tree, and then in sudden mad fury strikes an unwary crow. And trailing black feathers, she comes to grass at Val's feet. Last picture, there's a moment of stunned silence at this most unhawk-like conduct. And Alita squeals, "Meat on the table, dear husband. Will you have it baked or fried?"
Poor Val. He's got to eat the crow for dinner tonight. Those are the rules of the contest.
Yes, poor Val is stuck.
I wonder what the king will catch.
We'll find that out next week.
Oh, anyway, Val doesn't have to eat a skunk because his bird didn't catch a skunk.
Yes. Looks like the woods kitty won't be a part of our story.
I guess not.
No. Well, now, what would you like to read?
You know what? I'd like to read Uncle Remus.
All right, then. Let's turn over the page and go past page 4, cross past page 5, turn over another page, and there, on page 6, is Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Every now and then, Brer Rabbit finds out that trouble is something what don't hide when you goes looking for it.
All the creatures in the community are very, very worried because a fierce burglar has been lurking in the community. Convict wanted signs showing the burglar's pictures are plastered all over the country. Brer Rabbit has been shopping in town at Brer Coon's store. Brer Coon looks at the fierce convict's picture and he says,
Hey, Brer Rabbit, you better sneak home with these groceries. Oh, don't worry about me, Brer Coon. This here extra sack will take care of Mr. Highwayman.
Brer Coon, who is holding Brer Rabbit's sack of groceries, says,
You'd be safer by taking the Briar Patch Road.
Brer Rabbit starts putting stones into the extra sack, and he giggles.
Oh, I is too supple in the head for him.
A short time later, Brer Rabbit, with one sack of groceries over one shoulder and one sack of rocks over the other shoulder, heads through the woods on his way home. And he's thinking of the scheme that he has to outwit any burglar. And he giggles,
If you think ahead, you always get there first.
As he comes around the bend, last picture, top row, suddenly, Brer Rabbit sees the ugly burglar hiding behind a tree. Brer Rabbit steps over beside a bush, saying to himself, first picture, bottom row,
What Mr. Highwayman don't know won't hurt him too soon.
And he drops one of the sacks into the bushes. And then the burglar pops out from behind a tree, shoves a gun in Brer Rabbit's face, and he growls,
Give me that sack, and stand still, and don't move till I'm out of sight.
Brer Rabbit stutters,
I ain't even gonna move then.
The burglar whirls around and disappears down the road. Brer Rabbit giggles and reaches behind the bush and picks up the second sack that he has hidden.
Well, that'll teach Mr. Highwayman a lesson what he is yet to learn.
Brer Rabbit laughs all the way home. He opens the door, goes to the kitchen table, and empties the sack on the kitchen table. But instead of groceries, he sees nothing but rocks.
Oh, I done give him the wrong sack.
And Uncle Remus says,
The best laid plan can be mislaid.
Oh, poor Brer Rabbit. That was one time he was a little too sure of himself.
I'm afraid so. He got all mixed up.
He forgot which sack was in each hand.
Yep.
It's very easy to get confused that way.
Yes, you're quite right, and I'm sure that next time Brer Rabbit will take Brer Coon's advice and take the safe way home. Well, now I just know that you want to read Donald Duck. You always do after Uncle Remus.
Yes.
All right, then, turn over to the very last page of the first section. Last page of the first section, and here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squilly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. It's a lovely spring day. The two reasons are it's spring and it's day. Donald is working at the office. He looks out the window, third picture top row, and exclaims,
Spring. And me cooped up in this stuffy office. I can't stand it.
He storms into the boss's office, stops before the boss's desk.
I quit. I gotta have space to breathe. Fresh air. I quit.
Okay, Duck, okay.
Outside, he dances down the street.
Free. 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 Free in the great outdoors.
First picture bottom row, he waltzes into an employment office.
No, to get a decent job.
What kind of job do you wish, sir?
Anything outdoors. I've gotta have space and fresh air.
Okay, son. Report to this address. You get plenty of space and plenty of fresh air.
Swell. Swell.
And last picture, 20 stories above the ground, Donald is washing the window outside of his old boss's office, while the birds fly by, giving Donald a laugh, and Donald's boss looks at him and gives him the bird.
Oh, wasn't that funny?
Yes.
Donald does a nice job sitting down inside at a desk, and then he finds it too hard for him on a spring day.
Yes, and so he ends up having to do hard work washing windows right outside the very same office he had been telling the boss off in a short while ago.
But I don't think he looks very happy.
No, he's not quite as cocky as he was when he quit that job.
No, he's not quite as cocky. Oh, that Donald, he really is a clown.
Well, now, if you'll pick up the first page of the second section, I think we'll find another clown.
Oh, Dagwood and Bundy.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Down at the office, Mr. Dithers hands Dagwood a sheet of figures, saying,
Dagwood, here are the figures for the Frogley contract. Write up the contracts immediately.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't get this contract in the mail in 2 hours, you're fired.
Yes, sir.
Dithers glares at Dagwood, last picture, top row.
Understand? In the mail in 2 hours, or you're fired.
He really means it.
First picture, second row, Blondie enters.
Darling, I found the cutest hat. Come with me and tell me if you like it, too.
I can't, Blondie. I'll lose my job.
You've always got some excuse when I ask you to look at a hat. I won't take no. Come along.
And she grabs him by the arm. Dagwood yells emphatically,
No, no, no.
so he goes along. Last picture, second row, Blondie is at the hat store with Dagwood, trying on hat after hat, while Dagwood sits in shuddering fear, thinking what's going to happen to him when Dithers sees he's gone.
Oh, dear. Now that I see the hat again, I don't like it at all. Thank you very much, miss. Come along, Dagwood.
And outside they go. Dagwood heads back for the office, but Blondie grabs him by the coat tail, first picture, third row.
Come on, we'll look at hats in some of the other shops.
Dagwood yells, "No, no, no!" So he goes along. An hour and a half later, they're in the 6th shop. Blondie is still trying on hats. She looks at Dagwood reading the paper.
Dagwood, what are you doing?
Tears pour out of his eyes as he sobs.
I'm out of work. I'm looking up jobs in the wanted.
Blondie sees him crying, and ashamed, she takes him outside. Last picture, third row, she tells him.
Oh, you're no help. Go back to your office, and if I find another hat I like, I'll come over and get you.
I have no job. I'm just going back to clean out my desk.
First picture, next row, tears streaming down his face. Dagwood is cleaning out his desk before leaving the office for good. Suddenly, Dithers gallops in.
Dagwood! Did you mail that contract?
Dagwood's knees pound in fear.
I cannot tell a lie. No, sir. I didn't.
Dithers drops to his knees, and he embraces Dagwood.
Dagwood, you're wonderful. I gave you the wrong figures. I would have been ruined if you had mailed that contract.
Just then, Blondie rushes in.
Dagwood, I decided on a hat. Come on.
And in no time at all, they're back at the very first hat shop. Blondie is put on the very first hat she tried on, and she says with a smile,
I like the first one I picked out the best after all.
Dagwood's eyes spin around in his head, and he moans,
Oh, I give up.
Oh, so there, Blondie saved Dagwood's job.
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
Of course you could. If she hadn't taken Dagwood out to buy those hats, he would have finished the figures and put them in the mail, and then Mr. Dithers would be in trouble.
Yes. Yeah, I guess this is one time that Blondie did Dagwood a favor. But it was a funny way.
Well, what's funny about buying a woman's hat?
Well, that depends on the hat.
Well, I thought it was a nice hat.
And I like yours, too.
Thank you.
Now, look underneath Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, Roy Rogers. And Roy was on his way home, and just around the bend, a man is waiting with a gun in his hand. I'm afraid something's going to happen to Roy.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, king of the cowboys. Yip-I-O. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-I-O. Roy gallops around the bend. A man steps out from behind a boulder.
Stick him up! What's the idea of following me? Hey, it's Roy Rogers!
Why, Chubby Walden, you nearsighted old desert rat. Hey, what's wrong? Sure enough, it's Roy's old friend, Chubby Walden, we spent some time with a short while ago.
Well, I reckon I'm a mite spooky, Roy. Since I struck it rich, I got more enemies than a dog's got fleas. Gosh, I'm sure glad to see you.
He mounts his horse so they trot along. Hey, you must have found the mother lode, Chubby, by the looks of that fancy saddle.
Hey, these trappings is gold, Roy, from a mine. That's why I'm skittish. Too many hombres trying to find out where I get my money.
Last picture, top row, they come upon a horse and a buckboard standing strangely alone on the trail. As they ride up to it, Roy exclaims, Hey, somebody's buckboard threw a wheel, Chubby. But where's the driver? First picture, bottom row, they dismount. Roy sees the horse is thirsty. He pours some water from his canteen into his hat and gives it to the horse to drink. Chubby, meanwhile, looking around, exclaims,
Hey, there's boot prints, Roy. You suppose the driver struck out across the desert on foot?
Well, if he did, Chubby, he's a tenderfoot. Hey, this horse is thirsty, but he has a few miles left if a traveler knew how to unhitch and ride him.
Well, Roy, there's a water hole over yonder behind them rocks, but he's been dry for months.
Poor pilgrim. And look, that's exactly where his tracks lead. They mount and ride along to the water hole to see if they can find anyone there. At the water hole, a lovely girl hears them coming. Hurriedly, she takes out a mirror, powders her face, then arranges herself on the ground as though she had fallen into a beautiful faint. Last picture, they spot her.
He's suffering catch, Roy. It's a gal.
Roy quickly dismounts. Hey, fetch me your canteen, Chubby. She's still alive.
That girl is pretending she fainted.
Well, you're a girl. I should think you should be able to answer that.
I don't think I can because I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Not much you wouldn't. They all do at your age.
Oh, that's not nice.
I'm only teasing you.
Oh.
Next week, we'll find out more about what this girl's game is. Now I know that you'd like to read Dick's adventures, so let's go over to the very last page. The very last page, and here we are.
And last week, Dick woke up from his dream. I'm sure you'll have another one today.
Very well, let's read and see. Here we go with Dick's Adventures in Dreamland. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick is out boating with his cousin Dan in the bay. They're talking about sailing. Dan is saying,
Hey, why, even handling a little rig like this can be trouble, Dick. Why, just figure what it must have been like working a big fighter like the Constitution. Hey, it had the whole British Navy jumping back in 1812. Boy, there was a ship. Boy, there was a ship.
Suddenly, Dick finds himself thinking back to the old days of the great ship Constitution. Back he goes in his thoughts. Until he sees himself and his cousin Dan in clothes of early America. They're standing on the dock looking at the ship Constitution. And Dan is saying,
Well, what do you think now? Isn't she something?
and in a few minutes more, Dick and a group of other enlisted sailors are climbing up the rigging. And first picture bottom row, the ship is on its way. They keep a sharp lookout, for the mission is to harry British traders plying between the Indies and Canada or anywhere else. But for 5 days, they sight nothing but the endless sweep of sea and sky. Last picture, Dick says,
Ain't no luck yet, Dan. Hey, whose pants are you sewing? Oh, it's a man named Captain Isaac Hall, Dick, skipper of the Constitution. Hey, you want to meet him? You take these pants to his cabin and tell him I caulked all the seams that were split with good old double-duty thread.
Oh, isn't that interesting? They're on board a ship Constitution. That was a very famous ship, wasn't it?
one of the most famous ships that America ever had.
And now he's going to meet the captain that Dan has seen.
Yes, and you'll meet him next week, too.
Oh, I love captains.
Well, that's fine, and you'll be happy. Now look underneath Dick's adventures. Rusty Riley.
Oh, and this is getting closer and closer to the moment I've been waiting for, because last week Rusty and Pete escaped from that cave where the crooks had locked them out.
Yes, you bet they did. And they were making their way to a farm when a car came down the road.
And there was a deputy sheriff in it, and he said that he was going to arrest the boys. You think he will?
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for its horse and Rusty. In spite of what the boys say, the deputy sheriff arrests and takes them to town. Brings them into the sheriff's office, second picture, top row. They face a big, chubby fellow sitting behind the desk.
Hey, here's them 2 kids from Milestone Farm, Chief. I picked them up out near the gorge. They tried to give me the slip by saying they had a telephone, but I brung them right in here.
Rusty pleads.
Please, Mr. Sheriff, won't you let me call Mr. Miles? It's most terribly important.
Huh. Mr. Miles, huh? After breaking into his safe and stealing those gold cups, you want to call him up? What for? To apologize?
Oh, golly, no, Sheriff. We didn't steal those trophies. We were trying to catch the men who did. Please let me call them. You can listen, please.
Sheriff picks up the phone.
Well, okay, Sonny. Only I'll get Mr. Miles, just so I'll know you're talking to him.
Oh, gee, thanks.
At Milestone Farm, Mr. Miles picks up the phone.
Hello? Yes? What? Ooh, Sheriff Thurlow. And he say he's there with you? Yes, put him on.
A moment later, Mr. Miles comes down the path to the barn.
Hey, Tex, great news. Rusty and young Peters have been found. Get out a car while I phone the inspector. We've got to act fast.
And in the old abandoned house, Nobbs and Sir Percival, the 2 crooks who stole the trophies from Mr. Miles's farm, have been unable to find them where they buried them because Rusty and Pete have dropped them in the secret well. Finally, Nobbs says,
There's only one explanation, Perce. We knew them kids didn't take the trophy, so somebody else has been here.
Sir Percival shakes his head.
No. Not likely, not at all likely, Nobs. Personally, I think the boys found him and put him in a new hiding place. Come on, start looking.
At this moment, last picture, the sheriff has finished his conversation with Mr. Miles. He puts down the phone.
Well, you two, looks like maybe you're telling the truth. That was a call from the police. We're all going to take a ride.
Oh, goody. Now at last Rusty and Pete are going to have a chance to go home, and Mr. Miles and Tex won't let them go to jail because they know Rusty wouldn't do anything wrong.
Yes, I'm sure they think that, too.
I hope they get to the abandoned house soon, though, because Sir Percival thinks that the trophies are hidden somewhere else, and if they look hard enough, maybe they'll find them and they get away.
Yes, and after all, Rusty and Pete are the only ones who know where the abandoned house is.
Oh, I hope they'll get there in time.
Well, we'll find out more about this next week. Now, that's all the time I have, but before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honey. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, too, and I have a special announcement to make to you today.
What is that?
Well, you know the American Weekly, don't you?
Oh, yes. It's the magazine that comes with the same paper that the comics are in, and my father and mother read it all the time.
Well, you just tell them that next week we're going to have a special announcement for them that's going to make them very happy.
What's the announcement going to be?
Oh, if I told you that now, it would spoil the special surprise.
Can't you just whisper it in my ear?
That would just spoil the fun for you.
I promise I won't tell.
Well, I know you won't, but you might talk in your sleep.
Oh, all right. I'll wait. I could tell them, though, that we'll have the surprise announcement.
Oh, be sure to tell them that.
All right. And I'll even have them listen to us next week so they'll be able to hear the special announcement.
And I know they'll be very pleased and very happy.
Oh, I know they will, because you make me always very pleased and very happy. So will you please make me pleased and happy today by reading the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly? I will in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And at the top of the first page, Hopalong, Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. 2 crooks had stolen the deed to Buck Peters' ranch and tried to get out of town with it. Hoppy had gone after the crooks and captured the one who had the deed. And he's brought him back to the Bar 20 ranch, where they've held him a prisoner. In the middle of the night, the other crook slips into the shed and releases his pal, who has been tied to a post. He whispers,
I saw your capture from the train window. I jumped off and doubled back here to the bar 20.
They go to the door. Last picture, top row, they open the door and see Hopalong and Buck coming toward it.
Hey, quick, the rear door. They're onto us.
Run to the rear door and see Lucky and California and some ranch hands coming toward it. As Lucky steps in the door, they push a stack of feed bags at him. And in the confusion, they run to a window and climb out. First picture, bottom row, Lucky spots them far off, heading for two horses staked out in the brush. Hoppy and the others run for the corral for their horses. But they find that the corral is empty. California says,
Okay, it's too late. Our horses were turned loose to block pursuit. The buzzards were too smart for us.
Buck Peters replies,
Well, let him go. I still got the deed to that Wyoming homestead.
Hoppy says, Yeah, and they've got the information that you and Rose will be heading north to claim that property.
Well, then I might be riding that trail straight into trouble, Happy.
Hoppy answers, last picture, Yes, but that's where you'll fool 'em.
Oh, I wonder what Hoppy's scheme is.
So do I.
I hope it's a good one, because those outlaws were clever to escape when they were surrounded.
They were. We'll find out next week what Hoppy's scheme is. Now,
Well, now, could we please read Prince Val?
we certainly could, so let's go over the page to page 3.
And here he is, and they're having a bird-catching contest.
Yes, it's called the Falconry Contest. Val, Alita, and the King have each trained a bird to catch other birds.
And whatever their birds catch, they've got to eat for dinner that night. And, oh, poor Val, his bird has caught a crow. And I've never heard of anyone eating a crow.
Neither have I.
So let's read now where Prince Valiant has to eat his.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Eckert, Breckett, Graymalkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. As Val holds up the crow his bird has caught, a shout of laughter goes up. Everyone knows that Val has to eat that crow for dinner that night. And now that the contest is over, Val, Alita, and the King turn their hunter birds loose. For having been trained for this one hunt, they've done their part and have won their freedom. But Alita's beautiful little Merlin comes back to Alita's wrist. It seems that little Merlin has fallen in love with her mistress and wants to stay with her. Last picture, second row, the hunters sit at their table, and their food is brought to them. The King's eagle has caught a heron, a very tasty bird. Alita has a delicious partridge. But when Val's crow is set in front of him, it looks like nothing but a crow. But Val's a good sport, and he begins to eat. At first picture, bottom row, he finds that it's very delicious. And then he realizes it tastes like a partridge. And he knows that his sweet wife, Alita, has played a double joke on him. She's had the cook put the tasty meat of the partridge under the crow's feathers and skin. And Val enjoys a delicious meal. After dinner that night, a commotion is heard outside the castle. And then in comes Rufus Regan, battle-scarred and travel-stained, home from the long overland journey from Rome. And last picture, Val tells Alita, Rufus has brought with him the Christian missionaries, and now we can have the twins properly christened.
Oh, wasn't that nice of Alita not to make Val eat the crow?
Yes, it was.
Oh, and now the missionaries have come at last, and they can baptize the babies. Wouldn't that be nice?
You bet it will, and we'll find out some more about that next week, I'm sure.
Could we please read Flash Gordon now? Because, remember, Flash has been captured by those giants who are trying to conquer the world.
And rescue rockets from the Earth have been sent to search for Flash.
But the giants have seen the rockets coming, and they're ready to attack them.
All right, let's read now and see what happens. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. The rockets from Earth speed toward the moon Rhea. Suddenly, they see the enemy rocket speeding toward them. Strapped to a chair under the brainwave recording apparatus, Flash can only gaze helplessly at the space scanner, watching Rhea's armada attack the outnumbered rescue rockets from the Earth. And he hears the King bark terse orders, spelling the doom of the tiny Earth fleet that is already reeling under heavy blows. On board his flagship, Icy Stark is appalled as he sees the havoc wrought by the Rian guns. Frantically, he orders his surviving rockets to break off the unequal battle.
Run around and head back work.
Last picture top row, as the struggle rages, a gun spotter in Dale's rocket is gravely wounded. Quickly, she takes his place in the turret, helping her crew fight a rear guard action against the swarming attackers. But first picture bottom row, wave after wave of the Rian ships come diving in with guns blazing to cut off the Earthmen's escape. And the battle becomes a rout. Suddenly, there's a burst of flame as one of the Rian missiles scores a near miss on Dale's ship. The craft rocks crazily and then disintegrates. And Dale is hurled out of her shattered gun turret into space. The enemy armada herds the remnants of Stark's crippled fleet back toward Rhea. Meanwhile, last picture, Dale drifts alone through space, her precious supply of oxygen leaking slowly from its damaged container. As she floats downward, Dale sees a tiny sphere approaching. It's a mere fragment in space, spinning slowly in its orbit around Saturn. Desperately, she grabs at it, and her fingers find a precarious grip.
Now I'll bet that Icy Stark is sorry he didn't listen to Dale before.
Yes, I'll bet he is, too.
And just because of his stubbornness, Dale is lost in the air. And she can float like that for a long, long time. And if all the oxygen escapes, then she won't be able to breathe because there isn't oxygen up there so high.
You're absolutely right. You remember everything you learned about outer space, haven't you?
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out next week what happens to Dale. Maybe the giants will capture her and bring her back to Flash.
I hope something happens so she won't be left like that forever.
We'll find that out next week. Now let's go to the first page of the second section.
Oh, and Dagwood and Blondie. Let's see what silly thing Dagwood does today.
Very well, here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Say the magic words with me, please. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is enjoying his newspaper when Blondie trips into the living room and says,
We're having creamed potatoes for supper, and I have no parsley to sprinkle on them.
Oh, what's the difference? You can't taste the parsley anyway.
I know it, but a little parsley looks so nice on creamed potatoes.
Dagwood gets his hat and coat and says,
Okay, I'll get you some.
as he goes out the door, last picture top row, he says,
Is there anything else you want while I'm at the store?
No, dear, just the parsley.
A few minutes later, he's going down the street. First picture, second row, he hears.
Uh-oh, what's going on? I hear shooting.
He looks over his shoulder and sees a robber dashing down the street, followed by police.
Hey, they're coming my way.
Last picture, second row, they head straight for Dagwood. Dagwood, who doesn't want to get shot, at least in the front, turns around and dashes off down the street beside the robber. Around the corner they go. First picture, next row, they dash down an alley.
All right, we got him cornered. They can't get away.
And a short time later, Dagwood and the burglar are brought into the police station in chains. Dagwood faces the police chief and he says, last picture, third row.
I wasn't doing anything, Captain. I was just walking down the street. I'm innocent.
The police chief says,
Okay. I won't hold you. You can go.
First picture, bottom row, Dagwood comes in the house.
Hey, Blondie, something terrible happened. I got caught in a cop and a robber chase. They took me to jail. I'm lucky to be alive.
And Blondie asks,
Did you bring the parsley?
Oh, my goodness. I forgot the parsley.
Last picture, Blondie turns to the children and says,
I asked him to bring one little thing, and he forgets it.
and Dagwood goes,
Didn't he look funny when they brought him into jail?
Yes, one thing about Dagwood. No matter how sad he looks, he always looks funny.
Yes.
Well, now look underneath Dagwood and Blondie. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, read that, please, because Roy is starting a new adventure.
I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words by the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy and his friend Chubby were riding along the trail when they came upon a broken wagon. They saw tracks leading to a nearby waterhole. They followed the tracks. At the sound of an approaching horses, a girl who's at the waterhole quickly powders her nose and then arranges herself on the ground as though she has fallen in a faint. Roy and Chubby discover the girl lying there. They dismount and splash water on her. She comes to and tells them that her name is Nadine Drake, that she's on her way to Sagebrush Bend to apply for the position of schoolmistress. Chubby says,
I'm the hombre you got to see about that there job, miss, 'cause I built that schoolhouse.
When Miss Drake hears this, she tells Chubby that everyone has heard of him and his fabulous mansion. Last picture, top row, Roy says, my name's Roy Rogers, Miss Drake. I'll ride back to the busted wagon and fetch your bags and the horse. First picture, bottom row, Roy discovers that the wagon is gone. He sees a cloud of dust where the trail curves behind a huge rock. He lights out after it. Meanwhile, in the wagon, the driver is saying to another man, well, it worked, Gaucho. If that rich desert rat swallowed Nadine's story, they're already on their way to his hacienda. She's a smart girl. At this moment, the man named Gaucho looks back and sees Roy approaching and exclaims,
Hey, caramba! Senor Darbiton, we are in trouble. We've recovered the wagon too soon. A strange cowboy chases us.
The driver whips up his horse.
Hey, get up there! Get up there, will you? Come on there, get up there. Hang on there, Gaucho. Get up, get up.
As he swerves around the curve, the wagon wheel breaks. And last picture, the wagon and the men are plunged over the cliff.
Hey, caramba! Look out! Look out, Senor Don! Look out!
Roy gallops up and reins in, looks over the cliff and exclaims, wow, Miss Drake's wagon is gone for sure this time, and those road agents with it.
Oh, that girl acted like she was subconscious just so she could be taken to Chubby's house.
Yes, I wonder what her game is.
Well, it must not be nice when if those men who were in the wagon didn't want to be caught by Roy.
You figure that out very cleverly.
Yes, I do I?
You do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And maybe next week we'll find out a little more about what this girl is up to. Now, let's go over the page.
Oh, look, there's Donald Duck. What does he do today?
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald is going out for lunch today. He looks in the paper, and he sees that it says it's going to rain. So Donald decides to take his umbrella with him. He goes out the door and locks his door behind him. And by the time you can say, a double banana split with a chocolate soda on it, Donald is downtown at a restaurant finishing his lunch. First picture, bottom row, he goes to a hat rack, takes down his hat, and grabs an umbrella hanging there. When a big bruiser standing beside him says,
Hey, just a minute, pal. That's my umbrella.
Donald just gives him a dirty look and then starts for the door. And the man grabs the umbrella. Donald yells,
Why, you crook? Let go! That's my umbrella.
The man answers, Don't kid me, chiseler.
and jerks the umbrella out of Donald's hand. And he goes out the door. Donald follows him outside where it's raining. He yells,
I'll have the law on you! Help! Help! Police! Police! Help! Help! Police!
The man walks down the street saying, "Boy, what brass." Last picture, Donald comes home through the pouring rain, soaking wet. As he pushes the key in the lock, he sees his umbrella outside the door where he had left it when he locked the door before going downtown. And Donald feels just like this.
No wonder Donald felt ashamed after yelling at that man the way he did.
Yes, Donald was just lucky the other man didn't have him arrested.
Yes, that would have been funny and just too bad if Donald had called the police and they had arrested Donald instead of the other fellow.
Yes, so it just proves you should never accuse anyone without being sure you're right.
No, you should never accuse anyone without being sure you're right. I should say not.
Okay, now let's go over the page. And look, there's Uncle Remus.
Oh, read that, please.
Very well, my lady. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, making a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Brer Rabbit ain't got much hankering for lazy critters, and he generally expresses himself exactly.
Brer Rabbit comes into town one day, and he sees all the critters lying around on the porches of the stores, sound asleep, filling the air with snores. Brer Rabbit listens and then says,
Just look yonder. The whole town sleeping like a nest of alligators. Just listen. My. What a racket. It's about time they was woke up.
Brer Rabbit listens to the racket, thinking a little bit, and then he has a cute idea. He says,
This ought to shake 'em loose from their hibernations.
and he runs from one critter to the other and begins to yell,
Run! Run! Run!
and they all wake up and they shout, Run! Run! And they start running down the road. Down the road they run, yelling at the top of their voices, until they're finally exhausted. Her sheriff shouts,
Hey, hold up there. Hold up. Hold up. Hey, what is we running for?
Brer Buzzard answers,
I don't know.
and Brer Bear says,
Us just run.
And last picture, Brer Rabbit, who was hiding behind a tree, giggled,
I bet they don't know what they were sleeping for either.
and Uncle Remus says,
If you insist on doing nothing, you might just as well do lots of it.
Wasn't that a good joke?
Yes.
Just because Brer Rabbit yells, run, everybody jumps up and runs.
Yes, it just goes to prove that people often do many things without thinking.
Yes, they do many things without thinking, and if they thought they wouldn't do them, would they?
I don't think they would.
Oh, now could we read Dick's adventure?
We certainly could, so let's go over to the very last page. And here we are with Dick's Adventures.
And Dick is having a wonderful adventure. He's in the early days of America, and he's a sailor in the American Navy.
And he's aboard the ship Constitution, which is one of the most famous ships in American history.
Yes, and last week Dick's friend had just finished sewing up the captain's breeches. And Dick is supposed to take the breeches back to the captain. So please, quick, read that so we can meet the captain.
Very well, here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventureless Dick. Dick is holding up the trousers and looking at them, and he exclaims, Gee, Captain Isaac Hull must be a big man, judging from this. And then he looks up to see Captain Hull standing over him. They're fixed, sir. Last picture, top row. The captain smiles at Dick and says,
The British are saying we Yankees are growing too big for our britches, lad. Daring to sail against them for a fight. But we'll soon see.
At this moment, first picture, second row. A loud cry from the lookout rouses them both.
Hey-ho! British frigate! On the starboard quarters!
The captain shouts.
Turn about! Grenadiers!
The American sailors eagerly spring into action to chase the British ship. First picture, bottom row. In the gathering twilight, Dick sees that the Britisher has turned tail and is running for light. But the Constitution, with all sails spread, is gaining. Meanwhile, last picture, aboard the pursued enemy frigate. The British captain sees the American ship coming after them. The captain gloats.
Well, good, jolly good. The Yankees taking our bait. Keep out of range of his guns, but don't let him lose us. Won't he be surprised in the morning?
Oh, the British are trying to lead the Americans into a trap, I'll bet you.
That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yes, but what kind of a trap?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find that out.
Oh, this is exciting.
Yes, but here's something else that should be exciting. Below Dick's adventures, Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, because Rusty and Pete have finally escaped from the cave where those crooks locked them up. And they've been picked up by a deputy sheriff, and he took them to the sheriff's office, and then they phoned to Mr. Miles.
Yes, and now Mr. Miles and the sheriff are sure to be led to the old abandoned house where the crooks are.
Oh, and I hope they will capture them. So quick, let's read and see if they do.
Very well, here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. At the Milestone Farm, Tex and Mr. Miles climb in their car. Tex asks,
Where are we heading for, boss?
Somewhere out on the state road, Tex. Sheriff Thurlow and the police will be waiting for us.
Meanwhile, at the sheriff's office, the sheriff says to Rusty,
Pile into my car, you kids. We're going to meet the police and Mr. Miles. And believe me, your story better be on the level.
Rusty replies,
Of course it is, Sheriff. You'll see.
Last picture, top row. The two crooks, Sir Percival and Nobbs, are still searching in the basement of the old abandoned house for the trophies. They feel sure the boys have found the trophies and have hidden them somewhere else in the cellar. Suddenly, first picture, bottom row, Sir Percival exclaims,
Hey, Nobby, look here. Under this junk, a cistern.
Nobbs exclaims, A cistern, eh? Hey, wait till I get something to fish around in. I saw a rake a couple of minutes ago.
Sir Percival takes a rake, and he fishes down into the cistern and draws up a bag with the loot on it.
By Jove, I've got it.
Hooray! Blinking good luck, I calls it. Come on, Pice, let's clear out of these here parts.
At that very moment, outside the house, Rusty is saying to the state troopers and Tex,
Hey, this is the old house, sir. You can get in through the back door.
One of the troopers says, last picture,
Hey, there's somebody in there, Inspector. I saw a light in one of the cellar windows.
and the detective says, Okay, you get everything ready. I'm going in there. I'll give a signal with my flashlight. Then let's have the floodlight right on that back door.
Oh, goody, goody, am I glad. Now they will catch those crooks, and am I glad, because they were very mean to Rusty.
Yes, it looks like they've got the crooks at last. And next week we'll find out for sure. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine. How are you?
I'm wonderful, too, and I've got the most wonderful costume.
Costume for what?
For Halloween.
Oh, yes, for Halloween.
Why, you say that as though you haven't got your costume ready.
Well, of course I have, but I didn't know you were talking about a Halloween costume.
Well, why not?
Well, it isn't very often that grown-ups put on costumes at Halloween. It's just usually the children.
Oh, I always do, because next to Christmas, Halloween is my favorite time.
Well, next to Christmas, it's my favorite time, too. Except for my birthday, which comes next.
Next to what?
Next to Christmas.
Oh, when is your birthday?
Next November. When's yours?
Next January.
And my mother's is next February.
And I think it's going to be a broad brick moonlight next to next.
Oh, you say the funniest thing.
Well, I know one thing. I'm going to have a wonderful time Halloween night.
So am I. What are you going to dress up like?
A goblin. What are you going to be?
Oh, yes?
Okay, I'll meet you on a broomstick right under the moon. Third cloud from the left.
All right, I'll be there.
Okay, it's a date.
Now, will you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, Beetle Bailey and his pal named Killer are on a sightseeing trip. Last picture top row, as the bus drives along, the beautiful guide girl begins to point out places along the route. She's talking through a megaphone. Killer, who thinks he's a great guy with the ladies, stands up and looks into the megaphone and says,
Hey, she's got nice tonsils, too.
Beetle sees the girl is angry.
Hey, sit down, Killer.
First picture bottom row, the girl is pointing out a statue of one of our first settlers. Killer takes a picture of her and says,
I'll settle for you, baby.
A short time later, the girl guide, who is pretty disgusted with Killer by now, is pointing out a famous wishing well. Beetle, who's reading the guidebook, says,
Hey, you're supposed to look down it, close your eyes, count to 100, and make a wish.
Killer replies,
No, it's a fake. I'll show you.
He sticks his head into the well and starts to count.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The beautiful guide sees Killer with his head in the well and decides here's her chance to get rid of him. So she orders the bus to drive off.
95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100.
And then, third picture, bottom row, Killer makes his wish.
I wish I were alone with our guide.
Then he pulls his head out of the well, looks around, and sees that the bus with the beautiful girl has disappeared. And he exclaims,
Well, Alfie, hey, where is everybody?
Last picture, late that night. He and Beetle are still walking back to town, and Killer says,
I told you that well was a fake. It left me alone with you instead of the guide.
Beetle replies,
Oh, well, the book says the best way to see the country is on foot.
Oh, that was a good joke on Killer.
Yes.
The girl got tired of that big old smart aleck, and so she left him in the well.
Yes, but it wasn't fair to leave poor Beetle there, too.
No, after all, Beetle was nice, but it was only funny just the same.
Yes, well, now let's turn over the page.
Oh, yes, because Prince Valiant is on page 3. And last week, some evil men captured little Prince Arn and ran away with him.
And then Tillicum discovered Prince Arn was missing, and she began to follow the trail.
That's because she's an Indian and can read the signs of the forest. Oh, I wonder if she finds Prince Arn.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince.
Swiftly, Tillicum moves along the trail left by the men who have taken Prince on. Last picture, top row. In the forest, she finds a place where bushes are trampled and broken, and in the grass she finds Arn's little bow. Then first picture, second row, she sees the signs of a struggle. Last picture, second row, a marshy spot reveals the tracks of two men, which tells her Arn is being carried. Water in the tracks is clear, so she knows they were made at least an hour ago. She whips off her hampering skirt and begins to run. First picture, bottom row, she finds that the trail leads over a high, rocky spur where tracks do not show. Like a trained hunting dog, she quarters back and forth, looking for some sign of their passing. And finally, she finds it. A few scattered unripe blueberries, far from the nearest berry bush, thrown away by one of the men. Tillicum runs on, knowing that she has the right direction, looking for another sign. Dusk is falling before she crosses the barren ridge to the forest again. And then suddenly she stops. Last picture, her head high. A faint smell comes to her. A smell that is not part of the forest odors.
Ooh, maybe she could slip into the camp of those men in the nighttime and get little Prince Arn back again when everybody's asleep.
Well, believe me, I hope it works out that way. And we'll find out next week. Now let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, here's Robin Hood.
Yes, Robin Hood. And remember, the Queen had learned that King Richard was captured and was held a prisoner in a far-off country.
And they couldn't get him free unless the Queen would pay a lot of money to the people who had captured him.
And the money has been raised for this purpose, and it's now to be hauled away and sent on a ship to buy Richard's freedom.
Yes, and the Sheriff now of Nottingham and Prince John, who's trying to become king instead of King Richard, are plotting to steal the gold back again and blame Robin Hood.
Well, let's see what happens next. Here we go with the story of Robin Hood. It's merry, merry England in days long ago. Time now for Robin Hood. So music, hi-ho! After capturing the Maid Marian, so she can't tell Robin Hood what Prince John's plans are. Last picture, top row, at dawn the next morning, the sheriff instructs the leader of his picked bowmen who are to ambush the Queen's convoy of the money. You'll ride 20 miles down the great road through Sherwood Forest. There you will don outlaw garb and lie in wait. You'll return to the castle with the ransom money in your saddlebags. First picture, bottom row, deep within the forest, the bowmen change from sheriff's livery into disguises of Lincoln green, unaware of being watched by one of Robin's roving sentinels, Will Stuteley. Will exclaims to himself, "The sheriff's men, setting a snare for the Queen's ransom convoy. Robin must be warned." And then he steals from the scene quickly. When he's a safe distance away from the sheriff's men, he fits a red signal arrow to his bow, and third picture, bottom row, sends it whistling toward the outlaw camp. It sails through the air and comes down into a tree at the edge of Robin Hood's camp. Last picture, Robin, the arrow in his hand, exclaims, "A summons from Stuteley to the south."
Robin Hood knows there's something wrong.
Yes, you bet. And Robin and his men will hurry to meet Will Stuteley and learn what Will has discovered.
And then, when the sheriff's men try to attack the wagon with the gold, I'll just bet you Robin and his men will fix him good.
You bet. We'll find that out next week for sure. Now, look across the page. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, Roy Rogers. And Roy has discovered that it was Sam Teal who was smuggling the gold from the government Indian reservation.
Yes, he's learned that Sam has hidden the gold in a hollow spoke of a wheel on a stagecoach.
And last week, you remember that Sam Teal had jumped on the stagecoach after knocking the driver out, and he started to gallop away with the coach. I wonder if Roy will be able to stop him.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Sam Teal whips the horses into a gallop to escape with the stagecoach and the gold. Roy, who was inside the relay station, dashes out, sees what's happening, leaps on Trigger. All right, let's go, Trigger. Sam Teal's escaping with that stage and the hidden gold dust. At the edge of town, a herd of cattle blocks the road. Sam, seeing that he can't drive through them, pulls the stagecoach up beside a building, third picture top row, and then climbs onto a second-story balcony, saying, "I'll fix Hairpin Hobbs and Rogers both." Last picture top row, Roy gallops up. pulls a gun on Sam, who is up on the balcony. All right, Sam. Your days of smuggling gold dust off the Indian reservation are ended. Don't shoot, Rogers. You start a stampede and destroy your evidence against me. Roy lowers his gun, and quickly Sam pulls his, fires several shots. The steers are terrified, and they gallop toward the stagecoach. Roy, seeing what's happened, moves fast. He rides Trigger over beside the lead horse, pulls him around, and gallops back into town. He swerves off the main street into an alley as the steers thunder behind, straight ahead, down the street. And Roy is safe. Sam Teal is still up on the balcony. Suddenly, some of the steers gallop against the supports to the balcony, breaking them. It begins to fall. Sam shouts, "Hey, the porch is caving! Help! Help! Help!" And he falls to the ground beneath the feet of the trampling steer. A short time later, the sheriff returns and finds Roy waiting at his office with Denver and Hairpin Hobbs, the two outlaws who are now bound hand and foot. Roy hands them over to the sheriff, telling him his story. The sheriff exclaims,
Smuggling gold in stage wheel spokes? Well, pretty clever. Well, thanks for your help, Rogers.
Roy replies, "Well, Hairpin and Denver Dan will fill in the details, Sheriff. Trigger and I have business in Pine City. So long."
Ooh, that was exciting. Roy Rogers was the hero again.
You bet he was. He saved the stagecoach and the evidence from being destroyed by those steers, and he brought the outlaws into the sheriff.
And Sam Teal thought he was going to be safe and that he would get Roy killed, and instead he got a taste of his own medicine.
Yes. Well, next week now, Roy will be back again with a new adventure. So now, let's pick up the first page of the second section.
Oh, yes, because there's Dagwood and Blondie, and I just love Dagwood.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim zam zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie says to the children,
I wonder if Daddy remembers today's our wedding anniversary.
Her daughter Cookie answers,
Well, why not give him a hint?
I'd be much happier if he thought of it by himself without hints. But I'm worried.
Alex nudges Cookie and says,
Hey, let's help Mom out.
So they run upstairs. Go into the bathroom, last picture top row, where Dagwood is shaving. Alex says,
Hey, you know whose anniversary is today, Pop?
Dagwood replies,
Well, can't be anybody important, or our office would be closed.
First picture, second row, as Dagwood puts his hat and coat on, Blondie hands him a box.
I fixed a lunch for you to take to the office, dear.
Well, what a nice surprise. But he doesn't see the look of expectation in Blondie's eye, and away he goes to the office with a cheerful whistle, as Blondie closes the door with a sigh.
Oh, dear.
That noon, Dagwood opens his lunchbox. He finds a cupcake with a candle on it. He scratches his head and says to his boss, Dithers,
Hey, why do you suppose Blondie put a cupcake with a candle on it in my lunch?
Dithers replies,
Dagwood, dear boy, I've been married 30 years, but I've never figured out why wives do what they do.
Later in the day, last picture, second row, the kids come out into the kitchen, and Alexander says,
Hey, we'll know pretty soon now, Mama, if Daddy forgot your anniversary or not.
and a tear comes from Blondie's eye.
I'll be heartbroken if he forgot.
First picture, third row, Dagwood is on his way home from work.
It's good to be on my way to my happy little home without a care in the world.
Suddenly, a thief dashes out of a woman's hat shop with an armful of hats.
Stop me! Stop me!
The thief dashes down the street. He comes around the corner, last picture, third row, and smashes into Dagwood.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
The hats fall all over the street, and the thief jumps up and runs away. Leaving Dagwood, first picture, bottom row, alone on the street corner with the hat boxes lying all around him. Dagwood scratches his head, looks at the hats, and exclaims,
Well, I'll have to find out the owner of all these hats and return them tomorrow.
A short time later, Dagwood comes into the house. Alex sees all the boxes he's carrying.
Hey, come quick, Mom. Pop didn't forget your wedding anniversary.
And Dagwood goes. Last picture, Blondie is standing in front of a mirror, trying on one hat after the other.
Oh. Ah. What an original present. 10 beautiful hats.
And Dagwood sits by thinking what the hats will cost him, and he moans,
Oh, I hope she doesn't like too many of them.
Poor Dagwood's in a spot. He can't tell her that he didn't buy the hats for her.
No, Blondie thinks the hats are all presents for her anniversary, and Dagwood can't tell her the real truth of the situation.
No wonder he looks unhappy. Oh, the funniest things happen to that Dagwood.
Ah, they do. Well, now let's turn over the page and go past the Lone Ranger, and there, on page 3 of the second section, is Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, and I'm very anxious to see what happens to Flash because he's on the planet Venus, which is very strange and weird.
Yes, and he'd escaped from those strange fishmen that had pursued him. And he and Dale and Zarkov had stopped to rest under the giant leaves of a Venusian tree when a voice from a nearby bush ordered him to drop his gun.
And the man said he was the King Stang of Venus, but Flash thinks he's an Earthman. And I just wonder whether Flash will give up.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Surrounded by the hidden followers of Stang, the self-styled King of Venus, Flash realizes it is hopeless to resist. He holds aloft his ray protector as a token of surrender, after first secreting a small flame gun in his clothing. With a sudden beating of their wings, the Venusian tree men swoop down from their hidden perches. It's an eerie sight, and Dale cannot restrain a cry of fear and surprise. Flash urges her, "Now keep calm. If ever we needed clear heads, now is the time." Last picture top row, the 3 castaways face their captors. Stang comes out from behind a bush, and his first command dismays Flash. He orders,
"Search them."
Hoping to divert Stang, Flash blurts a question. "Wait, aren't you the rocket pilot from Earth whose expedition to the moon was lost in space?" First picture bottom row, Stang snaps back.
Lost? I don't make mistakes. I secretly planned to reach Venus and become its king. And I have.
Flash's ruse succeeds as Stang says no more about searching his captives and orders them bound with vine ropes. And then, when they're bound, motioning his aide, the Titian-haired Vicky, to follow, Stang takes off, airborne by his jet pusher. And Flash, Dale, and Zarkov suddenly find themselves being towed by the vine rope bonds high above the rainforest. After a few minutes of flying, a strange sight looms in the distance. They see a fantastically beautiful castle of colored plastic surrounded by a wide moat of burning liquid.
Oh, I'm glad that Flash still has his small flame gun hidden on him.
So am I, because I'm sure he's going to need it.
Oh, look, the last picture. Isn't that an unusual castle they're coming to? I wonder what's inside that castle.
Next week, we'll find out. Now, let's turn over the page.
All right. Oh, look, on page 5, there's Donald Duck.
And here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, chicka chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald has bought a sailplane, which is a little airplane like a glider that you hook on behind a car. And as the car drives along, it pulls the sailplane up into the air, and then when you're going fast enough, you cut the plane loose and you sail along all by yourself. Well, fourth picture, top row, Donald is in his plane, and his girlfriend Daisy is in the car, and they're all set for the takeoff. Donald says,
Now start slow and then step on it.
Daisy starts to drive off. And in a few seconds, Donald's sailplane begins to go up in the air. Last picture, top row, Donald shouts,
I'm starting up. Faster.
Daisy gives the car the gas. And away Donald sails. First picture, bottom row, Donald's sailplane goes up higher, and he shouts,
Faster. Pour it on.
Daisy goes faster, but Donald is an impatient boy, and he shouts again.
Faster, faster. I'm almost ready to cut loose. Faster.
And then, third picture, bottom row, his hat pops off in surprise, for he sees a wall right in front of him. And a second later, There lies Donald in his crashed ship on top of a tunnel, hearing birds. And last picture, Daisy comes out of the tunnel that she had driven into. And without looking back, she shouts,
Is this fast enough, Donald?
Isn't that funny? Daisy drove through a little tunnel.
and Donald didn't cut his rope loose from the car in time, and his sailplane was higher than the tunnel.
And wham! It hit the edge and pulled Donald right down smack against the side of the wall. Oh, that was so funny.
Yes, especially the look on his face was funny. Well, now let's turn over the page to Dick's adventures.
Oh, yes. I'm anxious to see what's happening here, Dick, because he's in the early days of America with Lieutenant Oliver Perry, who's in the American Navy.
And the British are at war with the Americans, and Oliver Perry has been given the job of defeating the British ships on Lake Erie.
But Perry didn't have any ships, and so he had to build his own ships right on the shores of Lake Erie.
And while he was building his ships, the Indians have reported to the British what he was doing. And now the British have sailed their ships right up to the harbor, waiting for the American ships to come out and fight.
But Perry told the English that they could wait till kingdom come, and they've been waiting a long time. And now Perry must have the ships almost ready, so please see what he does next.
All right, here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Finally, the building of two armed ships is finished. They are named the Lawrence and the Niagara. And now Perry's problem is to get his ships out into the harbor, where he can attack the British. But a long, low sandbar stretches across the harbor. Perry's afraid to risk trying to get his ships across the sandbar for fear they may get stuck. If that happened, the British guns could pound them to pieces. First picture, second row. Perry makes his 10th visit to the sentries in a single night. Dick, who's on duty, points to the British ship, saying,
They're still out there waiting, sir.
Finally, at midnight, Perry calls his officers and men together. Men, the British are not going away, but we're in luck. That onshore wind will give us plenty of water. We'll run the sandbar tonight. Last picture, second row, as they move to board ship, Dick well knows how daring is the plan, for the Lawrence and the Niagara need 9 feet of water in order to cross the sandbar. But there's only 6 feet above the bar. Dick says,
If we get stuck on that sandbar, the British will pound us to pieces before we can get off.
First picture, bottom row, 2 hours before dawn, with a favoring wind at its peak. The Lawrence, Perry's flagship, sets its head straight for the sandbar. Dick holds his breath. And then, last picture, starts to say, We're open! This instant, the ship shudders from stem to stern. The Lawrence is stuck fast.
Oh, no, they're stuck on the sand.
Yes, and if the English see them there, Perry's ship could be blown to pieces.
Yes, because it can't move or run away or anything like ships have to do when they fight at sea.
Oh, Perry's in a dangerous spot if he doesn't get off that sandbar before the sun comes up.
Do you think he will?
Well, we'll have to wait till next week to find that out. But now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, and this I've been waiting to read because the race is soon going to be run that Rusty's going to ride in.
And we'll soon find out if he'll win that $1,000 to give to Mrs. Jones so she can pay off her debt to Mr. Marlowe.
And now Rusty's horse, Space Pilot, has new horseshoes, and I wonder whether he can run fast enough to win the race like that nice man Stovepipe said he would if he got new shoes.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. It's early in the morning, and Rusty and Pete are up with the sun. Rusty is saddled Space Pilot, and he says to his friend Pete,
All right, come on now, Pete. This is the big day. Nobody else is up, so we can give Space Pilot a workout on the fairgrounds track. All right, Rusty, as soon as I wash my face.
A short time later, Rusty is giving Space Pilot a workout on the track. Space Pilot whizzes around the track. Rusty says,
Golly, Mr. Stovepipe was sure right about those shoes. Space Pilot is running like whirlwind now.
Meanwhile, while Rusty tells his friend Stovepipe how wonderfully Space Pilot is running, in the sheriff's office, the sheriff is talking to Mr. Marlowe.
Well, there's your papers at foreclosure on the Jones farm, dated 5 p.m. today, Marlowe. Seems like you wouldn't need to be in such an all-fired hurry, her being a widow with a little child.
That's my affair. You just be ready to go over there with me early, so she can't avoid being served.
At that moment, third picture, bottom row, out at the Jones farm, Mrs. Jones opens her door to find a stranger.
Well, howdy, ma'am. I'm looking for Rusty Riley and his pal Pete. I was told they was bunking here, am I right?
Mrs. Jones answers,
Oh, land sakes, yes. Rusty's stopping here, taking care of some horses. Only him and Pete ain't home right now. Would you care to wait for them?
last picture, Clem says,
Oh, no, ma'am, I would wait, but I'll be back later. It's important. Just tell them Clem was here. They'll know. We were shipmates.
Oh, yes, on the ship with the horses. They told me about you. Now, you'll be sure to come back now.
Oh, Clem, he's the fellow who was Rusty's friend on the ship when it was wrecked that time.
So it looks like Rusty is another friend here.
And the way that Mr. Marlowe's acting, it looks like Rusty needs a lot of friends, especially since Tex isn't around. Oh, next week for sure, they must be running the race so I can find out whether Rusty wins $1,000.
Well, let's hope so. Next week we'll find out. But now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Chronic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I don't think I've ever been so anxious.
And what are you so anxious about?
Well, today Rusty Riley is supposed to ride in the race to try to win the $1,000 so he can give the money to Mrs. Jones. And then that mean Mr. Marlowe can't take her farm away from her. And, I just can't wait to see if Rusty wins.
Well, let's not waste any time at all. Let's start immediately at once, right now, fast.
So please, quick, read me the funny.
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. It's another typical day for Beetle Bailey in the Army. He and his pals are scrubbing up the barracks because today the captain is going to inspect it. And if it isn't perfectly spick and span and cleaner than any boys or girls' room in the country, the captain is going to be M.A.D., which spells furious. Suddenly, one of the GIs pops in the door. Hey, aren't you guys ready yet? The captain's coming to inspect right now. One of the guys shoves his mop in Beetle's locker. Beetle tosses his scrub pail out the window. And then the barrack door opens.
And front!
And Beetle looks up, third picture top row, to see the captain standing in the door, soaking wet, with the pail Beetle threw out the window on his head.
Uh-oh. I bet this'll be a tough inspection.
As everybody stands at attention, the captain walks around the room, examining it carefully. Suddenly he stops.
What is this?
The sergeant, squinting his eyes to see it, answers,
It's a piece of thread, sir.
The captain bends down, picks up a little tiny piece of thread, and last picture top row exclaims,
Rope on the floor.
The sergeant marks it down on his pad.
Yes, sir.
First picture bottom row, the sergeant exclaims,
Here's an orange seed on Bailey's shelf, sir.
The captain roars.
Garbage on the furniture.
And then, next picture, the captain roars.
That window is filthy.
But it's open, Captain.
The sergeant exclaims,
Arguing with an officer.
and writes it down. Then the captain walks over to Beetle's locker and he says,
Let's just see what shape Bailey's locker is in.
He opens the locker, and the wet mop falls out, smacking him in the face.
This is too much.
And he starts for Beetle, who pops out the window. And last picture, the rest of the men in the barracks stare out the window as the captain tries to catch Beetle. One of the men says,
Hey, what's the captain doing now?
About 30 miles an hour.
Another guy says,
Hey, what's Beetle doing?
and another one answers,
He's doing his best to stay ahead of that mop the captain is swinging, huh?
Oh, poor Beetle. You certainly got in trouble today.
Yes, just because somebody stuck a mop in his locker.
Oh, and didn't that captain look funny when he came in the door with the pail on his head?
You bet he did. But that began the trouble for Beetle.
I'm sure it did, too.
Well, now let's turn over the page to Prince Valiant.
Oh, yes, because the mean men have captured little Prince Arn. They've gone away with him.
And last week, Tillicum, the Indian maid who was Prince Arn's nurse, started after him.
And she followed their trail through the forest until nighttime. And then she smelled horses. And that means she might be coming close to those bad men. Oh, I wonder if she'll catch up to them today.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Gray Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. It's nightfall, and Tillicum can't follow the trail in the dense black of the forest, so she builds a fire because the mosquitoes fill the air. And Tillicum had taken off her long skirt so she could run swiftly. And smoke is the only way she can protect herself from the mosquitoes in the night. Then she lies down to sleep, to gain strength to continue the chase tomorrow. Meanwhile, Boltar, who had discovered the absence of Tillicum and Little Arn, had called for a search. He and his men had followed Arn's and Tillicum's tracks in the forest. He had found Arn's bow. Then a little farther on, Tillicum's skirt. She had been wise enough to leave a trail for him to follow. And with torchbearers to lead the way, Boltar has followed her trail all through the night. But finally, the torchbearers fall back exhausted. Boltar continues on alone by moonlight. Last picture, second row, following Tillicum by the trail she has made. Broken twigs to mark her path. First picture, bottom row, he finds where there are no twigs on the bare mountain. Her headband. And then her bracelet. And then little bits of clothing that he had torn off. And on Boltar strides, following her trail through the night. Next morning, Tillicum awakens at the exact moment when there is light enough to follow the trail. Quickly, she washes at a nearby stream. And after a refreshing drink, she scoops up some mushrooms, berries, and fern roots, and last picture is on her way. It's easy to follow the trail of the four horses, and nowhere does she see signs of their being pastured, and she knows she must outlast the horses.
Oh, I wish Boltar had caught up to Tillicum before she woke up.
Yes, because running swiftly as she is, she's apt to leave Boltar quite far behind.
But maybe he'll find her campfire, and then he'll know just about what time she started in the morning, and if he hurries, he can still catch up with her.
Well, let's hope so, because she'll need the strength of a man like Boltar to help her. But we'll find that out next week. Now let's turn over the page.
Robin Hood. And I'm anxious to read that today because you remember that mean Prince John is going to try to hold up the wagon that's hauling the gold that's supposed to be used to buy King Richard's freedom because King Richard is a prisoner in a far-off country.
Yes, and King John's men, led by the Sheriff of Nottingham, are going to dress like Robin Hood's men, and he hopes that Robin Hood will be blamed for the robbery.
But Robin Hood has learned what his plan is, and I'm sure Robin Hood will come, and then there'll be a big battle, and I'm anxious to see how it will end.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with the story of Robin Hood. It's merry, merry England in days long ago. Time now for Robin Hood. Some music. Hi-ho! Through the forest, second picture, first row, the procession bearing the gold to buy King Richard's freedom, accompanied by the Queen of England, approaches the spot where the Sheriff of Nottingham's men wait in ambush. Suddenly, there's a shout. No! And the sheriff's men, dressed like Robin Hood's outlaws, burst out of the bushes and dash for the wagon, carrying the gold. Last picture, top row, the Archbishop, who's riding with the Queen's guard, says,
In the name of the king, stand aside and let us pass.
One of the sheriff's men shouts, We own no king save Robin Hood! Switch the wing! First picture, bottom row, the sheriff's men attack the Queen's guard. Others of his men leap on the wagon to remove the chest of gold. Second picture, bottom row, the Archbishop draws his sword. One of the sheriff's men aims his bow at him, but before the murderous bowman can release his shaft, he is toppled by his swifter arrow. Oh! At last picture, out of the forest comes Robin Hood and his men. We're just in time, lads! Have at 'em!
Robin Hood got there in time.
Yes, in time to save the Archbishop's life.
And now, I just hope they chase all the sheriff's men away and then prove to the Queen that Robin Hood is loyal to the Queen and King Richard.
Yes, but if Robin Hood and his men aren't defeated by the sheriff's men, that will happen.
And I just hope we'll find that out next week.
Oh, I'm sure we will. Now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, Donald Duck.
And I know you love Donald Duck, so here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly, chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Donald wants to take a nap today, and to make sure he won't be interrupted, he puts a sign beside the doorbell. The sign reads, Don't ring bell. Invalid sleeping. A short time later, Donald is sound asleep. Suddenly, Donald wakes with a start and dashes to the door. And he sees a salesman standing there, and he yells,
Can't you read? I'm an invalid. Scram!
And he slams the door shut. He starts for his couch again, last picture, top row, when... And by the time you get to the first picture, bottom row, Donald has the door open and is sticking a shotgun in the salesman's tummy. Aye! The salesman says, and away he goes. By this time, Donald is disgusted because no one will pay any attention to his sign. So he says,
This requires drastic action.
He gets out a battery, wires, hooks the wires from the battery to the doorbell, and then, third picture, bottom row, with a big grin, waits for someone to ring his doorbell again. Because this time, the one who does is going to get the shock of his life. Then, when Donald opens his door, there lies his girlfriend, Daisy, on the doorstep, holding up a sore hand. And as Donald stares in amazement, suddenly...
Stop, Daisy! Stop!
And last picture, Donald is in bed with an ice pack on his head. His nephew Dewey leans over his bed, and this is what he said.
What's the matter, Uncle Donald? Aren't you sleepy?
Got some ice cubes and pipe down.
Oh, poor Donald. Isn't it a shame that his girlfriend Daisy is the one who got the shock?
Yes, because she probably wanted to come in and nurse the poor little invalid.
Well, Donald is an invalid now, but I'll bet you she won't nurse him this time.
No, I'll bet she won't either. Well, now let's go to the last page of the first section.
Oh, look, here's Flash Gordon. Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash, Dale, and their friend, Dr. Zarkov, have been captured by an Earthman who has managed to set himself up as King Stang of the planet Venus. Carried by strange creatures with huge wings, they approach an amazing castle surrounded by a river of liquid fire. Stang, spurred on by a small jet motor, sails through the air beside them. Flying high over the searing moat of liquid fire, Flash's captors tow him to the entrance of King Stang's palace. It is a weird, colorful hothouse, a city in itself, providing shelter and stored-up sunlight for comfortable living on this dripping, cloud-engulfed planet. As Flash is whisked through the hatch-like entrance, he catches a glimpse of Dale and Zarkov close behind him. Last picture, top row. Stang settles himself into a chair, then smiles coldly and commands,
Zarkov, you will labor in the power room. Dale, you will try your skill in the royal kitchens.
And then Stang turns to Flash. First picture, bottom row.
Gordon, my wife, Queen Vicky, is about to make a journey to the food forests. You will go along to protect her against our enemies, the blue ones. And remember, Dale remains as hostage.
Flash's first impulse is to draw his hidden ray gun and blaze away at the arrogant Stang. But discretion stays his hand, and he meekly accompanies Queen Vicky as she sets out to direct the harvesting of the week's supply of food and precious oils. Last picture. Soaring above the toiling tree men in Vicky's jet wagon, Flash questions her about the blue ones. The Queen shivers and says that they're frightful creatures like huge jellyfish, cruel and cunning. Intent on watching the harvesters, Flash and Vicky fail to see the pale blue shapes lurking in the wet forest.
Ooh, I almost wish that Flash had pulled his gun and killed that mean King Stang dead. I don't like him.
Yes, but I imagine if Flash had done that, then he would have quickly been surrounded by King Stang's men, and Flash himself might have been killed.
Yes, I suppose so. But I wonder what those blue ones really are like.
Well, we'll find out more about them next week. Now it's time to go to the first page of the second section.
Oh, yes, because there's Dagwood and Blondie, and I just love Dagwood.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. The Bumsteads are shopping today. And while they're in a store, Dagwood's daughter says,
Daddy, you promised to let me buy skates with the money I saved.
Dagwood replies, all right, we'll do it right now. So they go to the toy department. And there they look at some skates. And the salesman says,
The skates are $2.
They're just what I want.
Dagwood whispers, hey, Cookie, wait. Don't buy them. And Dagwood takes Cookie out of the store. Last picture, top row, Dagwood says to Cookie when they're outside,
If you look around a bit, you'll get them cheaper than that.
First picture, next row, they're in another store. The sales lady shows Cookie a pair of skates.
They're $1.95.
That's cheaper, Daddy.
Psst. Cookie, come on, come on.
Cookie looks up in surprise. Dagwood leads her out of the store. And when they're outside, he tells her,
We'll find you skates that are even cheaper than that.
Blondie tells Cookie that they'll show her how to shop carefully and save money. Last picture, second row, Cookie stops in front of a toy store that has a pair of skates in a window.
Look, Daddy, they're just $1.85 here.
Oh, no, come on. Now, we can do even better than that. Whereupon Cookie starts to cry. First picture, third row.
My feet hurt.
Blondie reminds Cookie that a penny saved is a penny earned. And Dagwood says,
Now be patient, Cookie. We'll save you some money.
I don't want to save money. I just want skates.
Dagwood leads Cookie into another store. All right, come on. We'll try this place. Blondie goes off down the street.
What can I do for you, sir?
We'd like to look at some skates.
Very well. Here's a very nice pair.
How much?
The man answers. Last picture, third row.
$1.70.
That's the cheapest yet.
All right, go ahead. Buy those.
First picture, bottom row. Dagwood and Cookie come out of the store with the skates. And Dagwood says,
Now, see, you saved yourself 30 cents by being patient.
Thanks, Daddy. money for the lesson in shopping.
Suddenly, Blondie dashes around the corner. And she tells Dagwood there's a big sale on women's suits around the corner and asks for $30 quick. Dagwood goes. And last picture, Dagwood's in the women's shop as Blondie tries on her new suit. Dagwood hands the sales lady $30. And Cookie says,
We're saving a lot of money today, aren't we, Mama?
and Blondie replies, We certainly are, dear. And Dagwood, thinking of the $30 he just paid out, grinds his teeth in anger.
That's funny. Dagwood works so hard to try to save 30 cents, and he ends up by spending $30.
Yes, his looking from one store to the other brought Blondie to the place where she could see the suits that were on sale.
Poor Dagwood never wins.
No, Dagwood never wins. But you will if you turn over the page, because now it's time for Roy Rogers.
Oh, there he is on page 3, and he's starting a new adventure today, and I'm anxious to see what happens to Roy.
Very well, here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo! Roy has arrived in Pine City. He's talking to his friend, the sheriff. They're standing in front of the bank, which is boarded up, and the sheriff is explaining,
The last robbery broke the bank, Roy. This town faces ruin.
Roy replies, Well, there must be some way to get to this Sphinx gang. I did this job and break it up, Sheriff.
Well, they're forted up in an old mission. Impossible to get in.
Roy decides to see what he can do to help the sheriff run down the gang. He mounts his horse, third picture top row, and says to the sheriff, Here's my plan, Sheriff. I'll pose as a wanted man and try to get into the gang. The sheriff replies,
I hate to give up, Roy, but if you fail, I'll have to ask the governor for the militia.
A little later, last picture top row, Roy is galloping toward the gang's hideout. A tough-looking hombre lurking on a ledge above the road sees Roy approaching. He says to himself,
Well, first time I ever seed an owl hoot heading for the Sphinx's gang hideout alone. He must be a new recruit.
First picture bottom row, as Roy passes under the ledge. The man drops the lasso over Roy's shoulders. Hey, somebody's trying to hog-tie me. Hey, Trigger, run!
There ain't no horse strong enough to pull Brimstone Barlow off his feet. Ha, ha, ha!
Barlow braces his feet against the ledge. Trigger lunges forward. That's it, Trigger. You'll have to let go now. Suddenly, there's a sharp crack. Barlow yells,
Hey, the ledge is giving way!
At last picture, Barlow lies beside the road, pinned beneath pieces of the broken ledge.
Bless you, you'll pay for this.
Roy answers, Give me those guns. And then he sees that the barrels of the guns are plugged, and Roy exclaims, Hey, what kind of a bandit are you? Plugged guns can't fire.
Why, that man must have been crazy to try to have a tug of war with Trigger.
Why, yes, he found out the hard way that he'd picked the wrong horse.
I'm surprised he wasn't killed by the pieces of rock that fell all around him.
Me too. I can't understand what he was up to or why his gun barrels are plugged.
I can't understand that either. What kind of an outlaw is he?
Well, next week maybe we'll find out. Now let's turn over to the last page of all and Dick's Adventures.
And I'm anxious to read that because Dick is in the early days of America in the American Navy with Lieutenant Oliver Perry.
And the Americans are at war with the English. And at the moment, Dick is on board the newly built American ship that's called the Lawrence. And it was prepared to engage the British ship in battle.
And the British ship was outside the harbor, and it was waiting for the American ship to come out. But a terrible thing has happened.
You bet it is terrible. Lieutenant Perry started to sail his ship out of the harbor, and she got stuck on a sandbar.
Ooh, if the British take them now, they could just blow the American ship to pieces. But I wonder what's going to happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. And say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. As Perry realizes his ship is stuck on the sandbar, he's sure he'll be attacked by the British. Last picture top row, a single gesture from Perry sends every man swiftly and noiselessly to his battle station aboard the unmovable man-of-war. Not a man among them, but expects the next instant to be blown into Kingdom Come. First picture, second row, they silently stand by, waiting for the attack, which they are sure will come, waiting to fight back with every ounce of powder and every nerve in their bodies. There's an ominous wait. But from the outer darkness, where the British cannon should be blasting fire, not a sound comes. Another silent gesture from Perry sends Dick, last picture, second row, racing up the rigging to see if he can why the British are passing up this perfect opportunity to destroy the helpless American ship. First picture, bottom row, Dick stares through the darkness. And then he can hardly believe his own eyes. In the pale moonlight, he sees the British fleet sailing away. And he shouts,
"They're hull down and heading toward Canada!"
Then Dick scrambles down the rigging, a relieved smile on his face. And then, to his crew, changed suddenly from men about to die to men alive with joy, Perry Riley announces, "My impression, gentlemen, that our enemy has sailed off to attend a banquet to celebrate the king's birthday and to give us a chance to get off this blasted sandbar."
Oh, wasn't that lucky? I wonder if it really was the king's birthday.
Oh, yes, it really was.
And just because the English sailors decided to celebrate the king's birthday, they missed their chance to attack Paris.
Yes, and let's hope by next week that Perry gets his ship off the sandbar so he'll be in a position to fight the British on their own terms.
Oh, I hope he can. Now, please read me Rusty Riley, because this is going to be the day when the race is supposed to be run.
Yes, the day when Rusty has his chance to win the $1,000 to give to Mrs. Jones.
And then she won't have to turn her farm over to that skinflint, greedy old Mr. Marlowe. So quick, read, please.
Very well, here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty is mounted on his horse, Space Pilot. His friend Pete says excitedly,
"All right, come on, Rusty. It's almost time for the race."
Rusty answers,
"Well, okay, Pete. Gee, it's too bad I don't have a jockey suit, but, well, I guess that won't bother Space Pilot."
their friend Stovepipe, who has been such a big help to the boys, smiles.
Success, my lad. Success.
Rusty joins the line of horses moving toward the track. He smiles nervously to Pete, who is trotting along beside.
"Well, wish us luck, Pete. We've just got to get that money to save the farm for Nell and her mother." "Well, I'm pulling for you, Rusty, and I'll be right in the front of the grandstand. Mr. Stovepipe somehow got a couple of box seats."
A few minutes later, last picture, top row, Stovepipe and Pete are in their seats in the grandstand, watching the horses as they approach the post. Stovepipe smiles.
Ah, excellent seats, excellent seats. Reminds me of my private box at Ascot. Ah, my boy, this is truly the sport of kings, especially one has a proprietary interest in one of the entries.
Pete answers,
"Well, Rusty and I aren't thinking about the fun. It's Nell's mother. Oh, jeepers, they're ready to start."
And then, they're off! And first picture, bottom row, the horses leap from the starting post with a thunder of hoops. Rusty is in second place as they go to the first turn. The jockey riding beside Rusty says to himself,
I thought this kid on my left would be a pushover, but he's got a horse, and he can ride him."
and Rusty shouts,
"All right, come on, Space Pilot."
In the grandstand, Stovepipe leans forward excitedly.
Come on, Rusty. Ah, come on, my boy. By Jove, that chap in the red and yellow silk is leading by half a length, and Rusty can't close up an inch.
Last picture, the horses coming to the home stretch. Rusty leans over Space Pilot's neck, and he says in Space Pilot's ear,
"Please, Space Pilot, if you never win another race, please win this one."
To me, just as Rusty's telling Space Pilot to win.
Well, now, don't get so excited. We'll find out for sure next week what happens.
Oh, but I'll go out of my mind worrying until next week. 7 days. 7 days he just got to win.
Well, you'll have to spend 7 days crossing your fingers for Rusty.
But I wonder if I can wait.
Well, we'll see next week what happens. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm still very anxious.
Well, you were anxious last week.
Well, I'm even more anxious today because last week Rusty was riding in the race to try to win the $1,000, but we stopped just before the race was to end. And I'm anxious to see if he'll win today.
And I'm anxious, too.
And then I'm anxious to see whether Dick and Captain Perry will get their ship unstuck. Because if they don't, the enemy could just blow them to pieces. Now, you see why I'm anxious?
Now I see, and I'm anxious, too.
Well, then will you please hurry and read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly,
Yes.
I'll read that in just a moment. But first, before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Beetle is at the amusement park getting a little relaxation from his problems with the Army. At a shooting gallery, he makes a bullseye. The attendant says, "Congratulations, Mac, you won our best prize." And he hands Beetle a doll.
I want that.
As he walks through the crowd, Beetle exclaims,
Dolly, I can't let any of the guys see me with this.
Then he sees a little girl. He walks over to her, pulls out the doll.
Would you like this nice dolly, little girl?
The little girl's mother yells, "Becky!" and wallops Beetle over the head with an umbrella.
Hey, die! Die!
And she walks off with little Becky.
How many times have I told you not to talk to strange men?
Beetle struggles to his feet, clutching his aching head. Last picture, top row, he sees a hole in a wall nearby.
Here, I'll chuck it in this hole while nobody's looking.
He turns around to walk away. First picture, bottom row, the doll shoots out of the hole,
Hey!
hitting Beetle in the back of the head. Beetle picks up the doll,
Oh, gosh.
and he goes over to the Tunnel of Love, which is a spot where people in a boat follow a little river that goes into a dark building. Beetle tosses the doll in the water.
You caused me enough trouble.
A woman standing nearby yells, "Help! Police!" An officer rushes up. The woman points at Beetle.
He threw a child in the water.
As the cop glowers at him, "Well?" Beetle says,
It was just a doll. I'll get it.
Last picture, we're back at the Army camp again. Beetle walks into the bunkhouse carrying his doll. As the guys stop talking and stare at him, "Hey, look!" Beetle says,
The first joker who opens his yap gets one wet doll for dinner.
Oh, I wish wish I'd been there. He could have given the doll to me.
Yes, no one wishes that more than Beetle.
Well, he shouldn't be so ashamed to bring a nice doll back to camp. Maybe one of the soldiers has a sister.
Yes, and maybe Beetle will discover that and send it to her and make her happy.
Well, I hope so.
Yes, so do I. Well, now let's turn over the page to Prince Valiant.
Oh, yes. Let's, because those mean men have captured little Prince Arn, and they're taking him far, far away.
But Tillicum, the Indian maid who is Arn's nurse, has followed his trail through the forest and is trying to catch up to the men.
But the men are riding horses, and Tillicum has to run on foot. Oh, I wonder if she'll ever catch up with him.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant to the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. For 2 days, Tillicum has trotted doggedly on the trail of Prince Arn's capturers. She comes to a brook. She sees that the horse's tracks lead into the water, and that the brook is still muddy. Tillicum knows now they're just ahead. She glides onward. Silence is now more important than speed, for the day is ending, and her enemies will surely stop in the next good camping place. And then she hears voices, and the sound of an axe, and the rattle of harness. She creeps closer, last picture top row, to a spot from which she can watch and wait. First picture second row, she sees their camp through the trees. As the kidnappers settle for the night, they talk and laugh, for they feel safe from pursuit and are boastful of their craftiness. And Tillicum learns who's behind this foul deed and why. It's the middle of the night. The men are fast asleep. Suddenly, little Prince Arn is awakened by a hand over his mouth. Then he feels the familiar braid of Tillicum's hair against his cheek. In the velvety darkness, a dying ember reflects on a naked knife blade as Tillicum cuts the rawhide thong that keeps little Arn tied to the hand of his capturer. And then Arn is in Tillicum's arms and is quickly carried away from the camp. Short distance from the camp, Tillicum finds soft earth where tracks will show very easily. She tells little Arn to walk through this soft earth, making sure his feet sink deep into the earth, leaving footprints. First picture bottom row, little Arn does the work assigned to him with great enthusiasm. Then morning comes. The kidnappers discover that little Arn is gone. Quickly, they search for him around the camp. It's not long before they find Arn's trail leading away from the camp. Swiftly, they mount their horses and ride back up the trail to recover their captive, not seeing Tillicum and little Prince Arn, who hide behind some fern leaves in the forest. Then, last picture, Tillicum and Arn hurry to the campfire where the men have left their supplies, take what food they'll need for their long homeward journey, and in a moment, they will be ready to begin the journey back.
Tillicum's caught up with little Prince Arn at last.
Yes, at last she found him, and he's safe with her again.
Isn't it clever how she fooled those men by having little Prince Arn make that trail so she could lead them away from the
Yes,
camp?
you bet it was.
I wonder if she will get him safe home.
Well, don't forget Boltar is trying to catch up with her, and if he does, then she'll have someone to help her.
I hope they'll meet.
Well, we'll find that out next week, and we'll find out for sure if they do. Now, how would you like to see what Donald Duck is up to today?
Oh, I like that very much.
Very well, turn over the page. And there on page 5 is Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald isn't feeling very well, so he's gone to a doctor for a checkup. Third picture, top row, the doctor listens to Donald's heart. Ooh, my. Then the doctor listens to Donald's stomach. Oh, dear. The doctor says, you eat too much, not enough exercise. And as Donald stands up, the doctor says, mow your lawn, spade your garden, work. Donald isn't happy with what the doctor has told him, so he goes to another doctor to see what he has to say. First picture bottom row, doctor number 2 is looking down Donald's throat. Say ah. Why, it's simple. You're underworked. Not enough stimulus to your glands. Get busy or something. Donald gets up, walks out of the doctor's office angrily.
I think I need a specialist.
Third picture bottom row, Donald is at a specialist's office under the fluoroscope.
The doctor exclaims, "Oh, dear, dear, dear. Yes, this is bad. But there's hope. But we must act fast." When Donald is dressed, the doctor says, "Young man, relax. Fish, take it easy. Vacation and absolutely no work. You hear me now? No work." Last picture, Donald is sitting in a boat, fishing rod in his hand, sipping a cool drink, and he says,
Nothing like a smart doctor.
and the fish under the water look at Donald's hook and give Donald the laugh.
He kept going from one doctor to the other until he found a doctor who told him he didn't have to work.
Yes, the lazy thing. All he was interested in was finding a doctor who'd tell him to take things easy.
Yes.
Well, now let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, Robin Hood.
Yes, Robin Hood. And remember last week that the sheriff's men disguised as Robin Hood's outlaws had attacked the wagon train that was carrying the gold that was to buy King Richard's freedom.
Yes, because King Richard was captured, and the people who captured him won't let him go unless the Queen will pay lots of money for him.
That's right.
And the reason the sheriff's men are dressed like Robin Hood's outlaws is because they want the Queen to think that Robin Hood is the one who's stealing the gold.
Yes, but Robin Hood received a message just in time. And as the sheriff's men attacked the wagon train, Robin Hood and his men came out of the forest to defend the Queen and the Archbishop and to save the gold.
Oh, I wonder if Robin Hood will win.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with the story of Robin Hood. It's merry, merry England in days long ago. Time now for Robin Hood. Some music. Hi-ho! Hand out, men! Robin and his men swarm over the sheriff's disguised bowman just as they're about to seize the king's ransom. Robin Hood himself leaps onto the wagon where two men are trying to make away with the chest of gold. Stop, you! Stop them! With a quick blow, he sends one of the men toppling backwards off the wagon. Another one comes at him with a sword. Robin catches his wrist, and with a quick punch sends him flying through the air. Robin's men are making as good account of themselves, and the battle is over in a hurry. The sheriff's men flee into the forest, and last picture, top row, Robin hurries to Queen Eleanor. I pray you're unharmed, my lady. Those knaves were no men of mine. At that moment, Little John comes toward Robin, pushing before him a man he's captured.
This fellow will tell us whose men they really were, Robin.
First picture, bottom row, Little John gives the man a twist of the arm.
Speak, I say. Whom do you serve?
The man answers, The Sheriff of Nottingham. The Archbishop exclaims, Who in turn serves Prince John, the brain behind the ambush. The Queen thanks Robin for what he's done for her. Robin asks where the maid Marian is. The Queen replies that someone had said Marian had slipped away last night to join him. Robin replies, To join me? Oh, nay, my lady. Last picture, the Archbishop says, Ah, now 'tis clear. 'Twas Prince John who said she slipped away. And then comes the dreadful realization. Maid Marian is held captive by the ruthless Prince John.
Oh, I'm so glad the Queen knows that Robin is loyal to her and to King Richard.
So am I, and I'm glad the gold to ransom King Richard is saved.
Yes, but what about the maid Marian? I wonder if Robin will be able to rescue her from that bad Prince John.
Well, maybe we'll learn about that next week. Now let's pick up the very first page of the second section, because it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and I just love Dagwood. The funniest things happen to him.
Well, we'll see what funny thing happens to him today, and I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. At the end of the week, after paying all the bills, Dagwood exclaims,
Ah, lucky me. $2.20 left over this week. I'll put it in this little tin box and I'll hide it for a rainy day.
Last picture, top row, he's digging into the top shelf of his closet.
There should be a safe hiding place up here behind these old hat boxes.
5 minutes later, second picture, second row, the dogs walk into the living room with the tin box and Dagwood's money in their mouth. And one of them says,
which means...
We found it. Now it's our turn to hide it.
And Dagwood cries,
Oh, no, not as quickly as that.
Last picture, second row. Dagwood is down in the basement, burying the tin box with the money under a lot of junk. He's saying,
The FBI and Scotland Yard working together. Couldn't find it down here.
10 minutes later, second picture, third row. His daughter, Cookie, who has been playing hide and seek with some of her friends, dashes into the living room.
Look, Daddy, we found a buried treasure. $2.20.
Oh, no.
Give it to me, it's mine. Last picture, third row. Dagwood is slamming his hat on, heading for the door with the money in his hands.
There's no use trying to save money around this house. I'm going out and squander it on the most useless thing I can find.
He opens the door, and first picture, bottom row, delivery man steps in and says cheerfully,
It's the OD package for Mrs. Bumstead, $2.20.
Dagwood's hat pops off.
To the penny.
A moment later, Dagwood brings the package to Blondie.
Blondie, quick, tell me, what's in this package?
Oh, goody. It's the new household budget book I sent for.
And she unwraps it. She says,
It tells you how to make your salary and expenses come out even every week.
and last picture, Dagwood drops to his knees, buries his face in his arms, and pounds the table in misery.
Oh, it certainly worked good this week.
Oh, poor Dagwood. Now when a rainy day comes, he won't have a single cent.
No, poor Dagwood. No matter what he tries, it always goes wrong.
Oh, I love him because he makes me laugh.
Yes, me too. Well, now let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, there's Flash Gordon. And you remember? Flash is on the planet Venus, and he's been captured by that cruel King Stang.
Yes, King Stang has sent Flash out into the jungle with Queen Vicky, where the harvesters are at work.
And he told Flash that he must guard the queen against some strange creatures called the Blue Ones. And they're terribly dangerous.
And last week, as Flash came to the forest where the harvesting was to be done, the blue ones were hiding in the trees nearby.
But the queen didn't see them. Oh, I'm wondering what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Landing her jet car in a jungle clearing where her harvesters are at work, Queen Vicky thrusts a chemigun into Flash's hand and orders him to stand guard and watch for the blue ones, saying that they strike without warning. Taking no chances, Vicky commands one of the tree men to set up another guard post at the jungle's edge. The tree man is a veteran of earlier brushes with the blue menace, and he walks his post tense and alert. But even his keen eyes fail to detect the rubbery tentacle which stretches down from a tree to ensnare him. Last picture, top row, man and gun are suddenly clutched in a vice-like grip. The startled tree man barely manages to gasp out a cry for aid before he's crushed by the blue mass of protoplasm. First picture, bottom row, the guard's cry sends a wave of panic through the ranks of the harvesters. With a frantic beating of wings, they flee from the danger area, leaving Flash and Vicky at the mercy of the blue menace. Flash hurries to the side of the stricken sentry. But he is too late. The guard is beyond help, and a wing feather that floats down through the trees is an ominous sign of the fate that has overtaken at least one of the fleeing tree men.
Help, Flash, help!
Responding to Vicky's plea, Flash hurries toward her. At last picture, as he emerges from the jungle and brushes past what appears to be an innocent-looking fern tree, a pair of tentacles lash out and seize him in a bone-cracking grip.
Oh, aren't those blue ones awful? They're as big as an octopus.
Yes, those tentacles are powerful.
And look, one has a hold of Flash's legs and arms. Well, what'll happen to Flash?
Well, we'll find that out next week. And now I'll bet you're anxious to know what's happening to Dick's adventures.
Oh, yes, I am.
Very well. Let's go past Buzz Sawyer, turn over the page, and go past the Lone Ranger. And on page 5, turn over that page.
And here he is on page 6. And you remember, Dick is in the early days of America with Captain Oliver Perry.
Yes, America is at war with the English, and Perry's job is to defeat the British Navy, which is on Lake Erie.
And the Americans had just finished building their battleships, and they tried to sail out of the harbor. But then they got stuck on a sandbar.
And Perry's big problem is to get that ship off the sandbar before the British ship comes into sight.
Because if he doesn't, the British can blow him to pieces because he can't move to get away. Oh, I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Roy, knowing that time is tremendously important, says, "Well, if man can move mountains, he can move my ship." He orders his men to unload all the fighting gear on board and put them on rafts. Then, first picture bottom row, men are set to work to dig underwater trenches and attach camels to the ship below the waterline. Camels are tanks filled with water. They are fastened to the ship a few feet under the water level. Then, water is pumped out of the tanks. And as the water is forced out, the tanks are filled with air, which makes them lighter. And they slowly rise to the surface, lifting the ship up with them. And this is the trick that Perry hopes will save his ship. The hours pass. Will Perry's scheme work? Will the camels, which are slowly rising higher and higher out of the water, lift the ship high enough to get across the sandbar? All night long, the men work. As the first gray of dawn appears on the horizon, fear clutches their hearts. Will the ship come clear in time? Then, last picture, second row, the great ship Lawrence trembles and moves. The next second, it wrenches itself free from the clutching sand. A big cheer goes up. For the wind catches the sails and moves the ship forward across the sandbar. In no time at all, the fighting gear, the cannon, the powder, and the supplies are loaded aboard the ship. And like a great white bird, the Lawrence glides out into the open lake, first picture bottom row, followed by the armed brig Niagara and a flotilla of schooners and gunboats. Harry's entire task force has safely crossed the sandbar. The wheels of fortune have turned. The pursued become the pursuers. Harry sets out to hunt down his enemy. He warns Dick, "Keep your weather eye peeled, Dick. Now we're ready to meet them and give them another kind of banquet." And then Dick, last picture, is shouting, "Hey, there they are, Captain Perry! I see 'em! I see 'em! I see 'em! Hey, what? Oh. And last picture, Dick looks around and sees he's in his own room in the world of today. And his father, standing beside his bed, smiles. "Well, you've been dreaming again, son."
My, wasn't that exciting, the way they got that ship out of the sand by pumping air into those tanks?
You bet it was.
Why do they call them camels?
Because camels have a lot of water in them.
Oh, and when they pumped the water out, it lifted the ship up, huh?
Yes, because air is lighter than water.
Well, that was very clever of Captain Perry.
You bet it was. And next week we'll see what else happens. Now look underneath Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, and today we'll find out if Rusty will win the race.
You bet we will. And if he wins that race, he's going to give the $1,000 to Mrs. Jones so she can pay that mean Mr. Marlowe. And then Marlowe can't take the farm away from Mrs. Jones.
Well, please, quick read and see if he wins the race.
All right, here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. We're at the county fair. Everyone in the stands is on his feet cheering his heart out. Around the bend, into the last lap, come the thundering horses. And going neck and neck for the lead are Space Pilot and another horse. Closer and closer they come to the finish line. Rusty shouts,
Come on, Space Pilot, please. You just gotta win this race.
And then across the line, the two horses clash neck and neck. And in the stand, a terrific roar goes up. Pete, Rusty's friend, sitting beside Stovepipe, says,
He did it, Mr. Stovepipe. Rusty's won.
The Stovepipe answers,
By Jove, he has. Practically a photo finish, but he won.
First picture bottom row, Stovepipe and Pete have joined Rusty down by the judge's stand. Stovepipe is saying,
Ah, my boy, congratulations, congratulations. Allow me to escort you to the throne of triumph.
Rusty replies, well, all I'm thinking about is getting that purse and making tracks for Mrs. Jones' farm. This is the day that Marlowe is going to foreclose. They work their way over to the judge's stand. And as the ceremonies begin, one of the judges turns to Rusty and says, and now I take pleasure in presenting to Rusty Riley, winner of the Blue Brook Handicap, this handsome trophy.
Well, it's wonderful. Well, yes, sir, yeah.
And, now wait a minute, folks, wait. And the purse, which is $1,000 in purchase certificates from the merchants of our fair city.
A startled look comes over Rusty's face as he realizes he doesn't have the $1,000 in cash. And cash is what he needs. He takes the certificates, turns to Stovepipe and Pete, and slowly they walk away. Last picture in the tack room, Rusty is saying, jeepers, Mr. Stovepipe, what are we going to do now? You can't pay off a mortgage with purchase certificates, can you? Stovepipe answers,
well, my boy, it is a bit of a poser. It's certainly not customary, but I suggest we go to this stony-hearted vulture and try.
Oh, that's awful. They can't do that to Rusty. They advertised that the prize was $1,000. I saw that myself.
yes, I saw it too. A great big sign, the words right on it.
Yes, and I know it won't do any good to go to Mr. Marlowe and give him anything but money because he doesn't want Mrs. Jones to keep her farm because he knows that the oil on it will make him rich.
Yes. Well, Rusty's really faced with a problem now. How to get the $1,000 for these certificates immediately before nightfall so he can legally pay Mr. Marlowe the cash and save the farm.
Ooh, I wonder what he will do.
Well, next week we'll find out, I hope. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Maybe you'll be tired of hearing me say this, but I'm still anxious.
Why, I'd never be tired of hearing you say anything.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What are you so anxious about today?
Well, last week Rusty Riley won the horse race, but instead of getting $1,000 in money, he only got $1,000 in certificates, and I don't think he could pay off Mr. quarrel with that.
Well, maybe we'll find that out today.
But what I'm most anxious to find out is about little Prince Arn.
Oh, so am I. Last week, Tillicum, his nurse, caught up with the people who had captured little Arn, and she got little Arn back.
Yes, but she's still out in the forest, and those bad men are nearby. I wonder if she'll get little Arn safely back.
Well, the only way we'll find out is to read.
All right. Will you read me the funnies now, please?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And since you're so anxious to find out what's happened to little Prince Arn, let's turn to the second page of the first section right away quick. And here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince, music romantic for a fair, fair prince. After rescuing little Arn from the outlaws in the middle of the night, Tillicum tells Arn to make a trail in the soft earth leading away from the camp. Next morning, the outlaws discovered Arn was missing, and of course found the tracks, mounted their horses, and rode along the trail away from camp. As soon as they disappeared, Tillicum and little Prince Arn went to the camp and began to help themselves to food and weapons that they'd need for the journey home. Meanwhile, back along the trail that little Arn had left, the horsemen, expecting to find only a little boy, find instead a thing that strikes cold terror in their hearts. It is Boltar, last picture top row, his eyes red with weariness, smoldering rage in his heart, and his great battle axe gripped in his fist, striding toward them.
Hey, look, it's Boltar. Turn around and ride for the hills.
And then Boltar sees little Arn's cap in the hand of one of them. He roars,
Stop!
draws back his arm, first picture, second row, and hurls his mighty axe. Last picture, second row, Tillicum hears Boltar's voice and the shriek, and she looks up to see the horses galloping toward camp. She fits an arrow to her bow, and as the men ride by, empties another saddle. Then, first picture, bottom row, Boltar enters the glade, and then he halts. At the sight of his bride, his anger melts away. Tillicum stands poised between her small charge and her wounded enemy like the goddess Diana. Slowly, almost humbly, Boltar, the hardy son of Neptune, approaches his wood nymph and folds her in his mighty arms. And then, last picture, they pack their supplies on the two horses, lift little Arn onto one of them, and little Arn brandishes a sword, thinking himself a mighty hero. And Boltar and Tillicum, leading the horses, turn homeward once again.
Oh, wasn't that wonderful when Boltar met those men and gave a big roar, Stop!
Yes, they knew they were in trouble then.
Now little Arn is safe, so they'll be home again.
And maybe next week we'll start a new adventure with Prince Valiant.
Now, let's turn the page and see who's there.
Very well, over the page we go.
Oh, it's Robin Hood.
Yes, Robin Hood. And you remember last week, the sheriff of Nottingham had ordered his men to dress like Robin Hood's merry outlaws and rob the wagon train that was carrying the gold that was to ransom King Richard.
But Robin Hood heard about it just in time, and Robin and his men came to the rescue, and they beat off the sheriff's men and stopped the robbery, and they proved to the queen that they were loyal to King Richard.
And then they discovered that the maid Marian had been captured by Prince John, and that she must be kept a prisoner back at the castle.
Oh, I wonder what Robin Hood will do about that.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with the story of Robin Hood. It's merry, merry England in days long ago. Time now for Robin Hood. Some music. Hi-ho! Back at Nottingham Castle, Prince John and the Sheriff of Nottingham, who are sure their plan to rob the wagon train of the gold that would buy King Richard's freedom, see their men approaching. The drawbridge is lowered, and the horsemen thunder across into the castle. Third picture, top row. Slowly, four of the horsemen dismount and approach the expectant pair on the landing. With lowered heads, the four men come up the steps and stop before Prince John and the sheriff. And then, last picture top row, 4 knives are whipped out, and Prince John and the sheriff look into the faces of Robin Hood and 3 of his men. Robin says quietly, "Lead us to Maid Marian or forfeit your lives." As Prince John turns, first picture bottom row, Robin says to 2 of his men who are guarding the sheriff, "Guard him till Little John and I return with the maid." A moment later, Prince John is unlocking the door of a dungeon. As he swings it open, Robin looks within, third picture bottom row, and exclaims,
Marion!
Marian rises to her feet and rushes to Robin Hood. Last picture, she throws herself in his arms, tears of joy in her eyes, as Prince John stares on, helpless in the grip of Robin's huge friend, Little John.
I just knew it. I knew it. You remember I said Robin Hood would find a way to rescue the Maid Marian?
You did say it, and you were right.
And now that the Queen knows that Prince John's been doing all those things, I wonder what she'll do.
Well, maybe we'll find out next week. Now let's go across the page, past the Lone Ranger, turn over that page, and on page 5, under Buzz Sawyer, there's Donald Duckle.
Oh, my favorite, Donald Duckle.
Then we'll read your favorite right now. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Today, Donald is to make a speech at a very important banquet. So we find him all dressed up with his 3 nephews in his car, barreling merrily down the highway. When... Donald gets out of his car and looks at a flat tire, then at his best suit and exclaims,
Oh, drat. I'll look fine at the speaker's table after changing a tire.
His nephew Dewey exclaims,
Hey, Uncle Donald, I have an idea. There's a first aid kit in the back, and well, you know what you could do is...
Good. We'll do it.
A few minutes later, Donald's nephews are just finishing bandaging both of his hands. Donald says,
Joey, you'll be a genius when you grow up.
Last picture, top row. A car comes along the road, and then the driver, seeing Donald standing beside the road with both hands bandaged, suddenly stops. Little Huey says,
Hey, mister, we need help.
And by the time you can say, get out your jack, Jack, the man is changing Donald's tire. Donald stands by, trying to look as helpless as he can, and he says,
This is most kind, sir.
The man replies, Why, shucks, couldn't turn down a guy in your shape. And then he gives a final tap. Ah, there you are, pal. Good as new. And Donald sighs,
Thank you, kind sir.
A few minutes later, the nice man who changed Donald's tire is driving along the highway. When he hears behind him, he pulls to one side to let the driver behind pass. The car pulls up beside him, and his hat pops off in amazement. For there is Donald without a bandage on his hands driving his car. And Donald shouts,
Thanks again, Buster.
The man is so furious he jerks on his wheel and... And last picture, we're at the banquet, and there sits Donald at the speaker's table, his coat tattered and torn, his collar half ripped off, his tie dripping like a wilted leaf, his hair mussed up, a lump on his head, one black eye, and strips of adhesive tape crisscrossed over bruises all over his face. And the toastmaster gets up and says,
The next speaker, Donald Duck.
Oh, that silly Donald. He should have left the bandages on his hands when he drove the car past that nice man.
Yes, if he'd been smart, he would have.
But I guess he was so grateful he forgot to keep his hands hidden.
Either that or he was so smart alecky he thought he'd show the man he'd tricked him.
That was his big mistake.
Yes, that was his big mistake. Well, now there's no mistake about this. If you'll turn to the last page of the first section, I'll read Flash Gordon for you.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read Flash because he's on the planet Venus and he was captured by King Stang.
And King Stang ordered Flash to go with Queen Vicky out into the forest with the harvesters.
And King Stang warned Flash to watch out for the blue ones, who are some huge, mysterious creatures, sort of like octopuses.
Yes, and as Flash and one of the guards were keeping watch, a long tentacle came out of a tree and caught the guard in a vice-like grip.
And when everyone heard the guard yell, everybody ran away, leaving Flash and the Queen there alone.
And then Flash started to help the Queen and suddenly felt himself caught by one of those tentacles.
Ooh, I wonder what he'll do to get away.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. A rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Hurrying back to the clearing in response to Queen Vicky's cry for help, Flash suddenly finds himself in the grip of a huge blue tentacle. As he's thrown to the ground, his precious chemi-gun slips away and lands just out of reach. Second picture, Vicky sees Flash's predicament, but so great is her panic that she flees screaming to her flying jet car and jams down on the starting pedal with a trembling foot. Last picture, top row. For a few seconds, there was a desperate tug of war. But just as Flash is about to lose the unequal contest with the blue monster, his outstretched fingers manage to grasp the chemi-gun. As the fantastic denizen of the jungle drags him closer, Flash fires point blank at its gelatinous body. There's an inhuman bubbling cry, and the tentacles slowly relax their grip. The blue one is no more. Flash shouts, "Vicky, I got him! I got him!" But his words are drowned out by the roar of the jet car as it takes off. And then Flash stares horror-stricken as a pair of massive tentacles dart up from the jungle foliage and stop the car in flight.
Ooh, I'm glad Flash escaped, but look what happened to the Queen because she was selfish.
Yes, can you imagine those blue ones being strong enough to stop a jet car?
Well, I think the Queen was crazy to go into the forest in the first place if there's anything that dangerous there.
I think you're right.
I wonder how Flash will ever get away from there safely.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and I know you'll find them on the first page of the second section.
And I know you're right, so if you'll pick up the first page of the second section, I'll read Dagwood and Blondie in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. It's the end of the day. Dagwood is coming in the door. Oh, boy, it's good to get home tonight. I'm as hungry as a bear.
Dagwood, don't take off your coat and hat. We're going to a recital for Mrs. McNuff's pupils.
What? Last picture, top row. Dagwood watches with a watering mouth as Blondie puts a delicious meal in the oven.
Your supper's all ready. We'll keep it warm for you in the oven until we return.
Oh, this is cruel. And then she whisks him out the door and down the street. First picture, second row, they come to a peanut stand. Dagwood stops, but Blondie pulls him along.
She has to give the recital early so it won't keep the children up so late.
A few minutes later, they pass a hot dog stand. Dagwood reaches for a hot dog.
No, Dagwood, you can't have anything to eat now.
Last picture, second row, they're at the recital. A little girl begins to play. Dagwood begins to think of a 40-decker sandwich filled with cheese and ham and onions and mustard and hamburger and hot dogs and sour pickles instead of sour notes. And then the piece comes to an end. Finally, the time comes, first picture, third row, when Mrs. McNuff announces,
The final number will be a violin duet by...
As two little kids play, Dagwood thinks of a big platter of steak and mushrooms and potatoes and fruit and string beans and onions and hot rolls and butter and molasses in January. And then the recital is over. Dagwood's out of his chair and out the door. Hooray, it's over at last! Blondie sticks her head out the door and yells,
Dagwood, wait for me.
Last picture at the Bumstead's house. Dagwood dashes for the oven. Takes out the plates. Blondie, my supper's disappeared! Nothing but empty plates! And then second picture, bottom row, he hears Blondie saying to the maid.
I'll phone you when I need you again, Julia.
And he hears the maid answer,
I love to do your cleaning, Mrs. Bumstead. You always have such nice things to eat sitting around.
And last picture, Dagwood dashes into a diner. The waiter says,
What'll you have?
Dagwood grabs the catsup bottle and starts shaking catsup in his mouth, and he gasps,
Anything, just so it's quick.
Oh, poor Dagwood. When he gets hungry, he gets the biggest appetite in the world.
Yes, I don't think there ever was an appetite to compare with Dagwood.
But I think Blondie was mean not to let him have a hot dog at least.
I think so, too. Well, now I know you're anxious to find out what Dick is doing now.
Oh, yes, I am.
So let's turn over the page quickly. Go past page 2, turn over page 3, and here on page 4 of the second section is Dick's adventures.
Oh, yes, because Dick was with Captain Oliver Perry in the early days of America when the Americans were at war with the British.
And the important day came when Perry and the British ships were to engage in a furious sea battle.
But just then, Dick woke up, and I wonder if he'll fall asleep again and dream about the battle.
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. It's the end of another day, and Dick has gone to bed. He's been reading about young Oliver Perry in the War of 1812. Dick's dad and mother find him asleep with the light still on. As they tuck him in, his dad says,
Well, Dick's been dreaming about Perry's battle with the British on Lake Erie in the War of 1812. He's probably back in the old days right now, Mother.
In Dick's mind, he goes back. And last picture, top row, finds himself fighting beside Captain Perry and his flagship, the Lawrence. All day the battle is raged, and the ship is rapidly being battered to pieces by the British guns. Perry orders Dick to have a small boat lowered over the side. First picture, second row, as the British see Captain Perry and his men row away from the battered ship, a triumphant shout goes up.
Hey, Perry is heading here to surrender!
But the British don't know Perry. Last picture, second row, in astonishment and rage, they now see that Perry, with unbelievable effrontery, has no intention of surrendering, but is transferring his flag to another ship. A maneuver that few fighting skippers before or since have ever attempted. He is showered with shells. Then first picture, bottom row, Perry runs up his flag. And it's quite a flag with words by another fighting skipper whom Perry has always idolized. On it are the words, "Don't give up the ship." And with this flag flying at the top of the mast, Captain Perry, the skipper who should have surrendered, comes racing back. He roars through the middle of the demoralized British fleet. The British are doomed, and Dick is shouting at the top of his voice,
We have met the enemy, and they are ours! We have met the enemy, and they are ours! We have met the enemy!
Last picture, Dick sits up in bed, his fist clenched, and sees he's in his own room in the world of today. And Dick exclaims, Wow, I've been dreaming again. But Perry really said those words, and I'll bet no one will ever forget them.
Those words, we have met the enemy and they are ours, because my teacher read it to us in school.
Yes, that's right. I read it too.
And you know something? I've been taking Dick's Adventures to my history class, and we find it very helpful in studying history because we see the pictures just the way it happened, and it helps us to understand just the way things were when we read our history book.
That's an excellent idea. You keep on doing that. Now look, underneath Dick's Adventures, there's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And last week, Rusty won the horse race, but instead of getting $1,000 in money, he got in some kind of certificates.
That's right. Gift certificates.
Yes.
They're pieces of paper that you can give to a merchant, and he'll give you so many dollars worth of goods for them.
Yes, but Rusty was going to use the $1,000 to give to Mrs. Jones so she could pay Mr. Marlowe the money she owed him.
That's right. Because if she doesn't give Mr. Marlowe the $1,000 before the day is over, she's going to lose her farm.
I wonder what Rusty's going to do now.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty is very worried. He and Pete and their friend Stovepipe are at the barn at the racetrack thinking the situation over. Rusty's saying,
Golly, Mr. Stovepipe, I thought the prize in that race was $1,000 in money. We can't pay off Mrs. Jones's mortgage with purchase certificates.
Stovepipe answers, Yes, 'tis indeed a bitter blow, but I suggest we appeal to this stony-hearted skinflint. First picture, bottom row, they enter Mrs. Jones's house. They find Mr. Marlowe and the sheriff in the parlor with Mrs. Jones. Marlowe snaps,
What's the idea of busting in here? Can't you see we're busy?
The sheriff, recognizing Stovepipe, answers,
Hey, now, wait a minute. Aren't you Doc Stovepipe from the carnival? Why, yes, Sheriff, I'm often referred to in that manner.
Rusty turns to Mr. Marlowe.
Mr. Marlowe, Mrs. Jones owes you $1,000. Will you accept this $1,000 in purchase certificates as payment?
Huh? What? Certificates? Don't be silly.
The sheriff answers,
Well, now, it's a reasonable offer, Marlowe. No use being too hard on this lady. Why not take it and be satisfied?
Nothing doing, Sheriff. I got a right to demand money, and I won't take nothing else.
Just then the doorbell rings. Mrs. Jones goes to answer it. In a moment, she's back, saying,
Why, it's somebody to see Rusty and Pete. I forgot to tell you, he was here before. He says his name is Clem.
And Rusty exclaims,
Jeepers, that's Clem, the sailor off the freighter.
Oh, yes, Clem. You remember he was the good friend to Rusty and Pete when they had that shipwreck with the horses?
That's right.
I wish he had $1,000. He would loan it to Rusty.
So do I, because that nasty old Mr. Marlowe won't take $1,000 worth of gift certificates.
I wonder what Rusty will be able to do.
Well, maybe Clem will bring good luck. We'll find out next week. Now let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, on page 6, here's Roy Rogers.
Yes, and Roy Rogers is in trouble. He and a man named Brimstone Barlow were going to try to capture a gang of outlaws headed by a man called the Sphinx.
Yes, and Brimstone and Roy were on a raft crossing the river to get to an old mission, which was the outlaws' hideout, when all of a sudden 2 outlaws on the cliff above the river began shooting at them.
Well, let's see how Roy gets out of this. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-bi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-bi-yo! As the outlaws fire away at them, Roy takes out his knife, saying, I'm cutting this ferry loose, Brimstone. Those outlaws mean business. Brimstone shouts,
Well, if I hadn't reformed, I'd gun him down and forget my mission to convert bad men, Roy.
The outlaws, seeing what's happened, run for the horses.
Come on, we'll get them when they float around the bend.
Third picture, top row, the raft goes around the bend in the river. Roy mounts Trigger on the barge, saying, All right, the coast is clear. I want to capture those bandits and use them as hostages to get inside the Sphinx's hideout. Brimstone answers,
Well, we got a better chance just posing as outlaws, Rogers.
They ride off the barge. Clamber up onto the bank, and then they wait behind a rock. They hear galloping horses. And a second later, the 2 outlaws come around the bend. Last picture, top row. Roy shouts, All right, reach, gents. Okay, Brimstone, get their guns. We'll show 'em how real gunmen operate. Brimstone answers, Roy,
Yeah, you said it, Hogleg Harrison.
At this moment, first picture, bottom row, at the outlaws' hideout, which is the old mission. The lookout has been watching what's been going on. He shouts down to the leader, the Sphinx, below.
Hey, Gusty and Al have been grabbed by them men who crossed the river. They're headed this way.
The Sphinx doesn't say a word, just turns, makes a signal. One of the outlaws grins.
Hey, Sphinx wants us to watch the fun. Gusty's leading the pilgrims toward that piano wire stuck between the trees.
A few minutes later, Roy and Brimstone, third picture, bottom row, with the 2 outlaws ahead of them, approach the outlaw hideout. As they come between the trees, the outlaw named Gusty shouts back to Roy, You can't fool me. You hombres are lawmen. Get horse. The two outlaws cross slow over their horses' necks and break into a swift gallop. Roy shouts, "Hey, they're making a break for the mission!" Brimstone yells, "No, don't shoot, Roy!" And then last picture, the wire stretched between the trees catches them at the throat. What's that? And Roy and Brimstone have pulled off their horses. Hey, what in thunder?
Ooh, that's terrible. That wire could cut their throat.
And that's what those outlaws would like to see happen.
Galloping like that against a thin wire and then being thrown to the ground, why, they're sure to be knocked subconscious.
Yes, they're sure to be knocked unconscious. And then the outlaws could capture them. Well, we'll find out for sure what happens next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm very happy today, but I'm also worried.
Well, this is a strange situation, worried and happy at the same time.
Well, it may sound strange, but please let me explain. You see, I'm going to have a holiday from school this week because it's Thanksgiving.
Oh, yes, it's Gobbler turkey time, and all the little boys and girls will sit down around the table and gobble the gobbler.
Oh, that's silly, Gobble the Gobbler.
But it's so true.
Yes, it is.
And I hope you remember that Thanksgiving Day is a day to be thankful for whatever good things have come our way.
And it's good to remember to think about the people who don't have things so good.
That's a very nice thought. If everybody remembers that, then maybe they'll find a way to help people who need help.
Yes.
And now tell me, what are you worried about?
Well, I'm very worried about Flash Gordon, especially, and Rusty Rowley, because they're not having it so good.
No, they're not.
So I'd like to see whether they get any help.
Well, I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out some music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, Beetle Bailey and his pal named Killer Diller, because he thinks he's such a lady killer, are in town on a pass, enjoying a day away from the army. They're sitting in the park watching two workmen raking up the leaves. But Killer is mostly watching the girls who pass by. And then, last picture top row, a beautiful blonde with two dogs comes toward them. Beetle says, "Nice dogs." And Beetle's pal answers, "How the heck with her feet? Look at those legs. Wonder how she's fixed for dates." And he jumps up and stops in front of the girl. "How to do, beautiful? I wondered if..."
Oh, yes. I was looking for someone to watch my dogs while I go over to the drugstore.
First picture bottom row, Killer says,
Don't worry. I'll get a date when she comes back. Just then a squirrel jumps out of a tree and runs past the dogs, and he says, which means, last one up the tree is a green-eyed baboon. And away the dogs go after the squirrel. Killer yells, "Whoa, halt! Hey, quit it, will ya? Hey, stop, will ya?" The dogs run past a tree, one on each side. And Killer is pulled smack into the tree. The force of the collision shakes thousands of leaves down onto the clean grass. And one of the park attendants cries, "Look what you've done! Messed up our pretty lawn!" And the other one points his sharp-pointed stick at Killer and roars, "Pick up those leaves!"
Yes, every leaf.
Killer drops to his knees and starts picking up the leaves. Last picture, he looks up to see Beetle, who has caught the two dogs, handing them to the pretty blonde. And then he sees the pretty blonde kiss Beetle. And hears her say,
How can I ever thank you for rescuing my little pets?
And Beetle goes,
Duh, somebody turned that squirrel loose again.
Wasn't that funny?
Yes, you bet it was. Killer, who thought he'd make such a big hit with the beautiful blonde, ends up on his knees picking up leaves from the clean grass.
And Beetle gets the beautiful blonde.
Yes, that's something that doesn't happen to him often. Well, now you said you were anxious about Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, I am, because he's on the planet Venus, and he was captured by King Stang, and last week he was in terrible danger.
Well, let's go to Flash right away, then. Turn over the page and go past Prince Valiant, where little Prince Arn is brought back home by Boltar and Tillicum, safe and sound today. Then turn over page 3, go past page 4, turn over page 5, and there, on page 6, is Flash Gordon.
Yes, and you remember last week that King Stang had sent Flash out into the forest to guard Queen Vicky against the blue ones, who are some terrible big creatures with many arms like an octopus.
Yes, like an octopus. But in spite of all precautions, the blue ones killed one of the guards and frightened away all the other workers, leaving Flash and Vicky alone in the forest.
And Queen Vicky got so frightened that she ran away to her jet plane and started to go away, leaving Flash all alone. I wonder what's going to happen next.
Well, let's read now and see whether Flash saves Queen Vicky from those terrible creatures. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, sash-ka-matash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Queen Vicky guns her jet car to escape from the jungle clearing. Suddenly, Flash sees the blue monster shoot its tentacle into the air and stop the car. The jet car is held motionless in midair. Flash catches onto a vine hanging down from a tall tree and makes a run, then swings himself into the air aboard the jet car. But then the blue one lashes out at Flash. But a swift burst from Flash's chemi-spray gun loosens the monster's death grip. And last picture, top row, suddenly freed from its weird anchor, Vicky's car springs up and forward. Flash barely manages to get a grip on the car as it speeds away. He shouts,
"Hey, slow down! Give me a chance to pull myself in!"
First picture, bottom row, he manages to scramble into the cockpit. Vicky tells him she's sorry that she got panicky. And Flash replies grimly, "Well, I'm not so sure you really are sorry. But there's no time to argue about it. There's a storm just ahead." On Venus, storms move with supersonic speed, and it's only a matter of a moment before the jet car is caught in the vortex of a raging whirlwind. Again, the Queen gives way to blind panic. Flash quickly takes over. While Vicky clings to him in terror, Flash calls upon all his skill as a pilot in an effort to ride the wind currents downward toward a sheltered landing spot.
Oh, poor Flash. He just goes from one terrific danger to another. How will he ever get out of that storm?
Well, I don't know, because if you're fighting nature on a rampage, you're up against the most terrible enemy in the world.
Yes, because there's nothing stronger than a wild, wild wind.
Well, we'll find out what happens next week.
Oh, look, across the page there's Robin Hood.
Yes, Robin Hood. And remember last week, Robin Hood and 3 of his men, disguised as the sheriff of Nottingham's men, had gotten inside of Prince John's castle at Nottingham.
And they rescued the Maid Marian from Prince John, who'd locked her up in a cell.
Yes, but Robin Hood still faces a big problem. How to get out of the castle with the Maid Marian before someone notices them.
Oh, yes, because the sheriff can give an alarm or something. I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and see whether Robin Hood escapes safely. Here we go with the story of Robin Hood. It's merry, merry England in days long ago. Time now for Robin Hood. So music, hi-ho! With Prince John locked in the cell from which Marian has been rescued, Robin Hood, Little John, and the maid Marian have joined the two men who have been guarding the Sheriff of Nottingham. Standing on the steps of the castle, facing the courtyard, Robin says to the Sheriff, "Now, Sheriff, you alone remain to hinder us." The Sheriff replies,
Oh, spare me, I pray. I swear upon my honor as a knight I will not cry out, if you will but spare me.
"All right, so be it. Then give the order. Give the order to lower the drawbridge." Fourth picture, top row, the Sheriff cries,
Lower the drawbridge!
Last picture, top row, as the angry Sheriff watches the maid Marian and 3 of the men mount horses. Robin says, "Now, when the drawbridge is lowered, ride out in good order. I'll follow when you're beyond bowshot." Robin watches, first picture, bottom row, as his men ride out of the castle with Marian, who casts an anxious glance back to Robin. The Sheriff stands silently by, hatred written on his face. When Marian and her escort are out of bowshot, Robin mounts his horse. And he says to the Sheriff, "And now, Sir Sheriff, I hold you to your knightly vow to remain silent until I've gone." Robin rides for the gate. The Sheriff stands silent for a second, then steps forward and shouts,
Halt that man!
Last picture, the 2 guards step into the entrance of the castle as the Sheriff shouts,
Raise the drawbridge!
Oh, that sheriff. He has no honor.
No, he hasn't. He vowed by his knightly honor that he would keep his word to Robin Hood, and now he's broken it.
I don't trust him. Oh, why didn't Robin make the sheriff go along with him and then tie the sheriff up and leave him in the bushes in the forest? And then Robin would have gotten away safely.
Do you know what's wrong?
What?
Robin didn't have you with him.
Thank you. But I wonder what'll happen to Robin now.
Well, we'll find that out next week. But now let's find out what's happening to Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, goody, I just love that Dagwood. The funniest things happen to him.
Very well, let's turn to the first page of the second section of the Comic Weekly, and here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie and her 2 children, Cookie and Alexander, have just finished painting the kitchen table and the kitchen chairs. And Blondie has decided that they won't be able to eat at home tonight. So last picture, top row, all dressed up for a nice dinner, they go out of the house. Cookie asks,
Where are we going to eat, Mama?
Blondie replies,
We'll pick up Daddy at his office and eat supper in a restaurant.
First picture, second row, Mr. Dithers walks into Dagwood's office saying,
I can't get my work done around the office. There are too many interruptions.
A terrific idea explodes in Dagwood's mind.
Let's finish it at my house. It's quiet there.
Last picture, second row, Dagwood and Mr. Dithers come into the Bumstead house and go into the kitchen and stop before the newly painted chairs and table. Mr. Dithers says,
May I take off my coat?
Why, sure. Hang it over a chair. Make yourself at home, Mr. Dithers.
Mr. Dithers takes off his coat and hangs it over the back of a chair, not noticing that it's covered with wet paint. First picture, second row, he unzips his briefcase.
We'll put all the contracts and statements on the table for ready reference.
At that moment, Blondie, Cookie, and Alexander have stopped into Dagwood's office and have asked to see Dagwood. Dagwood's secretary replies,
Oh, Mr. Bumstead's not in his office. He took Mr. Dithers to your house to work.
Blondie, thinking of the wet paint, exclaims,
Oh, my goodness.
At that moment at the Bumstead's house, last picture, third row, Dithers has put his hand on the wet table, and Dagwood has sat down in the wet chair. He leaps up and shouts, Wet paint!
Wet paint!
10 minutes later, first picture, bottom row, there's and a group of people dash into the house and into the kitchen. It's Blondie and the kids who see the table and chairs covered with papers and clothes, covered with wet paint, and they see tracks leading to the basement. They follow them. And last picture, they stop on the cellar steps and stare in amazement.
for there are Dagwood and Mr. Dithers, stark naked in 2 tubs of water. And Dagwood and Dithers shout, "Don't come down here! No, don't come down here."
Wasn't that the funniest thing you ever
It's
saw?
the way those 2 men, cheerful as you please, settle down to work at that freshly painted kitchen table.
Yes, with such big smiles on their faces. And then the look on their faces when they discovered the wet paint.
Yes, there are a couple of characters, all right.
Yes, there are a couple of characters, all right.
Well, let's go over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, on page 3 of the second section is Dick's Adventures. And I just have a feeling that today he's going to begin a new adventure.
Well, we'll find out in a moment if your feeling is the right one. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the 3rd page of the second section, Dick's Adventures.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Say them with me, please. Rickety-pack, zack, zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. It's bedtime, and Dick has been reading his history book. He says to his mother, who steps in his room, "Hey, did you know how the Star-Spangled Banner got to be written, Mom? Gosh, it was exciting. It was in 1814. And then he snuggles down on his pillow, and his mother tucks him in, saying he should go to sleep. And in his mind, he goes back. And last picture, top row, in his dream, Dick finds himself in the year 1814 on horseback racing from Bladensburg, Maryland, toward Washington, D.C., the capital of the country, with calamitous news. Great Britain and America are at war, and a rampaging British army is closing in on the national capital. Dick rides into the city of Washington to find the city in panic. People are dashing about in fear, taking what articles they can to move out of the city and save their possessions. Dick heads for the newly built executive mansion where the president lives. Second picture, second row. Dick is talking to Dolly Madison, who is the hostess of the White House. "You have to pack and leave. You only have a few minutes before the enemy arrives." Last picture, second row, with frantic haste. State documents are gathered together. There is scarcely time to save any of the precious furnishings except a single magnificent portrait of the first president. And then, first picture, bottom row, in a simple horse and wagon loaded with the precious documents and the picture of George Washington, Dolly Madison gallops off toward the hills of Virginia. Last picture, back in the city of Washington, Dick and a handful of grim-faced defenders stand before the White House, awaiting the approaching enemy and their country's blackest hour.
This is exciting. You mean the enemy is actually going to try to capture the White House?
That's exactly what they're going to try to do.
And just think, Dick was the person who helped Dolly Madison escape from the White House with the picture of George Washington and all those important papers.
Yes, he was.
Next week, will there be a battle?
Well, we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. But now look, below Dick's adventures, there's Rusty Riley.
Oh, and this I'm especially anxious to read because that nice Mrs. Jones owes that mean, bad old Mr. Marlowe $1,000, and she doesn't have the money to pay him.
And today is the day they have to pay Mr. Marlowe the money, or he can take her farm away from her.
And Rusty, who wanted to help her, won the horse race in which he hoped to win the $1,000. But instead, it turned out it was only $1,000 in certificate.
Yes, certificate.
Yes, certificate.
And Mr. Marlowe can refuse to accept them because they aren't in cash.
I wonder what Rusty can do to save the farm for Mrs. Jones.
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. As Rusty, Pete, and their friend Stovepipe stand in Mrs. Jones' living room talking to Mr. Marlowe, Mrs. Jones is called to the door. She comes back into the room and tells Rusty that there's a man outside by the name of Clem who wants to see him. Rusty exclaims, "Oh, jeepers, he's a sailor who was on that freighter with us." Mr. Marlowe snaps, "Well, let him wait. We've got to finish up this foreclosure." At these words, Clem walks into the room saying, "I couldn't help hearing what you was saying while I was waiting outside.
Seems like you boys has got a special use for some real money, real quick, right?
Yes, that's right, Clem, but
Last picture, top row. Marlowe snaps.
listen, mister, whatever your name is, you can wait outside. We're busy with private business.
Now, just take a reef in your mainsails, bub. What I gotta say may just fit into that business.
First picture, bottom row. Marlowe snaps.
What could you possibly have to say that concerns the business we have in hand?
All I know is that these here lads needs $1,000 in money, and I'm here to give it to 'em.
Rusty says,
Well, Clem, we can't take money from you. Why, we couldn't ever pay it back.
Clem smiles and takes the money out of his pocket, saying,
Well, this here money belongs to you, Rusty. The owners of that freighter voted to pay salvage money to all of us as stayed aboard her. They sent me to find you true and Tex and give you these certified checks.
Rusty quickly takes the check from Clem and holds it out to Mr. Marlowe. Last picture, he says,
Here, Mr. Marlowe, this'll pay up what Mrs. Jones owes you, and more. You can give her the change.
Marlowe stammers,
But I don't have to accept a check. Nothing doing.
the sheriff steps forward.
I'm thinking you do, Marlowe. A certified check is practically the same as currency.
That moment, the door opens, and in walks Tex. And seeing everybody there, he says,
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, goody. Rusty got the check, and that's just as good as money. And the sheriff's going to make Mr. Marlowe take it, and Mrs. Jones' farm can be saved.
Yes, you bet it can.
That Mr. Marlowe had better take that check, because Tex just came in, and if he doesn't take it, Tex will fix him good.
Well, we'll find out for sure next week. Now let's turn over the page. And look, on page 5, here's Roy Rogers.
Yes, and you remember that Roy Rogers is with Brimstone Barlow, and he's a very funny fellow. He's big and fat and all covered with guns and ammunition, but he won't use them because he says he wants to reform outlaws without shooting.
Yes, and Roy and Brimstone are trying to capture a band of outlaws led by the Sphinx.
And they have their hideout in an old mission.
And last week, Roy and Brimstone had captured 2 of the outlaws and had told them that Roy and Brimstone themselves were outlaws and wanted to join the gang. This was just a trick to get into the mission. So the outlaws started riding for the mission. But just before they got there, they suddenly put spurs to their horses and rode on ahead.
And they ducked their necks low over their horses, and Roy and Brimstone ride right into a piano wire that was stretched between 2 trees, and it caught them at the throat and dumped them off the horses, and they could be captured and killed now. Oh, I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy and Brimstone get to their feet. Roy looks up and sees the wire stretched between the 2 trees, and third picture top row says, piano wire.
Now I savvy why those 2 gunmen decoyed us this way.
Brimstone exclaims,
Yeah, no wonder they say the Sphinx's stronghold is tricked up like a carnival wheel.
Last picture top row, the 2 outlaws, Gusty and Al, ride into the mission and report to the Sphinx, who only talks in sign language. Gusty says,
Hey, boss, the strangers claim to be bandits named Brimstone Barlow and Hogleg Harrison.
The Sphinx makes a gesture, and Al replies,
Hey, the Sphinx says you never heard of him, Gusty.
First picture bottom row, Gusty says,
Hey, those strangers are coming inside. Let's trap them. They'll help us raid Pine City tomorrow if they're owl hoots. And if they're lawmen, they're dead men.
The Sphinx makes another gesture, and Al says,
The Sphinx says okay.
A little later, Roy and Brimstone ride up to the entrance of the outlaws' hideout. They dismount and walk toward the entrance. Brimstone says,
Hey, we gotta get inside, Roy. Think of all the bad men in there that I can reform.
Roy replies, Now wait, we're supposed to be outlaws. Go easy in trying to convert them right now, Brimstone. The gate is wide open, so Roy and Brimstone walk in. As they come through the gate, they don't see the outlaws, who are hiding on either side of the gate. Then, last picture, the Sphinx pulls a lever.
Hey, what the?
Last picture, a trap door opens beneath them, and Roy and Brimstone are dropped into a pit. Gusty shouts,
Welcome to the Sphinx's robber roost, gents. Yeah.
Oh, how many tricks are those outlaws going to play on
Well, I don't know, but if they keep up this rough treatment, Roy will be half dead before he has a chance to talk to the Sphinx.
Do you suppose Roy will be able to make the Sphinx believe that he's really an outlaw?
Well, if he does, he has to go on that ride to Pine City.
Oh, I wonder what'll happen.
Well, maybe we'll find that out next week. Now, let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, on page 7, Uncle Remus, my favorite.
And he's my favorite, too. So here we go with Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Brer Fox is set on catching Brer Rabbit, even if it takes 3 legs to do it.
Today, the creatures of Briar Patch are having celebration with all kinds of games with prizes and everything. And one of the games is a 3-legged race. Now, that's a race in which 2 people stand beside each other and tie the left leg of one person to the right leg of the other person. And that makes 2 people with 3 legs. That they call a 3-legged race. As the creatures get ready for the race, tying their legs together, Brer Weasel and Brer Fox, hiding in the bushes nearby, watch. And Brer Fox says,
You see? They is practicing for the 3-legged race.
Brer Fox, who was anxious to have Brer Rabbit for supper, licks his chops and says,
If us gets in that race, us pushes him into the woods. And then we got 'em both.
So third picture top row, Brer Fox and Brer Weasel begin to tie their legs together. Brer Fox says,
Get our legs tied, and we'll join the race when they passes us.
Brer Weasel chortles,
Yeah, we is gonna surprise him, huh?
At that moment, Brer Sheriff, who has been standing behind a tree and was heard that little scheme, steps out of the bushes and taps Brer Weasel, last picture top row, on the shoulder. Brer Fox, who was still looking down the road, says,
They's about to start.
Brer Weasel, seeing the sheriff behind him, thinks to himself,
Yeah, and so is I, in the other direction.
and silently Brer Weasel disappears into the bushes. Brer Sheriff picks up the rope and first picture third row ties his right leg to Brer Fox's left leg. Brer Fox, who is still keeping his eyes on Brer Rabbit, doesn't see this. Suddenly exclaims,
Come on, there they go.
and down the road, Brer Rabbit and Molly Cottontail run, giggling with the fun of running this funny kind of race. And behind them comes Brer Fox, who still hasn't noticed that he's tied to the sheriff instead of Brer Weasel.
Faster, we's almost got 'em.
Brer Fox and the sheriff catch up beside Brer Rabbit. Brer Fox reaches out to catch Brer Rabbit, but the sheriff keeps on going. Brer Fox looks back at Brer Rabbit and exclaims,
Hey, we had passed 'em.
A second later, Brer Sheriff runs him into the county jail. And last picture, Brer Rabbit and Molly Cottontail come up to the sheriff, who is leaning against the door of the county jail. And Brer Rabbit says,
Hey, look, we got a prize.
and the sheriff with a big smile replies,
Yeah, and me too.
and he points to the face of Brer Fox in the window of the jail. And they all hear Brer Fox saying,
Now, how in the world did this happen?
and Uncle Remus says,
You don't know whose side luck is on till you lose.
That was a good joke on Brer Fox. He was so busy looking at Brer Rabbit and Molly Cottontail, he didn't even know what the sheriff was doing to him.
yes, he really got outfoxed again, didn't he?
Yes, he got outfoxed again, and Brer Rabbit is safe, and that makes me happy.
Me too. Now, that's all the time I have. I hope you have a nice Thanksgiving.
Thank you. The same to you.
And now, before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
Weekly Man, the jolly comic weekly man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck, the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Why, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I feel very lazy.
Why?
Well, I ate so much at my Thanksgiving dinner, I still can't get over it.
You know something?
What?
I did the very same thing. I feel lazy, too.
Well, I think that Thanksgiving does that to everyone because everybody that I know says the same thing.
Well, maybe it's a good thing that's the way it turns out, because if you're lazy, you take things a little bit easier.
Yes, and in a way, that's good.
Yes, I agree.
Because when you're lazy, you sit around more, and you think a little more. And when you think a little more, you begin to think what Thanksgiving was for, and it gives you a chance to think over all the things you really should be thankful for. Because after all, that's what Thanksgiving is for, to be thankful for.
That's a very good thought.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, what I said was true. I am thankful for many things, and one thing is that you're here to read the funnies, and I just hope one thing.
And what's that?
I hope you didn't eat so much that you're too lazy to read me the funnies.
Oh, I'm not too lazy for that.
Well, that's fine. So will you please read me the funnies now?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, Beetle and his squad are to have special practice in finding their way to a destination by reading a compass. So we find them lined up in the supply room getting their problem sheets from an officer. Beetle sees a sheet of paper with a lot of numbers on it lying on a desk beside him. He says,
Why stand in line? Here's a problem sheet.
A few minutes later, the men are gathered outside the building around the sergeant, who announces,
You'll find a stake at your destination point.
Beetle looks at his sheet of paper with the directions written on it and says,
N.O. 1,500. I guess that means north, 1,500 paces.
And he starts for north, counting off his paces.
1, 2, 3. 444, 445, 446. 777, 778, 779.
And last picture, top row, he walks into the office of General Half-Track, who's in the midst of a conference with several other generals.
905, 906, 907.
And up onto the table he walks, and right across it.
Who's this half? Hey, what's the meaning of this here?
Don't mind me, boys. Go right on with your conference. 908, 909. 1,498, 1,499, 1,500.
And first picture, bottom row, he's in front of the dressing room of the WACs, the girls in the Army.
Now right, 50 paces.
He turns right and marches toward the open door of the girls' dressing room.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Second picture, bottom row, Beetle dashes out of the door, the other side of the girls' dressing room.
35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well,
he's in the PX in front of a soda fountain, so he stops for a quick soda. And last picture, his commanding officer and the sergeant find Beetle in his quarters in his own little bed, taking it easy. The CEO roars,
What are you doing in the sack?
Beetle smiles sweetly.
This is my destination. Where are the stakes?
The sergeant jerks the piece of paper out of his hand, takes one look, and roars,
You dope! That's the combination to the company safe!
Oh, wasn't that silly?
Yes.
Beetle thought that he had the directions where to go, and here all the time he was reading the combination to the safe. He's a dope.
Yes, he is. And now I'll give you a little dope about where we're going next. Turn over the page to page 3.
Oh, and here's Prince Val. And I'm anxious to read Val because Boltar and Telecum had brought little Prince Arn home safely after those 3 mean men had captured him and taken him away. What happens now?
Well, Val was furious when he heard what the 3 men had done. So he and Boltar and Telecum had sailed away to the town of Kerloft, where those 3 men are, to punish them. And now Val's ship has sailed into the harbor in front of the town.
Now let's see what's going to happen.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant to the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. While Val's crowded war vessel menaces the whole town, last picture top row, Val, Telecum, and Boltar leave the ship and ascend the path leading to the High Tor, which is the castle at the edge of the town. Val is a prince and is ushered before the chief of the castle. First picture, second row, Val speaks. You're charged with the crime of abducting a prince of our royal house. Are you guilty? Before anyone can answer, Telecum points to some men and says, those 3 servants were among Prince Arn's abductors. This is enough for Val. Looking sternly at the leader, he commands, last picture, second row, arm yourselves and go to the courtyard. Then Val looks at Boltar, and for the first time they grin. Val draws his sword, and followed by Boltar, they too leave for the courtyard. It's 4 against 2, and the 4 criminals are hardy men. But Boltar and Val are possessed with the strength of men of justice avenging a cruel wrong. And though it takes time, the 4 criminals learn they've made a grave mistake when they try to run away with Val's son. Arr! Arr! And then the battle is over, and the criminals are reformed. Second picture, bottom row, Val, Telecum, and Boltar leave the castle to join their comrades on the ship. Their clothes are torn, and Boltar wears a bandage or 2. Angry muttering follows them as they walk through the streets, but no one makes a move to touch them, for Boltar and Prince Val bear famous names. They reach their ship in safety, last picture, and the moment they're on board, they sail for home.
Ooh, Val and Boltar, they fixed those bad men good for taking away little Arn.
You bet they did.
And it was a good thing they brought Telecum along because she knew exactly which one were the men who took little Prince Arn away.
Yes, she has an eagle eye, and she doesn't forget.
I wonder what'll happen next.
Well, maybe Val will have some adventure on the way back home. We'll find out. Now I'm sure you'd like to see what's happening to Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, I would, because he's on the planet Venus, and he's in great danger.
You bet he is. So let's turn over the page, go past page 4, past page 5, turn over page 5, and there on page 7 is Flash Gordon.
And remember, Flash had been captured by King Stang on the planet Venus.
Yes, and Flash had been sent to guard Queen Vicky when she went out into the forest with the harvesters. And they were attacked by the blue ones, very vicious creatures.
And when Flash and Queen Vicky escaped from the danger, they ran into a wild, furious storm. And I don't know how they'll ever save themselves from it.
Well, let's find out if they do. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rigga-rigga-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. With the swiftness of a tornado, the Venusian storm is upon them and catches Queen Vicky's jet car in its power. Flash sees he doesn't have a chance against the terrific winds, and at the risk of crashing in the wind-whipped Venusian jungle, Flash drives Queen Vicky's jet car down, down, down through the storm's supersonic updrafts, hoping to find some clearing in the dense woods. But not even Flash's skill is enough to guide his tiny craft to a safe landing amid the wildly thrashing tree ferns and giant fungi. Flipped out of the crashing car, Flash clings desperately to the storm-tossed branches. He hangs to the tree desperately while the raging storm's own fury carries it away. Last picture top row, as Flash is pulling himself up, he hears Vicky's anguished wail. He looks up to see Vicky menaced first picture bottom row by a huge beetle. With its prehensile legs, the huge creature is pulling Vicky toward its pincers and gaping jaws. Quickly, Flash whips out his chemigun to dissolve the monster in a stream of acid. The
The Earthman is dismayed to see the acid blasts wilt the trees but splash harmlessly off the scarab's armored shell. Immune to Flash's weapon, the monster only tightens its grip on the struggling queen. Flash scrambles through the trees. And last picture, in a last desperate effort to divert the giant beetle's attention, Flash leaps on the creature's back and belabors it with a tree branch. Startled, the beast releases its grip on Vicky and turns on Flash with razor-sharp claws.
Oh, isn't this terrible? Every time Flash gets out of some awful trouble, right away something else happens to it.
Yes, this beetle is a vicious creature. Even Flash's gun has no effect on it.
And now Flash is right on the beetle's back. And look, those sharp claws are right around Flash. How will he ever get away?
That's something we'll have to find out next week. Now it's time to turn over the page. And here we are on the last page of the first section.
Oh, and there's Dick's adventures. And you remember that Dick was in the early days of America when the Americans were at war with the English.
Yes, in the capital of the United States, Washington, D.C., was being attacked by the British.
And you remember that Dick was standing in front of the White House with a lot of soldiers waiting for the attack that was supposed to come. I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Tragedy hovers over the panic-stricken city. The city is Washington, D.C., the year 1814. Dick and a handful of grim-faced Americans take up positions around the abandoned White House. And then the attack comes. The British have swept through the streets of Washington. Their one aim, to destroy the capital of the United States, because they believe if the White House is destroyed, that the spirit of the Americans will be broken, and it'll be easy then to make the country surrender. The Americans fight hard, last picture top row, but defense is futile. Moments later, the British swarm in, intent on destruction. The attack is swift and furious, and the defenders are driven away. First picture, second row, the British set fire to the buildings. The newly built White House roars up in flames. All throughout the city of Washington, the same thing is happening. The small, poorly equipped army of American defenders is driven out of the city by nightfall. And last picture, second row, they stand on a hilltop some distance away and see building after building going up in flames set by the attacking British. The frightful night sky is lit up with ghastly bonfires all over the city. The Treasury Building, the War Office, the Arsenal, and the Capitol, all blazing furnaces. Then suddenly, first picture, bottom row, the greatest flames of all leap up. The Navy Yard and all its ships are put to the torch by the American defenders themselves to prevent their capture by the British. Across the bridge, men, quick! The only means of escape from the stricken city is by way of the great bridge over the Potomac into Virginia. Dick and his band race across it, only to discover that the British are setting it afire. As they stop to turn back, last picture, they see that in order to prevent the British from crossing, the Virginia militia have fired the bridge at the other end. And there Dick and his friends stand on a bridge burning at each end, and no way of escape for them.
Oh, my goodness. Dick has never been in such terrible trouble as he is right now.
No, I can't remember a time either.
And just think of those cruel British setting fire to all those nice buildings in Washington.
That was a terrible thing to do. But the British thought that if they destroyed the Capitol, the Americans would surrender.
I'll bet you the Americans don't.
No, they don't. And you'll find out next week how they continue this brave fight for freedom. But now look at the bottom of the page. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And I'm anxious to read that.
Well, I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty.
This was the last day that Mrs. Jones had to pay Mr. Marlowe the $1,000 she owed him. If she could not pay, Mr. Marlowe would take her farm away from her. The $1,000 certificate that Rusty had won in the horse race was not good enough. And just when the situation looked hopeless, Rusty's friend Clem came in and told Rusty that the insurance company had given him $1,000 for his part in saving the ship from being destroyed. Rusty quickly hands the check to Mr. Marlowe, who turns to the sheriff and says,
What is this, a double cross? Have I got to accept this check in settlement of Mrs. Jones' debt to me? Must I, Sheriff?
The sheriff answers,
I guess you do, Marlowe. When Rusty Riley endorses that certified check, it's the same as currency.
And then he turns to Mrs. Jones, hands her the piece of paper that is her agreement with Mr. Marlowe.
Here's your mortgage, Mrs. Jones. You can tear it up or burn it. And I'm mighty glad it turned out this way.
Mrs. Jones exclaims,
Oh, Sheriff, it's like a wonderful dream.
And then she turns to Rusty, last picture, top row, and tells him she can't let him do this. The money belongs to him. Rusty replies,
Oh, shucks, Mrs. Jones, what did I do with it? Besides, 5 minutes ago, I didn't even know I had it.
And then Tex, who had stepped in through the door and had overheard what had happened, comes forward, first picture, bottom row.
Well, I got back here right in the middle of this here deal, so I'm just getting the setup. I'm all for what Rusty did. And I'm putting in my check, too.
And Rusty's friend Pete says, Yeah, and mine too, Mrs. Jones. Honest, I don't want it.
Mrs. Jones shakes her head.
I'm a real proud woman, Mr. Tex. And boys, I just can't take money I know I can't pay back.
Now, don't lose no sleep over that, ma'am. I got some news for you. While I was in River City, I had a fellow analyze a sample of this soil from around that old oil drilling. And it looks like you're going to be so rich that these few $1,000 will look like chicken feed.
Land sakes. Somebody better pinch me. I must be dreaming.
Last picture, Tex says to Rusty,
Oh, by the way, Rusty, I phoned Mr. Miles this morning. There's a telegram for you up there. I had him read it, and I'm afraid you won't like it.
Well, jeepers, Tex, what's wrong?
Oh, goody. Now Mrs. Jones' farm is saved and everything turned out just wonderful.
Yes, it was lucky that Clem got there when he did.
Yes, it certainly was. And that mean old man, Mr. Marlowe, got fooled.
Just the way he deserved to be.
But I wonder what the news can be from Mr. Marlowe.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie, so let's pick up the first page of the second section.
Oh, yes, because I just know something funny is going to happen to Dagwood today. It always does.
Well, let's see what it'll be. So here we go with the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly and Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is lying on the sofa taking a nap.
Hey, Blondie, will you answer the phone? I'm taking a nap.
So Blondie answers the phone. A voice asks for Mr. Bumstead.
Did you say Mr. Bumstead?
Blondie sadly puts down the phone. And in a second is in the living room looking very unhappy. Last picture, top row, she says,
Some girl wants to talk to you, Dagwood.
What? I don't know any girls.
But he goes to the phone anyway and picks it up.
You must have the wrong party. There are thousands of other men.
Blondie whispers angrily.
How long has this been going on?
No, I don't remember meeting you. I never promised you a date.
Last picture, second row, Blondie with tears in her eyes says,
And to think how I worked and slaved all these years.
No.
Dagwood, who is now in a complete tizzy, still howls on the phone.
You're mistaken. I tell you I don't know you. No.
And he slams down the phone and dashes out the door, first picture, third row.
She claims I made a date with her last summer, and she's on her way over here now.
By the time you can go, Blondie has caught him and is shoving him back to the house.
I'll join the army.
You'll do nothing of the kind. You'll come in and face this like a man.
Last picture, third row, Blondie has put the children upstairs in the bedroom. And Cookie asks,
But why do we have to stay in our room, Mama?
You must never know of this terrible thing that's come into our lives.
And then the doorbell rings. Blondie goes looking for Dagwood.
But he's not in the living room, bedroom, kitchen, stove, refrigerator, bathroom, bathtub, and he's not in the cellar. Oh, yes, he is.
Dagwood?
Blondie finds him hiding behind a barrel.
Come out of there,
She grabs him by the foot and starts to pull him out. And Dagwood, hearing the doorbell, shrieks, "There she is!"
Come, Dagwood. I'll stick by you, even though you don't deserve it.
And a moment later, Dagwood and Blondie open the door and see a sweet, chubby old lady standing there on the doorstep.
Oh, don't you remember last summer, Mr. Bumstead? You promised to buy your Christmas cards for me this year.
And Dagwood goes. And last picture, Blondie and the lady step over Dagwood, who's lying in a faint. They sit on the sofa, and Blondie says,
I'll look over your sample cards.
and the lady looks at Dagwood, still lying there in a dead faint, and she says,
Is there something the matter with your husband?
Oh, wasn't that funny? Blondie was so worried because she thought it might be a pretty young lady, and Dagwood was so sure he didn't know any young lady, and it turns out to be their sweet, fat little old lady. Oh, that was funny.
Yes, it was.
Now can we find out what's happening to Robin Hood?
Why, we certainly can. Turn over the page and go past the Lone Ranger, and there's Robin Hood.
And I've been especially anxious to read this today because Robin Hood and 3 of his men have gone into Prince John's castle disguised as some of the men of Sheriff of Nottingham.
Yes, they'd gone there to rescue the maid Marian from Prince John.
And they found her locked up in a cell, but she was all right. And Robin told 3 of his men to take her out of the castle while he stayed to keep watch over the sheriff to make sure that she got away safe.
And when they were out of the castle, Robin told the sheriff he would spare his life if the sheriff would keep quiet while Robin rode away. And the sheriff promised on his vow of knighthood not to shout. So Robin mounted his horse and rode toward the gate.
But then the sheriff broke his word. He shouted to the guard to stop Robin. And I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with the story of Robin Hood. It's merry, merry England in days long ago. Time now for Robin Hood. So music, hi-ho! As Robin approaches the gate, the sheriff shouts, "Halt that man!" And immediately 2 guards stop before Robin's horse. One comes at Robin with a spear, catching him in the shoulder. Robin falls off his horse, but he's on his feet in a second. And he's at the guards with his fist. The sheriff shouts, "Raise the drawbridge!"
Raise the drawbridge!
Terrified by the clashing of arms, Robin's riderless horse drums across the bridge as it begins to rise. Last picture top row wounded, Robin strikes down the second guard. Then he staggers toward the drawbridge, which is slowly being raised. He tries to get to the end so he can drop over to safety. Just as his fingers clutch the end, first picture bottom row, the sheriff's spear pins Robin's tunic to the plank. But he wrenches himself free and clambers painfully toward the narrow opening. One of the guards climbs up after him, but Robin kicks him back. And last picture, with a supreme effort, Robin struggles to lift himself over the edge, but he falters and slips back.
Oh, that sheriff is a cheat. He promised on his honor to let Robin go, and he didn't keep his word.
Well, if a man is a liar and a crook in the first place, it just goes to show you can't trust him for anything.
Yes, the sheriff certainly proved that.
You bet he did.
What'll happen to Robin? Look there, the drawbridge is almost being pulled up to the castle wall, and Robin's hanging to the edge. What'll happen?
Well, we'll find out next week. Now it's time for Roy Rogers, so let's go over the page.
All right. And there he is on page 5 of the second section.
And remember that Roy and a friend named Brimstone Barlow, a very strange character, were trying to capture a ring of outlaws under the leadership of a man called the Sphinx.
And the outlaws had their hideout in an old mission. And last week, Roy and Brimstone found the gate open, and so they walked in.
And a trapdoor opened under their feet, and they were dropped into a pit.
I wonder what's going to happen now.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. The outlaws stand at the edge of the pit, and a man named Gusty laughs.
Welcome to the Sphinx's robber roost, gents.
Roy and Brimstone find they've been caught in a tarpaulin which had been stretched across the pit's bottom, so they haven't been hurt by the fall.
Brimstone growls.
Of all the dirty, ornery tricks.
Roy says, "Hey, quiet, Brimstone. We're inside the outlaw hideout at last." The outlaws drop a rope around Brimstone, and then they start to pull him out.
I blast your hides! Dumping a couple of brother bandits into a hole ain't my idea of making friends.
Gusty answers, "Yeah, well, the Sphinx never heard of you or your pard, Hogleg Harrison." Roy scrambles out, last picture top row. Then suddenly he shoves one of the outlaws into the pit. Hey, see how you like it down there, mister. Then first picture bottom row, Roy whirls around, gun in hand. And now nobody move. Brimstone, if this tin horn gang doesn't want us, I know another place where we can hole up. Brimstone grins.
Yeah, right, Hog Leg.
Gusty says, "Hey, that young hombre's fast with an iron, Sphinx. Should we let him stay till we can check up on him?" The Sphinx makes a sign of agreement. "Okay, boss." Gusty leads Roy and Brimstone off. "The Sphinx says you can stay. He'll see how you handle yourselves when you raid Pine City again tomorrow." Roy exclaims, "The Sphinx isn't very talkative, is he, Gusty?" Gusty stops in front of a building and opens a door. "The boss will drop by later for a powwow. Meanwhile, you'll be safe in here." Roy answers, "Thanks, Gusty." And Roy and Brimstone walk into the room, and behind a door, a beautiful girl, gun in hand, stands quietly waiting.
I wonder who that girl is with the gun.
I wonder, too. It's plain to see she has a look on her face that makes me believe she's worried about something and doesn't want to be seen.
Maybe she's a female in distress, in the need of aid.
And maybe she'll have information that can help Roy fool these outlaws.
Who do you think that could be?
We'll find out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, too, but I've been quite busy.
Busy doing what?
Making up my Christmas card list and shopping for Christmas presents. Really,
My
it's...
mother says the same thing.
She does?
Yes, just last night she said it again to my father.
What did she say?
She said, going into the stores these days is like going shopping with wildcats.
It's worse.
What could be worse?
Going shopping in a store filled with women.
Now, really, do you mean that?
Well, it seems to me that when a man has to go to a store to buy presents for women, the women could let him get to the counter once every 2 days.
Well, after all...
Otherwise, how can he get back to the office to make money enough to buy presents for next year?
Well, maybe...
After all, if a man has got to...
Could we please read the comics?
And if he's... what'd you say?
The comics. Could we please read them?
You mean...
Could we please read now? The comics. The funny papers.
Oh, Puck the Comic Weekly.
Yeah.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. It's early in the morning, and snores fill the darkness before dawn at the army post where Beetle is stationed. And Beetle and his pals are snug in their bed, dreaming of sugar plums, blueberry pie, and beautiful girls on the beach at Waikiki. And then a flashlight breaks through the darkness, takes out Beetle snoring away, and a corporal taps him on the back.
Hey, Beetle, you're on KP this morning.
Beetle leaps up.
Oh, what, when and why?
Hey, quiet, will ya? Hey, for Pete's sake!
The corporal tells Beetle.
Yeah, you got 10 minutes to get over to the mess hall.
Okay, I'll go quietly.
Beetle slowly gets up.
Oh!
Last picture top row, he climbs back on the bed and heads for the washroom, stepping from one bed to the other.
Ow, my back!
Ow, my ear!
Oh, my teeth!
Ow, my foot!
Hey, why don't you walk on the floor?
It's too cold on my bare feet.
Shut up, will ya?
Okay.
So Beetle steps off the bed onto the cold floor.
Ooh, it's still cold.
And the men go back to sleep again. Just as everybody is back in dreamland again, suddenly, the lights come on.
Hey, turn off the light!
One guy reaches for a sword.
Turn off that light or else!
I can't find my pants in the dark.
A few minutes later, third picture, bottom row, the lights are out, and everyone is sound asleep again. Suddenly,
I know what!
out of the darkness comes Beetle's apologetic voice.
I knocked over the butt can.
Oh, what's the use? I'm going to ask to be transferred overseas to battle duty. Yeah, me too. I'd rather fight a war than sleep in the same room with him.
10 minutes later, Beetle, wearing one shoe, no shirt, no pants, his coat and hat, comes to the mess hall for kitchen police duty.
Sorry I'm late, but it's hard to dress in the dark.
And last picture, 2 hours later, all the men in Beetle's bunkhouse are standing before the sergeant with a signed petition which reads,
Please do not put that joint Beetle on KP duty in the morning no more, on account of which we soldiers need plenty of sleep if this country is to be properly protected.
The sergeant roars,
I don't care how many signatures you got on your petition. Bailey keeps pulling KP like everybody else.
Oh, I don't know who to feel sorry for the most, Beetle or the man.
Well, I do. I like to sleep in the morning, and I think I feel more sorry for the men.
But the men aren't smart. They should put Beetle's clothes all together under his pillow so he'll find them in the morning.
That's an excellent idea. I hope the men heard that.
Thank you.
Well, now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look. Here's Dagwood and Blondie on page 2. They haven't been there before.
No, but sure enough, they're there now, and we won't waste a second. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood's son, Alexander, who has never been on a date with a girl, tells his mother,
Hey, Mama, this is the night I'm going to take Geraldine to the movie and to the Hamburger Palace.
Last picture top row, Blondie makes the announcement to Dagwood.
Alexander is going on his first date with a girl.
Realizing his little boy is a big boy now, the tears trickle down Dagwood's cheeks.
Seems to me only yesterday I was boiping him over my shoulder.
First picture, second row. Dagwood pulls Alexander to the bathroom.
Come, son, you'll have to look awfully nice.
A few minutes later, Dagwood is giving Alexander a bath.
He's going to be clean.
Hey, you're hurting me.
Last picture, second row. Dagwood is brushing Alexander's teeth.
Now, don't get excited and propose to her, son. She might accept.
First picture, third row, Dagwood is helping Alexander on with his pants.
Gee whiz, Pop, I can dress myself.
Now be a gentleman and remember to tip your hat. 5 minutes later, Alexander is putting on his tie. His sister Cookie asks,
If you marry Geraldine, will she be my aunt? That's not funny. Beat it.
Last picture, third row, Alexander, all dressed up, looking like a moving picture hero, almost, announces,
Well, I'm ready to go.
All right, here's some money. And don't forget to tip your waiter.
Oh, there's the bell.
First picture, bottom row, Cookie answers the door. And there stands an awfully homely little boy. Cookie yells,
Hey, Alexander, it's Geraldine's little brother.
Geraldine's little brother walks into the living room.
Geraldine's got the chicken pox, and she says you should take me in her place. Oh, great Scott! And I took a bath for this.
And last picture, Alexander marches off down the walk with Geraldine's little brother, who says,
She looks real funny with all those spots.
And Alexander's so mad his face is one big red spot.
Oh, poor Alexander. After all that trouble brushing his teeth and taking a bath, he has to go to the movies with Geraldine's little brother.
Yes, what a disappointment on the first night when his mother and dad think he is grown up.
Dagwood and Blondie shed their tears for nothing, didn't they?
Yes, looks like we'll have to wait for another day for Alexander's first big date.
Yes, I guess so.
Well, now I'll bet you're anxious to know whether Robin Hood escapes from Prince John.
Oh, yes, I am.
Very well, let's go across the page, past Prince Valiant, who is going on a mission for his father today. Turn over that page, go across the page, and turn over page 5. And there on page 6 is Robin Hood.
Yes, and you remember last week that Robin had rescued the maid Marian from Prince John, who had her locked up in a dungeon.
That's right, and Robin had kept watch over the Sheriff of Nottingham, so he could not give an alarm while 3 of his men escaped with the maid Marian.
But then, when it came time for Robin to get away, the sheriff's men attacked Robin, and they began to close up the drawbridge.
And Robin fought the men off, and although he was wounded, climbed up to the edge of the drawbridge to try to escape before it closed.
Ooh, I wonder if he'll make it.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with the story of Robin Hood. It's merry, merry England in days long ago. Time now for Robin Hood. So music, hi-ho! Wounded and exhausted, Robin makes a final agonizing effort to lift himself over the closing drawbridge. He pulls himself over just as it crashes against the wall and topples into the moat below. The sound of the splash attracts the attention of the sentries on the wall above.
There he is, in the moat. He's swimming to the other shore. Stop him! Shoot him down!
Angry arrows whiz from the battlement above, zing viciously about Robin's bobbing head. Last picture, top row, Robin's men, who are waiting for him a short distance away, hear the tumult behind them.
Hey, look, it's Robin in the moat. Quick, to the rescue!
Robin's men rush back to the castle moat. And first picture, bottom row, one volley of their arrows sweeps the sheriff's bowman from the castle wall. With his comrades covering the walls above, Little John plunges recklessly into the moat. Just as Robin, weak from exhaustion, begins to sink beneath the water, Little John seizes his arm.
Master Robin! Master Robin!
While his comrades stand guard, Little John brings Robin to shore. And last picture, trembling with anxiety, Marian watches as the men gently lift the form of their unconscious leader onto the bank.
Ooh, wasn't it wonderful? The way that Robin's men swept to the rescue and saved Robin?
Yes, and the way Little John jumped into the water and saved Robin from drowning.
But I wonder, will they get away from there safely before the sheriff's men come out of the castle?
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now let's see what Flash Gordon is doing.
Oh, yes, because Flash is in terrible danger.
Very well, let's go across the page, past Ben Bolt, turn over page 7, go past the Lone Ranger on page 8, turn over page 9, and there, on page 11, is Flash Gordon, who is on the planet Venus, where he's been captured by the cruel King Stang.
And Flash was sent by the king out into the forest to protect the queen, and they were attacked by a beetle that was as big as a dragon, and it had Flash in its claws.
And the dragon could crush Flash like a peanut.
How can Flash ever save himself?
Well, let's read and see. So here we go with Flash Gordon.
Trig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. As the dragon clutches Flash in its claws, he fights back desperately. But Flash's chemi-spray has no effect on the armored shell of the Venus swamp beetle. In a last desperate effort, Flash, last picture top row, aims an acid volley square into the giant scarab's mouth. The blast causes a strange chemical reaction within the beetle, and the creature explodes with the violence of a mortar shell. For a moment, Flash is numbed, but driven by fear of a new attack by beetles that may be lurking in the area, he shakes off the effects of the blast, and first picture bottom row orders, "Come on, Vicky, let's head for the jet car." The stranded craft is damaged too badly to permit a takeoff. But fortunately, the jet car's sonar phone still works, and Flash is able to beam an SOS to King Stang's castle. Flash Gordon calling. Flash Gordon calling King Stang. We need help. Hurry, hurry. Night is closing in, and we may be attacked momentarily. Scarcely has Flash signed off than Vicky cries out in terror. Last picture, the Earthman makes out the vague forms of a pair of weird flying reptiles with searchlight eyes probing the jungle for their prey.
Oh, will Flash ever get out of that forest safely? This is the fourth terrible danger that's threatened him.
Yes, I don't think Flash has faced so many dangers in a short time as he has in this adventure on Venus.
Oh, I hope he gets help from the palace quick.
Well, next week we'll see if he does. Now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, my most favorite, Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 12, under Little Iodine, is Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit.
Magic words for the music, please.
Say them with me, please. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says, when Brer Rabbit goes into business, he aims high. And today, Brer Rabbit has gone into a new business, hoping to make lots of money. He's standing in front of a sign which reads,
Babysitter, 50 cents. Any place, anywhere.
And Mother Bird, seeing Brer Rabbit's sign, is sitting on Brer Rabbit's mailbox saying,
Now you stay with my little uns while I looks for their papa. He's been missing all night. Yes, well, you go on, Mrs. Bird. They'll be safe with me. Don't worry. I'll take care of them.
And third picture, top row, Brer Rabbit is climbing up the tree to the bird nest. And one of the little birds exclaims,
Hey, look at the babysitter. Yeah, a rabbit.
Brer Rabbit greets them cheerfully.
Hello, little bird.
Brer Rabbit settles down at the edge of the limb close to the tree trunk and watches the little birds who are on their nest way out at the tip of the limb. Last picture, top row, one of the little birds cries,
Hey, we are scared, Brer Rabbit. Yeah, come on out and help us.
Brer Rabbit nervously starts to crawl out on the branch. Carefully, he makes his way out on the branch, which begins to sway. The birds loved it.
Oh, goody, goody, goody.
In first picture, bottom row, they begin to jump up and down on the nest, making it sway more.
Yippee! Rock-a-bye, baby, in the treetop.
Brer Rabbit nervously exclaims,
Hey, look out. You'll fall.
And then suddenly he slips.
Hey, help! Oh.
And he lands on the ground. And Brer Possum, who happens to be there, looks at him and says,
Hey, Brer Rabbit, you look awful discongenerated.
And Brer Rabbit groans,
Guys, 3, 6.
Last picture, Brer Rabbit is back at his sign, which he has repainted. And now it reads,
Farmhand, a day, 50 cents, any place, anywhere.
And as Brer Rabbit looks at the words babysitter, which are now painted out, Uncle Remus says, Beware the business what puts you out on a limb.
Poor little Brer Rabbit. This is one of the times when he had trouble.
Yes, this is one of the times he was discombobulated.
This was one of the times he was discombobulated.
Yeah. Well, now look across the page and see who's there. Roy Rogers.
Yes, and he's inside the outlaw's hideout.
That's right. He and his friend Brimstone Barlow are pretending to be outlaws.
That's just a trick to try to catch the outlaw gang and turn them over to the law.
Yes. One of the outlaws, Gusty, took them to a shack and told them to wait inside until the leader of the outlaws, a man named the Sphinx, came to see them.
And behind the door, there's a girl waiting with a gun in her hand. And I can't wait to see who she is and why she's there.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. As Roy and Brimstone step into the room, the door suddenly closes behind them, and Roy looks around to see a girl holding a gun on him. Hey, what's this?
What did the Sphinx do with my father? I know he's here because he built the tunnels and trick devices in this old mission.
We're not in the Sphinx's gang, ma'am. We're posing as outlaws to round him up. Brimstone says.
Yeah, and to maybe reform them.
I didn't risk my life to sneak into this hideout to hear lies.
Suddenly, Brimstone leaps forward, tries to take the gun away from the girl.
Guns is dangerous, ma'am.
The gun accidentally goes off.
Hey, somebody's coming. I hear a dog.
The sound of the shot brings one of the outlaws. As he rushes toward the shack, he sees one of the gang petting a dog.
Hey, lay off that old man's mutt, will you? I told you to guard the strangers until the Sphinx sends for him.
Another shot goes off.
Hey, what the...
He dashes to the shack. And gun in hand runs inside. First pitch about him roll, Roy grabs him as he comes in.
Hey, what's...
Roy says to Brimstone, "Hey, get outside. Don't let anybody in, Brimstone."
She pulled the trigger, Roy. Almost got me.
Brimstone takes the gun away from the girl, then quickly goes outside. The girl sees now that Roy is really trying to round up the outlaws. He helps Roy tie up the outlaw.
I'm sorry I didn't trust you, but I'm so worried. When my father found he was working for outlaws, he planned to use his dog to destroy all the bandits.
A dog? At that moment, Brimstone, who's outside, sees the old outlaw who had been petting the dog. He sneaks up on him, saying to himself,
There's one of them owl hoots. Maybe I can convert him to the side of law and order before it's too late.
Last picture, Brimstone says,
Hey, listen, mister. Crime don't pay. I know.
And he puts his hand on the outlaw's shoulder. The man topples forward to the ground.
Hey, he's dead.
Just a few minutes ago, that outlaw was petting the dog, and now the outlaw is dead.
Yes, and the girl said her father was going to use the dog to destroy all the bandits.
This is very mysterious. A man pets the dog, and then just a few minutes later, the man's dead. I wonder why.
Well, maybe next week we'll find out. Now it's time to find out how Dick is getting along in that war between the Americans and the English.
Oh, yes. I'm anxious to find out about that.
All right, let's go to the very last page of the Comic Weekly. The last page of the Comic Weekly.
And here he is. And you remember last week the British Army had attacked the capital of our country, Washington, D.C.
Yes, that was in the early days of America. And the Americans had been beaten away by the British attackers and chased out of the city.
And then they set fire to the White House and all the other important buildings.
Yes, the British did that to the American buildings. And Dick and a few friends tried to escape from the city by running across a bridge.
And just when they were in the middle of the bridge, the British set fire to the bridge at the other end.
And Dick and his friends who were on the bridge stopped to start to run back. And they looked back and they saw that the Virginian soldiers were setting fire to the bridge at the other end, so that the British couldn't come across, you see.
Yes. Well, what'll Dick do now? Standing on a burning bridge.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Last picture, top row. Dick and his few friends stand on the burning bridge, caught between two fires. What to do? Dick doesn't hesitate a moment. First picture, second row, he leaps over. and falls into the water below. The swift current of the river catches Dick and carries him downstream, down the Potomac, through waters that are reddened by the doomed city. Last picture, second row. Hours later, Dick finds himself swept against the shore. He's bruised and half alive and falls to the ground exhausted. Then out of the darkness, a figure appears. It's a man who kneels beside Dick. With expert fingers, he carefully examines Dick for wounds. Dick opens his eyes. The man says, first picture, bottom row,
I'm Dr. William Beans of Upper Marlboro, Maryland, my friend. The British are all around us. I'll get you to Baltimore. My carriage is on the road.
Thank you. The doctor helps Dick to his feet, and they walk to the nearby road. But more than a carriage is waiting there on that road. For as Dick and the doctor approach the carriage, last picture, a British voice box,
Halt! Who goes there?
And Dick looks up to see 3 British soldiers confronting them with guns.
Oh, no. Just as Dick was in friendly hands and could get help, this has to happen to him.
Yes, and just when he thought he was going to escape.
I wonder what'll happen to him now that he's a prisoner of the British.
Oh, we'll have to wait till next week to find that out. But now, look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and everything is just wonderful for Mrs. Jones because Rusty gave her the money to save her farm from being taken away from her by that mean old Mr. Marlowe.
Yes. And Rusty's friend Clem arrived in the nick of time with a $1,000 check, which the insurance company gave Rusty for helping save a ship from being destroyed.
But Tex said that he had bad news from Mr. Miles for Rusty.
Oh, yes, let's find out what that is. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. As Mrs. Jones and Clem and Rusty's friend Stovepipe talk, Rusty takes Tex aside and asks him, second picture, top row,
Hey, Tex, what was the news from Milestone Farm? The news you said that I wouldn't like?
Oh, yes, that. Well, it's about that rascally Uncle Rufus of yourn, Rusty. He's out of the clink and hanging around waiting for you to get back.
A cloud comes over Rusty's face, last picture, top row.
Uncle Rufus? Well, jeepers, Tex, that is bad news.
Now, don't you fret about that ornery maverick. Mr. Miles won't let him make trouble for you. Oh, and by the way, Pete's dad will be back from Europe by the time we reach Milestone.
First picture, bottom row, Rusty and his dog, Flip, are out in the pasture. Rusty is mighty unhappy, and he says to Flip,
Golly, Flip, looks like you and I are going to have to light out for the wide open spaces. I'd rather be at Milestone Farm and any place in the world, but my Uncle Rufus said if I didn't help him to get money from Mr. Miles, he'd take me away. So I guess it's best for you and me to go away.
A half hour later, back at the farm, Stovepipe is saying to Tex,
Well, gentlemen, it appears that my direct connection with this happy incident is ended. I will bid you a regretful farewell and rejoin Denver Julie's carnival.
Tex replies,
Oh, yes, and Rusty better go out there with you, Doc, and bring back that horse. Pete and I'll get the others ready for shipment to River City tomorrow.
Still later that afternoon, last picture, a man approaches the barn in the Jones farmyard, leading a horse. He says to Tex,
Hey, you the fella they call Tex? Kid named Rusty give me $1 to bring this nag here and hand you this letter. What? A letter? Hey, give it here.
Oh, Rusty isn't leading the horse, and it's a letter for Tex. You know what? I'll just bet you the letter tells Tex that Rusty's running away.
Oh, I hope not. But Rusty is afraid of his uncle, so maybe you're right.
I can't wait until next week to find find out?
Well, we'll just have to do everything we can to make next week get here quickly, and I promise to do that. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm so excited. We're getting so close to Christmas.
Yes, that's right. Only 11 more days, and you'll be opening your present.
And I just can't wait to see what I'll get.
Well, have you had any conferences with Santa Claus as his helpers?
Oh, yes. I wrote him a long letter with 3 P.S.s.
3 P.S.s?
Yes.
Well, now, that was some letter. What were the P.S.s all about?
I can't tell.
Well, why can't you tell?
Because it'll spoil the surprise.
Spoil what surprise?
Well, if you must know, you're one of the P.S.s.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Then don't tell me a thing.
I won't. But you'll please read me the funnies anyway, won't you?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And I know you're anxious to see what's happening to Prince Valiant.
Oh, yes, because he's on a new mission for his father, King Agua.
Very well, then, let's go past Bringing Up Father and Beetle Bailey, turn over the page, and here's little Iodine.
Oh, could we please read little Iodine first, since she's right next to Prince Valiant?
Why, certainly we can. So here we go with little Iodine.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Eden, Haddon, Hoyden, Hine. Music, please, for little Iodine. Today, Iodine is to go to the hospital to have her tonsils taken out, and she's scared. So her mother is going to sleep at the hospital with her overnight. The third picture, top row, that evening, Iodine is tucked into her bed to get a good night's sleep before the operation, which is to take place in the morning. The nurse leaves the room after seeing that everything is all right, and Mrs. Tremblechin says to Iodine,
"Now, see? Mother is going to sleep right in the room with you."
Early next morning, Iodine, who has not slept all night, hears her mother snoring. And last picture, top row, she says,
"If Mom's asleep, here's my chance."
And first picture, bottom row, she climbs out of bed and into her clothes, saying to herself,
"I'm getting out of here before Mom wakes up. I don't care if I get a spanking."
Later that morning, a different nurse, an intern, and the doctor come into the room, and seeing only Mrs. Tremblechin in bed, wake her up. The doctor taps her on the shoulder, saying,
"All ready, Miss Tremblechin? Just get on the stretcher."
"What?"
And suddenly she finds herself lifted onto the stretcher.
She struggles and fights back, but is quickly put on the stretcher and strapped down. And she shrieks.
It's a mistake, I tell you. I'm not the patient. It's a mistake. I'm not the patient.
And the doctor answers,
Tut, tut. Come along now.
2 hours later, she's back in her room, a bandage around her throat and minus her tonsils. And her throat is aching. Mr. Tremblechin discovered what has happened and has found Iodine and is about to give her a spanking when he overhears the nurse say,
Oh, it was a terrible mistake, yes, but just be calm and don't try to talk for at least a week.
And Mr. Tremblechin, who thinks his wife talks too much, hearing this says,
Huh? She'll be speechless for a week.
Iodine, you've just been spared a spanking.
What a joke that was on Mrs. Tremblechin.
Yes, she stayed in the hospital room to keep Iodine company.
And then Iodine slips out of the room, and when the doctor and the nurse come in, they think Mrs. Tremblechin is the one to have the operation, and they won't listen to her, and they just go ahead and take out her tonsils.
Yeah, that's one of the craziest mistakes I've ever heard of.
Yes, me too.
Well, now let's go across the page to Prince Valiant.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that because last week you said he'd gone on a new mission for his father.
Yes, there was much trouble in the kingdom of Thule, and King Aguar is anxious to find a way to stop it. So he sent Val away on a trip to see if he can find a way to settle the trouble.
Oh, now let's see if he does.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Mulkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Val's father, King Aguar, disturbed by the fighting between the people of his kingdom, had tried to bring peace to his fierce Northmen by introducing Christianity. However, he was greatly disturbed to learn that in spite of the work of his missionaries, some of his fierce Northmen refused to become Christians, had killed some of the missionaries who were bringing the word of God to them, and were causing great trouble in the kingdom. Val volunteered to go through the kingdom to see how matters stood. And today we find him, last picture, top row, with his two companions at the edge of a forest. They meet a druid, who is a member of an old pagan religion. The druid is preparing a Yule log for the midwinter celebration of the Feast of Thor, when the longest night will pass, and the gods of summer gather strength to contend against the powers of the frost giants. The strange powers of the druids are well known, but Val and his companions are surprised when the old man stares long from under shaggy brows, and then first picture, second row, says,
Oh, you are Prince Valiant, and you follow a foreign religion. But though you are false to the gods of Thule, you are welcome to share my poor hospitality.
Last picture, second row, Val and his friends are in the Druid's cave, being served food and drink by the old priest. The Druid's cave is a shrine, and the idols of Odin, Thor, and Loki, rough-hewn in wood, stand in a niche behind a stone altar. First picture, bottom row, when they have eaten their fill, the Druid turns to Val.
It is the custom to present some small gift for hospitality received. All I ask of you is that you believe what your eyes behold.
And he leads the prince to the entrance where the rays of the setting sun are blinding after the gloom of the cave. And then turning to Val, he fills a goblet with sacred wine, then says,
Here, drink the nectar of the gods as you look into the west.
My, doesn't that cave look mysterious with the statues of those gods and animals against the wall?
Yes, you see, Odin was the chief druid god. He's the god of wisdom, the god of war, the god of the dead people. And Thor is the ancient druid god of thunder. And Loki was the blacksmith of the gods. He made the swords and the spears.
Oh, that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Those ancient people believed in many gods, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
That was nice of that old priest to be so kind to Val. I wonder what Val will see when he looks in the west and drinks from the goblet.
Well, we'll find out next week. Now let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, here on page 5, there's Robin Hood.
Yes, Robin Hood, the merry outlaw who was having trouble with Prince John, who was trying to seize the throne from his brother, King Richard. who is held prisoner in a foreign land.
And last week, you remember Robin Hood had rescued the maid Marian who'd been captured by Prince John.
Yes, and Robin had a terrible time escaping from the castle. But now he's back in Sherwood Forest again, recovering from the spear wound he received when he made his escape.
I wonder if he will get well.
Well, with the maid Marian nursing him, he should, but we'll find out for sure right now. Here we go with the story of Robin Hood. It's merry, merry England in days long ago. Time now for Robin Hood. So music, hi-ho! The wound Robin received was very bad, and for a week he's been a pretty sick man. The maid Marian and Friar Tuck have been nursing him carefully. Although Robin wants to get up out of bed, they refuse to let him. Now it is early morning at the outlaw camp in the depths of Sherwood Forest, and the maid Marian is cooking breakfast for the outlaws, and especially for Robin. Off to one side, Ellen Dale is singing a song. I'd sing of good Robin Hood, wounded and sick. I'd sing of our king, may he hurry back quick. I'd sing of Prince John, be it only to mock. If he comes here, we'll split him from noddle to knock. Marian sees Friar Tuck come out of Robin's hut. She asks how Robin is behaving this morning. The friar replies,
Oh, worse than ever. Determined he's going to get up.
Last picture, top row, Marian goes into the hut and finds Robin sitting up on his cot. First picture, bottom row, she pushes him back on the cot, telling him he can't get up yet. Robin answers, I've been bullied long enough by you and that turnip-faced friar. Friar Tuck, with a smile, gently pushes Robin back as Marian holds out the barley soup and tells him to drink it. Friar Tuck chuckles.
Pour it down his throat.
And then, from outside the cave, comes a sudden scream of a whistling arrow. Robin exclaims, The warning signal! Someone approaches the camp! He pushes Marian and the friar aside and buckles on his sword, goes outside. Last picture saying, Marian, stay in the shelter of the cave.
Oh, Robin shouldn't get up out of bed if he's sick like that.
No, he shouldn't.
There must be something terribly dangerous, or else I'm sure he wouldn't look so upset.
Well, next week we'll find out what it is. Now let's turn over the page.
And, oh, look, there's Roy Rogers.
Yes, Roy Rogers, who with his friend Brimstone Barlow has slipped into the outlaw hideout at the old mission.
And Roy and Brimstone are pretending to be outlaws, and they're hoping that they can find a way to capture all the outlaws and turn them over to the sheriff.
And while they were there, they were put in one of the shacks and told to wait for the Sphinx, the leader of the outlaws.
And when the door was closed, they found a girl hiding there, and she said that her father was trying to destroy the bandits, too, by using his dog.
And Roy was surprised to hear this.
But Brimstone was even more surprised because when he went outside the shack, he found that one of the outlaws that had been petting the dog was dead. Wonder how that happened.
Well, let's read now and see if we can find out what this mystery of the dog and the dead man is. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. As Roy busies himself tying up the outlaw who had dashed into the cabin, the door suddenly opens and Brimstone enters.
Hey, Roy, the owl who guarding this shack dropped dead.
The girl explains that her father had said he could destroy every bandit by turning the dog loose. Roy, thinking fast, says, Well, if your dad built the secret tunnels for the outlaws in this mission, maybe you know where we can hide this one. The girl quickly goes to the fireplace, pulls on a string hidden in the wall, and Roy sees the fireplace swing open from the wall, revealing an underground passage. She tells Roy the passage leads outside the mission and asks Roy to help find out where the outlaws are holding her father. Brimstone carries the outlaw into the passage.
I don't like this, even if your pop's dog is saving us the trouble of capturing the Sphinx's gang.
Last picture, top row. Two outlaws, Gusty and Bigfoot, who had heard the shot, are heading for the shack where Roy is held. They see the old outlaw who had petted the dog lying on the ground. Bigfoot exclaims,
Hey, look, Gusty. Something happened to the guard.
They hurry to the dead outlaw, first picture, bottom row. Make a quick investigation to see what happened to him. Gusty exclaims,
Well, that beats me. Go tell the Sphinx the guard's dead without a mark on him. I'll see what the strangers know about this.
At that moment, the dog trots over beside Bigfoot. He grabs him by the collar and throws him out of the way.
Get out of my way, you mangy critter. Beat it.
Gusty walks toward the shack where he had taken Roy and Brimstone earlier. He sees the shack is empty and exclaims,
Why, the strangers will call themselves Brimstone and Hogleg Vamoosed. And that looks like Al's hat.
A little later, in another part of the mission, Gusty rushes into a meeting of the Sphinx and his men.
Hey, boss. The two strangers flew the coop. One guard's dead, and Al is missing.
And then he notices that everyone is strangely silent.
Hey, what's going on around here?
The Sphinx pushes back his chair, beckons to Gusty, and leads him over to a table, and points to Bigfoot, who had been with Gusty a few minutes before. Bigfoot is dead. Last picture, Gusty stares at him in horror and exclaims,
Hey, Sphinx, don't tell me Bigfoot kicked off, too. This whole mission is jinxed.
Oh, it happened again. Bigfoot touched the dog to push him away, you remember? And now Bigfoot is dead.
And now the outlaws are mighty worried.
I don't blame them. I wonder how they can be killed just by touching the dog.
I wonder, too. Well, now that Roy Rogers has found that secret tunnel, maybe it'll be one way for him to find the girl's father. And then maybe we'll find out the secret of all this.
Oh, I hope so.
Well, we'll find out next week. Now I'm sure you'd like to see what's happening to Flash Gordon.
Oh, I would.
Very well, let's go to the very last page of the first section, and I'll read Flash in just a second. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. In the jungle of the planet Venus, Queen Vicky's jet car crashed when Flash and she attempted to take off in a storm. Flash has radioed the castle for help, and then turned at Vicky's cry to see two huge birds that looked like dragons with wings approaching. Searching the jungles of Venus with cold light beams from their eyes, the two giant flying reptiles spot Flash and Queen Vicky. The night prowlers dive headlong at them. Flash holds his fire until they are within sure range of his chemi-gun. Then at the last moment he presses the trigger. But nothing happens. The gun is empty. Flash learns too late the remnants of his charge were used up in his encounter with the jungle beetle, and in an instant the clutching talons have gripped their helpless prey. Last picture, top row, Flash and Vicky find themselves being carried high above the towering trees. The captive humans dare not try to break loose, for a fall from such a height would be fatal. The birds head for the top of a mountain crag. And first picture, bottom row, drop Flash and Vicky beside a nest in which the young are crying for food. Then the mother and father bird fly away as the young birds in the nest turn toward Flash. Bruised and chilled, Vicky clings to Flash in hysterical fear. He quickly tears himself loose and draws a miniature flame gun from a hidden holster. A sudden blast of fire sends the startled dragging brood fleeing with raucous shrieks. As the birds fly off, last picture, Flash tells Queen Vicky, "All right, we're safe now." But he doesn't believe his own words. Under his breath, he mutters to himself, "This mountain is unscalable. We're trapped, and those monsters are bound to return."
When those birds were flying through the air above the mountains there with Flash.
So was I. If they'd let Flash drop, the fall would have killed him.
Gee, it was lucky Flash had that hidden gun.
I bet it was. It saved his life.
But now what'll happen to him way up there on the mountain where he can't get away?
Well, we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. Now let's pick up the first page of the second section.
Oh, yes, because I know we'll find Dagwood there.
Yes, we will. Here he is on the first page. And now let's find out what crazy thing Dagwood on the first page of the second section does today. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is in front of a pet shop looking at a sign in the window which reads, "Talking Parrots." He exclaims, "That's just what I've always wanted." And a few minutes later, Dagwood is inside the pet shop pointing to a parrot. "Hey, does he really talk?"
Why, he can recite Lincoln's Gettysburg Address.
The proprietor snaps his fingers, and last picture, top row, the parrot babbles.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Ship ahoy! I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy. Happy days!
Dagwood's hat pops off in amazement. The proprietor says,
I'm an
and he also speaks French and Spanish.
I'm an old smoothie.
First picture, second row, Dagwood jerks out his wallet. "I'll take him. Here's your money." Last picture, second row, Dagwood is home. Hey, come downstairs, everybody. See what I've got for you. Blondie, Cookie, Alexander, and the dog rush into the parlor and see the parrot.
Oh, a parrot. Hey, gee, that's terrific.
Yeah, wait till you hear what he can do. And then Dagwood turns to the parrot and says, all right, come on now, say something. Hey, come on. Say hello. But the parrot says nothing. Hey, please, don't just sit there. Say something. Talk, please. But the parrot says nothing. For an hour, Dagwood tries, but the parrot says nothing. By this time, Blondie is asleep. Cookie and Alexander leave the room. And last picture, third row, Dagwood is on his knees before the parrot. Just one little word, please, just one itty-bitty word. But the parrot says nothing. First picture, bottom row, Dagwood enters the pet shop again. He puts the parrot down, and he says, I'll sell him back to you for half of what I paid you. The proprietor smiles. It's a deal. And last picture, Dagwood goes out the door, heading for home again. The proprietor and the parrot laugh. And they shake hands. And the parrot says,
We did it again. Oh, that was nice. The man taught the parrot to talk only so someone would buy it.
and had the parrot trained so that when anybody went home with the parrot wouldn't talk.
That was a very intelligent parrot.
Oh, I don't know. If he was real smart, he'd have told the proprietor to give back only 1/4 of what he paid instead of 1/2.
You think so?
Oh, sure. He could make a better deal than that.
Well, maybe he could.
Yes. Well, now let's see what kind of a deal I can make with you. Would you like to read Dick's Adventures?
Oh, you know I would.
Very well. Let's skip to the very last page of Puck the Comic Weekly.
All right. And here he is.
And you remember that last week Dick was dreaming that he was in the early days of America when the British had attacked the capital of the country, Washington, D.C.
And the doctor was helping Dick to escape. And just when it looked like he would succeed, they were captured by 3 British soldiers. What'll happen to Dick now?
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventure to Stick. In his dream, Dick finds himself with Dr. Beans, a prominent Maryland physician, first picture, second row, on board one of the British ships. Dick and the doctor, now prisoners, see the British hurriedly laying in supplies as more men of war join the vast enemy flotilla. Washington is still burning, and Dick wonders where they're going to attack next. A guard brings them some food and laughs.
You'll probably be taken to London, in on by the neck.
At last picture, second row, he goes on.
We made an ass heap of Washington. Hey, I'll let you in on a little secret. Now that you can't tell your friends on shore, the fleet just got orders to sail up the Patapsco. The same thing's gonna happen to Baltimore.
And first picture, bottom row, Dick exclaims, "Oh, I wish there was some way of getting off this ship so we could give the warning that they're going to attack Baltimore." And Dr. Beans shakes his head hopelessly. But at this moment, last picture, in the burned city of Washington, a young lawyer is standing before President Madison. He pleads for permission to sail to the British fleet under a flag of truce. The lawyer's name, Francis Scott Key. His mission, to obtain the release of a distinguished American physician.
Oh, Francis Scott Key. He was the man who wrote the Star-Spangled Banner, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And what does he want President Madison to let him do?
He wants the president to let him go under a flag of truce, which means no fighting allowed. That's the white flag, you see. And to ask the British, who have captured an American physician, a physician is a doctor, you know, he wants to ask the British to let the doctor go.
Oh, maybe that's the doctor that's with Dick.
Or maybe it is. And next week we'll find out for sure. But now, look underneath Dick's Adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and I'm worried about Rusty.
So am I, because last week Tex had told Rusty that Rusty's uncle, who had been in jail, was out again.
And Rusty's afraid that his uncle will come and take him away from the Milestone Farm.
So Rusty said he was going to run away because his uncle is a bad man.
And I'm afraid he did run away.
Well, let's read now and find out if you are right. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex had sent Rusty back to the carnival grounds to get Space Pilot, the horse that had won the race. Rusty had gone with Stovepipe, the man who had been such a good friend to Rusty and Pete. Today, a man returns to the Jones farm leading Space Pilot. He stops in front of Tex, saying,
Hey, kid named Rusty, give me $1 to bring this nag over here and hand this note to somebody called Tex.
Well, I'm Tex. Let me have the note.
The man turns the horse over to him, and Tex opens the letter. And he reads,
Dear Tex, on account of what you told me about Uncle Rufus being back, I think I better go away. I used a couple of the purchase certificates we won to buy some shoes and a suitcase. Oh, I'm enclosing the rest for you to give Mrs. Jones and now. When you get this, I'll be gone for good. Tell Pete and Mr. Miles and Patty, all right. So long, Rusty.
A few minutes later, Tex is saying to Pete,
Hey, Pete, I got to make a flying trip out to the fairgrounds. The vans will be here for our horses any time now. You can help the men loading them.
Oh, sure, Tex.
Last picture, top row. Tex is at the carnival speaking to the head man.
Are you Denver Dooley?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, they told me that you're the boss of the carnival. I'm looking for a tall fella they call Stovepipe, and a boy in a leather jacket. Name's Rusty. Are they here?
Well, Doc Stovepipe runs a snake oil pitch for me. And, boy, hey, you must be talking about the kid with the horse.
First picture, bottom row, Dooley says,
Well, Doc's going on ahead to Brownsdale. We're open next week. Yeah, we're open next week down in Brownsdale. But, boy wasn't with him. No, I don't know anything about him.
I see. Well, thanks, friend. I'll be on my way.
Meanwhile, inside one of Denver Dooley's carnival trucks, Rusty and Flip are hidden away among the equipment. Rusty is saying,
Jeepers, Flip, I hate to run away like this. But with Uncle Rufus out of jail, there's nothing else to do. Because he said if I didn't help him get a lot of money from Mr. Miles, he was going to take me away and be my guardian. Oh, quiet, Flip, quiet.
Last picture, in the cab of the same truck, Stovepipe says to the driver,
By Jove, I must be developing a psychosis. If I didn't know it was completely impossible, I would swear I heard a dog.
And the driver says,
Well, both of us must be nuts then, because I heard one, too.
Yes, he has run away for sure. But it's a lucky thing that he's in that truck that Stovepipe is riding in.
Yes, maybe Stovepipe will stop the truck and look in, and then you'll find Rusty, and then Rusty will be with the friend. I hope that'll happen.
Well, we'll find that out for sure next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man. The Jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys.
Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly man, the jolly Comic Weekly man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
With Christmas only 4 days away, do you think you have to ask?
No, I don't think I need to. Have you got your tree decorated yet?
Yes, it is, and the house is all decorated with wreaths and everything.
And are you going to hang your stocking before the chimney with care?
Yes, I am, and I hope that St. Nicholas will certainly be there. There's just one thing.
What's that?
I'm not hanging my own stocking.
Oh?
It's awfully small, so I borrowed one of my mother's. It's longer and stretches.
Oh, I see.
Because I might get a dollhouse.
And you certainly have to stretch a stocking to get a dollhouse inside.
Yes, you would.
Well, I hope you get that dollhouse.
And I hope all the boys and girls get everything they want for Christmas.
And I hope all the grown-ups get everything they want for Christmas. I think it's a wonderful wish.
And now I wish you'd please read me the funny.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the first section, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. It being just a few days before Christmas, Beetle Bailey and his pal named Killer Diller are in the toy department of a store looking at all the toys. Beetle sees a small child's car with the words Fire Department written on it. He climbs into it saying,
Gee, I always wanted one of these when I was a kid.
Killer says,
Hey, careful. Don't forget the train you broke last week.
Beetle starts to get out of the car.
Hey, that's funny. I can't get my feet out.
I knew it.
Second picture, a salesgirl walks up to Beetle and says,
Do you wish to purchase that truck, sir? No, I just wish to get out of it. I'm stuck.
Last picture, top row, 3 men who are owners of the store walk up to the salesgirl.
Now, what's this?
When they see what's happened, they glare at the salesgirl, who says, last picture, top row,
I'm sorry about the confusion in my department, sir.
One of the managers snaps,
Turn in your Santa Claus button. You're fired.
First picture, bottom row, another orders,
Get the custodian up here with a crowbar and a sledgehammer.
A few minutes later, a workman with crowbar is trying to get Beetle out of the car.
He been stuck good.
The manager anxiously exclaims,
Easy now. Don't bend that truck. Maybe we can shake it off.
So they pick up the car, turn it upside down, and shake it up and down. And Beetle's head is bumped up and down on the floor.
Hey.
Killer exclaims,
Hey, stop. I'll buy the thing.
One of the managers says,
We'll give you a $5 discount for the defect in it.
Last picture, Beetle pedals for the door. They pass the household goods counter, and Killer stops in front of it and says,
Hey, how much for the can opener?
Can opener, 59 cents.
Beetle suddenly exclaims,
Hey, did you notice this bell?
Oh, I don't know how much longer I can afford your friendship.
Oh, dear, what a baby that Beetle is.
Yeah, a big man like that getting into a child's car.
Yes, and that Killer certainly is funny, expecting to get Beetle out with a can opener when the workman couldn't do it with a crowbar.
Well, I hope it works. We'll find out by next week if Beetle got out in time for Christmas. Now let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, on page 3, there's Prince Valiant.
Yes, and remember last week he came to the cave of a druid who was a priest of an ancient religion.
And the druid priest was nice to Val, and he told Val that he was going to show him something strange and mysterious.
Yes, Val had been given a drink from a goblet, and the druid priest had told Val to look to the west as he drank.
I wonder what Val will see.
Let's read now and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant drains the goblet of its sacred honey mead while the druid chants a magic rune. Val whispers a prayer as he steels himself to withstand the terrible powers of the ancient cult. As Val swallows the last drop, last picture top row, the potent draught sets his head awhirl. The blinding rays of the setting sun bewilder him, and the runic chant confuses him. He feels as if he were floating away from all reality. Only the druid's voice comes through to him faintly, and then Val sees the heavens filled with a strange sight. He sees strange gods on horses galloping across the heavens, and across the sun rides a god in a chariot pulled by 2 horses. Then a huge figure of a gray-bearded man covered with frost and preceded by 2 bears appears. And Val hears the druid priest voice exclaim,
"To see is to believe. Look, there is Bifrost, the rainbow bridge, on which the gods go to and from heaven and earth. The Valkyries ride to bring the souls of slain warriors to Valhalla. The sun chariot of Sol spans the sky, and Mani the moon follows, pursued by the wolves of darkness. See, see, Thor the Thunderer flashes across the heavens to battle the giants. See and believe, for there, brooding over all, is Wotan."
And then the sun sinks beyond the hills, and the spell is broken.
Oh, wasn't that a mysterious sight?
I should say it was. Val saw the very gods that the druid priest worship appear in the heavens before him.
That must have been a very strange drink to make him see all those gods.
Yes, I think the druid's voice and that drink must have hypnotized Val, so that as he looked into the sun, these things appeared to him.
I wonder what Val will think of all these things now.
Well, next week we'll find out. Now let's turn over another page.
Oh, look, there's Robin Hood. You remember last week Robin Hood was back in Sherwood Forest among his men.
Yes, recovering from the wound he'd received when he rescued Marion from the cruel Prince John's castle.
And then, all of a sudden, Robin heard the whistling of an arrow, which was the signal that someone was approaching.
And even though he's still weak from his wound, he buckled on his sword and rushed out to see what might be the cause of this alarm.
I wonder what it is, too.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with a story of Robin Hood. It's merry, merry England in days long ago. Time now for Robin Hood. So music, hi-ho! Alerted by his sentinel's whistling arrow, Robin hurries out to challenge a mysterious intruder at the edge of the outlaw camp. The outlaws quickly gather behind Robin, wondering if this is an attack by the sheriff of Nottingham's men. And then a knight in armor, on a brilliantly caparisoned horse, gallops into the clearing and reins in. A voice demands,
"Which of you is Robin Hood?"
Robin steps forward. "I am. What seek you here?" Last picture top row, Robin's men crowd behind him, and Friar Tuck threatens,
"Take off your helm, or I'll knock it about your ears."
First picture bottom row, the stranger removes his helmet. The men gasp in surprise, then all kneel, for it's King Richard. Robin exclaims, "My lord, King Richard, forgive our rash words." King Richard dismounts, and then walks over to Robin, and last picture, standing before him, says,
"I'll forgive you and your brave bowmen more than that. England stands deep in debt to you."
Striking Robin on the shoulder with his sword, last picture, the king says,
"Robin Hood, henceforth you shall be known as Robin, Earl of Locksley. Arise, Sir Robin."
Oh, that means that King Richard has made Robin a knight, hasn't it?
That it does. When a king touches a man on the shoulder with his sword, that means he's making him a knight.
And that's a great honor, isn't it?
Oh, you bet it is.
Oh, I'm so glad that King Richard got back to England safely, and it was just because Robin helped him.
Yes, you bet it was.
And I wonder if the maid Marian and Robin will be married next week.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now let's turn over the page. And look, here's Roy Rogers.
Yes, and Roy and a friend named Brimstone Barlow are pretending to be two outlaws, and they have joined the Sphinx's gang to see if they can find a way to capture the gang.
Yes, and inside the old mission, the outlaws' hideout, they've discovered a girl who says her father has been captured by the outlaws. And she also told Roy that her father had said that he'd kill all the outlaws by using his dog.
And it looks like his scheme is working, too, because two of the outlaws petted the dog, and both those outlaws died. I wonder what the mystery behind all this is.
Well, let's read now and see if we can find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Yip-I-O. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-I-O. While the outlaws search the mission for them, Roy and Brimstone, who have captured one of the outlaws, are led into a secret tunnel by the girl. Last picture, top row, Brimstone pulls up a slab out of the floor of the tunnel, revealing steps leading down to a dungeon.
Hey, her pop must be more than an inventor if he can kill his enemies with a dog while he's locked up. Well, let's go, Roy.
They lower the outlaw down into the dungeon. First picture, bottom row, they find themselves in front of a cell with an iron door. They see a man in it. The girl exclaims,
Father!
Nancy. Oh, I'm glad I told you about the secret tunnel. The Sphinx plans to kill me because I know too much.
Brimstone begins to work on the lock.
Hey, let me at that lock. It ain't no problem to a reformed bank robber.
Roy says, We'll have you out of here pronto, Mr. Fargo. Third picture, bottom row, Roy unties Mr. Fargo, who says,
Oh, I was a fool to let the Sphinx hoodwink me into fixing up this old mission as an outlaw stronghold. He'll pay dearly for this.
Last picture, the dog runs into the tunnel. Brimstone kneels as the dog comes to him and says,
Hey, look, this pup wants to make friends with me.
Mr. Fargo exclaims,
Stop! Don't touch that dog!
Oh, that's the dog that killed the two outlaws when they petted him.
Yes, that's right.
I wonder if Brimstone has touched the dog yet.
Well, I'm not sure, but if he does, he's apt to die, too.
I wonder what there is about that dog that makes people die when they pet him.
Well, now that we've found the girl's father, maybe we'll find the answer to that next week.
I hope so.
Well, now I'm sure you'd like to see what's happening to Flash Gordon.
Oh, I would.
Very well, let's go to the very last page of the first section. And here he is, and I'll read Flash in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. A prisoner of King Stang on the planet Venus, Flash has been sent out to guard Queen Vicky, who is on a mission for the king. When their jet car broke down, they were captured by dragon birds and carried to their nest. Flash drove the birds away, but trapped now on the high mountainside cave, they cannot escape. And now Flash sees the dragon birds returning. He waits until the first wave of flying monsters is almost upon him. Then he squeezes the trigger and looses a rapid succession of blasts. Bird after bird is shot down. Finally, those who are following turn in fear and fly away. And Flash and Queen Vicky are safe for a while. But they face a new menace, the bitter cold of the Venusian hills. Flash aims his gun at the rocks and pulls the trigger. Last picture, top row, he says. These rocks are rich in magnesium. See, Vicky? We've got a fire going already. Meantime, first picture, bottom row, Stang, the Earthman who has become king of Venus, is cruising above the fog-swept forest, searching for his lost Queen Vicky. Suddenly, far below, he spots a series of smoke puffs and wheels his craft toward their source. Vicky is the first to see Stang's plane approaching. Fearful that the tyrannical king will mistakenly suspect her of trying to help Flash escape from Venus, she hits upon a diabolical scheme. Last picture, as Stang's plane alights. Vicky snatches the flame gun from Flash's holster and, to his astonishment, cries out, "Arrest this insolent slave, Your Majesty! He tried to kidnap me!"
Flash after he'd saved her life.
Yes, it was.
Do you think Flash will be able to make King Sang believe that Dicky's telling a lie?
We'll find that out next week. Now it's time to pick up the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Oh, and there's Dagwood and Blondie.
Yes, and here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood comes into the house and tells his daughter Cookie,
I've had the hiccups all day at the office, and I can't get rid of them.
Cookie says,
Mama and Mrs. Woodley are downtown together shopping.
Bring me a glass of water quick, Cookie.
Last picture, top row, Dagwood is standing on his head, trying to stop his hiccups. Cookie kneels before him and holds out a glass of water.
Now, drink this water while you're standing on your head.
Dagwood tries to drink the water upside down. First picture, second row, the door opens, and Herb Woodley, Dagwood's neighbor, comes in.
Daddy has the hiccups and can't get rid of them, Mr. Woodley.
Hello, Herb.
Yes, I know it. I heard him all the way next door. Herb picks Dagwood up, and carrying him on his shoulder, staggers upstairs with him. Oh, bring me a banana, Cookie. I'll give him my kill or cure treatment. Last picture, second row. Herb has Dagwood in the bathtub and has just finished peeling a banana. Now, eat this banana underwater while I hold your head down for 2 minutes. Dagwood eats the banana underwater while Herb holds him down. First picture, third row, Herb says, I'll keep him down for 3 minutes to make sure. Herb, of course, is sure the banana and the 3-minute cure is going to be a success, so he lets Dagwood come up. Dagwood takes one look at Herb and goes, and Herb goes. Last picture, third row, Cookie sticks her head in the bathroom.
Mama and Mrs. Woodley came home and they want you to come down and see their new hats.
First picture, bottom row, Dagwood and Herb come into the living room. Dagwood, of course, still hiccuping. Dagwood takes one look at Blondie's hat, and instead of going, he goes. Herb takes one look at his wife's hat, and instead of going, he goes. And Dagwood picks Herb up and carries him upstairs. Dagwood says to Cookie,
Mama's hat cured my hiccups, but Mrs. Woodley's hat gave them to Mr. Woodley.
Dagwood takes Herb in the bathroom, rips his clothes off, dumps him in the bathtub, peels a banana, pops it in Herb's mouth, and pushes him into the water. And last picture, Dagwood holds Herb under the water, looks at the alarm clock, and says,
I'll give him 10 minutes to make sure.
Wasn't that funny? Herb tries everything to cure Dagwood's hiccups and nothing works.
Then Dagwood sees the hat Blondie has bought and his hiccups go away.
And Herb sees the hat that his wife has bought and he gets the hiccups.
Well, it is a kind of a homely hat, isn't it?
Yes, but Dagwood is keeping Herb under the water for 10 minutes. Herb might drown. No one should stay under the water more than half a minute.
No, they shouldn't. No more than half a minute. And I'm glad you mentioned that because we don't want anybody playing carelessly with water.
And children should never play in water if their parents are not there with them.
That's good advice, and I hope everybody remembers that. Well, now it's time for Dick's Adventures, so let's go to the very last page of the Comic Weekly, the last page.
And here he is. And you remember that Dick is in the early days of America's history.
Yes, the year 1814, when the British and the Americans were at war with each other.
And Dick and a man named Dr. Beans have been captured by the British, and they're prisoners on board one of the British ships.
But Francis Scott Key, the man who wrote the Star-Spangled Banner, our national anthem, had asked President Madison last week for permission to go to the British under a flag of truce to arrange for an exchange of prisoners.
Yes, and he said something about a doctor who'd been captured by the British. And I wonder if that doctor that he wants to get away from the British is the same doctor who's with Dick.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. On board the British man-of-war, Dick sees the American ship flying a flag of truce approaching. As he looks carefully, last picture top row, he can see that there are several American Army officers on board the ship. Dick doesn't know that these officers are coming to seek for an exchange of prisoners that each army has captured from the other. First picture, second row, Dr. Bean says to Dick,
Why, that tall man is named Francis Scott Key, a brilliant lawyer.
But Dick pays little attention to the name. And last picture, second row, before anyone can stop him, Dick is shouting to the true ship.
Go back! They're going to attack Baltimore tonight! Warn our people! Shut that boy up!
First picture, bottom row, a British sailor nearby comes at Dick and knocks him out.
There. Surround the Yankee ship! Capture it! Don't let it escape!
Last picture, the true ship, possessor of a dangerous secret now, is circled by bristling enemy guns. It came to exchange prisoners, and now it and its men are suddenly prisoners themselves.
Oh, my goodness. Why did Dick shout like that? Francis Scott Key might have got Dick free from the British.
Yes, he might have. Dick, who had heard, though, that the British were going to attack Baltimore, thought he might be able to warn the Americans so they'd have time to prepare for the attack.
Yes, but Dick should have known that the British outnumbered them.
Well, I'm afraid Dick forgot that in his eagerness to help.
Yes, I'm afraid he forgot it, but now what'll happen to the Americans, I wonder?
Well, we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. But now, look, underneath Dick's adventures, there's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and I've been worried about him because Rusty's run away from his friends, Tex and Pete, because Rusty heard that his uncle's coming to Milestone Farm and might try to get him away.
And Rusty's uncle is a mean, mean man. And he's threatened to cause harm to Rusty if Rusty doesn't help him in his evil schemes.
But we know that Rusty's hiding in one of the carnival trucks, and in this truck was his friend Stovepipe. But Stovepipe doesn't know that Rusty is in the truck.
No, because Rusty's in the back of the truck and Stovepipe's in the cab of the truck with the driver. Well, maybe, though, today Stovepipe will discover that Rusty is hiding in the truck.
I hope so, because then Rusty will be with a good friend instead of the cruel, cruel world all by himself.
Well, let's read now and find out if it happens that way. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty's friend Tex has gone to the carnival trying to find Rusty, but he's been told that Rusty's not been around and that the company is moving on to another town. Now, at that very moment, in one of the carnival trucks many miles away on the highway, Stovepipe, the man who had helped Rusty, is saying to the driver,
I am now quite convinced that I heard a dog bark back in the truck.
The truck driver replies,
Yeah, I thought so myself for a minute, but it just couldn't be.
Inside the truck, last picture top row, Rusty says to his dog, Flip,
Hey, Flip, I think they heard you. You keep quiet now, because we sure don't want to get put off way out here on the highway.
First picture, bottom row, Stovepipe says,
It's a long pull to Brownsdale. I could be persuaded to partake of a small snack.
Yeah, a little java and a piece of pie sounds good. Okay, I'll pull into the next beanery.
At that moment, they see a diner just ahead. The driver pulls in. He gets out, and Stovepipe, getting out, says to the driver,
I'll join you in a minute, my friend. But first, I want to satisfy myself that there's no dog in that truck.
That's a screwy idea, but all right, go ahead, look.
Stovepipe goes around to the rear of the truck and opens the truck door. And there sees Rusty and Flip looking quite frightened.
My dear young friend, how do you explain your presence in this vehicle? Are you absconding or merely traveling?
Oh, please don't give me away, Mr. Stovepipe. I've just got to go along. I'll explain everything later.
Last picture, Stovepipe comes into the diner and seeing the driver having a cup of coffee says,
Yes. You were quite right. It must have been my imagination. Oh, miss, let me have 6 hamburgers on rye.
The driver exclaims,
6? Is that your idea of a snack?
Oh, out to the truck so Rusty and Flip will have something to eat.
Yes, it looks as though Rusty is going to have Stovepipe helping him again.
Oh, I'm so glad that Stovepipe didn't tell the driver that Rusty was in the truck. But I wonder if Stovepipe will let Tex know that Rusty's all right.
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, I want to tell you that I'm going to have a special announcement for everybody next week.
A special announcement? Will it be a surprise?
A wonderful surprise. So just because you have a wonderful Christmas, don't forget to listen in to the Comic Weekly next week to hear what this surprise is. You'll all love it as much as anything that has ever happened on the Comic Weekly.
Oh, I won't miss it for anything.
And now let's wish everybody a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody! Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.